Thank you. Ja, we loves it. Jawohl. Ja. So good. Sehr good. We are the happy puppies. Ja. Danke, danke, danke schön.
We gather here today as members of a historic alliance, an alliance that saved and changed the world. You know, when this conference began in 1963, it was in a nation, actually it was on a continent, that was divided against itself. The line between communism and freedom ran through the heart of Germany.
Boo.
The first barbed fences of the Berlin Wall had gone up just 2 years prior. And just months before that first conference, before our predecessors first met here in Munich, the Cuban Missile Crisis had brought the world to the brink of nuclear destruction.
Yeah, why'd that happen? That was our doing. And by our, I mean America and Turkey, ironically enough, even though Turkey is more of a junior partner here. We put missile bases directly in the ass cheeks of the borders of the USSR. So, of course, in retaliation to that, the USSR did the same with Cuba. Americans are just kept in the dark about our own history. America is kept in the dark about our own history, and that is by design, and that is precisely the reason why we think, oh, it's so crazy, it's so scary that they just like built missile bases in Cuba, which, by the way, objectively was a good thing for Cuba. Turkish people did not know anything about it. Of course, Turkish people had no hand in this. The Turkish government barely had a say in it. Let's be real. And yes, the USSR putting nukes in Cuba was a good thing. Okay, 100% was a good thing. It allowed Cuba to maintain a nuclear protection against the United States of America. 100%. Khrushchev was a lion with his machinations. Look at what we're doing to fucking Cuba right now. A nuclear Cuba would not have to deal with this shit that we're doing currently.
The time of that first gathering, Soviet communism was on the march. Thousands of years of Western civilization hung in the balance. At that time, victory was far from certain. But we were driven by a common purpose. We were unified not just by what we were fighting against. We were unified by what we were fighting for. And together, Europe and America prevailed. And a continent was rebuilt. Our people prospered. In time, the East and West blocks were reunited. A civilization was once again made whole. That infamous wall that had cleaved this nation into two came down, and with it, an evil empire. And the East and West became one again. But the euphoria of this triumph led us to a dangerous delusion that we had entered, quote, the end of history, that every nation would now be a liberal democracy, that the ties formed by trade and by commerce alone would now replace nationhood, that the rules-based global order, an overused term, would now replace the national interest, and that we would now live in a world without borders where everyone became a citizen of the world. This was a foolish idea that ignored both human nature and it ignored the lessons of over 5,000 years of recorded human history. And it has cost us dearly. In this delusion, we embraced a dogmatic vision of free and unfettered trade, even as some nations protected their economies and subsidized.
For the record, I need you to understand, this was well received by that room. They saw this as, I guess because in comparison to last year's speech by J.D. Vance, which just got up on that stage and was like, you guys are doing too much woke stuff and we're going to punish you for it. Because if you recall, J.D. Vance's speech was almost entirely about censorship and not even about Israel, mind you. And the Munich Security Conference ate this speech up. They were like, oh, thank God, Marco Rubio, the war hawk, that is currently posturing against death and destruction globally, against all of our enemies, is back to business as usual politics. Because you have to remember, like, a lot of those people in that room, they don't mind if you are doing endless militarism overseas, endlessly punishing the global south. They love that. They want that. Okay, they can make money doing that. What they were frustrated by was America's interference in their sovereignty, in their domestic affairs, not allowing them to, have any sort of say in their own design, in their own countries, Europe. So when Marco Rubio goes back to the old neocon methods and it talks about how like we're bringing about prosperity and freedom through free markets, the freer the markets, the freer the people, and like our enemies don't have that same interest, Europe absolutely, European leaders absolutely love this shit. Do the European audiences respond positively to this? I don't think so. All of our comrades overseas living in Europe that have been fighting endlessly to let their voices be heard about Europe's militarization, about austerity that's coming as a consequence of funds being reallocated to, again, building up a robust military industrial complex in Europe as well. That kind of stuff is very frustrating for a lot of people. But European leadership looks forward to statements like this. Make no mistake.
Their companies to systematically undercut ours, shuttering our plants, resulting in large parts of our societies being deindustrialized.
They were saying that the crowd basically had a collective sigh of relief in the aftermath of the speech.
Shipping millions of working and middle-class jobs overseas and handing control of our critical supply chains to both adversaries and rivals. We increasingly outsourced our sovereignty to international institutions while many nations invested in massive welfare states at the cost of maintaining the ability to defend themselves. This, even as other countries have invested in the most rapid military buildup in all of human history and have not hesitated to use hard power to pursue their own interests. To appease a climate.
Why would anybody believe him? What do you mean? Yeah, Europe leaders greet Rubio's transatlantic message with relief. What are you talking about? This is what they look forward to. Europe was never mad at Donald Trump for its instability in the global south. Europe was mad at Donald Trump for potentially going back on punishing Russia. Europe was mad at Donald Trump for not being as aggressive in most instances, or rather being aggressive towards them. I thought I was able to explain this thoroughly during the Mark Carney speech, because these two things happen so close to one another. America going in and kidnapping the leader of a sovereign nation and his wife, and then America turning around and saying, we're going to take Greenland. We're going to annex Greenland. The reason why the European allies and Canada loved what America did with Venezuela, but hated what America was doing with Greenland is because they don't give a f about Venezuela. They don't care. They understand that the rule-based international order is designed to punish nations in the periphery, but you're not supposed to touch those in the core. You're not supposed to actually offend the sensibilities of those in the core. And as long as you don't outwardly posture against European allies, and you keep playing ball, I guess, they will be happy, loyal serfs. They are fine being vassalized. They are fine as vassal states. They were offended that Donald Trump said the quiet part out loud. They don't even mind if Donald Trump says the quiet part out loud when it comes to nations in the periphery. You say, I'm going to Venezuela for the oil, and these guys will, they'll go, I don't know about all this. I don't feel too great, but ultimately it's for the greater good. But yeah, as long as he maintains civility and a diplomatic tone, you have to understand many of the European leadership are liberals in the same vein as the Democratic Party. You can see them, to Americanize this conversation, European leadership in many respects is not dissimilar to the Never Trump Republicans and the liberals that say we want a strong Republican Party. It's just the aesthetics that they don't like. And also, Trump's indecent ways where he will every now and then say, know your place, European leaders. Here's Edward Wong, diplomatic correspondent of the New York Times, saying Rubio's speech in Munich warned of the civilizational erasure of Europe and the ills of mass migration. He said the U.S. aims to save European culture, and he pushed for more defense spending. These were the same themes Vance struck last year, but Rubio had a friendlier tone. And it wasn't just that, though. It was also the fact that he packaged that up with fighting against Europe's adversaries and America's adversaries rather than fighting against Europe entirely. J.D. Vance and Donald Trump both took a different tone where they were antagonistic to Europe. Marco Rubio approached it like an old school neocon and approached the subject matter as a defense of Europe. And of course, these guys much prefer the defense of Europe's sentiment rather than attacking Europe. Of course, the very same lack of internal pressure from labor unions and things like that very much exists in the United States of America. The same like hollowed out organizational structure. Even in Europe, there is obviously more labor militancy, of course. There's general strikes. There's no shortage of like revolutionary sentiment in Europe. But even then, it kind of feels like European leadership doesn't respond to that either. And Israel was a perfect example of this. People are burning cars, turning them upside down on the streets. They're doing mass strikes, general strikes, things of that nature. And yet, European leadership does not budge in their individual nations in the way that they calculate their relationship with America and Israel. But let's continue.
Cult. We have imposed energy policies on ourselves that are impoverishing our people, even as our competitors.
Unpopular opinion? I wish we still had the Soviet Union. What do you mean unpopular opinion? That's like the popular opinion in this community. It's an unpopular opinion. It's not even it's an unheard of opinion in the United States of America, but this is the one community where that is the most popular opinion.
And in a pursuit of a world without borders, we opened our doors to an unprecedented wave of mass migration that threatens the cohesion of our societies, the continuity of our culture, and the future of our people. We made these mistakes together. And now, together, we owe it to our people to face those facts and to move forward, to rebuild. Under President Trump, the United States of America will once again take on the task of renewal and restoration, driven by a vision of a future as proud, as sovereign, and as vital as our civilization's past. And while we are prepared, if necessary, to do this alone, it is our preference, and it is our hope to do this together with you, our friends here in Europe. For the United States and Europe, we belong together. America was founded 250 years ago, but the roots began here on this continent long before. The men who settled and built the nation of my birth arrived on our shores carrying the memories and the traditions and the Christian faith of their ancestors.
Yeah, they're basically, he also creates this like grand vision where like where Europe's little brother, like our nation is comprised of like European migration. It's all European migrants that made it's like trying to tie it all together with like a white nationalist narrative as well, which is ironic because he's f***ing Cuban. This is yet another like silly aspect of American fascism, where he's adding on this white nationalist sentiment into what is pretty mainline neocon propaganda.
We are part of one civilization, Western civilization. We are bound to one another by the deepest bonds that nations could share, forged by centuries of shared history, Christian faith, culture, heritage, language, ancestry, and the sacrifices our forefathers made together for the common civilization to which we have fallen heir. And so this is why we Americans may sometimes come off as a little direct and urgent in our counsel. This is why President Trump demands seriousness and reciprocity from our friends here in Europe. But only if we are unapologetic in our heritage and proud of this common inheritance can we together begin the work of envisioning and shaping our economic and our political future.
Oh, God. Unapologetic in our heritage.
Was not inevitable. It was a conscious policy choice.
We must fight for our mutual shared Western civilization defense brigades. It's just it's so lame. It's so it's also Hitlerian, but I guess more civil. But that's enough for these Eurocucks to go, no, I like it. It's good for
economic
me.
Undertaking that stripped our nations of their wealth, of their productive capacity, and of their independence.
Climate cult. Also, you have to understand, like, climate change is real, right? Anthropogenic climate change is real. It's been a thing that scientists have been warning about. Global warming, climate catastrophe is a thing that is unavoidable, undeniable. We're seeing the impact all the time. And yet, because China are the superpower that has positioned itself the best against combating climate change, is seen as the major threat here, America is also actively not only pushing militarism, but also actively saying climate change is fake. It's bull. You have to stop. You have to stop trying to move in the direction of renewables. This is another major aspect of American engineering. They are actively trying to get Europe back on oil and natural gas. They are trying to move Europe and anyone else away from renewable energies and investing into renewable energies. It is a total psychopathic death cult. Yes, China is at Munich as well, of course, at the Munich Security Conference. But understand that like every conversation that's being had about renewable energy right now is being had specifically because China has the monopoly control over the energy grids and the procurement, extraction, and refinement process of the raw, as what Donald Trump calls raw earth minerals, rare earth minerals that are necessary for production. And that is precisely the reason why they are trying to move away from that, or trying to urge the European Union to not revitalize its grid and move in the direction of renewable energy.
It should also be focused on together advancing our mutual interests in new frontiers, unshackling our ingenuity, our creativity, and the dynamic spirit to build a new Western century. Commercial space travel and cutting-edge artificial intelligence, industrial automation and flex manufacturing, creating a Western supply chain for critical minerals not vulnerable to extortion from other powers, and a unified effort to compete for market share in the economies of the global South. Together, we can not only take back control of our own industries and supply chains, we can prosper in the areas that will define the 21st century. But we must also gain control of our national borders. Controlling who and how many people enter our countries, this is not an expression of xenophobia, it is not hate. It is a fundamental act of national sovereignty. And the failure to do so is not just an abdication of one of our most basic duties owed to our people. It is an urgent threat to the fabric of our societies and the survival of our civilization itself. And finally, we can no longer place the so-called global order above the vital interests of our people and our nations. We do not need to abandon the system of international cooperation we authored, and we don't need to dismantle the global institutions of the old order that together we built. But these must be reformed. These must be rebuilt. For example, the United Nations still has tremendous potential to be a tool for good in the world. But we cannot ignore that today, on the most pressing matters before us, it has no answers and has played virtually no role. It could not solve the war in Gaza. Instead, it was American leadership that freed captives from barbarians and brought about a fragile truce. It has not solved the war in Ukraine. It took American leadership in partnership with many of the countries here today just to bring the two sides to the table in search of a still elusive peace. It was powerless to constrain.
I'm sorry. I think whoever is the leader of the opposition force against this has to use clearer terminology when addressing this stuff, and cannot shy away from openly saying that this is a continuation of the liberal international order and that this system has been proven to be an abject failure. No more like going back to business as usual. You can't do that. You have to be very clear in your terms to say what Marco Rubio is trying to offer is a soft landing back to business as usual militarism. And that is something that we cannot get back to, because what that looks like is no different than vulgar Brandonism, which yielded endless genocide of the Palestinians and created so much chaos and showed the world that this system is broken fundamentally. I cannot believe that I cannot believe that he's going with this. The best alternative here is to have Marco Rubio put lipstick back on the pig only a month after Donald Trump said, nah, this is broken. We're going to keep dominating you.
The nuclear program of radical Shia clerics in Tehran, that required 14 bombs dropped with precision from American B-2 bombers. And it was unable to address the threat to our security from a narco-terrorist dictator in Venezuela. Instead, it took American special forces to bring this fugitive to justice. In a perfect world, all of these problems and more would be solved by diplomats and strongly worded resolutions. But we do not live in a perfect world. And we cannot continue to allow those who blatantly and openly threaten our citizens and endanger our global stability to shield themselves behind abstractions of international law.
It's so funny because the guy who was doing that for Europe wasn't even Russia at least last month, it was Donald Trump, right? The reason why Europe is terrified of Vladimir Putin is because there's the fears, there's the Red Scare fears of the USSR incursion, like the historical significance of like Russia moving in that direction. But it was Trump. It was Trump that was doing this. Trump was actually presenting a real grave threat to the European vassals, more so than even Vladimir Putin for a brief moment, right? Like where the world said that they were more afraid. In the Munich Security Conference, they asked people in the beginning of the conference, like, who are you more threatened by? They universally said America. They said they were more threatened by America than China for the first time ever. Now, post Marco Rubio speech, at the Munich one too. They said it at Davos and they said it at Munich in the beginning too, when polled.
But in 1945, for the first time since the age of Columbus, it was contracting. Europe was in ruins. Half of it lived behind an iron curtain, and the rest looked like it would soon follow. The great Western empires had entered into terminal decline, accelerated by godless communist revolutions, by anti-colonial uprisings that would transform the world and drape the red hammer and sickle across vast swaths of the map in the years to come. Against that backdrop, then, as now, many came to believe that the West's age of dominance had come to an end, and that our future was destined to be a faint and feeble echo of our past. But together, our predecessors recognized that decline was a choice, and it was a choice they refused to make. This is what we did together once before, and this is what President Trump and the United States want to do again now, together with you. And this is why we do not want our allies to be weak, because that makes us weaker. We want allies who can defend themselves so that no adversary will ever be tempted to test our collective strength. This is why we do not want our allies to be shackled by guilt and shame. We want allies who are proud of their culture and of their heritage, who understand that we are heirs to the same great and noble civilization, and who together with us are willing and able to defend it. And this is why we do not want allies to rationalize the broken status quo rather than reckon with what is necessary to fix it. For we in America have no interest in being polite and orderly caretakers of the West's managed decline. We do not seek to separate, but to revitalize an old friendship and renew the greatest civilization in human history. What we want is a reinvigorated alliance that recognizes that what has ailed our societies is not just a set of bad policies, but a malaise of hopelessness and complacency. The alliance that we want is one that is not paralyzed into inaction by fear. Fear of climate change, fear of war, fear of technology. Instead, we want an alliance that boldly races into the...
He's saying, like, you got to be bold, you got to be brave. We're going to do some shit. And you got to come along with us. That's crazy. I mean, this is some straight up Nazi garbanzo, for the record. And as long as the European nation states are controlled by people who are happy with the current business as usual, as long as they can put the pressure on the naysayers, because like that's the big problem in Europe, right? That was a big problem with Israel as well. Like the endless amounts of protests and the broad recognition that like the democratic process wasn't actually really happening. It wasn't a real democracy at all, was making it much harder for the liberals in Europe to maintain their grip on power. And that's, that's the real concern here. Marco Rubio, in some ways, is not different than the J.D. Vance speech, where he's basically saying like you have to come along for the ride, whether you think you like it or not.
And the only fear we have,
you guys love using that word,
is the fear of the shame.
Nazi. I mean, yeah. If he was delivering the speech in German, maybe you could understand it. Is that what it is? Is it because he's saying it in English that is like hard to comprehend? Because there's not a lot of differences between what he's saying here as far as the superiority of Western civilization and what Adolf Hitler's plea was to Europe initially before World War II. It's identical, as a matter of fact. It is identical. Adolf Hitler made plenty of pleas to England. I mean, he was an Anglophile.
Aim of not leaving our nations prouder, stronger, and wealthier for our children. An alliance ready to defend our people, to safeguard our interests, and to preserve the freedom of action that allows us to shape our own destiny. Not one that exists to operate a global welfare state and atone for the purported sins of past generations. An alliance that does not allow its power to be outsourced, constrained, or subordinated to systems beyond its control. One that does not depend on others for the critical necessities of its national life. And one that does not maintain the polite pretense that our way of life...
Like, this is not dishonesty, by the way. It requires an impressive amount of dishonesty for the U.S. to veto multiple UN efforts to end the war in Gaza and then come out and bash the UN for playing no role in ending the Gaza war. Here's the problem. I think Matt Duss's perspective here is unrealistic because the UN design in the liberal international order was so that they played along with whatever the fuck America wanted. And that's precise. That's reflected in like our Cuba policy. That's reflected in our Israel policy. For years and years, the United Nations has made a big fuss about Israel being an apartheid state, and nothing has come about. The reality of the matter is Marco Rubio is basically saying, like, the UN is a hurdle. That's the reason why the UN is becoming too much of a hurdle in our vision, in the way that we want to move around the world. It's not compliant enough, even aesthetically. And because America's global power is being tested for the first time ever, militarily with Russia in Ukraine, and economically with China being the manufacturing hub of the planet now, that's the reason why they're sweating the small stuff in ways that they never did. Because the United Nations has always stood in opposition to the United States of America, even though overall it's packaged in a way where like the ICC, ICJ, like they just go after America's enemies and never against America. So the reality is Marco Rubio is basically saying that this system doesn't work for us anymore. And that's, in my opinion, and I don't think this is too hopeful of a perspective. I don't think I'm being too optimistic when I say this. Like, I think America is sweating this hurdle right now than ever before because it doesn't have the same motion it did. It doesn't command the seas in the same way that it once did.
It's just one among many. So in a time of headlines heralding the end of the transatlantic era, let it be known and clear to all that this is neither our goal nor our wish. Because for us Americans, our home may be in the Western Hemisphere, but we will always be a child of Europe. Our story began with an Italian explorer whose adventure into the great unknown to discover a new world brought Christianity to the Americas and became the legend that defined the imagination of our pioneer nation. Our first colonies were built by English settlers, to whom we owe not just the language we speak, but the whole of our political and legal system. Our frontiers were shaped by Scots-Irish, that proud, hardy clan from the hills of Ulster that gave us Davy Crockett and Mark Twain and Teddy Roosevelt and Neil Armstrong. Our great Midwestern heartland was built by German farmers and craftsmen who transformed empty plains into a global agricultural powerhouse. And by the way, dramatically upgraded the quality of American beer. Our expansion into the interior followed the footsteps of French fur traders and explorers whose names, by the way, still adorn the street signs and town names all across the Mississippi Valley. Our horses, our ranches, our rodeos, the entire romance of the cowboy archetype that became synonymous with the American West. These were born in Spain.
He said archetype.
And our largest and most iconic city was named New Amsterdam before it
archetype, bro.
was named New York. And you know that in the year that my country was founded, Lorenzo and Catalina Giraldi.
We are so cooked. This speech is too far. If we're looking at it from a EU neolib perspective, yeah. Not to get all third world up in this bitch, but like, this is something that I talked about quite a bit during the genocide in Gaza, where like Europeans have this nascent, unrecognized level of like Euro racism, like European leadership specifically, and this tugs on that a little bit.
Lived in Casal Monferrato in the Kingdom of Piedmont, Sardinia, and Jose and Manuela Reina lived in Sevilla, Spain. I don't know what, if anything, they knew about the 13 colonies which had gained their independence from the British Empire. But here's what I'm certain of. They could have never imagined that 250 years later, one of their direct descendants would be back here today on this continent as the chief diplomat of that infant nation.
Like, this one probably bangs so hard for Asmongold's audience. Like, this speech is almost designed perfectly for Asmongold's audience of like the Euro racist trash that fancy themselves to be like American MAGA.
Yes, we got like, bro, inject this into my veins. Like, I want this all the time, man. This is amazing. Yeah, this is good. Marcus Rubius. Yes. This is so good. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is the shit that I say every day. Oh my God. This guy's good? Yeah, this is amazing.
because this is a perfect melting pot of the new version of Eurofascism. Eurofascism now in the modern age is very MAGA coded, and this also perfectly ties that together. And the but it's also civil enough for the Euro liberals to also engage with this in a positive way, where it's like we're all this like beautiful Western civilization. We all have the same interests here, which is unlimited death and destruction for all in the periphery, and a share of profits, a profit distribution that like you will benefit from as well. All this stuff.
And yet here I am.
I'll be back.
We should be proud of what we achieved together in the last century. But now we must confront and embrace the opportunities of a new one. Because yesterday is over. The future is inevitable. And
I like that everyone is saying that the international order is over. Like the old world order is dead. It's time for a new one. And for Americans like Marco Rubio, what he means is like, we got to be more violent. We got to be more vile. We got to destabilize further. We are not doing enough. Sat right behind you when you were speaking at UBC. Just wanted to let you know you have a normal sized head. Thank you. Your check will be delivered in the mail. Be on the lookout for that.
destiny together awaits. Thank you.
Standing ovation, by the way. Got a standing O for this. That guy looks like the guy who drinks his own piss. You know what I'm talking about? The influencer who drinks his own pee. Sorry, I know it's not relevant to the conversation, but I just had to clock him real quick.
Mr. Secretary, I'm not sure you heard the sigh of relief through this hall when we were just listening to what I would interpret as a message of reassurance, of partnership.
Told you. Told you. Let the dick sucking commence, boys. Let the bootlicking commence. Oh, we loves it. We loves it. We loves you, Marco. Please keep sticking it to the periphery, not us, you know. I hope you can get us out of the crosshairs of the Trump administration. We were very offended when you said, oh, we want the Greenland. We said, oh, Mr. President, we can give you the Greenland for free. Why do you want to disrupt the delicate allegiance that we have with the NATO?
You spoke of intertwined relations.
We are back to being the happy vassal, yeah. We like to be the happy vassal, the serfs.
Between the United States and Europe.
They're like goldfish, they have zero memory. No, dude, they're cowards. And also, they are, and I stress this before, they are beholden to the same corporate interests that the Democrats and the Republicans are both beholden to. That's the reason why they're happy, because now it's not like up the bag so much. It's not too disruptive. It's basically saying like, no, we're going to do the same thing. Don't worry. That's what it is.
Reminds me of statements made decades ago by your predecessors when the discussion was, is actually America a European power? Is America a power in Europe?
See? I told you they would eat this speech up. I didn't even hear them go, oh, yes, it reminds me of the one Adolf. Very nice. It reminds me of the Adolf Hitler, who was often misunderstood. Yeah, he just wanted to unite the international forces of Europe. Europe is very nice. We love it.
Thank you for offering.
Like, the reality of the matter is, the previous iteration of the New World Order, the global order post World War II, was the anti-communist forces coming together. And any sort of like reassurance that we will continue with that grand design is enough for these cowards.
Bring this message of reassurance about our partnership. This is actually not the first time that Marco Rubio is here at the Munich Security Conference. He's been here before, a couple of times, but it's the first time he has been, and he is the speaker as Secretary of State. So thank you again. We have only a couple of minutes now for just a few questions. And if I may, we collected questions from the audience. One of the sort of key issues here yesterday, today is, of course, continues to...
Bro thanked him 3 times, yeah. Like, before he asked a question, he's like, thank you so much. Thank you so much. We loves our position. We loves it, yeah. Yeah? Yeah, we loves it. Jawohl. Yeah. So good. Sehr good. We are the happy puppies, yeah. Danke, danke, danke schön.
Be the question of how to deal with the war in Ukraine. Many of us, in the discussions of the last day, last 24 hours, have voiced their impression that the Russians, let me put it colloquially, the Russians are playing for time. They're not really interested in a meaningful settlement. There is no indication that they're willing to compromise on any of their maximalist objectives. Offer to us, if you could, your assessment of where we are and where you think we can go.
Well, I think where we are.
Yes, ich möchte schlupen das. Ich möchte schlupen das. Ich möchte Penis. Oui, oui, ja.
At this point is that the issues at play that have to be, here's the good news. The good news is that the issues that need to be confronted to end this war have been narrowed. That's the good news. The bad news is they've been narrowed to the hardest questions to answer, and work remains to be done in that front. I hear your point about, well, the answer is we don't know. We don't know if the Russians are serious about ending the war. They say they are, and under what terms they were willing to do it, and whether we can find terms that are acceptable to Ukraine upon that Russia will always agree to. But we're going to continue to test it. In the meantime, everything else continues to happen. The United States has imposed additional sanctions on Russia's oil. In our conversations with India, we've gotten their commitment to stop buying additional Russian oil. Europe has taken its set of steps moving forward. The Pearl program continues.
He's like, what will America do to stop the Russian incursion into Ukraine? We're genuinely afraid. Marco Rubio's response is, buy less oil. It just completely collapse your economy, collapse it further. This is how you do it. You just buy American natural gas. You buy American oil, baby. You buy it from elsewhere. And I think genuinely, I mean, Europeans have deluded themselves into thinking that this is actually beneficial for them, where they, like, I really, really believe that if you ask the average European politician, especially the average German politician, they're like, well, at least we have energy independence from Russia now. Like, straight up. I think they've said this so much, so frequently, that they ended up believing in it, where they're like, no, this is great. Like, we have an over-reliance on America now, and that's a good thing because it's a far better partner, far better ally than Russia, far more reliable. Even though America is looking at that situation and going, and yes, we are going to demand more from the vassals now. And they're like, well, it's fine. As long as you don't tell us that you're, pissing on our faces, as long as you keep telling us while pissing on our faces that it's raining, and not tell us that actually we're getting pissed on, we're happy. Like, America's basically, Marco Rubio is pissing on their faces and telling them it's raining. Donald Trump was saying, we're pissing on your face. They would like to go back to someone telling them it's raining. That's it. The piss is not going to stop.
In which American weaponry is being sold for the Ukrainian war effort. So all these things continue. Nothing has stopped in the interim. So there's no buying of time here in that regard. What we can't answer, but we're going to continue to test, is whether there is an outcome that Ukraine can live with and that Russia will accept. And I would say it's been elusive up to this point. We've made progress in the sense that for the first time, I think, in years, at least at the technical level, there were military officials from both sides that met together last week, and there'll be meetings again on Tuesday, although it may not be the same group of people. Look, we're going to continue to do everything we can to play this role of bringing this war to the end. I don't think anybody in this room would be against a negotiated settlement to this war so long as the conditions are just and sustainable. And that's what we aim to achieve, and we're going to continue to try to achieve it, even as all these other things continue to happen on the sanctions front and so forth.
Thank you very much. I'm sure if we had more time, there would be many questions on Ukraine. But But let me conclude by asking a question about something entirely different. The next speaker here in just a couple of minutes will be the Foreign Minister of China. When you served in the Senate, sir, people considered you a kind of a China hawk.
So did they.
So did they.
Yeah.
We know that there will be, in about 2 months' time, a summit meeting between President Trump and President Xi Jinping. Give us your expectation. Are you optimistic? Can there be a quote-unquote deal with China? What do you expect?
Well, I would say this. The two largest economies in the world, two of the big powers on the planet, we have an obligation to communicate with them and talk, and so do many of you on a bilateral basis as well. I mean, it would be geopolitical malpractice to not be in conversations with China. I would say this, because we're two...
Oh my God. This is crazy. It's the same. It's literally civility. That's all that was missing for these guys. I truly thought there was at least like a moment of panic that Donald Trump saying the quiet part out loud would have caused them to really reconsider these partnerships. That's not the case at all. They just needed to hear someone speak with decorum, someone speak civilly. That's all this is. It's shocking, dude. They were desperate for simply just the facade. Wow. It's nutty, dude. I don't know exactly how much pressure has boiled in the respective European nations, but if it resembles the anger and resentment of the American working class, Europe already has a better mechanism of pushback, a closer association with like rebellion and then, you know, lighting cities on fire, shutting off industries. I don't think they can continue maintaining this business as usual politics. I feel like Europe is even in a worse position overall. The European political class is in a worse predicament overall if they think this is enough, this is going to help. Oh my God. It's crazy, dude. It's crazy. As long as they hear the empty words and the niceties, they're like, no, it's fine. We're happy. We're happy with this.
Two large countries with huge global interests. Our national interests will often not align. Their national interests and ours will not align, and we owe it to the world to try to manage those as best we can, obviously avoiding conflict, both economic and worse. And that's so it's important for us to have communications with them in that regard. On areas in which our interests are aligned, I think we can work together to make positive impact on the world, and we seek opportunities to do that with them. So, but we have to have a relationship with China, and many of the countries represented here today are going to have a relationship with China, always understanding that nothing that we agree to could come at the expense of our national interest. And frankly, we expect China to act in their national interest, as we expect every nation state to act in their national interest. And the goal of diplomacy is to try to navigate those times in which our national interests come into conflict with one another, always hoping to do it peacefully. I think we also have a special obligation because whatever happens between the U.S. and China on trade has a global implication. So there are long-term challenges that we face that we're going to have to confront that are going to be irritants in our relationship with China. That's not just true for the United States, that's true for the broader West. But I do think we need to try to manage those the best we can to avoid, unnecessary friction if it's possible. But no one is under any illusions. There are some fundamental challenges between our countries and between the West and China that will continue for the foreseeable future.
The EU population doesn't rebel or get heated when it's about foreign policy. Everything foreign in regards to U.S. relationship is kept dark from the media. When it's about domestic policy, then that's a different story. Foreign policy is not decoupled from domestic policy. This is the biggest lie that the American and Western liberal capitalist media tells its populations, its respective populations. Because what's American foreign policy in regards to Europe? Greatly expand and increase your military expenditures. How do you do that? Austerity. There's only a finite amount of money in the European economy. You got to move some dollars around. When you move those dollars around, its domestic impact is not seen immediately, but its domestic impact will worsen the conditions for the average working class individual. That means cuts on social spending, cuts on expenditures, cuts on public transit, cuts on things that people take for granted or people rely on to survive. So when that happens, that only increases the stress. That only increases the pressure. Even if people are short-sighted, even if people are deluded, even if people don't realize that this is going to happen, people will experience it. Even the most propagandized audience, even the most propagandized working class on this planet, the American working class, has responded by voting in Trump into office twice now. How did they do that? Why did they do that? They did that because their material circumstances have worsened over the years, and that has created an opportunity, or rather, that has created a need, an interest in changing business as usual politics and voting for an anti-establishment candidate, no matter how risky that might seem. Now, of course, unfortunately, the reason why that happened is because the Democrats actually represented business as usual politics, right? This is why I stress the importance of a populist, a left populist, real left populist candidate, especially right now, because the consistent blame game on worsening material conditions is directed at marginalized populations.
Future for a variety of reasons, and it's some of the things we hope to work together with you on.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. We've run out of time.
This might have just entered the pantheon of the greatest American speeches of all time. It's basically a hard-nosed Trump foreign policy delivered with Reagan's confidence and optimism. This is the greatest and most consequential political speech since Reagan's tear down that wall. Marco Rubio. We, the West, if our civilization endures as we hope it will, this speech may be read through the ages. Rubio 2.0 is growing on me. This is the greatest. Yeah. See? They're not sane-washing it. This is the type of speech that they wanted to hear. It's very clear. That's why he got a standing O. Okay? The reason why I wanted to watch this is because I heard that the European leadership loved this shit. Marco Rubio 2028 is locked in from this moment onward, I think. More so than J.D. Vance. This will create additional pressures with, the Peter Thiel constituency, but we shall see.
Thank you. We are part of one civilization, Western civilization. We are bound to one another by the deepest bonds that nations could share.
Even like the people are like, then act like it. A little bit too late, Marco. Incredible how appearances can be so deceptive. He comes across a decent and likable individual. No, he doesn't. He does not at all. What he literally said here was basically Heil Hitler over and over again. and nothing has changed as far as the previous liberal international order. NATO Atlanticism brought about a complete and utter lack of sovereignty to the European vassals. And these guys literally don't want to see it. They don't want to hear it. And the only time that they recognize it is when Trump said it out loud. This goes to show that a lot of these people just want the niceties. They don't mind. They don't mind being powerless. They don't mind being vassalized as long as they're not reminded of their vassalization. AOC slams Rubio's Munich speech as cultural nostalgia amid alliance debate. Okay, this is where it gets pushed in. This is where the pedal touches the metal, because this is going to be the clear-cut juxtaposition between Marco Rubio's representation of like the old way of doing business versus what AOC represents as a charting a new path forward. Let's see.
We heard this morning was, in
Sure,
truth,
you might be the kingmaker.
not too much in substance, a departure of what J.D.
What? 1-7 to 116, release 212. Democratic voters? No, this is before I ever said anything about Gavin Newsom. What are you talking about? Rank and file Dems the leaders. It's time to take the gloves off. AOC plus 78. Pete Buttigieg plus 68. Gavin Newsom plus 66. Kamala Harris plus 64. Gretchen Whitmer 55. Pritzker 51. Andy Bashar 48. Joe Biden 46. Josh Shapiro 46. Hakeem Jeffries plus 40. Chuck Schumer plus 1. It's crazy. It is crazy, dude. I mean, it's just like the fact that it's like Pete Buttigieg up here and even above Gavin is pretty wild. But the clear difference between AOC and everybody else for the Democratic base, the rank and file, shows that it's hers for the taking at this point. And Gavin has been trying so hard to appeal.
Vance's arguments were last year, which is enforcing a U.S.-European alliance that is rooted in a cultural norm, a cultural nostalgia. But there was very little that was said about how that will materially benefit populations, both in the United States and in Europe.
Clean up here, I would say working class. I think we must not shy away from setting a line of demarcation between our way of politics and their way of politics. And if that actually alienates establishment Democrats, that's all the better. Clear-cut approach here would be to say working class, things like that. I think like imperialism is another word that you can add to your language, because any kind of socialist, Marxist terminology, any kind of terminology that revolves around this is like going to be something that a lot of people don't want to touch. Yeah, no ABC theorist bullshit. We need politicians to keep bringing up class, like you said. I think saying working class is good. It's like, I'm not super aggressive on utilizing, theory-focused language. I don't do that at all. I personally shy away from that in my commentary as well. Having said that, I think it's important to do that, especially now when you are looking to present yourself as the alternative. So, given that,
Yes, I think in Secretary Rubio's remarks, he spoke greatly about the border, I think, in order to prevent speaking about the true elephant in the room, which is ICE. And I do believe that when we have eras of extreme inequality, eras of where the working class is continuing to suffer, they're seeing their life erode, it becomes extremely easy for authoritarians to blame other cultures and other people.
I don't like authoritarians either as a language. I like fascists. I think fascism is a better way to communicate where we're at here.
Life erode, it becomes extremely
But I like that she said working class
easy
here.
For
That's the
authoritarian.
other thing. That's the other thing that I think is like, because authoritarian doesn't necessarily mean anything. And from a liberal perspective, when someone says authoritarian, liberals see that as like China, everybody else, right? Like they think, oh, she means like China. It could be even, you can say even Cuba is authoritarian, right? Like that's what has been historically mentioned. No, this is not nitpick. This is not nitpick. This is very important. Language is very important, especially in this moment. I think language is incredibly important here because, once again, after yesterday's speeches, a lot of people listened to what AOC was talking about, and some people understood it as like, oh, she is taking an internationalist approach, but many more thought, oh, she's doing, and myself included, in certain instances, thought maybe she's like going back to vulgar Brandonism, right? Especially when her goal is to obviously cut away from establishment Democrats and Republicans. Not using their language, not using their terminology, puts an unambiguous line in the sand at a time when that lack of ambiguity is going to work. Vulgar Brandonism. I mean, that's like a joke that I use it as a joking substitute for NATO Atlanticism, like what Biden represented after Trump won. Biden was saying we're going to go back to business as usual. We're going to go back to shepherding in the liberal international order, and it was an abject fucking failure, obviously, because Russia invaded Ukraine, and then that was a huge up. And then on top of that, Israel's genocide of Gazans, of Palestinians in Gaza, that happened so close to one another that like it directly ripped apart that fabric. It directly ripped apart this like understanding that the liberal international order is gone.
To blame other cultures and other people who are most vulnerable. Now, we have to always make sure that our immigration system is orderly. I think the argument that we are advancing here.
What is this fucking video, man? Calm down.
On Greenland, I think that the president, my concern is that the president's oftentimes, as of late, the president's actions on foreign policy, and particularly his most erratic decisions, the unacceptable threatening of Greenland, happen to be tied to his domestic politics and when he feels threatened domestically. And I believe that's a relationship that
I don't even necessarily agree with that aspect of it too. I think there's a much large, if you read the national security paper that came out that spelled out the Donroe Doctrine, Me and Yanis Varoufakis are in agreement on this. This is like one of the areas that we have direct agreement on, which is that there is a method to this madness. The idea that this is simply a response to like domestic pressures, the Epstein files or whatever, I don't think it's correct. I think that the Trump administration, whether we want to admit it or not, whether we like what he's doing or not, and obviously we don't like what he's doing, it comes across as disruptive, but there is a driving principle behind it. It's not necessarily a scale back of American imperialism around the globe, but more so a hardening of its closest territorial ambitions. They're not doing this because it's like, oh, Epstein, let me go invade Greenland. Like, I know that that's what it comes across as sometimes, but this is something that was implemented. Like, this vision is being implemented right now, but it's a vision that is a vision that was very calculated far before Trump even got into office. It's more so to scale back on some of our global ambitions in an effort to dominate the globe better, if that makes sense. Hardening our own neighborhood, our own backyard almost, and the surrounding areas, so that we can be better equipped to continue maintaining, hegemonic superpower status. Yeah, a fortress play, if you want to think about it like that.
Is something that Americans see play out.
That doesn't just serve the elites and the biggest corporations, but actually focuses on working class Americans in conflict that has cost Americans trillions of...
Trump is anything but calculated. This is a mistake. To think this is a major mistake, because this isn't Trump. This is a larger vision that Trump is simply the vessel to bring about. Like, he's not... It's not Trump making these decisions. It's people around him. Trump just happens to be the guy who is overseeing the project and maybe crazy enough to follow through on the project and can hold like a cohesive. He has the power to basically hold the base together for as long as he can while they implement this vision.
Liberal, happy fun, la la la.
This is a good primer for you guys, I guess, to get into the Munich Security Conference, where, global leaders come together and discuss how in the age of Trump, they are going to restore the NATO Atlanticist liberal international order. Now is the time for bravery, and that bravery extends to the likes of AOC as well. I personally believe that there's an opportunity here, a unique opportunity to make necessary changes. AOC had a speech that she delivered and numerous takes that she had as the previous international rule-based order is collapsing with Trump's gangsterist, dangerous, vulgar imperialism, directed not only at nations in the periphery, but also directed at American allies, longstanding allies, white countries. People are trying to figure out what to do. Let's take a look.
This is a moment where we are seeing our presidential administration tear apart the transatlantic partnership, rip up every democratic norm, and, really calling into question, as was mentioned by David Carney at the World Economic Forum, the rules-based order that we have, or question mark, do we have? And so I think one of the reasons why, not just myself, but many of our colleagues here, in fact, many Democrats that are here as well, is because we want to tell a larger story, that what is happening is indeed very grave. And we are in a new era, domestically and globally. There have been many leaders who've said we will go back, and I think we have to recognize that we are in a new day and in a new time. But that does not mean that the majority of Americans are ready to walk away from a rules-based order and that we're ready to walk away from our commitment to democracy. I think what we identify is that in a rules-based order, hypocrisy is vulnerability. And so I think what we are seeking is a return to a rules-based order that eliminates the hypocrisies around when too often in the West we look the other way for inconvenient populations to act out these paradoxes, whether it is kidnapping a foreign head of state, whether it is threatening our allies to colonize Greenland, whether it is looking the other way in a genocide. Hypocrisies are vulnerabilities, and they threaten democracies globally. And so I think many of us are here to say, we are here and we are ready for the next chapter, not to have the world turn to isolation, but to deepen our partnership on greater and increased commitment to integrity to our values.
Just a 20-second follow-up, really, just quick. Are there any particular institutions that a democratic administration would want to save? Like your voters, is it NATO? Is it the climate accord? Is it the Iran nuclear? Are there some things where, just give me a lily pad?
Well, you know, first and foremost, I think we need to revisit our commitments to international aid. Not just USAID, but the dozens of global compacts that this current Secretary of State and President Trump have withdrawn from. They are looking to withdraw the United States from the entire world so that we can turn into an age of authoritarians that can carve out the world where Donald Trump can command the Western Hemisphere and Latin America as his personal sandbox, where Putin can saber rattle around Europe and try to bully around our own allies there, and for essentially authoritarians to have their own geographic domains. And it actually is the
By the way, I want to say something here that I think is important. What she doesn't call out by name here is just as important as who she calls out by name. I need you to understand. There's a country that is the number one foreign adversary for the NatSec liberals and also the neocons as well. She did not say China. She did not say Xi Jinping. And she also did say genocide. So, you know, Israel's committing a genocide. So that's, you know, it's modest, but it's important.
Trans-Pacific Partnership, it is our global alliances that can be a hard stop against authoritarian consolidation of power.
This is, again, it left me wanting more, for sure. It left me wanting more. Absolutely. I mean, compare this to my impromptu speech, which is not exactly great either. Let's be real. I didn't maintain any brevity. I was very wordy. I had a lot of ahs and ums when I was talking in Canada about this exact same issue, right? About this exact same change that we're all seeing. I do have a different perspective than she does. Yeah, you're not a lawmaker. It doesn't matter. Again, now is the time for bravery. It doesn't matter that she's a lawmaker. Obviously, I can get away with saying whatever the fuck I want to. You know, like I'm not expecting her to be like, Mao Zedong has some very good ideas or some shit. Okay, calm down. But it's a good start, and we must expand on it. But I think the fundamental difference here that I need AOC to hopefully get to, Matt Duss to hopefully get to, is that the only way to combat the growth of fascism is through socialist organizing and is through the worker-backed movements that must grow in all of these countries. Because historically, capital is always aligned. Titans of industry have always aligned with fascism at a time when capitalism is in crisis. Fascism is seen as the stable option when liberalism can no longer control the contradictions worsening. And I think there is a real opportunity to make a coherent point here that will stick with a lot of people. And for the chatter saying, brother, it isn't happening. If Zohran Mamdani, a little fucking socialist power, is coming out and shitting on Cuba's government, it's over. It's not. It's not. You'll see. I think AOC in the upcoming days will have a stronger stance in protecting Cuba and like releasing the sanctions on Cuba than Zohran Mamdani did. And hopefully it'll give courage to other people as well to come out. Hopefully one of AOC's weakest instincts, in my opinion, is whenever she gets any pushback whatsoever from a standpoint theory exhibiting, Cuban American reactionary, she will back away. Hopefully she'll say F off and she'll keep pushing, because the reality of the matter is that's coming, right? She needs to know that that's coming. I think Zoran's statement on Cuba was disastrous. It was disastrous, but it's utterly irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. This kind of sentiment coming from AOC will give him more courage to speak on these things as well.
The one question I want to ask the U.S. is, if I'm in trouble, will you come and help me? Are you still an ally? Or do we need to really decouple or certainly de-risk? Your answer to that, Congresswoman.
Well, I mean, we are, of course, representing a broad spectrum of the United States here today. And I think I'm very grateful that we have, it's unfortunate, I guess we have to speak to the elephant in the room, that the partisanship in the United States has made this question something that even has to be asked behind closed doors in the first place. I know that the Democratic Party is here for our allies. We are shocked at the president's destruction of our relationship with our European allies. His threatening over Greenland is not a joke. It is not funny. It threatens the very trust and relationships that allow peace to persist. And so I believe what I can say is that unequivocally, the vast majority of the American people do not want to see these relationships frayed, and they are committed to our partnerships and our relationships and our allies.
Oh, God. It's like liberal Atlanticism. I mean, that is definitely, this is a real disagreement that I have with Matt Duss, who sincerely believes in NATO Atlanticism. Like he genuinely believes that, like, America is a force for good. And when you're running for president, you can't say America is a force for evil, right? You can't say that. I think the better point there is to say we've been doing what we've done to Greenland to every other country. The major difference with what Trump is doing, as opposed to like American engineering of the global design in the past, is that Trump is basically saying the quiet part out loud.
You have to be thankful. You don't have the cards.
We've kind of done this to every other country. I mean, look at the Iraq War. There are certain things that you can point to that is now established as an overall mistake, right? I know that you and I don't consider that to be a mistake. We consider that to be business as usual. That's just how it works. But you can literally lean onto that. You can lean onto the bravery exhibited by administrations in the past. Like, for example, with Cuba, you can say this is what Barack Obama did. This was a different path that was opening up for Cuba that Barack Obama did, and we should go back to that. We should restore that relationship. The fact that we're punishing them for no reason other than the ambitions of Marco Rubio and Donald Trump is completely unheard of, is unacceptable, right? There are ways to massage this conversation in a way that like liberals can understand. I think this goes a little bit too much in the direction of vulgar Brandonism, in my opinion, and I don't really like it that much. I mean, it's not wrong. She's not wrong to say like we're trying to invade Greenland. That's ridiculous. Denmark is a NATO nation. This is a profoundly important alliance for the United States of America, right? For our interests. And I don't disagree with that statement at all. It's totally correct. But at a conference like this, I think when you're laying your stake out or when you're laying down your foreign policy positions, I think you have more room for courage. And I think people are desperate for an alternative vision. Yeah. Adam Johnson has a lot to say. This cheesy MSNBC line that Trump is carving up the world into spheres of influence with authoritarian pals in Russia and China takes account for, well, she didn't say China. Chill on that, Adam. She didn't say China. She implied it, but she didn't say it. And that's important. The U.S. military has not withdrawn at all from Europe and Asia. Trump is currently gearing up to bomb Iran, very much in Asia. This word authoritarian is unhelpful and flattening and cheesy and papers over many of the obvious hypocrisies and contradictions she herself noted. We tried Duss's woke NATO shtick. It got us billions in arms to Saudi Arabia, genocide in Gaza, and a return to Trump. This is also true. That's why I said this is like vulgar Brandonism, a restoration of the liberal international order, NATO Atlanticism, liberal Atlanticism, pro-NATO. That's what Brandon brought us.
Remember, NATO's character is fundamentally democratic, always has been and always must continue to be.
And Brandon also brought us complete collapse of those systems because it's over. Liberalism is failing around the world, and I do think that like any sort of restoration of that previous international order is simply going to only galvanize the fascists. Is only going to make the fascists pick apart those contradictions, exhaust those contradictions. We tried Dus's woke NATO shtick. It got us billions in arms in Saudi Arabia, genocide in Gaza. Like, I don't think Dus is as big as a villain as people present him as, for the record. I do want to say, like, in this community, everybody says he's a genocidal warmonger. He's the horrible monster. Like, Matt Dus is nowhere near as evil as the way people present him as, and people yell at me for saying this. But we do have significant areas of disagreement. I just think he's wrong. I don't know how to explain it other than that. I think he's wrong on some of these issues. I think it's misguided. I think we need a more honest and subversive narrative for a progressive foreign policy that isn't just liberal intervention, but not evil this time, we promise. I agree with that take. That's my favorite part of this assessment, is that, like, this is vulgar Brandonism, but this time is different. It's going to be peaceful. Like, I don't think America being world police is a good thing, because I have eyes and a working brain, and I have seen what American world police looks like for the victims. Many Americans, unfortunately, don't see that because they've been conditioned not to see that. They don't give a shit about the impact because they don't learn about the impact at all. Although, having said that, people are kind of seeing the victims in the case of Israel, especially because, like, there's this weird disassociation from Israel as though it's a foreign country operating at the behest of foreign interests, right? Americans have deluded themselves. Americans have been propagandized into thinking that Israel is operating as a separate entity, and that's precisely the reason why that's actually backfiring on Israel right now. There is an opportunity, unlike ever before, to educate as many Americans as possible with an anti-imperialist sentiment, to explain to them that this kind of adventurism is not beneficial for you. If you want to talk about it from a selfish perspective, you can do so. You can point to China and say, they don't do this bullshit. And look, they got high-speed rail. They've been able to develop tremendously. One must ask the question why they're able to develop so much. Perhaps they're using all of the bounties of not necessarily capital accumulation, but all of the bounties of industrialization and development in a much different way. They're investing back into themselves, and they are doing this without colonialism and genocide. I'm not talking about separationist movements being stamped out right now. That plays a totally separate role from colonialism and what America has done around the world, okay? If one accepts the premise that Dem president and the liberal foreign policy structure committed genocide as AOC ostensibly does, then what are the next steps to hold these people and institutions accountable? That we're just moving on to liberal rules-based order fluff is morally unserious. Yeah, that contradiction is not being exhausted in this circumstance. When you say we got to go back to the rule-based order, when, like, the vulgar Brandonism and the rule-based order that came from vulgar Brandonism yielded unlimited genocide of the Palestinians. And that you have to address, especially because you recognize that it's, a genocide, right? So let's hear what she has to say about the so-called rule-based order.
And there was this undertone, this undercurrent, this suggestion that it was a rules-based order sometimes. And I think that is the issue that lies before us, is that in a so-called rules-based order, the rules for whom? Because
you would not stop coming up in the first place. Anyway, you suck. Bye.
To the United States,
love
Europe,
you. Bye.
its allies, and we would carve out exceptions for the global South. And I think that when you have a rules-based order where you carve out exceptions to our values, exceptions to our rules, eventually the exceptions become the rules. And I think that, to your original point, over the last 5 years, we've seen such a breaking and such a fraying of these alleged Western values that people wonder if it ever existed in the first place. So I don't know if it's necessarily that we are in a post-rules-based order. I think it's possible that we were in a pre-rules-based order. And we have an opportunity to explore what a world would look like if we upheld democracy, human rights, trade that actually centers working class people instead of accruing overwhelmingly the benefits of trade to the wealthiest. But if we reoriented a new era that could actually help people and show how foreign policy and healthy foreign policy can show up and help them in their lives.
That's not bad. She says the rule-based order's grand design has never yielded good outcomes for the global South. Like, I mean, I'll take it. It's far better than the average liberal sentiment. It's not NATO Atlanticist. Nice words, nothing more though. Man, shut the f up. This is a word situation. Fuck you mean nice words? What do you want her to do? Assassinate the global leadership of the pedophilic cabal at the fucking Munich conference? What are you talking about? Of course, it's words time, okay? Right now, she's at a conference. It's a fucking round table. It's time for words. Sometimes there's time for actions, but this is time for words. It's words time. So we're analyzing her words.
I think that Prime Minister Carney's remarks at the World Economic Forum were words that rung around the world.
So here's the thing. I wonder if AOC knows that there is a lot of, I mean, I'm sure she knows there's a lot of attention, a lot of eyeballs. There's also a lot of people to her left that are paying close attention to her words right now, all around the world. And they don't necessarily have a lot of confidence in her, but they want her to thrive in this moment. They want her to deliver in this moment so they can lean into her as a final opportunity for hope.
In raising this question. But I think that also in his remarks, as well as part of this larger conversation, there was this undertone, this undercurrent, this suggestion that it was a rules-based order sometimes. And I think that...
What is the alternative that still keeps America strong? Rule-based order is a nerve if no one else plays ball also. Wait, what? I want everyone to have dignity. I want workers to have dignity. I don't care about America being strong with a strong military.
As Commander-in-Chief, I will ensure America always has the strongest, most lethal fighting force in the world.
That's ridiculous. If America being strong is leading to death and destruction overseas, complete destabilization in the third world, death and destruction overseas, so that our capital owning class can turn profit year over year, then I don't want that. I want a new design. And now is an opportunity for said new design, especially as the contradictions worsen, especially as the international fascist coalition is working tirelessly to redesign, to take advantage of the instability caused by the collapse of liberalism. Now is the time for organizing. Now is the time for a new world vision, a new world order, if you want to call it that. There's no conversation about Ukraine that can happen without no conversation about Ukraine that can happen without Ukraine.
There's no conversation about Ukraine that can happen without Ukraine, and so they of course lead in terms of setting their terms on this. But I think that overall, as a principle, we shouldn't reward imperialism. And I don't think that we should allow Russia to continue, or any nation to continue violating a nation's sovereignty and to continue to be rewarded, and whose main lesson and takeaway is that they will gain. And so what that looks like in the specifics, I think, is a deeper conversation. But on principle, I think that is what...
She seems insecure. Dude, I see so much of myself in that, though, because it's tough, man. It's tough to do speeches like this, you know? I mean, you're going to say she's a congressperson, but like, yeah, I saw this. This was a really good, a really solid assessment. I guess my critique of AOC's remarks at the Munich Security Conference, and in general Biden as well, is that they all want to frame the current status quo as a result of a system betrayed and not instead as a result of deliberate choices, the system itself being the issue. She talks about a failure to rein in corporations that led to consolidation, that led to companies rivaling nation states. But this wasn't a failure. This was very deliberate, conscious choice by U.S. leaders who saw these corps as useful, more subtle vehicles for U.S. power. And then the war came home in an unexpected way. These titans we created to surveil the world and preserve our influence turned their focus back around on the homeland that nourished them. And so the goal should not be to restore, which is impossible at this point, but to do something new, centering all around finding the best ways to crisis manage the liberal world order instead of taking voters where they are and trying to figure out something new is a mistake. The bipartisan consensus was called that because it was a consensus. That no longer exists, nor is desirable. 100p I agree with. Quo pro quid. He, him. I mainly tweet about Richard Nixon's 60s Americana and film. Design lead for TNO mod. Fully endorse this. An Israeli reporter asked her a question. Oh, brother.
Hello. Thank you so much for the interesting conversation. My name is Hagar. I'm from Israel. I'm a journalist for Haaretz, and my question is for...
Okay, she's woke. She woke. The wokest. She's a communist, basically. She's from Haaretz.
Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez. I wanted to know if you think that the Democratic presidential candidate in the 2028 elections should reevaluate military aid to Israel.
Yes!
I mean, to me, this isn't just about a presidential election. Personally, I think that the United States has an obligation to uphold its own laws, particularly the Leahy laws. And I think that personally, that the idea of completely unconditional aid, no matter what one does not make sense. I think it enabled a genocide in Gaza, and I think that we have thousands of women and children dead that was completely avoidable. And so I believe that enforcement of our own laws.
See, this is it. This is the difference between like a social democrat and a socialist or a communist, right? A social democrat looks at the capitalist system and says, we can reform this system. An anti-capitalist, starting with democratic socialists and going all the way to communists, looks at that system and says, no, this is not a system that you can repair. As a matter of fact, all of the things that you're trying to curb back with Keynesianism or with like a robust regulatory agenda is actually giving it a lifeline. The welfare state is only giving capitalism a lifeline. We have to change it because inevitably it's going to break. It's going to fall apart. The contradictions are going to get too bad, and either you're going to have fascism as a way to restore order, or you're going to inevitably have socialism. The same goes for, I think, AOC's perspective on the liberal international order as well. It's not a failure. It is by design. We didn't just like have a moment of weakness and allow Israel to do what it's doing. Israel's doing everything that it's doing because it's a part of our grand design in the region. This wasn't a failure at all in the eyes of many generals, in the eyes of the military-industrial complex, all the way from Gaza working as a laboratory for death and destruction with new weapons that will be sold all around the globe, down to mechanisms of surveillance that we're already applying here at the domestic home front, but certainly as a Greater Israel project that actually works alongside our vision in the region so that we can actually pack up all of the axis of resistance, which we handily did pack up alongside Israel by basically unshackling Israel. We were like, go blow up whoever the you want to blow up. We'll give you all the weapons to do so, and we'll protect you every step of the way. So it's not something that happened because we weren't paying close attention to it. It's something that happened that we envisioned. That's the reason why Brett McGurk, which worked to make this vision happen under the Biden administration, glazes the shit out of Donald Trump, continuing that same agenda.
Through the Leahy laws, which requires conditioning aid in any circumstance, when you see gross human rights violations, is appropriate.
I know Dust's whole thing is that trying to put lipstick on the rule-based order pig, but it's over, it's done, it's intellectually cooked, it's immoral. I feel that way about liberalism in general, and I certainly feel that way about the international rule-based order as well. It's over. We have to move on. We have to move on from this, and the opportunity is now. Lest we succumb to monsters. This video perfectly resembles my position. This is where we're at.
Liberal, 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 happy fun, la la la, human smuggling, fentanyl deaths, forced government euthanasia, chopping up children's genitals, la 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la. Liberal. Liberal, 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 liberal. Happy fun, la la la. Human smuggling, fentanyl deaths. Forced government euthanasia. Chopping up children's genitals.
You love your father, the devil. I mean, it's true. That's real, man. That's real, bro. This man, I will never get to his level, okay? I will never have the deep prose that he can just concoct in a moment's notice. You know what I'm saying? When you see a titan, when you see a titan and you're just in awe of his excellence, where he can just pull you in, and he has the charisma in his pinky finger that you can't even capture for your whole life. You work hard. That's how I feel every time I see Alex Jones video, especially when it's prime, because he fell off now, but like prime Alex Jones, I see that and I'm like, man, that is excellence. I am so fortunate that I'm alive at a time when I can see him in action, you know? Brilliant, incredible, spectacular. They're chasing a legal kill.
Overnight, newly released evidence shedding light on the October 4th shooting of U.S. citizen Marimar Martinez by federal agent Charles Exum. Body cameras belonging to other agents in the vehicle with Exum, who was driving and didn't have his body cam on, showing the moments leading up to the shooting.
The government claims she rammed Border Patrol agents with her vehicle before an agent shot her 5 times. But the new body cam video shows the agent turned his steering wheel towards Marimar Martinez and that he was congratulated for excellent service after shooting her. This is indefensible, chat. If you haven't seen this, let's take a look.
Cameras on. This is newly released.
By the way, notice how he goes cameras on. That's another thing that is really frustrating about the body camera conversation, is though like the body cameras are something that these guys are at odds with. They're not. That's a fucking lie. Any kind of like reform in the body camera position is not actually moving the conversation in a place that we need to move it to. They're just using that as a way to just give modest reforms, or the idea of modest reforms. The guy that shot Renee Good literally was filming himself with his phone camera. It's awesome. What's next? Oh, at least he could use both hands when he murders other people like Renee Good next time, because the body camera will do the filming process for him.
Body camera video. A team of 3 Border Patrol agents is driving through a Southside Chicago neighborhood. 2 have guns drawn. Marimar Martinez, an American citizen and school teacher, is driving next to them, honking her horn, warning people to the presence of federal immigration enforcement.
Like, this image should be posterized everywhere as a somber reminder for those who are oblivious that when ICE is around you in your neighborhoods and whatnot, they got their fingers on the trigger and they're in the car with their f***ing gear and their weapons, okay?
Another vehicle is behind the agents, also honking the horn.
All right, it's time to get aggressive and get the out, because they're trying to box us in.
It all happens in seconds.
All right, we're following.
See something there? You see that? Do you notice something there? They lied and said Martinez was the one who actually rammed into the ICE car as a terrorist.
It all happens in seconds.
These tactical dipshits are straight up running around acting like they're in Sicario. It's time to get aggressive. It's time to get kinetic with them. The people that they're getting kinetic with are American citizens, by the way.
All right, we're following now. All right, out of the car.
Be advised, we've been struck. We've been struck.
Get out.
Martinez was shot 5 times and survived. In this surveillance video, you can see the front of the agent's SUV come to a stop. 4 seconds later, Martinez's silver Nissan drives off, she says, fearing for her life. The Department of Homeland Security was quick to accuse her of attacking federal law enforcement, saying Border Patrol agents were, quote, ambushed by domestic terrorists that rammed federal agents with their vehicles. FBI Director Kash Patel.
Yeah, it turns out, once again, I'm going to show you. Look.
Enforcement.
Another
vehicle is behind the agents, also honking the horn.
All right, it's time to get aggressive and get the out, because they're trying to box us in.
It all happens in seconds.
Look. You see that? You see that?
It's time to get aggressive and get the out, because they're trying to box us in.
It all happens in seconds.
ICE rams into her car and then shoots into her car, dude.
She says, fearing for her life. The Department of Homeland Security was quick to accuse her of attacking federal law enforcement, saying Border Patrol agents were, quote,
What do you mean, see what? Can you explain what is happening? He's swerving into her car, ramming her car. He says, we got to get, like, active. They're trying to box us in. Ridiculous. Swerves into her car to ram into her car, and then subsequently get out of their vehicle and shoot her. You see it in the video.
Ambushed by domestic...
We need to get aggressive. Sorry, it doesn't say active. He even says we need to get aggressive.
Terrorists that rammed federal agents with their vehicles. FBI Director Kash Patel posted on social media about the incident, quote, attack our law enforcement and this FBI will find you and bring you to justice. The post also included a link to video of a car ramming, but it had no connection to Martinez's case. And the body camera video tells a different story. In the lead up to the collision, you hear agents say they are going to collide with Martinez.
We're going to make contact and we're boxed in.
And just before the moment of impact, it's Agent Charles Exum who sharply turns his steering wheel in the direction of Martinez. Proof, according to her attorney, that they hit her vehicle, not the other way around. And as for the claim of being boxed in, this surveillance video calls that comment into question, with nothing in the path ahead of the border agent's vehicle. The court also released text messages and emails from after the shooting, including one message from Border Patrol Commander Gregory Bovino, just hours after the incident, offering to delay the retirement of Agent Exum, who shot Martinez.
Good afternoon. I'd like to extend an offer to you to extend your retirement beyond age 57. This will be your second extension, and we'd like to consider this if feasible. In light of your excellent service in Chicago, you have much yet left to do. Joe, would you have staff work with Mr. Exum to accomplish this most illustrative endeavor? Thank you.
In light of your excellent service in Chicago, you have much left to do. And then a text message exchange between Agent Exum and someone whose name was redacted. Are they supportive? Someone asked. Big time. Everyone has been, including Chief Bovino, Chief Banks, Secretary Noem, and El Jefe himself. In various texts to and from fellow agents.
You need to understand, by the way, some of these guys are other like law enforcement officers from different branches too. They know what to say when the body cameras are on. That's why it's important when they go, oh, cams are on, by the way. So they can try to create plausible deniability or try to create reasonable grounds for the court case that will come up after. They're chasing a legal kill. Just understand that, which is why I keep repeating, like, the body camera, the body camera situation is not actually the reform that you think is going to solve this problem. They have full control over when the body cameras are turned on. They have full control over what to release and what not to release. There's plenty of instances where for as many successful cases of prosecution against bad cops that like accidentally turn on the body camera, forgetting that the cameras can actually record the 30 seconds prior to you turning on the body camera and whatnot.
Baltimore police are investigating video that appears to show an officer planting evidence in a drug case. He places a can in a trash-filled lot, seemingly unaware his body camera is recording. Moments later, he retrieves the can, which contained a bag of white capsules. Prosecutors have now dropped charges against the man arrested for drugs.
There are a million different instances where they actually use the body camera to their advantage to make it seem as though they actually had reasonable fear for their own safety. That is what they're doing in this circumstance when they say, oh, they're trying to box us in, regardless of the additional evidence that you can see with your own two eyes that they weren't getting boxed in at all, to make it seem like there is no reasonable grounds for this kind of violent escalation. They will lie. They'll say we've been struck. They will make it seem like someone shot them. Yeah, it seems like the agent who was recording was trying to cover the body cam with his weapon, but missed the fact that the high FOV of the cam was showing Exum through the trigger guard of the gun. Yeah, like, it's only fortunate that we actually see the wheel, like the wheel steering in the direction of the car. Like, he was trying to cover it up and it didn't work.
Mood was celebratory. Good job, brother. You are a legend among agents. You better effing know that. Beers on me when I see you at training. That's awesome. You did real good. Damn it, man. Good shooting. The day after the shooting, Martinez was indicted. According to the complaint, she, quote, forcibly assaulted, resisted, opposed, impeded, intimidated, and interfered with an officer of the United States. After her attorney viewed the body camera footage and other evidence emerged that undermined the government's version of events, prosecutors made an extraordinary move and asked the judge to drop their own case. The judge agreed, but not long after, she told me the shooting still haunts her.
I don't want to remember that day. You're laying there at night and you're just thinking about it, like, what's gonna happen? Like, it's really emotional to me. So it's like, it's hard for me to talk about it, but I'm trying.
And that's part of why Martinez pushed to get all of this information out.
Dude, anytime there's footage of these animals, by the way, you get to see their mentality, like Gracias, hitting them with this fucking bitch, all this stuff. It is pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy, like the way that they operate. They're animals.
Because she believed it allows people to have a greater understanding of how agents might react after something like this, no matter the city, and to further clear her name, because the Department of Homeland Security has never retracted its accusations against Martinez, even after the case was dropped. Now, the shooting agent, Charles Exum, Customs and Border Protection, said he's been placed on what was described as routine administrative leave pending further investigation. Anderson.
It's wild to me. Are we watching the same video? This is CNN parroting a lawsuit complaint for the sake of getting an emotional exclusive interview to rile up their 53 viewers. They should drop the charade and hire a reporter as co-counsel. Once again, CNN demonstrates complete aversion to the truth. Border Patrol, dude, I can't. I'm sorry. I can't deal with this shit, dude. I like, they are actively designing a world where the truth doesn't matter. There's no consensus reality. I don't know. Like, I don't know what to say about it, you know? I appreciate the response, but the agent himself testified he wouldn't consider this a ramming, and this is also his vehicle in the highlighted circle at the time of the shooting. Do you assess this as boxed in? Like, what are you debate lording? You're the Department of Homeland Security. This is the one where the cop joked about her having 5 bullet holes for her 7 holes. Yeah, ever wonder why on earth the Labor Department kept posting Nazi memes? Apparently, it's this guy, and now he's at the Department of Homeland Security. He raised alarms among colleagues at USDOL for social media posts that echoed white supremacists and neo-Nazis. So now he will handle social media for Department of Homeland Security.gov. A great scoop by Evan Gorlick for the New York Times on the 21-year-old behind all those weird memes on government accounts. The administration looked at all of his like white supremacist posting at the Department of Labor and thought, well, this would work better for our more white supremacist Department of Homeland Security.
Tell me how you define white identity and what you think is being erased about white identity.
Certain types of Anglo-derived culture that comes from our history.
Bro, why do they always look like this? Why do they always look like this? This is not the 21-year-old, I don't think. This is a different guy. There's many guys, right? This can't be the 21-year-old. You will never convince me that guy is the 20. Yeah, Peyton Rollins is 21. That's a different guy. This is Mr. Jeremy Carl. I'm sure Peyton Rollins also looks like too. It's crazy. Don't give me this body fascism nonsense from the left, by the way. I'm sorry. From this day on, body fascism just means you have the worst body if you are a fascist. Hassan, this is eugenics. No shot, man. I've seen far too many motherfuckers that look like this that are like, we are the master race. Bitch, you are the master bait. What the are you talking about? The master race my ass. I swear to God, hate makes you rot from within and it just comes out in your outsides. This is the little 21-year-old Nazi who's now in charge of digital comms director at DHS, Peyton Rollins. There it is. It's crazy, man. It's so funny. These guys are constantly worried about declining white birth rates. And it's like, well, okay, well, don't look like that. You know what I mean? I'm sorry. Look at like Bad Bunny and then look at you. Who do you think people are going to want to You could even the odds a little bit if you didn't have such a repulsive worldview. But let's be real, you ain't getting no pussy looking like that.
History,
and with the worst ideas of all time.
Did the federal government lie in a statement it made about a Chicago woman shot multiple times by Customs and Border
The answer is yes, is always yes.
Patrol agent?
And today, attorneys for Marimar Martinez took the wraps off a trove of evidence they say proves it did. NBC5's Charlie Wojciechowski joining us from the newsroom with the details. Charlie, there's a lot of evidence to take a look at here.
There really is, Stephen. 3 body cam videos, more than 200 pages of photos and text. And you may remember that CBP Chief Craig Bavino, Homeland Security Director Kristi Noem were quick to label Martinez as a domestic terrorist. Weeks later, all the charges against her were dropped. Her attorneys say this evidence shows why.
We're going to make contact and we're boxed in. We are boxed in.
Federal agents recorded on their own body camera video the day one of them shot Miramar Martinez 5 times.
We've been struck. We've been struck.
Now her attorneys have the permission of the courts to release this video and hundreds of pages of evidence that was to be used against her in court if the case had not been dismissed.
You got to see why it matters that people can actually see the real evidence as opposed to the false claims by our government. I mean, we live in a strange time right now where we cannot trust our federal government.
While she watched...
I mean, I don't know if it's a strange... I mean, I get saying that because, like, you know, it gives you a stronger point here, but I don't know if it's a strange time.
Martinez's legal team laid out a series of statements made about her by the government.
They don't know whether Miramar is going to live or die, and he's being promoted. I mean, that's disgusting.
Now Martinez is planning to bring a civil suit against that officer and his supervisors, something that can be challenging when a federal agent is involved.
We can hold them accountable monetarily, and we'll be asking for damages in the tens of millions of dollars when we do get our day in court.
Martinez herself did not speak, only addressing one question about being afraid. I am not afraid of anyone, she said in Spanish. The only thing I fear is God.
It's also weird that the department adjusted a statement on Jeffrey Epstein's death a day prior to him actually dying.
Newly released documents tonight say President Trump personally warned officials about Jeffrey Epstein decades ago. The former Palm Beach police chief, Michael Ryder, telling the Miami Herald the interview with Donald Trump happened in the summer of 2006.
According to the FBI, Donald Trump told the Palm Beach police chief, "Thank goodness you're stopping him. Everyone has known he's been doing this," in a phone call about Epstein. This comes from an interview with the FBI in 2019. FBI conducted an interview with Michael Ryder, the former police chief, in 2019. Ryder's name is redacted in the release document, but a summary says the interviewee became the police chief in 2001. The date of the phone call between Ryder and Trump is not noted. Trump described Maxwell as Epstein's operative to Ryder and said she is evil and to focus on her. The president also shared that people in New York thought Epstein was disgusting, and he once was around Epstein with teenagers present, but got the hell out of there. Now, what's really interesting about this CBS News data dump, of course, is the fact that Donald Trump publicly has basically said very pleasant and very nice things about both Jeffrey Epstein back in the day and certainly about Ghislaine Maxwell as well, including but not limited to wishing her well.
I just wish her well, frankly.
I wish her well. Interesting situation. Did Trump call the chief in 2006? Look, it was a phone call that may or may not have happened.
Called the chief in 2006. Caroline, did he call the chief?
Look, it was a phone call that may or may not have happened in 2006. I don't know the answer to that question. What I'm telling you is that what
You could ask your boss. I don't know if we could trust him.
President Trump has always said is that he kicked Jeffrey Epstein out of his Mar-a-Lago club because Jeffrey Epstein was a creep, and that remains true. And this call, if it did happen, corroborates exactly what President Trump has said from the beginning. And I'm sure many of you...
Dude, I love that. It's like, oh, if it did happen, it actually exonerates him. He is a white hat pedophile. He's a white hat pedophile. That's what it is.
Alleged FBI report...
But maybe it didn't happen. Who cares? Look away.
Probably thought to yourself, wow, this really cracks our narrative that we've been trying to push about this president for many years. So we're moving on from that.
Ryder, who retired as chief in 2009, confirmed to the Miami Herald that he was interviewed by FBI agents in 2019. He said the conversation with Trump happened in July 2006. An FBI official denied that Trump called Ryder. "We are not aware of any corroborating evidence that the president contracted law enforcement 20 years ago," the official said. The new information about Trump's 2006 comments comes as Maxwell was summoned to appear by video Monday before the House Oversight Committee. Maxwell, 64, is serving a 20-year sentence. So they got Michael Ryder to be like, oh, yeah, Trump called me. And he was like, look into Ghislaine Maxwell. And then, 20 years later, Donald Trump is defending Ghislaine Maxwell? It makes no sense. The white hat whistleblower file angle does not make sense at all, especially when you judge what Donald Trump's current DOJ is doing right now. Because if he was actually a white hat file that was Epstein affiliated and knew Epstein's heinous crimes, he would not be standing in opposition to the revelation of the Epstein files. He would not be directing his FBI to redact both himself and everyone else that is directly involved, all of his buddies that are directly involved that are in his cabinet from the Epstein files. He is striking the record on purpose over and over again. He would just say, I was affiliated with Jeffrey Epstein when I found out his heinous crimes. I dropped them. I told the police that I dropped them. And also now that I'm president, I can actually reveal all this information, including all of the trove of Epstein file data that is readily available to you on the website. But he's not doing that, right? Not doing that at all. So that doesn't make any sense. Circumstances behind Ryder's 2019 FBI interview have also not been reported before. The FBI just came to Palm Beach at the former police chief's request to pick up 2 boxes of Epstein case files that were found in the home of Joe Recarey, the lead detective who handled the case. Recarey, 50, died of natural causes in May 2018, and his widow moved out of the area. Ryder notified the FBI after the boxes were turned over to him, the report said. He told the FBI that one of the boxes contained an imaged copy of a laptop computer from Epstein's kitchen counter that had phone messages on it that Ryder had not seen before, the FBI report said. The report did not say what else was in the boxes. The interview was 4 pages, mostly focusing on Ryder's summary of the Palm Beach Police Department's investigation into Epstein, which began in 2003 when the police received the report that young women were seen going in and out of Epstein's waterfront mansion at 358 El Brillo Way on the island of Palm Beach. The police set up surveillance at Epstein's house, but upon checking the identities of 2 of the women who were visiting, found them to be adults. The case was closed because the police found no evidence of a crime at the time. Then, in March 2005, Palm Beach police received a call from a woman reporting that her 14-year-old stepdaughter had been molested by Epstein. Upon interviewing the girl, she told them that other girls were being sexually assaulted as a part of an organized scheme in which high school girls were being recruited to give Epstein massages that led to assault and at times even rape, according to Ryder's account, which is also backed by the court files. More surveillance was done on Epstein's house, Ryder told the FBI agents. Some kids were observed, prepubescent with braces and backpacks coming from school. One employee said there were dozens of girls in one day. The Palm Beach Police Department then put together a case and brought it to the state's attorney's office. Ryder explained that he was upset with the state attorney, Barry Kreischer, rebuffed police efforts to arrest Epstein in 2006. After Kreischer declined to prosecute, Ryder took the unusual step of writing a letter asking Kreischer to recuse himself from the case. When Kreischer refused, Ryder then took the case to the FBI. The case was turned over to the Miami U.S. Attorney's Office in early 2007. Epstein hired a team of high-powered attorneys, private investigators, whom Ryder said followed him and other police officers assigned to the case and picked through their trash in order to find something they could use to discredit them. I do mean to be annoying when I say leftism is incomplete without feminism. This is why this case cannot be understood without the power discussion around misogyny and capitalism. Yes, a lot of people that weren't directly involved in the cover-up played a role in the cover-up by turning a blind eye to these atrocities because they thought, it's just boys being boys. It's true. I don't think anyone's arguing against that. I certainly am not. The case was turned over to the Miami U.S. Attorney's Office in early 2007. Epstein hired a team of high-powered attorneys and private investigators. They tried to discredit him. Epstein lived less than a mile from Mar-a-Lago. Jeffrey, who died by suicide last year, has said that who died by suicide? I thought Virginia Jeffrey was in a horrible car crash and then succumbed to her wounds. That's interesting. I thought there was a bus crash that took place. After saying, I have no plans to take my own life too, she also wrote a letter saying, if I die, I did not commit suicide. Anyway, has said that Maxwell approached her while she was working at the spa and offered her a job. Yeah, at the spa of Mar-a-Lago, Virginia Jeffrey. As a masseuse for a wealthy man, it was Maxwell who introduced her to Epstein. Palm Beach police, however, said no victim they had interviewed indicated they were recruited or abused by Maxwell, who by 2006 had largely been absent from Epstein's Palm Beach home. Trump has said that he banned Epstein from Mar-a-Lago after learning he was trying to steal his employees, but the president has consistently denied any knowledge of Epstein's crimes. He even went so far as to say Epstein was a terrific guy and noted, it is said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side. In 2019, Epstein also wrote an email in which he said of Trump, of course he knew about the girls, as he asked Ghislaine to stop. That email was contained in a cache of documents the House Oversight Committee obtained from Epstein's estate pursuant to a subpoena in December. Ryder told the FBI agents that by 2007, he became troubled by the fact that that the federal prosecutor still had not arrested Epstein, so we requested a meeting with the then Miami U.S. Attorney Alex Acosta to find why. Now, Alex Acosta told him that the defense attorneys had frustrated prosecutors and that there was a lot of interest from the higher up. Ryder told the FBI he felt there was a hurry to make this case go away shortly after meeting with Acosta. Now, you might know Alexander Acosta, not as the young upstart federal prosecutor, but as Trump's labor secretary. Yet another guy that was deeply involved in allowing Epstein to roam free, who then was elevated into a position of prominence under the Trump administration. So it's not just Howard Nutlick. It's not just Howard. It's not Howard. It's not just Elon Musk. It's not Steve Bannon. Alexander Acosta from the previous administration was also connected to Jeffrey Epstein. So was Bill Barr, who happened to be the head of the DOJ at the time of Jeffrey Epstein's assassination, under the watchful gaze of Bill Barr. Bill Barr's dad was the guy who gave Jeffrey Epstein his first job. Peter Thiel, another Trump affiliate, deeply entangled with Jeffrey Epstein. Just interesting. Here's Yashar Ali saying, a reminder that former Trump Labor Secretary Alex Acosta, the former U.S. attorney who negotiated the highly controversial 2008 non-prosecution agreement with Jeffrey Epstein, now serves on the board of Newsmax. The 2008 deal allowed Epstein to plead guilty to 2 state prostitution charges, avoid federal sex trafficking prosecution, serve a lightly supervised 13-month jail sentence, secure broad immunity for unnamed potential co-conspirators, which effectively shut down a larger federal investigation into his abuse network. Acosta resigned as labor secretary after his Epstein deal received renewed scrutiny. It's also weird that the department adjusted a statement on Jeffrey Epstein's death a day prior to him actually dying. So there's that as well. August 9th is when these guys actually had a statement. August 10th is when Jeffrey Epstein died. I don't know how that works, to be fair. I'm sure there's an explanation for this. Very strange. Is that confirmed? Chatter, this is literally from the files. And it's not just like, I mistyped 10 as 9. Okay, then why is it Friday? Isn't August 9th a Friday and August 10th a Saturday? Let's look it up. What day was August 9th, 2019? Yep, it was a Friday. So if it was supposed to say August 10th, and they messed up and typoed it, and they wrote August 9th, then it would actually say Saturday, August 9th, 2019. Don't you think? If this was a misclick in the way that they are presenting it, it would say Saturday, August 9th, 2019, as opposed to Friday, August 9th, 2019, because August 9th was a Friday. So they mistyped Friday as well, on top of August 9th as well. Could be a time zone thing. Brother Jeffrey Epstein was killed in the Southern District of New York. It's the same time zone. Why would there be a statement announcing Epstein's death dated for a day before his body was found? Also, sans reference to suicide. Here's the official statement. Notice the difference in the body of text of an apparent suicide. It certainly could be a typo, but there's a difference in the bodies of the text as well. Epstein's body wasn't found until August 10th, 2019 at 6:33 a.m., and he was pronounced dead at 7:36 a.m., according to their own records. What we do know from the timelines constructed by news orgs like CNN is that the last time anyone officially saw Epstein in any capacity was prior to 10 p.m. on August 9th. The 2 guards on duty skipped their required checks. It certainly makes the recent CBS News article about someone moving towards Epstein's tier circa 10:39 p.m. far more interesting. The officer that discovered Epstein's body also seemingly misplaced the noose Epstein is alleged to have used. I don't recall taking the noose off. I really don't, he told CBS News. I don't recall taking the thing from around his neck. So was there a noose at all? Interesting stuff, especially with all of the inconsistencies or all of the perfect mishaps that took place around Jeffrey Epstein's untimely demise. You have to be the biggest dumbass to assume that he actually killed himself and that the state did not actually assassinate him. No, they did not move him to Israel. Oh my God. Oh my God. I do not believe that Jeffrey Epstein was moved to Israel and he is alive in Israel. I think the higher likelihood is that they killed him and his dead man switch was supposed to be Ghislaine. And Ghislaine clearly did not use the dead man switch and leak information after Jeffrey Epstein's death. This is part of the reason why Ghislaine Maxwell is not dead right now and very much alive. Either because they haven't figured out what her dead man switch looks like, or because they're keeping her alive to play the role of principal witness in creating a narrative around all of these powerful people not being affiliated. It is not a secret that Jeffrey Epstein was obsessed with repopulating the planet in a way that is not dissimilar to Elon Musk. These guys were eugenicists. They were massive racists. They were obsessed with IQ, and they were obsessed with declining birth rates. There's enough evidence to suggest that the New Mexico residency that Jeffrey Epstein had under his name also known as Zorro Ranch, which, by the way, Bill and Hillary Rodham Clinton has visited, for the record, just so you know, was an operation for breeding people. Like there is a testimony from victims that Jeffrey Epstein had an OBGYN come to the Zorro Ranch in New Mexico to go through the process of making children through coercion, through rape, forced inoculation. Yeah. The New Mexico forced insemination. Sorry. Yeah. The New Mexico Ranch, also known as Zorro Ranch. Dude, I know. And they deleted the community wrote. Fortnite GG Rap shows the account's current name with stats from 2025. This account changes the username a few days ago to Littles Jeff 1. So that's the only one that is visible on the Wrapped. You are just speculating? Yeah, that's what people said about all this other Epstein shit, including that he committed suicide. When I was like, he didn't commit suicide. Yeah, wait a couple years until you arrive at that truth too. Also, this is not speculation. Jeffrey Epstein did hope to seed human race with his DNA. This is real. It's from 2019. Zorro Ranch was used as a breeding ground. Found another email exchange between Epstein and Bishop. Epstein, I like implant embryo. Wait 9 months. Great ending. Epstein appears to have had multiple meetings with biohacker Brian Bishop about cryptocurrency and designer babies, genetic engineering, animal testing in a Ukrainian lab. More on the Ukrainian lab in the MIT Tech Review article. The lab was connected to Ukraine's Academy of Medical Sciences in Kyiv. Research on agrobacterium for DIY gene editing. You can write off Epstein is alive, but it's not out of the realm of possibility. I just don't think it's likely. I don't. Like, what is the purpose? What could be the purpose of Jeffrey Epstein still being alive rather than dead right now? When you're looking at the realm of possibility, you have to think about his dead man switch. Don't you think it's more likely that his dead man switch was in the hands of Ghislaine Maxwell? The elites worshipped him. Why would they not try to hide their guy? I don't think the elites worshipped him. I think the elites worshipped the access that he had. You said he didn't kill himself, so this is the next logical fallacy. He's alive. Yeah, I'm saying he didn't kill himself. I'm saying he got murdered. Tying off loose ends is not that crazy, especially considering that another Jeffrey Epstein affiliate, Jean-Luc Brunel, died under similar circumstances in a French prison. Hello? This is like the oldest thing that the FBI and the CIA does to their assets. And so does the Mossad. Ghislaine Maxwell's father also died under mysterious circumstances. Fell out of his boat. And if you look into the details of what took place with Robert Maxwell, you'll see a lot of inconsistencies there as well. He was off in his yacht, no signs of visible struggle whatsoever. Doors were locked from inside. A government that runs an international sex trafficking ring at the behest of Israel and its own intelligence agencies is probably also not shy about killing some of these people. And Maxwell's own dad was retired by the state of Israel, and Epstein admits to it in an email. Yes, Robert Maxwell. It's a known secret. It's not really a secret at all. He got a hero's funeral in Israel, even though he got killed by the Israeli state. Epstein was a conversant in frontier research on AI models nearly 2 decades ago, which he also sought to apply to his interest in eugenics, in part by recruiting cryptography experts to apply the same methods to human biology. When intelligence comes to kill, they don't even bother to create a consistent crime scheme anymore. They know it doesn't matter anyway. They did their best on this one. Can you explain what a dead man switch is? Yes. A dead man switch is if you are like a serial blackmailer, or if you're like an agent and you have access to like incredibly compromising documents. A dead man switch basically goes off when you're killed. In the event of your untimely demise, it automatically mass distributes like all this classified information, and people usually know that you have a dead man switch. So that's basically your leverage, so they don't assassinate you, they don't burn you. It's insurance. In One Piece, Vegapunk had a dead man switch. Yes, it is likely that Mossad could have figured out what his dead man switch was and neutralized it. Or what's even more likely, in my opinion, is Ghislaine Maxwell is the dead man switch for Jeffrey Epstein, and she did not trigger it. Ghislaine Maxwell is his life partner, his partner in crime. It makes sense that he would have thought that she would not betray him in the end. And she could have totally just kept the dead man switch for herself, as evidenced by the fact that she's still alive. This doesn't mean that switch can't be neutralized. It certainly could.
Okay, so Jeffrey Epstein, he was also obsessed with bioengineering. So he had all of these scientists that he would donate money to their charities, and he would have them work on things and stuff. But what I heard, and this is completely unsubstantiated, but I heard it and I thought it was fascinating, was that he also had these same guys, because they were disease specialists and everything like that. He had them design a novel coronavirus that was his kill switch. Basically, like, that was his trump card, which is like, I don't go to jail or I release this shit. And like, it's like one of these things where if I don't keep entering in a thing every 30 days, I die. In like October or November, his kill switch went off, and that's when the disease got introduced into the world.
I don't believe that, because that would mean that Jeffrey Epstein is like directly connected to the Chinese government. Now that's a real conspiracy theory, though.
Until it became what we do today. I don't believe it.
I'm with you. I don't believe. And of course, Mao can do no wrong. No, dummy. No. What we have readily available as far as Jeffrey Epstein's connections to foreign governments, if you think that he had any connection to China, you think the American media wouldn't be exhausting that to oblivion? Hello? There's no evidence. It's like one of the few governments, one of the few major powers in the world that he wasn't deeply connected with. Unless he's trying to say that coronavirus wasn't released in China, in Wuhan, but instead was released in America or something.
Believe that for a second, but that's a goddamn great conspiracy theory.
I love it, and I'm going to spread it as much as I can.
He did die after this, to be fair, under mysterious circumstances. Trevor died after falling off a balcony while engaging in outdoor masturbation. I don't know if he was engaging in was he actually engaging in outdoor masturbation, or is that made up? I can't tell, because like people say he died in a self-sucking injury or something. The director of the UAE Permanent Committee for Human Rights, Hind Al-Owais, the very first Emirati woman diplomat, pimping her little sister out to Epstein, makes me think of a Pasolini quote from Salo. They have no idea the bourgeoisie has never hesitated to kill its children. This is heinous for the record. Are you in town? My sister is here, and I've told her so much about you. I want her to meet you. Let me know when. Kisses. Any day until son, would you like to come to lunch on sat with her? Hi, already in discussions with Bleep on time. I am so excited to see you and introduce you to my sister. She's even prettier than me. Also related to the Dubins, Selena adult video shoot 2, 8/12. It seems abundantly clear that Eva and Glenn initiated their daughter into the pedocratic capitalist elite by pawning her off to Jeffrey Epstein for a baptism by fire as a teenager. Dozens of photographs of floppy disk CDs and photo albums were published on the first tranche of Epstein files, suggesting he had an obsession with documenting his life and those around him. These people are monsters, dude, that would absolutely sell off their own in order to get a fucking leverage position, in order to get an upper hand, in order to be a little bit more connected to the pedophilic elite. Yeah, also ironic that they said it was an obsession when it was his job. Newly released Epstein documents reveal FBI agent purposely removed hard drive from jail video recording system, intentionally erasing all prison footage during the time of Epstein's death. Even then, conservatives have their own universe.
What you want to have is you want to make sure that the sign is way smaller than the stage. It's actually like a really good framing device.
He did the side pop out from the bottom of the stage?
Yeah, but he didn't get a lot of lift.
He did not. That was a pre-recorded 2-song set by Kid Rock that was lip-synced heavily.
Oh, come on.
Adam Wren.
Adam Wren, why are you
Senior
following?
national political correspondent at Politico. I swear, if you believe this, okay, you should be institutionalized.
Yeah. Adam Wren, if you believe this, over the course of one elevator ride, I could convince you that I could get you pregnant.
Like,
smartest man in the world, XQC.
People still pay like $1,000 to go to the game. But people pay $1,000 for the game. I mean, it's kind of disrespectful, right? To make the experience all for somebody else, rather than the people that actually go there and are their number one customer base. I don't think it's fair. I think it's kind of lame.
He's trying saying that the halftime show should be about like the audience members. What the fuck is he saying?
I'm saying that when you go to the Super Bowl, if you're paying money to be there, then the performance should at least be in your language.
I'm a customer. Doesn't that mean anything?
Excuse me, my schnippers. No, that's like
It's funny because he doesn't speak English.
Yeah, and well, yeah, it's true actually.
Yeah.
Like Bad Bunny speaks better English than XQC. XQC's like.
Also, I don't know if XQC watched the video that we watched, but everybody seemed just. I mean,
yeah. Also, the idea that like people who only speak English can't listen to Bad Bunny's music and enjoy it is so funny.
Or that there can't be a country where people speak
field goal, bro.
There can't be like a bilingual country.
Also, yeah.
Like the one he lives
Yeah,
in.
like that makes it even funnier because he's from Laval and his first language is like Quebecois French. So
also the audience at any given Super Bowl is mostly chief marketing officers.
Yeah,
that is that one. Yeah, and like, they're literally it is like just a guy who laid someone off.
He's acting like everyone who goes to the Super Bowl is like Axl Rose in the Welcome to the Jungle video. They're just all hicks who are walking off the bus chewing hay.
Yeah, no, that's how it is. That's the primary audience.
I saved up all my crop to get a Super Bowl
let's hear
ticket.
what his.
I hope I only hear English.
Let's hear what the rest of his argument is.
And even though those who don't, I don't even know if they listen to the Bad Bunny songs. I think it's just kind of a miss, just because the people won't really jump around and sing the songs. And for the people that are paying a ticket to go to the Super Bowl, they might argue, yeah, but it's a big televised event.
What the fuck is Bad Bunny?
Grammys
they're booing him. Music is universal. Bro, they're doing 20. You're right, by the way. They are doing 2016 wokeness.
Okay, what is
Jake Paul,
this is awesome.
Purposely turning off the halftime show. Let's rally together and show big corporations they can't just do whatever they want without consequences, which equals viewership for them. You are their benefit. Realize you have power. Turn off this halftime. A fake American citizen performing who publicly hates America. I cannot support that. Also, Jake Paul lives in Puerto Rico, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. Yeah.
I'm trying to find it. Here, this is what Logan Paul was asked about the Bad Bunny. He's also in Puerto Rico. Oh, these guys hate him because Bad Bunny called him out for living in Puerto Rico as a tax dodge.
Oh yeah.
And like gentrifying the island and not helping Puerto Rico at all.
Logan, are you excited for the halftime? No.
I just want to point out that the list of guys that you've played videos of that represent the anti-Bad Bunny sort of side of things are all deeply concussed.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
Even XQC.
Yeah, does XQC have concussion?
He's the first case of getting concussed from Twitch streaming.
Actually, he's the first non-contact concussion in medical history.
Yeah. All right, let's hear what a normal guy thinks. I show speed.
Big news broke out that Bad Bunny's performing at the Super Bowl. What are your thoughts?
That's crazy. That's amazing. I know a lot of Bad Bunny songs, but Bad Bunny's like the biggest artist, so it makes sense.
I love I Show Speed. He's the man. President Donald Trump on Bad Bunny's halftime show. Nobody understands a word this guy's saying, and the dancing is disgusting.
Oh my God.
Especially for young children that are watching from throughout the USA and all over the world.
This show is just a slap in the face to our country. Which is setting new standards and records every single day, including the best stock market.
Why did Bad Bunny not talk about the best stock market?
Why is he not talking about your 401k? There's nothing inspirational about this mess of a halftime show, and watch, it will get great reviews from the fake news media because they haven't got a clue of what is going on in the real world. And by the way, the NFL should immediately replace its ridiculous new kickoff rule.
He always talks about the kickoff rule.
It's really
Donald Trump actually knows nothing about football.
It is like nuts,
which is okay if you're not pretending like you have
I don't know
knowledge,
anything about football.
And he keeps on going.
Well, but it's like I don't know what he wants because like the thing is like the kickoff rule is made it so that like kickoffs happen more, like they're more returns, right?
He just says this over and over again, and you're right. It does not make sense.
It's like legitimately like they've made the rule better. Like they made the rules that like. People actually do try to return the ball now, which means there is more action.
My take is that if you care about the ridiculous new kickoff rule so much that you talk about it all the time, you don't actually care about football that much. Which is okay. Except you're trying to be like the president of football. You're trying to be the guy who loves sports. And if you don't, stop pretending.
Wait, this implies you didn't watch the Turning Point USA halftime show. Obviously, one of the best parts about this is to look at the hog meltdown that's taking place. Laura Loomer says, illegal aliens and Latin hookers twerking at the Super Bowl. Not a single white person or English translation at the Super Bowl. This isn't white enough for me. Can't even watch a Super Bowl anymore because immigrants have literally ruined everything.
Yeah, you're a beautiful Anglo-Saxon woman, Laura.
Yeah. Well, she wouldn't have an
Whatever
issue
you
if it
are.
was one other foreign country,
Right.
of course.
If it was a certain Eurovision entrant
Having the
that isn't
halftime show
in
for your
Europe.
biggest game of the year in a language almost none of your lifelong fans, like yourself, Matt Walsh, we all know that you are a huge football fan, but almost none of your lifelong fans can understand while waving the flags of countries that none of them are. Also, an amazing wordsmith, just a great writer.
Yeah, that is one. Can a sentence flow too well?
Comma is the biggest you that I've ever seen a corporation give to its own consumers. I'll be honest. I think when they, pregnant women were taking thalidomide and then it deformed their kids. That was a little bit more of a you.
Not as bad as that.
You guys want to know what I think? I think that the corporations are still actually following along and thinking that like woke isn't back.
Yeah,
and that's part of the reason why like this Super Bowl halftime performance, judging Bad Bunny's like political activism and his commentary could have been infinitely more woke, and they definitely pumped the brakes.
Yes.
Right, and they said it too. They said, I think what was it, the commissioner or something like said. There's not going to be any political messages. Yeah, there's not going to be any political messages in the bad.
JSN, go to the locker room.
In the Super Bowl halftime show.
That is
so what is going on here is basically fake outrage. I mean, it's always fake outrage, but like right now they're trying to garner fake outrage, even though the NFL, I think, made their best attempt to make this as inoffensive as possible for a conservative marketplace. So this is going to fall flat. And people are just going to be like, oh, I like this.
Also, it's fall flat because, in spite of his best efforts, Norman Mailer over here, this shit sucks. It's uninspired. Nobody believes it. Reporters from Politico who don't know better will be like, 6.7 million, wow. And when everybody knows it's bullshit.
I mean, it just, there is also...
Chudwig loved it.
There's also
Chudwig. Chudwig.
There's also just the elephant in the room, which is just everyone is inundated with proof that the president is a pedophile, that Epstein was doing this at the behest of the one state that Trump has gone out of his way to act for, and that he has probably worse than Bush in 2007 approval rating. It reminds me of how the Labour people now in the UK are acting, where it's just they're going through the motions.
But the parallel to the shit happening in Minnesota and Bad Bunny is not the politics of it. It's the fact that there is a total misunderstanding of how unpopular or popular anything is right now.
Yeah.
When it comes from this administration. And so many people understand what is actually mainstream, and they are Twitter-brained.
Yeah.
This administration is the most Twitter-brained institution that is
Pablo, we talked about it right after the inauguration, how we said that what is going to happen with Musk Twitter, and specifically the iteration of it that happened right before and after the election, it was going to be the same thing that happened when all Twitter moderation was just basically the marching orders of the DNC. You curate a timeline and make it self-selecting in that the only people who aren't conservatives who are still there are people like me who just
are brain rotted.
Yeah, just listen to bad podcasts that they hate for fun. Just people who like shitty things, and it makes them think that oh, everyone loves this shit.
Yeah.
Actually, we should make a highlight reel of every time an ICE agent has killed an unarmed person.
Yeah.
Actually, it's awesome. Let's make another video about how we're like the penguin that killed itself.
These penguins are all heading to the open water to the right. But one of them caught our eye, the one in the center. We saw him heading straight towards the mountains.
Yeah, that one, I had to have somebody explain that to me, and I was so shocked that it was just straightforwardly what it is, that it's so they found a story from a Werner Herzog movie about a suicidal penguin, and we're the penguin.
Yeah,
no,
why not just
straight up,
why not
we're
just,
the penguin.
Why not just get the actual audio from Timothy Treadwell's death and be like, this is what we're doing. But it is like the Warren campaign in its last days, after that like one Silicon Valley woman, like
when they did Blood and Soil.
Well, that was sort of an after. They were like the werewolf insurgents in occupied Germany in 1945, but after they got that one shot in the arm just to do a final act of sabotage against Bernie, when they were completely insane. Elizabeth Warren, when she had a policy that was so granular and low percentage and bullshit that even Kamala during the one debate she was in was like, huh? When it was her marquee policy, besides all the plans and big structural Bailey. No, it was, I'm going to ban Donald Trump from Twitter.
Right.
Well, everyone here committed to that because they had this blinkered vision where they thought everything that they saw, everyone they followed, that represented the entire country. Everyone had the same priorities.
Yeah.
But Elizabeth Warren did not even really sniff the nomination. This guy's the president, and they're acting the same way, but with their bullshit.
Yeah.
And they you can tell them, hey, your approval ratings are, they can go down to 20, and they'll be like, it's bullshit, uncut the polls. Look what Bill Mitchell said. Bill Mitchell went to a 7-Eleven, and he said everyone there like Trump. That's all I need to know.
Yeah, they've created a hermetically sealed echo chamber. Initially, they bought Twitter, and they're like, oh, we're going to make everybody right-wing.
Yeah.
But of course, just like you said, everybody left Twitter. So now, it's just a bunch of people trying to outdo one another with like more and more reactionary propaganda. And they have deluded themselves into thinking that this translates to like real popular shit.
Yes, they're behaving. I mean, they are podcasters. They're literally media, internet creatures that are. And I know that because I'm also online all the time.
Yeah.
I know exactly.
Well, that's why my favorite version of the person who like tried to break that membrane and do stuff in like the actual world, and then he's like, no, do not want. And he went back.
Dan Bongino, my favorite.
Exactly.
Dude, if I'm telling the story of this administration, if there's a movie, the main character is Dan Bongino.
100%. Because he's like, talk about
podcast.
Talk about dogs that catch the car. It's like this guy. He like just wants a podcast. He just wants a podcast about Epstein. He wants a podcast.
He wants a podcast and hopefully not get divorced.
And then all of a sudden, like his president calls him and is like, "Sir, will you serve in my FBI?" And Dan is like, "Well, guess I have to." And then it turns out it's like, no, like he's like.
Turns out all his conspiracies were real. It was just the pedophiles were his favorite guys.
Yeah.
And then
Can you imagine when him and Cash were reading it and they're like, it's not looking good. We have 20 pages left, and he still has time to reveal himself as a white hat, but he hasn't done it yet.
I'm flipping through the pages. It's all him doing pedophilia.
Yeah, they're like Berserk fans. They're like, maybe when the next one comes out.
Yeah.
As much as I want that to be the dynamic, I do often wonder to what extent Cash is like even conscious of like any of this going on. Because all of the news reporting suggests that the only two things he cares about are like how people, like what jacket people see him in.
Yeah.
And like, does he have a flight to see his Scottish girlfriend's Swedish?
Swiss country singer.
Swiss girlfriend's like next country music concert.
Yeah, not Scottish.
I would love to be like a FBI bureaucrat, like a holdover guy who served in multiple administrations. And the reason I got fired is I tried to buy theory clothes for cash because they stopped. Be like, well, you still wear a large.
Yeah, like Zoran gets like the custom Carhartt jacket, and then like Cash has like got like a Philip Plein FBI jacket.
Oh, that's so perfect. Actually, Philip Plein is the perfect brand for them.
No,
my God.
I would dress Cash like it's 2014 in like Minneapolis.
Okay, that's
like
how
I would give him.
That's how he dresses.
No. He needs the maroon denim, chambray shirt, and then like
big hat.
The big hat was more of like the girls were wearing, like the Django hat.
I was wearing a big hat. Dude, this is literally what we were just talking about with like Twitter. They're
over 5 million.
They are deluding themselves. They botted their own stream.
Yo, is the chat frozen? I don't get it. You guys.
Not wake up to all this
hello?
stuff I don't want to.
Hello?
And now they're like, oh, look at
also,
awesome
I'm kind of pissed that they didn't stream this on X because that would have been the most botted one of that.
Yeah.
And, that would have been really funny.
Remember
that they would have
70 million people watched Tucker?
Yeah. No, this would have gotten 1 billion views in like 20 minutes. Like more.
It would have been like like over the population of Earth.
9 billion views. People were just like watching it double time. What is this? This is the most hilarious shit. Goodbye, jet black hair. It was fun. Dude, what is... First of all...
Dude, when you go into NVIDIA control panel...
Bro, this is why they're not making GPUs anymore. Because
I was about to say, dude, like this photo, like a village, a village in Peru just disappeared from Google Maps to do this. Holy shit!
That's the botting of a human face. That is all we're doing anymore.
Oh god damn it! I opened Laura Loomer's feed without updating my drivers.
It crashed my phone.
It's just insane to do that. Like, come on, Laura.
God, people who are actually watching this Super
a good
Bowl
quote
must be
retweet of this is like, you know how like they'll post like an AI video and be like, this is why you can't purchase RAM anymore. It's just this photo.
Yeah, it's just like, come on, man. Look, everyone has deluded themselves. I had an infamous one when I was getting like really fat. My gut was coming in, but I thought like, oh, my V taper's coming back. It's my triangle dick muscle. It's just like my lower gut.
Just your lower gut.
Yeah.
I know.
That was a really sad day.
You know what's missing from like modern existence nowadays is like
plural marriage.
Well, yes, that. But just like having a shared cultural experience. Like back in the day, a movie would come out, everyone would go watch it, everyone would talk about it, there'd be discourse around it for like a week. Nowadays, we don't have that anymore. And at least the Super Bowl is supposed to be that, right? And even then, conservatives have their own universe.
Have you ever watched that old? People post this on Twitter sometimes. It's like an old news report from when, like, I think like Return of the Jedi came out, and I didn't like.
I think I know what you're.
Yeah, I'm not at all a Star Wars guy.
Oh, that video, the newscast.
Yeah, but it's like it's cool because it's people of like all different demographics and social stations and ages and everything, who are all just they speak extemporaneously 1,000 times better than like really any like public figure now.
Yeah.
And B, they all have this same consensus, anticipation, and excitement over this cultural product. And there were bad things about having like a singular consensus culture.
Yeah, like when they were selling the Iraq War.
Yeah, but it was also like it was absolutely better for just the average person, or really everyone, for just any two people to have a pretty good shot of having things that they can talk about, the things they had in common with them. And sports were like the last thing that were kind of like that for a lot of people. Not anymore.
But the whole point is that if we're all going to live on the internet, then anything resembling a shared identity actually is the shit we consume.
Yeah, and it's like a basis for conflict.
Yes, and so if everything is downstream of culture, if culture is just a 1,000 scraps of paper in a phone booth with a fan at the bottom, if you're trying to grab at shit and no one's grabbing the same stuff, it feels like it does feel like I miss when everybody knew who the Ninja Turtles were.
Yeah,
and that's actually a meaningful it's bad.
I mean,
it's real bad right now.
When there are no common frames of reference, just these little things that you never thought about. You never thought about as things that you could lose from your everyday experience. Like being able to like make jokes with a guy who's in line with you. Maybe you can. Maybe if you bring up a cultural thing or like some stuff.
No, that's what sports is, man. That's the last.
But even now, even if you bring up a sports thing,
people don't.
I don't watch goalie ball.
Yeah,
and you're like, what the.
I've been riding Amtrak a lot these last months, and the shit you see on people's screens.
Oh my god!
Like I feel like I occupy like a different reality.
Dude, yeah, no, it's like America B. Like that's a different. There's a different America. Like Jelly Roll is the most poppin'.
No, I did
America
see.
B.
Like I'm not knocking like when people have on like a Spotify playlist or whatever, but like seeing somebody on the Spotify artist page of Mumford and Sons, like did throw me.
No, not even that. It's like. One thing if people are into, because like these are popular bands, like someone is buying tickets to go see these acts, but
Koi ball.
Yeah.
So it was a reminder, Yarvin is Jewish.
And like a Zionist. Like, what are you talking about? But
by the way, everybody in that Star Wars newscast is more fluent at the English language than Curtis Yarvin.
Absolutely.
100 billion%. Yeah.
Yeah, like most people are.
I really think this halftime show, like I just judging by what I saw, I didn't even listen to it, is like a filter. Like, and I don't even know if these people actually hate it or if they feel like it's a performance. Like,
I think the Nick Fuentes thing is like he's like he's not always this way, but it's like he had the most like correct or like astute observation for somebody from his perspective. Yeah, that.
Yeah, Bad Bunny overall.
It's just like it's obvious. Like well, I don't understand like if he's referring to the TPUSA one or all the previous iterations of it.
You do have to factor something in.
What?
Nick Fuentes is Mexican. He is La Raza.
Yeah.
He might have liked it for that reason.
You can. My bad.
Candace Owens. I am sorry, but I hate both options. On the one hand, we have a halftime show presented without a word of English spoken. On the other, well, nor sung. On the other hand, we have an organization that scammed its views by paying platform advertisers, followed by influencers to pretend they broke records. The left versus right grift is actually boring now. What exactly are we doing here, America?
This is not gonna hit because you just have to cave. You have to say the Bad Bunny performance was better.
I know. Yeah. It's like you're almost there. You're so close. Yeah. Like you're willing to say, you're willing even to go further and say, yeah, they botted the views on the right.
Yeah.
And you just can't admit that Bad Bunny's pretty cool.
Like there's nothing you can do. I just like conservatives are never gonna be this cultural force. It's just not.
The Goyim Bull is about to start.
Oh no, this has got to be a meme, right? Like, there's no way this person is sincerely.
I mean, he has a blue check and one of those custom
and he's doing
things.
Crypto thing.
So, go order your favorite Goy slop and pay 15% plus on DoorDash, then finance it on Klarna so you have more Goy bucks to buy some Goy nip and smoke it in time to be judged by companies that paid $8 million a commercial to hypnotize you.
Okay, no, he is being sincere.
Generation. I mean,
all right, buddy.
They made it cringe. It was funny.
You want to get off the cross there?
Yeah,
pal?
like it peaked at Goy Block. It peaked at Goy Block.
Goy Block.
Goy Block is the funny.
Goy Block?
No.
So Goy Brick. It's Goy Brick.
Goy Brick.
So find the original chat.
It looks so
chat,
big.
please pull up the original.
Goy Brick.
That is. I talked about it yesterday, but the funniest thing about it is, like, because of the perspective, it looks like it's, like, 18 inches long. And just the idea of, like, a rabbi, like, throwing that at your head and being like, eat this, stupid.
Like, yeah. This is it.
Eat your Goy Block and shut the f*** up.
It's so big. Like, it looks so big.
It's such an amazing.
There's something so funny about, like, unwrapping that Delta cookie, which is delicious, by the way.
It's like a biscotti. It's a biscotti.
Michael Rappaport finally has one good take. I'd watch Bad Bunny on a loop for 3 weeks straight rather than ever watch Kid Rock.
Now woke is back.
Now
woke is back.
Hassan is right, and I've been saying it for a while. The energy on the Democratic Party, the energy is on the progressive side. So I am joined by some esteemed guests. I'm so happy to have Hassan Piker is here. He's a political commentator, a content creator who live streams daily on Twitch and on YouTube. And I am a huge fan, and I can only learn from his greatness here in the streaming world. Also joining us is Akilah Hughes. She's a writer, a comedian, and the host of the Rebel Spirit podcast. And then a little bit later on, Godfrey is going to join us, a comedian and actor, a dear friend of the Don Lemon Show. After that, Katie Fang is going to join us. She's an attorney, a legal analyst, and the host of the Katie Fang Show right here on YouTube. Charles Coleman is an MSNBC legal analyst, former prosecutor, and a civil rights attorney, will join us in a bit. Anna Navarro is a host of The View. She's going to be on. Sunny Hostin, a host of The View, will be on as well. So thank you for joining. You have been sitting patiently, Akilah. Hassan, you have been sitting here patiently.
I've had a lot of technical issues. Sorry.
That's okay. So, Akilah, there's no debating what this is.
Yeah, this is explicit racism. I don't think that it's even a new form of racism. It's actually kind of the oldest American racism, is comparing Black people to apes and monkeys. So I really appreciate you saying we're not going to split hairs on whether it's racist or not, because it's a waste of everyone's time. It's racist. Somebody said hello in the comments. Hi. But I think what really struck me was how lazy Caroline Leavitt's lie was today. Like saying it's a frame from The Lion King when The Lion King for a very long time, most of my life, was the highest grossing animated film. I don't know a single soul who hasn't seen it. We all know that there aren't gorillas in it, and there certainly aren't palm trees that look like that. It's just so stupid. And she, really boasts about being a young mother and being pregnant and having a kid on the way. And I'm like, well, do you watch the movies your kids are watching? Because this is the most popular animated film, before Frozen and I guess most recently Zootopia 2. So I think it's like actually damning to come up with a very lazy lie, which also, like, to your point, makes it easy for the president to undermine her and say, well, it's just another person who works here, without naming that person, without calling for them to be fired, without a real apology, just more of the same. And so I think, especially in Black History Month, it's like a real slap in the face to Black people in this country. But, it's just more of the same from this racist administration.
Hassan, what do you say?
I mean, I think as the white guy on the panel, it's probably not my place to say this, but I have this theory of permissible racism that the broad majorities of white people who might share racialized animus might consider to be like somewhat permissible, because anti-blackness is baked into every orifice of American society, and there are a couple things that you can't touch, right? There's a couple of things that when you do it, even other racist white people will go, ooh, that's a little bit too much for me. And I feel like obviously the most, the classic example of this is perhaps best demonstrated by Lee Atwater, famous Republican strategist Lee Atwater, that said you can't say the N-word anymore after the civil rights movement. So you like find different ways of analogizing the N-word by attacking Black people from the point of welfare, claiming that Black people are welfare queens, things like that Ronald Reagan did. This is like, we all know that Donald Trump is racist. We all know that he is deeply invested in anti-blackness as a primary part of his politics. I mean, this is the same person that took out a full-page ad in the New York Times to demand the execution of the Central Park Five. This is a person whose family was prosecuted by the federal government for refusing to rent out their properties to Black people. So we already knew this, and yet the Republicans are acting as though they're shocked now because he has finally touched on this like untouchable position where he is depicting Barack and Michelle Obama as apes. Is completely unacceptable. But I think it should maybe hopefully serve as a wake-up call for a lot of Americans who are still questioning whether or not he's racist. But I think at this point we all know, like, I mean, he is. I mean, he's been calling, he ran and campaigned on saying that Haitians were eating cats and dogs, which I thought would have been a turning point or a wake-up call for many Americans to go, wait a minute, you're talking about a bunch of Black immigrants that have temporary protected status that you gave them, actually, living in Springfield, Ohio, boosting the economy of Springfield, Ohio, and you're just saying that they're eating, you're using incredibly racialized narratives about Black people in that regard. You've said Somalis are a parasitic force that must be forcibly excised from the country, even though 95% of Somalis are American citizens. So there is no anti-immigrant advocacy there. There is no ICE action that is justified at all in that circumstance. These are all very clear demonstrations of anti-Blackness that is, I think, foundational to the Republican Party's politics. And this is completely indefensible even by other racists.
Well, Hassan, this is also the party of even Black people and brown people who say that, there is no racism or systemic racism in America.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's just this is a big part of the Republican strategy is to deny the very real racial wrongs that have been committed in this country on the basis of Blackness. Like directly on the basis of Blackness. And the solution, of course, is also going to be on the basis of Blackness as well. And yet any kind of recognition of this historic wrong is considered to be the real racism, or what they love to say is reverse racism.
Right.
Yeah. I want to bring in now Katie Fang. Katie Fang is an attorney, a legal analyst, and the host of the Katie Fang Show right here on YouTube. Katie, thank you very much for joining us. When you saw this, I mean, we've got three folks. I know Hassan said he's the white guy, but Hassan is he's not the white guy. If you guys know what that
He's
means.
not exactly Harry, but
He's not. Yeah.
he's not Henry, but it's all right.
And this is a diverse panel of people who come from backgrounds that are not part of the larger culture. So what say you, when you saw this? I wasn't shocked. I was a bit surprised that he did it, but not shocked.
But that's the problem, isn't it? The fact that not us, right? Because we give a shit and we still care. But a lot of people shrug their shoulders these days. They're like, oh, it's Donald Trump. He's just doing it. That type of numbness, that kind of permissive, oh, he gets the pass because we all know he's a racist, let's move on with our day. That's what's wrong right now. That kind of window of what they call it, the Overton window. I think that's the phrase, right? This idea of normalcy has now been shifted so far away from what is decent that there are several of us I was getting shit today because people are like, well, there's other stuff going on. I'm like, no. This frames the way that everything is rolling out in this country these days. I had an amazing conversation with our good friend Danielle Moody today, and she calls it the economy of racism. And she's right? Mm-hmm. Because if you look at it, racism is a part of everything. That's what Hassan said, right? It is so imbued in the DNA of what is happening in this country right now that we look at this and it's horrific. And, Caroline Levitt can give this half-assed explanation in defense of it. And then are we just supposed to move on in the news cycle when they blame some unidentified staffer who, by the way, they didn't say was fired. They didn't say that they were sorry that this person hijacked a Truth Social account, which Trump himself says that only him and Dan Scavino have access to, right? Come on, we're not idiots. But when you do this, and you just allow it to move on in the news cycle, I'm grateful that we're continuing to talk about it today and on your show, Don, because I do feel like it has become so ingrained in what we anticipate and expect that I think people are now just kind of letting it go, and we should never let it go.
So, look, you mentioned Donald Trump saying that only he and Dan Scavino have access to the account. This is him saying it, and then I want the rest of the folks to weigh in because there's a timeline here, and I don't think it would be that hard to figure out who it is, considering Donald Trump said this. Here it is.
It started off with Dan Scavino. I said, Dan, how do you work this thing? And I started dictating. I began by dictating to Dan and a couple of other people that we had, but they weren't Dan. And I'd dictate something, and all of a sudden people started following. And then on occasion, about once every 3 years, Dan wouldn't be around because he was Ozer. I couldn't get rid of this guy. I call him the most powerful man in politics because he's the only one that has my number. He could say, I don't like you, voters. I don't like you at all. I'm fed up with you. I can't stand you. And that's the end of my political career. Dan's the only one that can do that. Where are you, Dan? Most powerful man in politics, I say. The most powerful.
Why is some low levels?
He can press it. Linda, he's got the number. Even Linda doesn't have it, although I give it to you. I trust you implicitly. I'd give it to you. But Dan could say something horrible. He could say something very sexually oriented. And that would end it, okay? That would end it. But he hasn't done that, and he won't do it.
I saw your face, Akilah. The thing is that he's telling them stuff. There's always a video with these folks, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it started in the very beginning with the grabbing by the pussy video, and that was locker room talk. But every time they say something, every accusation is a confession. Finally, what he said did happen. It wasn't sexual. It just turns out to be racist, or at least a little bit more racist than the stuff that he posts on a daily basis. But I don't know. Is this even the most racist thing that he's posted? Akilah, I saw your face as he was talking there.
I mean, that's the thing. The fact that we could have a list of most racist things said by a president is ridiculous. I don't know another president that I could do that for and be confident that I have 10, maybe Ronald Reagan, but at least he was smart enough to code it. This is just blatant racism. I think what shocks me about this entire situation is just how they're really relying on the idea that people are so horrible these days, that they would allow this to go unchecked, that people will just continue on. I mean, love the Olympics. The opening ceremony for the Winter Olympics just happened. And I was like, wow, what a celebration of humanity across the globe. And this for the first time, I think, in my life, watching Team USA come out, who I am rooting for, I was just like, I feel bad for them. Like, it sucks that this is what they have to represent. And I wish that Dan Scavino would just end Donald Trump's career already. If he has that power, use the power, Dan.
I don't know if this ends his career, because I think that even though the Republicans, and we'll play some of it or show some of it, there are more than normal. They're denouncing it, but I don't know if the MAGA base even really cares about this, because, I don't think if he even, I said, I told my team, what's next? The N-word, and would they even care about the N-word?
No, they would not care.
No, I don't think they would. Let's be real. I think in the absence of any sort of real material change that Donald Trump said he was going to bring, right? Because he ran on and won on a historic unpopularity around the economy, right? There were a lot of people who were frustrated with the way things were going. They experienced a year and a half of negative real wage growth under Joe Biden, and they never forgot about that. And they wanted to, I guess, that paired up with the racialized animus, wanted to vote for Donald Trump once again. And now that he's not delivering on that agenda, the only thing he can do is weaponize ICE as a Gestapo force on blue cities, punish Democratic leadership all around the country in any way, shape, or form he can, and really beef up the white nativist anti-migrant strategy, and also engage in unvarnished, vulgar white supremacist sentiment like this. So there is an expectation from the base that he does this, but it's I guess the advantage here, or the silver lining here, if you can even find one, is that that base of support is diminishing. It's like around 20%, I would say, of the diehard ultra MAGA loyalists that want this, I like to call it vice signaling from the president, because they have nothing else to look forward to. So they want groups of people to look down upon. That famous LBJ quote comes to mind, right? And that's precisely the only thing that these people are clinging on to. So I say, let go of that 20% base that is purely reactionary, and try to focus on organizing around the rest of the country with the 80%, specifically around issues that pertain to their material realities, and hopefully launch a stronger opposition against Donald Trump to the best of our ability, and continue engaging in community defense.
To that point about his supporters, Hassan, often, you're a better man than I, because I often see you on these panels fighting with these people, and I can't do it. But you're connected to the folks in the manosphere, and you have people like Andrew Schultz, who are now saying, this is awful, and he's trampling on the Constitution, or shitting on it, or whatever, or wiping his, I'm paraphrasing here, but it's a quote kind of like that. Didn't they know? And how is this playing in the manosphere today? Because I haven't had a chance to check it out.
I think there's two different angles on the manosphere side. Obviously, the expected result of Donald Trump's popularity waning has caused a lot of people who weren't super diehard invested in the ideological movement that he represents to pull out, because for some of them it's just clout, right? They were like, oh, Donald Trump represents clout. I get clicks. I get a lot of eyeballs. I get a lot of attention. That's good. I'm also privileged enough not to care if he wins, right? And they're reconsidering that calculation now that he's unpopular. There are also some who were, I guess, somewhat apolitical, or present themselves as apolitical, even though they're clearly not. And one of the things that I've seen, at least in the manosphere side of things, has been Donald Trump's dealings with Israel in particular. That has actually caused a big fissure. For some, it has actually led to a momentum behind anti-Semitism and anti-Semitic tendencies as well. But for many others, there were people who falsely believed in his anti-war narratives, that they thought that there were people, at least among the podcaster base, that he would represent a change of attitude from the previous administrations and actually move in the anti-war direction. Now, I personally thought that was silly from the beginning, because I was there when Donald Trump was president for the first 4 years of his presidency, when he very clearly wasn't the anti-war president at all. And as a matter of fact, I think Joe Biden actually presented, before October 7, a truer path towards being the anti-war candidate when he pulled out of Afghanistan, which was objectively a courageous thing to do. even though he was endlessly bullied for that perspective that he maintained. So do I think that this actually is, do I think that this is actually like a real change in attitude? No, I think it's more reflective of the base actually moving away, the independents moving away, the people that took a shot in the dark at Donald Trump, who were privileged enough to believe that Donald Trump could represent this seismic shift in establishment politics, who very quickly recognized that he is not representing this change at all. People who thought maybe if he deports enough undocumented migrants, the criminal undocumented migrants as Donald Trump presented it, which was built around a lie to begin with, but that's a whole different story, that the economy would improve. Now that the economy is not improving, they're realizing, okay, well, this is same old business as usual politics, and also more chaotic than and at least the stability to a certain degree that the Democrats offered. So they're recalculating, and I think the podcasters are responding to that change in attitude from the base of support.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, have we heard anything from the Obamas? I don't think the Obamas have responded to this, and I don't think the Clintons or anybody else has responded to this, but Democratic leadership now, they're responding. Now, I want to play this. Let me just play it, and then we'll see. This is the minority leader, Hakeem Jeffries.
This disgusting video posted by the so-called president was done intentionally. Donald Trump and his vile, racist, and malignant behavior. This guy is an unhinged bottom feeder. President Obama and Michelle Obama are brilliant, caring, and patriotic Americans. They represent the best of this country. It's time for John Thune, Mike Johnson, and Republicans to denounce this serial fraudster who's sitting at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue pretending to be the President of the United States.
All right, there you go. I know you guys want to weigh in. I know you want to weigh in, but first we're going to get a word from our sponsors. And first up, everybody's going to get in, but Hassan really had a reaction there, so stand by. Let me say something very plainly to everybody here today. There's a lot, that we discuss, okay? A lot that we discuss on this show. And we talk about all of the bad things that happen, and stand by here. We talk about all of the bad things that happen and all of the things that we that we discuss. Sometimes it ticks people off, sometimes it doesn't. But this is something that I think we all are going to need some help with, and many Americans are needing help with right now. So let me just say this, because February can be a lot for a lot of people. A lot of people are dealing with issues, especially now with this administration. Everywhere you look, like this month, they're going to be flowers, candies, couples, and this feeling that everyone else has their life perfectly figured out, the perfect relationship, the perfect timeline, the perfect story. But here is the truth. Most of us are still figuring it out. When I first started the Don Lemon Show, I thought I had it all figured out. And, everything was just, going to come. I didn't think it was going to be easy, but that was harder than I thought. Scripts, cameras, branding, merch, 1,000 decisions every single day. And when you're building something from scratch, your to-do list can start to run your life. So what changed everything for us was finding the right tool for millions of businesses. That tool is Shopify. Shopify powers millions of brands around the world. And yes, we use Shopify here to bring you the merch that you love. And it helps you build a beautiful online store, manage inventory, connect with customers, and even use AI to write product descriptions and sharpen your visuals. And if you are worried people won't find your brand, Shopify helps you to reach them with email and social tools built right in. So if you're ready to sell, you're ready for Shopify. So start your $1 per month trial at shopify.com/lemon. That's shopify.com/lemon. Thank you so much to our sponsors. Back now to the panel. Hakeem Jeffries out here dropping F-bombs. The biggest reaction from that was Hassan Piker. Hassan, you first, and then the rest of the group.
I've been yapping too much. I think the lemon heads have heard too much from me. But I'll just say, look, I want Hakeem Jeffries to fight back against Donald Trump. Hopefully, this will be a pivotal point in what I would rank as somewhat weaker leadership role that Hakeem Jeffries has taken on in the oppositional framework that he's supposed to be advancing. So hopefully this lights a little bit more fire under him. And he leans into the momentum that's coming from the base of the Democratic Party, where a lot of Democratic Party voters want Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer to fight back in more aggressive ways.
Anna Navarro is here. Anna Navarro is a host of The View and a co-host of The View and one of my dearest friends in the whole world. Anna, thank you so much for joining us. Give 2 seconds. I just want Katie to weigh in on the F-bomb, and then we're going to get Anna in.
So I'm grateful for the passion. It seemed a little bit forced, to Akila's point. What I would have loved to have heard, though, was a little bit less outrage about the racism and a little bit matching outrage about the lies that were a part of the bigger post. I mean, you know, coming on the heels of them raiding Fulton County last week, coming on the heels of Steve Bannon and Caroline Leavitt saying, expect ICE at the polls in November. The fact that the video was being used to let people think that 2020 was a stolen election and that there's something defective about our voting machines is a real problem. And so in some ways, it was a pretty smart delivery vehicle for Donald Trump. It forces, a lot of people will go and watch that video. They'll see the bullshit and lies and the conspiracy about a stolen election and about machines that have been hijacked to give the election to Joe Biden in 2020. And then they'll also get their rocks off by watching a racist clip. So in some way, maybe this was a part of a bigger scheme and a plan to be able to satisfy and throw red meat to this base. But Don, you know, they probably should kind of walk and chew gum at the same time, deal with the racism, which we all expect from Donald Trump, but also say, don't believe the lies that are coming about the stolen election.
Yeah. Charles, I'm just told by my team that you've been in the back in the green room for about 10 minutes. I'm so sorry. I didn't know you were in the green room. Charles Coleman is joining us as MSNBC legal analyst and the former prosecutor and the civil rights attorney. Charles, you have been listening to this, and I don't know if you saw Hakeem Jeffries, but overall, you can talk about that or what you thought when you saw this horrific meme come out and their excuses about it, which make no sense.
I thank you for bringing me in, Don. I have watched everybody cook, and so I'm about to get on the stove real quick. First things first. I think everyone can agree that it literally does not matter that this was deleted, and so if anyone is combated with that, like, oh well, he deleted it, it does not matter, because the one thing, despite Caroline Leavitt's attempt to first blame another staffer and then to first sort of downplay the notion of it and saying that he's king of the jungle, and then second, to blame a staffer. Even with the deletion, there's one thing that did not occur from this administration that should not be surprising. There was never an apology, and there was never an acknowledgement of how offensive this actually was and how inappropriate it was. And so if there's any expectation that there was going to be a mea culpa around this, you should understand that this is an administration, and particularly a president, who thrives on the notion of being defiant and what we in our community say, loud and wrong. Like and so we have not seen an apology, and keep that in mind. So the fact that it was deleted means absolutely nothing, because it should have been there in the first place. The second thing that I want to say is we have to, at this point, if we haven't already, understand that for those people who continue to say, this is not America, this is not America, this is so un-American, this is yet another example that reflects that Donald Trump has taken a sledgehammer to the American veneer, the veneer that has allowed so many people to turn a blind eye and maintain the lie or the notion that this is not America. This is exactly the America that we have been telling people exists and has existed since 1776. So as we're in our 250th year, having a great time in Magaland, understand that this is very much so part and parcel of America, and that this is not America because Donald Trump is the president. Donald Trump is the president because this is America. Mm-hmm. And I think people need to understand the correlation to that as we continue to unravel this. And as far as what Donald Trump did, obviously it's abhorrent. Obviously it's an aberration. Obviously it's offensive. But the key is our reaction. Hakeem Jeffries, I heard you. He's literally my congressman. What I want to know is, will there be a demand at a minimum for a formal apology? Where your F Donald Trump energy, where is it going? Because I appreciate the fact that this seems to have lit a fire under your ass. I don't know where that fire has been, but ultimately, if I'm going to see you and Democrats and Chuck Schumer and Senate Democrats as anything other than unserious in this moment, I want to know what you're going to do. What are your demands in terms of pushing back on the president? Because, Don, the most important thing in this moment that I submit is not what the president did, nor how the White House responded, because the White House's response was a function of what they saw from the public. When Tim Scott comes out and says that this is something that is the most racist thing that he's seen from this administration, then that says everything you need to know about the fact that this administration understood I really missed the mark on this in terms of my supporters backing me up. And so the deletion has nothing to do here in terms of the level of importance. It is truly the unrelenting response that must come from the public, because anything less normalizes this in a way that gives license not to Donald Trump, but to all of his acolytes and sycophants out there who would otherwise seek permission to further denigrate Black people and people in America who are not like them. And that's why response in this moment is of paramount importance, and it must be unrelenting.
Tim Scott put out this tweet that we'll put back up. Tim Scott saying, praying it was fake because it's the most racist thing that I've seen out of the White House. The president should remove it. That was earlier. Susan Collins responded to him by saying, Tim is right. That was appalling. Okay, that was very strong, Susan Collins, whatever, a strongly worded note.
They're cucks. They're all cucks, especially Tim Scott, too. Like, when he says this is the most racist thing he's seen out of this White House, like, yes, there's truth to this because it's like, it leaves no room for doubt what he is doing. But like I repeatedly said, I mean, he campaigned on saying Haitians were eating cats and dogs. J.D. Vance went on national television and said, sometimes you have to lie about things to get people to pay attention. Like, I think right now is an opportunity to organize, to utilize the anger and the resentment that a lot of people feel on the ground. And realize that if nobody else has us, we have one another's backs. And Don, you were on the ground in Minneapolis. I'm sure you saw that momentum. This is not just a base of support amongst the activists of the Democratic Party. That's one of the things that I have seen, at least in all of my protest coverage, that there is a unified front that is building right now that is even expressing their discontent with the Democrats that will not do the right thing and actually hold Trump to account and gum up the works of his fascist tyranny to the best of their ability. So I think outside of the Susan Collins and the Tim Scotts expressing their discontent with Donald Trump on this moment and then going back to voting for his agenda every step of the way, I think that this is a real opportunity for, once again, to push back against this administration with our communities and organize at the basis of the community to make sure that we are still continuing to protect our neighbors if the administration tries to come back and do the same thing that they're continuing to do in Minneapolis right now.
I also want to stress.
Hang on one second. I want to ask you, do we have the thing that I asked Andy? Yes, we got it. So Hassan, I want to ask you something. I want to play this and then ask you about something that you just said. This is the call that Anna mentioned just moments ago.
I am a registered Republican. My dad was the president of American Pipeliners Association, so I came by it rather naturally. Voted for the president, supported him, but I really want to apologize. I mean, I'm looking at this awful picture of the Obamas. What an embarrassment to our country. All this man does is tell lies. He is not worthy of the presidency. He takes bribes blatantly, and now he's being a racist. Blatantly. They were supposed to deport the dangerous criminals. They were not supposed to go after small children, storm schools, bring terror upon, the little kids and the women and children, not just the immigrants in the school. All the children are scared. This is not a decent man. This is not an honest man. He openly takes bribes. He's pathetic as a president, and I just want to apologize to everybody in the country for supporting this rotten man.
John, did you vote for him in all three elections?
I did. I was sucked into the stupidity of creating jobs, and there are no more jobs in New Mexico. Things are worse than they were before. You cannot find a primary care physician. Our governor just passed some laws to try to help. If you are a young physician, we want you in New Mexico. Come here. There's a great need for you.
All right.
Okay, so you said it's going to take a coalition, right, on the left and progressive, but what about? Is there enough of that to help change the outcome in 2026 and 2028? Being there on the ground.
Look, all I'm going to say is this, okay? A lot of blue ticket, straight ticket Democrat voters have, in my opinion, radicalized in these last couple of months, which is a good thing overall, because they are demanding more from their representatives on the Democratic Party front. I apologize if you guys are hearing my phone ringing in the hotel room that I'm in currently. I believe I have a guest that was supposed to be coming right now. But the other point that I was going to make is like that guy's apology is great. It makes us feel like we had the right mindset all along, right? But in my opinion, those apologies are hollow if he's not actually standing out on the streets alongside the rest of his community. Okay, I'm not going to sit here and be like, well, how could you have done this? You voted for him 3 times. It's not like he was any different the first time around, and he certainly wasn't different the second time around, and the third time around, it was all the same. Having said that, if this is his turning point, if this is his wake-up call, and he takes this energy from apologies to action, then that's great. I'm not going to cast aside allies in this fight. Anyone and everyone that will oppose the fascism coming from this administration is good by me, you know, but once again, he has to turn this momentum into action, in my opinion. If there are Trump supporters who are watching the show, I doubt it, but you know, they should also take heed of what I'm saying here and turn this apology into action.
Mm-hmm.
Don,
quickly, because I need to run to some. I have my legends who are on, my members who are coming up, but I love hearing from you guys. So if you guys have final words, last parting words for us, please.
Yeah, respectfully, and I usually don't do this on this platform, Don, but fuck that apology. And the reason I say that is because we told folks as much as we could about what was in this moment and what was coming. And so I don't need you to call anywhere and say how you feel. If anything, your apology is your activism, is your organizing. And that leads me to my second and last point, which is in this moment about organizing. The one message that I would like to send out around coalition building is stop waiting for other people, because if at this point they have not come and they have not shown up, they're not coming. And anyone who needs to see something more is not someone who you need to be worried about being in coalition with, because there's already been a very wide body of evidence showing you everything that you should need to be on the right side of right in this moment.
Yeah. Well, in this moment, I think a lot of people need to realize, especially those of us who came from cable news, people aren't looking for both sides, because they know that there's one side is objectively awful.
Yeah.
And I think they're sick of people saying, well, you know, this, and you got to listen to this, and doing panels on, you know, MAGA voters and all that. I just think that people, Hassan is right. And I've been saying it for a while. The energy on the Democratic Party, the energy is on the progressive side. People want younger, fresher voices. There is nothing wrong with to say that, you know, because you want universal health care, that's not a left thing. That's a human thing. To say that you want a living wage for people, they should have a decent minimum wage, a decent salary. That's not being a lefty. That's being a decent human being. It should be being a patriot to do all those things. So the people who have been promoting that the longest have been, whether you like it or not, Bernie Sanders. And from Bernie Sanders came AOC. And from AOC and others came Mamdani. And look at the people who have the most influence in media. If you ask anybody, who would you like to get on? AOC? Who do you want on your program? Bernie? Who do you want to hear from? Mamdani? Because that's what the people want. And Donald Trump in 2024 did, sadly, what the left did not do. He went where the momentum and where people were animated and energized and excited. And he electrified a new demographic that is now turning against him, because now they realize that they were hoodwinked.
Yeah,
that's how I feel.
Don, 2 really quick things, because I know we got to go. One, if that guy sounds like he needs Affordable Care Act really badly. No shit, right? So he's probably feeling that. That's why he talked about the physicians in New Mexico. And two, if the economy was better, Triple Trump guy would not be calling into C-SPAN. End of story.
Yeah.
If the economy was
Anna?
better, you wouldn't be seeing the response you're seeing across the country with a 36% approval rating for Donald Trump, which is the lowest in 2 terms. Sorry.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to burst people's joy bubbles here, but.
Well, you are. So let me inflate it a little more. Let me try to put some air into that joy bubble. Look, I'm probably the only person on this panel, I suspect, who voted Republican all my life until 2016. It is very hard to change from your traditions and your habit. And I will tell you this, you want that guy to go out there and organize. That guy took the proactive step of picking up a phone and calling into a C-SPAN show, and has now given a testimony that has been amplified a lot on social media, on cable channels, on this show, and on many other platforms. And so I think we need to invite people. We need these people to vote with us this November. So instead of telling them all, fuck you all, you voted for him 3 times, it's nothing you can do and say now is good enough. I think we need to say, come back, come in. The water is warm, and let's be allies until at least until November 8th. But also, listen, I think it's really important that everybody understand that everybody has a platform, and there's many ways to protest and to take action. It doesn't necessarily mean being on the streets of Minneapolis, even though I respect those people enormously. I don't know if my Nicaraguan ass could be out there in negative degree weather.
It's cold in Minneapolis. Ask Hassan.
Cold in Miami.
Oh, yeah.
It is cold.
It's cold in Miami. I haven't left my house all day. So I do think, I know I sound like a little bit of a kumbaya, and that's not my nature. But we need these people, and we need to embrace them and amplify these people who are having second thoughts and who are regretting their vote. There's a lot here where I live. There's a Cuban guy here who's like a podcaster. He has got an image of Donald Trump tattooed on his body, and he's about to get his ass deported.
He's deported. I saw that guy. I saw that guy this morning.
Deported him yet. I found out.
Yeah,
They haven't deported
he's one of those. I will vote for Donald Trump. That guy, and then it's crying. So go ahead, Akila. Look, you can say what you want, but I'm asking you guys this: is this going to change anything? Do you think this has changed anything with MAGA?
Listen, things are getting worse, so how will we know? Right? I think that the trajectory is downward. Like, the stock market's in the shitter. People, rich people, poor people, everybody's feeling the lack of opportunity. It feels like, recession o'clock. So I think that, will we be able to pinpoint it to the moment where Donald Trump was racist? I mean, it could have started a few months ago if that's the case. We don't know for sure. I am really happy that there are people who are willing to invite these people in. I expect that guy to vote for Donald Trump in 2028. But I do think we need people like Anna who will welcome them in, because I can't do it. I'm very tired and I don't want to talk to them. But I'm glad that he picked up the phone, because I think, C-SPAN doesn't really get huge hits often, but they do stick like grits when it's an older person who's a little bit seasoned, who clearly has, reluctantly made this phone call to be all right, finally, I can say it. I was wrong. I'm sure tomorrow he'll feel differently, but it felt good today to have that guy say monkeys is a step too far.
Don, you gotta give the discount code for that thing to match you with a therapist.
Can I say something? I know I've said a lot, and I'm sure people are tired of hearing from me, but
no, we're not tired. I've been trying to get you on forever, and Jen Welch told me to give you shit about not coming on. Not having
I know. I'm sorry.
She told you right. That's right. Go on.
But the thing I was going to say is this. There's this calculation that takes place every election cycle in the midterms, only in the Democratic Party, by the way. This never happens in the Republicans, what I'm about to say, which is, how do we get these racists on board? Oh, we have to become a little bit more racist. Oh, we have to become transphobic. Oh, we have to do this. We have to do that. No, we want those voters to come and vote for the Democratic Party, or to vote for the most progressive politician that's available. We want them to do that. But we don't want him to do that by conceding on these ridiculous lines. We want him to do that because we're offering something to every American unconditionally. Medicare for all is obviously a great example of this, because at the end of the day, racists need health care too. Racists need a roof over their heads too. And if they have that roof over their heads, and if they have that health care, maybe it's going to be a little bit more difficult for them to act out on their racist desires. Or even if they don't, it doesn't matter because they voted for the non-racist option or the less racist option in that election. So my argument always is, instead of trying to bargain with them and instead of trying to concede on these, culture war narratives, offer them something to vote for the first time ever, instead of taking a defensive position and allowing the Republicans to dominate the conversation. This was a major issue in the last election cycle as well, and I really hope that this is a opportunity for restitution from the Democrats. I'm specifically talking about the Democrats and what they could do in the upcoming election, in the midterm election, and what they should be doing already, because there is a reason for why the Democratic Party's disapproval rating is also incredibly high right now. There's a tremendous amount of discontent towards the Democrats as well, and one must ask the question why. And I think that's because people are frustrated with their inability to address the things that Donald Trump is saying and doing, and mount a serious defense against everything that Trump is doing, which sometimes means playing hardball, which sometimes means continuing with the government shutdown, for example, when the momentum is in your way, when the momentum is on your side. It sometimes means playing hardball and not conceding to some of the demands that the Trump administration will say yes to, like with respect to ICE, instead of immediately launching an opposition towards the base of support that's saying abolish ICE, instead of turning around and saying, no, we're not going to do that. The moderate position here is to reform ICE, to say, you know what, we should abolish ICE. That we should go back to the previous standard that we had when the Department of Homeland Security did not exist. It's a 23-year-old institution in this country. We act as though it was around since the beginning of time, but immigration at the end of the day is simply a paperwork violation, and it should not have this incredibly militant response. That you can go back to the INS and Border Patrol and Customs being three separate agencies, rather than under this mass state surveillance apparatus that is very clearly being used to not only dominate our migrant neighbors, but also American citizens as well. And then potentially in the upcoming midterms will be utilized against American voters as well. This is a real fear that I have, and I hope that the Democrats will address this before it gets to the point, and they don't launch an opposition that is a day late and a dollar short.
Thank you all. Thank you, Hassan. I appreciate it. Thank you all. And look, these are the guys. I just want to introduce you to guys. These are my legends. This is when you get to the highest tier of the membership. You get to be on. And so legends say hello to the guests. They're excited about all of you coming on today. And so it is their show after this. So thank you all. I appreciate it. Hassan, Katie, Akila, Anna, and Charles. Appreciate y'all so much, okay? I'll see you soon.
And you all better go watch Bad Bunny on Sunday.
Oh, I was just going to say Bad Bunny. Bad Bunny.
Bad Bunny.
Bye.
Bad
Bye,
Bunny.
guys.
Bye, guys. See
Ciao.
you. Thank you so much.
Okay. That was an interesting experience. I hope I was able to soft pedal my more radical perspective here. This is the guy that got deported. Yeah, the yo voy a votar por Donald Trump guy, right?
Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump. The people go out to vote, no fear, no more. Vote for Trump.
Yeah, me. I'm the guy who got deported. I like that the entire video is about connections to KGB, and then there's like a brief moment where they revealed a Mossad angle. Nice. We got Epstein files to discuss.
Millions of pages of evidence from the Jeffrey Epstein investigation is drawing attention all over the world. This goes beyond new evidence of the sex abuser's friendship with King Charles's brother, Andrew.
British authorities are also investigating this former UK lawmaker, Lord Peter Mandelson, for alleged abuse of public office. after the latest release posted photos of him and emails he sent to Epstein sharing confidential, market-sensitive information while in a government position.
Accountability is what's being demanded here in Westminster and beyond, as Epstein's connections all over the world have been revealed. In fact, Poland is investigating possible links between Epstein and Russian authorities to determine whether he could have been working as a spy. Adriana?
Yeah.
When millions...
I love that the meta is to just be like, no, Epstein actually for sure wasn't an Israeli agent, in spite of the numerous connections to Israel, in spite of all of his advocacy for Israel, in spite of all the work that he did for the Israeli government alongside Ehud Barak. It's actually, he's a Russian. He's a Russian agent. He's KGB. He's FSB. And awesome. I love that. I love that the media is doing that instead. He probably was working with Russia. He was working with Israel and USA too. He probably worked with any intelligence agency that would have him. Yeah, no, I know. But it's kind of odd, don't you think? That there's only one country that they're farming here. He literally said this to Ehud. I didn't think about it until I saw this Channel 14 post, but what Ehud Barak told Epstein in the recently revealed file actually aligns perfectly with the Israeli right-wing's favorite conspiracy theory about a so-called leftist elite trying to destroy Israel's Jewish character. The point is Israel's central to Epstein's operation, chatter, not Russia. Exactly. His initial connection to Russia was on Israel's behalf, so skipping to Russia is putting the cart before the horse. Yeah. The amount of connections he has to, first of all, the amount of connections that Russian oligarchs have specifically to the state of Israel is already plentiful, right? But outside of that, there is an abundance of conversations that we now have access to where Jeffrey Epstein is having long back and forths with Ehud Barak, former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak, and I think he was a defense minister at the time when those conversations were taking place, of the Israeli state. There is no such Russian equivalence. So to hyper-focus on the Russian element here is utterly ridiculous. Yes, I saw the Channel 14 clip. I covered it as well. Like the hostages, the issue of Epstein's connections to Ehud Barak play out completely different in American and Israeli politics. Where Benjamin Netanyahu posted this clip from Channel 14 where they're talking about Jeffrey Epstein's connection to Ehud Barak. For those of you who don't know, Ehud Barak is supposed to be a part of the opposition, or was the opposition to Benjamin Netanyahu. Benjamin Netanyahu's Likud. Ehud Barak is supposed to be the liberal, the more tolerable liberal Zionist opposition, even though they completely align on the issue of Jewish supremacy and ethnic cleansing of Palestinians, right? Very, very little daylight between the two. So this conversation takes place between Ehud Barak and Jeffrey Epstein, where they're discussing the issue with the population growth of Arabs in Israel. Okay, that's the real point of contention that they're trying to address. I want to start there, though, because the way that these guys actually take this conversation is very different. I said it's funny that this was his takeaway, Benjamin Netanyahu's takeaway from the conversation Ehud Barak and Epstein were having about Israel's demographic concerns around the Arab population's growth. Jeffrey Epstein's suggestion to the Arab population's growth is to basically bring in people who are not like originally Jewish, but like white people, and then loosen up the restrictions around conversion. Because from what I understand, as it stands, you have to be an Orthodox Jew if you're converting. Jeffrey Epstein's suggestion is you shouldn't be Orthodox. You shouldn't have to be Orthodox. You just like claim being Jewish as a white guy, and then this will make up for the demographic problems, the demographic concerns that Israel has because it wants to maintain a Jewish ethnic majority, a Jewish ethno-religious majority. So Benjamin Netanyahu, on the other hand, has a very different approach to this. He says, an amazing revelation about Ehud Barak that was exposed in recordings of his pedophile friend Jeffrey Epstein. Ehud Barak suggests carrying out selection among Jews and importing to Israel the right kind of Jews, those who are neither Mizrahi nor right-wing. When the left and its messiah, Ehud Barak, fail to win at the ballot box, they try to replace the people. And if that's not enough, they can always rely on Bennett and Lapid's Brotherhood of Brothers to team up again with the Muslim Brotherhood. While Ehud Barak and Benjamin Netanyahu and Jeffrey Epstein are completely aligned on the demographic concerns that Israel has, they might differ in their solutions, even though the original solution to the demographic concerns was to literally do this with Russian migration. Famously, because like there are a lot of Russians in Israel that have no traceable, especially matrilineal Jewish ancestry, right? So they already had done this before to make Israel more white, not just to make Israel more Jewish, but to make Israel more white. They just basically took in a lot of people from the USSR at the time who aren't Jewish. And then they were just like, yeah, these people are Jewish as well. So that's literally all Jeffrey Epstein is suggesting in this instance, a different version of that, right? It's just ironic that Benjamin Netanyahu took that and turned it into something that was beneficial for his, or took that as a threat against his political project instead. Epstein helped Ehud address this demographic concern via Thiel. Of course, in the years that followed, Thiel's company became heavily involved in Israel and its military, supplying the error-prone AI tools it used to indiscriminately slaughter civilians in Gaza and signing a strategic partnership with his MOD. I mean, I don't know if that had anything to do with the demographic concerns at all. But yeah, he did get Ehud Barak to bring Palantir technology into. It's funny because Netanyahu is basically doing great replacement conspiracy, but for white people. Yeah. Anyway, that's just one aspect of the Epstein saga.
Files linked to Jeffrey Epstein land.
Interesting that, once again, often not discussed in Western news at all.
They exposed the life obsessively documented. Like this video of the convicted paedophile dancing. A billionaire who used his enormous wealth to abuse and hid behind a luxury lifestyle.
Whoa.
The Epstein files contain videos of massages, private jets, and pools.
I've never seen so many beautiful girls.
A bizarre mix of more than 2,000 videos, 180,000 images, 3 million emails, texts, flight logs, all still being sifted through. Released by the US Department of Justice without context. There's also this of Epstein, which appears to be filmed while he's in prison. He's secretly recording a video message for 2 women, who we won't name.
You can see I have a little sore on my face that I got from some black guy trying to kiss me. It's really disgusting.
Among the files, heavily redacted, sexually explicit videos. And it's not just Jeffrey Epstein's personal images. The files also contain videos captured by the US authorities. Here, Ghislaine Maxwell, in 2016, being questioned over Virginia Giuffre's civil case.
Who were the other 17-year-old masseuses they were aware of?
I'm not aware of any.
Were there any 16-year-old masseuses you were aware of?
I'm not aware.
Any 15?
No, I just want to be clear. The only person that I'm aware of who claims to have been, and we have to, whilst I've established that I was 17, given that she has changed her age so many times.
And here she is in July 2020, a glimpse into her life inside her cell. She was waiting to hear whether or not she would be granted bail, and outside it, relaxed, making phone calls, some lasting more than 20 minutes, while facing charges of recruiting women and girls, including a 14-year-old. On Monday, Maxwell will be testifying under oath before Congress. The committee will be investigating the government's handling of the Epstein files. There is this footage from Epstein's Paris apartment. Pharrell Williams' happy plays as a woman dances. A DNA paternity test can be seen on Epstein's desk. The same home where this now infamous photo of Peter Mandelson was taken. Which brings us neatly to here, Epstein outside the Louvre, with France's former culture minister, Jack Lang. Of course, we should say, appearing in the files doesn't imply any wrongdoing.
Well,
the files show excess, hotel rooms, flat...
That's kind of wild to say that while, putting up a B-roll footage of Woody Allen, who is, he's just a pest in his own right, even before the Epstein stuff, right? So kind of an odd choice there if you're trying to protect the image of some of these people that were affiliated with Jeffrey Epstein. Interesting.
Cars, selfies. In one clip, Candle in the Wind plays from his personal playlist on board what appears to be Epstein's private jet. Millions of files with little explanation. For survivors, the release reopens old wounds. While context is often missing, discomfort isn't.
Best part of Russiagate 2, the Israel obfuscation, is that no one buys this theory. Oh, sorry. If one buys this theory, it means that there's a good chance Bill Clinton, Larry Summers, Bill Richardson, Reid Hoffman, and other prominent Democrats are all compromised by compromat or whatever, creating a double reverse Russiagate. They can't say it's Israel for some reason. I wonder why, right? So they have to obfuscate and claim it's Russia. But if it's Russia, then all of these prominent Democrats that are Epstein affiliates are all Russian agents or have been compromised by Russia. You can't have it both ways. This is a good way to formulate it. The problem with Russiagate and Russia angle of Epstein's isn't that they are wrong, but they are way, way too narrow. These are scandals of global oligarchy, of which the Russian component is but a subset. Yeah, both the Epstein scandal and Russiagate are about a sphere of elite impunity where American consultants, Russian oligarchs, Saudi princes, European politicians, Israeli intelligence figures, and British ex-spies all swim. This is silly, I'm sorry. His contact with Russia was limited, largely on behalf of Israel, and mostly pre-2014 invasion of Crimea when Russia was not non grata. There's overlap, but there's also distinct spheres of influence, and flattening into global oligarchy obscures this. His Israeli and U.S. contacts are 100 times more than his Russian ones. It's not even close, and boosting the latter obviously serves to obscure the former. That's precisely the reason why they're doing it, by the way. The reason why they're doing this, like, oh, there's a real Russian component to this investigation from Poland, but onward, is because they don't want to say Israel. And they think, oh, well, this way we can tie it and obfuscate the Israeli intelligence angle, and we can tie it to a foreign adversary that everyone can unconditionally get behind fighting against. Totally, nakedly, brazenly a distractionary technique. They're just trying to deflect away from the main point of contention here. And it's ironic because many people, either for like illegitimate and somewhat anti-Semitic reasons, or for the overwhelming majority, very legitimate and very, because they're capable of critical thinking, reasons such as that, it's Israel. It's so ridiculous. It makes no sense. Like, which one do you think is more prominent a fixture in Epstein's in Epstein's relationship with foreign with foreign spying with foreign intelligence agencies, Russia or Israel? Oh, maybe it's China. Yeah, exactly.
Suspicions are growing and action is now being taken. For Polish Prime Minister Donald Tusk, the latest information...
It's ironic because this reminds me of the Russiagate investigation that was conducted initially. As you guys know, I was never big on the Russiagate stuff regardless, although I did think that there was definitely enough evidence that Russia was meddling in the affairs of the U.S. election, as, great powers do. The ways in which the Democrats coped with the Hillary Clinton defeat was to tie everything back to Russia, right? They absolutely went above and beyond tying anything and everything back to Russia and Russian interference. It was ridiculous because it was a way to not do the proper autopsy of why Hillary Clinton had lost the election. Now, in the process of doing this Russiagate investigation, what they actually uncovered was that, yes, of course, there was Russian intervention or attempts at intervention, but they also found that there was a lot of Israeli intervention in the elections. And they very quickly were like, oh, never mind, let's not look into that direction at all. And it's happening again. But this time, they are using the Russiagate angle, the Russian interference, Russian agent angle, as a way to obfuscate from something that every single person with, like, 2 working brain cells can comprehend. It's very interesting. Russiagate was top-down, manufactured by one powerful faction of the U.S. elite to cripple a rival faction. A daily stream of spy agency leaks to friendly media. The narrative was one side is evil, one side is good, whereas the Epstein scandal implicates the entire ruling class. Exactly. I don't understand. Everyone knew. Everyone was involved. He had so much backup. How did Epstein even get behind bars? Alexander Acosta unceremoniously became Trump's labor secretary, and Julie K. Brown and the Miami Herald investigated Alexander Acosta's background because it was a name that they remembered from the 2008 Jeffrey Epstein court case. Alexander Acosta was the prosecutor that gave Jeffrey Epstein this insane sweetheart plea bargain, one that allowed him, regardless of his, regardless of the nature of his crimes, one that allowed him to leave prison on a fucking worker structure. I forget what it's called. It was unheard of. There's never been a moment where someone who got their sex trafficking of minor charges reduced to trying to solicit prostitutes that were literally children, by the way, but they made it seem like he was just trying to solicit. I guess they did say, work release. Thank you. A work release program. There is no world where you get to get a work release program if you're a pedophile. There's no world where you get your sentence reduced as much as Jeffrey Epstein did. And there's certainly no world where you get put on work release as a pedophile. At most, if you are a pedophile in prison, they will put you away from Gen Pop, because if you're in Gen Pop, they will kill you, right? So you're kept under close watch. There is no world where you get work release as a pedophile as you are carrying out your sentence. Like, it's unheard of, dude. It's like getting a work release as a serial killer.
Included in the release of over 3 million files adds to concerns that the Epstein pedophilia scandal was co-organized by Russian intelligence.
Anyway, Julie K. Brown conducts this investigation with Miami Herald, going back to the Epstein files. It becomes viral, and then it becomes such a major issue that the Trump administration has to address it. The Department of Justice, well, not the Department of Justice, but the Southern District of New York reopens the Jeffrey Epstein case, take a closer look at it, and you know, they arrest him, obviously, because there's a lot of fucking evidence that he has continued his conduct. And they take all of his data from his New York mansion, his New York residence, and then he dies under the watch of Bill Barr in a federal prison. The same federal prison that Luigi Mangione and Maduro are in right now.
This has pushed the Prime Minister to ask for a probe to be conducted into Epstein's possible links with Russia's secret services, as well as to Tusk's.
I was in work release for heroin addiction in like 2012, and I'm very sorry to tell you that you are very wrong about this. You get work release for pedophilia. It's child endangerment. I mean, I know the criminal justice system is very bad at work release, but he didn't spend most of his prison sentence in. Chomos get work release and into halfway houses all the time. Chatter. He literally was just sleeping at the prison. Like, every day he was able to go back to his mansion. You're talking about being released into a halfway house. He was not released into a halfway house. He didn't check in at a serious job site either. Oh, he didn't die in the same prison as Luigi? I'm aware he's a different case. I'm just saying it's not unheard of.
Oh, country.
A growing number of commentators and experts assume that it is highly probable that this was a premeditated operation by the Russian KGB. This so-called honey trap set for the elites of the Western world, primarily the United States. This can only mean that they also possess compromising material against many leaders still active today.
Suspicions that are fueled by the release of emails showing the lengths Epstein and his associates went to recruit young Russian women, with documents including requests to book flights from Moscow to Paris and to New York. A honey trap designed to blackmail the global elite. Vladimir Putin is named over 1,000 times.
Epstein died in Metropolitan Correctional Center in Manhattan. Luigi and Maduro at MDC Brooklyn. Sorry, I'm wrong. I apologize. It's MCC, not MDC. You're right.
In the latest documents, exchanges discuss appointments to come between Epstein and the Russian president, including after Epstein was convicted of procuring a child for prostitution. Previous emails also appeared to show Epstein offering advice to politicians on how to deal with Donald Trump. The question as to whether he was working for secret services isn't a new one. For years, some have suggested Epstein was in fact working for Israel's Mossad. Donald Tusk said that he would encourage others to pursue an international investigation.
I like that the entire video is about connections to KGB, and then there's like a brief moment where they revealed a Mossad angle. Nice. Trump lists Democrat-led cities as he doubles down on suggesting federal election controls. Incredible stuff here. I love the Democratic response, which has been, but what about the Constitution?
Does Donald Trump need a copy of the Constitution?
Down on his calls to nationalize elections, specifically citing districts he lost in 2020. He says he wants the federal government to take charge, even though that could violate the Constitution. Nancy Cordes has more from the White House.
After the president floated the idea on a podcast of nationalizing elections, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt attempted to clarify.
What the president was referring to is the SAVE Act, which is a huge common sense piece of legislation that Republicans have supported. It provides very common sense measures for voting in our country, such as...
I love common sense. It's my favorite. Common sense, not so common, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, after all, it's just common sense, right? It's just common sense that we commandeer elections at the federal level and completely control it so that we never have elections ever again, or real elections ever again. I mean, democracy is a lie anyway.
Voter ID. But just hours later in the Oval Office, the president appeared to double down on the idea of the federal government taking over elections in some states. He didn't mention voter ID law.
If a state can't run an election, I think the people behind me should do something about it.
Trump then listed a number of Democrat-led cities like Detroit and Atlanta, where he thinks the federal government should step in.
Look at some of the places.
Crashed my car into a cop, got out and said common sense, they let me go. Dude, if you say it 3 times, they give you their service weapon. Did you know that?
It's the horrible corruption on elections, and the federal government should not allow that. The federal government should get involved. These are agents of the federal government to count the votes. If they can't count the votes legally and honestly, then somebody else should take over.
Trump's accusations of widespread voter fraud in places he lost in 2020 have repeatedly been debunked.
We have a search warrant for this, like literally the entire location,
including in Atlanta, where new body cam video obtained by the Atlanta Journal-Constitution shows FBI.
Dude, it's got to be really funny becoming an FBI agent, be Mormon, become an FBI, go to college, go to Harvard or Yale Law School, become a lawyer, become a prosecutor, eventually make your way to the Federal Bureau of Investigations, think you're going to be like combating, I don't know, sex traffickers and taking out the real bad guys, okay? And then they send your ass to Georgia. They send your ass to Georgia so you can like harass election workers and also protect Jeffrey Epstein's co-conspirators. What a fantastic life. You grew up watching movies thinking that you were going to be the good guy, and it turns out you are literally the bad guy. Because, like, this is the FBI. This is the FBI. Like, these aren't, you know, this isn't like ICE, okay? This is mostly lawyers, like very well-educated people. That's why it's, like, considered the woke agency, even though it's obviously not, if you look at its history. You know, a lot of infiltration of groups that are considered subversive, but like there's this notion that like you're supposed to be tackling the real crimes, and then you join, and they're like, hey, we found an autistic Muslim 16-year-old. You need to get in his DMs right now and you know, make him commit an act of terror, or make him think that he's going to commit an act of terror. Really coerce him, really persuade him. And then so we can arrest him and make it seem like you're doing something good. And he's like, all right, I don't fully understand why I'm supposed to be doing this, but sure, fuck it, why not? And then after you're done with that, they're like, hey, now you have to LARP as a child and manage the largest trove of child sexual abuse material on the planet. And you're like, wait, what? Okay, at least like we're arresting files, that's fine. And then they're like, psych, just kidding. You are managing the largest trove of child sexual abuse material, and you're defending the files as long as they're super wealthy files. Just kidding. You're going to be defending all of Jeffrey Epstein's co-conspirators now. That's your job now. Your job is to protect the files. And you're like, what the f? Also, your boss is Dan Bongino and Kash Patel. I would fucking kill myself, okay? I'd be like, I went to college for 8 years, worked up the ranks, watched so many movies and TV shows where I was like, you know, my dream career is me being the good guy and arresting files. And now you're making me protect the files because the podcaster pedophilia presidency has decided this is what we're doing? Are you serious? I don't understand how there isn't like a hot mutiny inside of the FBI on a daily basis. You know, people doing desk pops and shit. Like people just, you know, engaging in the time-old tradition of the same stuff that maybe some Vietnam soldiers in Vietnam that were drafted were doing, you know, but FBI style is pretty crazy.
Tragically, this pattern keeps on happening. Now, Senator Booker also said we should have bipartisan agreement. I think that's a great idea. We should have bipartisan agreement. How about we all come together and say, let's stop murders? How about we all come together and say, let's stop rape? How about we all come together and say, let's stop attacking pedophiles?
This is an old video, but it's really funny. Isn't this an old video? Wait, did he do it again? Because this says countdown to government shutdown. This is the last time, right? This is an old video. This is an old video. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I remember watching this at the time. Yeah, it's an old video. Yeah, Ted came out, said the quiet part out loud. Anyway, now this is what the FBI is doing, taking time out of their busy day to protect elite files. Now they're doing this. They're storming the Georgian election facilities.
Agents searching a Fulton County election center last week. Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard said Trump personally thanked the agents in a phone call she facilitated after the search. Trump's comments about a federal election takeover have sparked alarm among Democrats.
The notional idea that he will ask his loyalists to do something inappropriate.
This is awesome. Yeah, it's not going to happen, guys. We're going to write him multiple sternly worded letters, and then you will see. You understand me? When we fucking do that, Breaking Starmer resigned. Wait, shut the fuck up. No, he didn't. Why would you debate me like that? Oh. No, he didn't. You fucking asshole. You debated me. You fucking asshole. You debated me. It's from June 27, 2016. You fucking asshole. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. You got me so stoked for a second. God damn it, dude. Because we just saw that news coverage I briefly mentioned because of his connections to Mendelsohn. Knowing that Mendelsohn was Epstein affiliated and still continue to work with him. God damn, that was good. You fucking son of a bitch.
Beyond the Constitution scares the heck out of me.
Even some Republicans gently pushed back.
Everybody understands that the states are in charge of administering
Mods, shoot that guy.
elections.
Republican House Speaker Mike Johnson backed the president, saying Trump was just expressing frustration about election integrity. Johnson and his party are pushing for a bill that would require national voter ID. Democrats oppose it, arguing that safeguards to prevent the wrong people from voting already exist. Gail?
Hey, Nancy, before you go, we all know that partial government shutdown ended yesterday. What can you tell us about that?
Yes, the lights are back on. President Trump signed a massive funding bill that covers most government agencies all the way through September. 21 Democrats helping Speaker Mike Johnson secure enough votes for that bill, which included a Department of Homeland Security funding deadline of February 14th, a couple weeks from now, to negotiate reforms to immigration enforcement operations. That's something that Democrats were demanding.
Isn't that Mendelsohn guy gay? I forgot my UK politics lore. Yes.
Though if that deadline isn't met, and there are a lot of deadlines that aren't met on Capitol Hill, ICE is not going to shut down right away. It's covered by funding from the big, beautiful bill that Trump signed last year, Gail.
All right, Nancy, to be continued for sure. Thanks a lot.
To the writhing
Yeah, government shutdown was partial, chat. It was partial. It wasn't a full-blown shutdown. It's not a full-blown shutdown because they're pussies. Jeffrey Epstein's biggest failure was that he died before he could have just done a right-wing pivot.
But now we have emails of a different side of the scheme. It says, yesterday I spoke to Daniel Syed, who Jean-Luc Brunel describes as a scout or recruiter of girls or women for Jeffrey Epstein. It shows Jeffrey Epstein paying Daniel 3,000 euros, which, to be clear, was the amount that was agreed to by Jean-Luc Brunel. Quote, Dominique, we will pay him 3,000 euros each month for scouting for a 6-month period. On all models we will get him, we will pay him 5% commission on their earnings. According to one lawsuit, Epstein trafficked a Jane Doe to Jean-Luc Brunel many times. It describes their operation as this. Many of the girls came from poor countries or impoverished backgrounds. He lured them in with a promise of making good money. Quote, Brunel has been a model scout for various modeling agencies for many years, and he was apparently able to get U.S. passports for young girls to work as models, eventually, of course, being sent to Jeffrey Epstein. Now, it should be noted that Jean-Luc Brunel himself died in prison by hanging, and that's while he was being accused of horrible crimes related to trafficking and minors. So this guy is not a good guy. He was part of the op along with Daniel Syed.
Maybe that's why Jeffrey Epstein killed himself, because he got sad, because his best friend also killed himself. under very similar circumstances. Have you ever thought about that? No, I guess not.
Here's a sample of how this would work. Jeffrey Epstein asked him to take a full body shot of someone. Daniel Syed says, now she is really skinny, I will do Polaroid. Jeffrey Epstein asks for a copy of her passport and then asks, how many tickets do you want for Woody, meaning Woody Allen? He says 2. Okay, thank you. Full body if possible. And then Jeffrey Epstein says, doesn't look too happy. Comments on her body, and then he says she is very sweet. I'll skip a few of the sordid details here. They comment about her body extensively. And then Jeffrey Epstein says, I sent a request. Does she want to come out to Paris on Sunday? He says, I will invite to come. And this is basically how it worked. Daniel Syed flew around the world looking for women, sending photos to Jeffrey Epstein, who then would get a copy of their passports and bring him to the States. Here's an example of this. Daniel Syed brings him a girl. They didn't redact this name, but I'm going to do it. He says, very nice, easygoing, dream to work in the United States or visit the United States working as a model in Dubai. He asks age. Daniel says 22 or 23. I forgot to ask her. She looks younger. I have her number if you want to call her. She was going to send this evening. And this happens over and over. At one point, he talks about a Thai actress. Jeffrey Epstein says he can see her on Wednesday, and then he complains that she...
It's pretty wild that so many people try to keep up the facade that Jeffrey Epstein was, either like a sex criminal in his own might and had nothing to do with the client list or the social elite that he was consistently surrounding himself with. Or even my favorite take, and I did not know this, but there's a Destiny take out there who is, because he's consistently wrong. He's on the wrong side of every argument for some goddamn reason. He also apparently talked about the Epstein stuff back in the day on the Iced Coffee podcast, where he quite literally said, oh, it's whatever. It's just like a rub and tug. Like Jeffrey Epstein was like maybe getting rub and tugs for his friends, and it's not that big of a deal. Overwhelming majority are of age. Some might have been like a little bit underage, and it's not the end of the world. Like something along those lines, which is insane.
To meet in a restaurant, I don't do that in New York. And then says she didn't even respond. Not nice. The point is, a lot of these girls were looking to come to the United States for one reason or another, for some kind of dream. They would ask for passports or visas, and then ultimately get sent here by this network of people who would later be accused of trafficking or other abuses. Now, to be clear, there have not been charges against Daniel Syed, and the government, remember, says they have no evidence to go even predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties. So it's a little bit bizarre to be reading about this scouting operation for Jeffrey Epstein, the way he recruited girls, and then be told, yeah, nothing to see here. Yeah, one of the scouts was like this, who in jail, but no, there's no one else here, even though there's definitely guys floating around, even though we literally have redacted defendants in our old draft of an indictment. We have nothing to do. We can't possibly imagine
no co-conspirators. Come on, stop. Don't look into that. Todd Blanche said it's not a crime to party with Jeffrey Epstein when it quite literally is. Oh, this is the old Matt Iglesias. Actually, it's a Phoebophilia defense. The take on Epstein on Iced Coffee Hour.
I want to know about Jeffrey Epstein.
What about him? What a disappointment. My God.
You have all of the answers, right? To Jeffrey Epstein?
Here's what happened. Here's what people wanted there to be. People think that there are a bunch of politicians, billionaires that are raping kids all day long, and they love that theory. It's just such a fun, awesome theory. Hillary Clinton was involved in it. Bill Clinton was involved in it. Prince Andrew, all the billionaires, they're all of them. Okay. And then when a story like this comes out, yes, you finally, okay, QAnon, the pizza shop, everything is coming together. Okay. This is it. The child billionaire politician sex rape ring. Finally. And I think what probably actually happened was you had a billionaire guy like Epstein, who was a pervert, who paid off a ton of girls, not even the majority of them, a minority of them were underage, to come over, give him massages, maybe give his friends massages, and sometimes jerk him off. But the vast majority of it was probably legal. The majority of it probably weren't minors. There were a few that were. I think 2 confirmed, only 2. And he just sometimes he would send girls to go and rub and tug his friends or whatever. And that's it.
Do you think that any of it could have been for blackmail?
No. Absolutely.
How is this man? First of all, only 2 child rapes or whatever is a crazy argument. Just a little bit of child rape on the side, only 2. Great argument, okay? But overall, it is quite remarkable how he is so consistently on the wrong side. Like, he is notoriously wrong. I don't understand it. I don't know what it is. Is it the contrarian brain or whatever? I don't know what's going on. I don't know if it's because he's like constantly presenting himself as like in opposition to whatever I'm presenting. And then he, unfortunately for him, ends up running into this issue because I happen to be right. And then he, by definition, happens to be wrong. It's just pretty funny. This is from a couple of years prior, by the way. I just saw a clip of this.
I won't say absolutely not, but right now there is zero evidence whatsoever of that at all. And the idea
this is bullshit. I wonder if his position has evolved since then, but it's just very, very interesting.
But the work was done so sloppy that oftentimes you'll find that the DOJ has uploaded 2 documents that are functionally identical, and they redacted one but not the other, letting you see what's ultimately behind the mask, which is dumb because sometimes the thing they're redacting is Jeffrey Epstein's name. Or other times it's somebody who clearly is not a victim, because then you see the non-redacted copy and you're like, yeah, that's clearly not a victim. So it's a little strange what they seem to have done here. Let me give you a for instance. So we have this message from somebody whose name is blacked out, and we see participants, and then we see Jeffrey Epstein is involved, right? And it says, we need to work around your 38. We need to push back on the lies, then crush the pedo trafficking narrative, then rebuild your image as a philanthropist. Now, I want to know who's doing that. Who's trying to rebuild Jeffrey Epstein's image?
Steve Bannon, even in certain instances, might have even Noam Chomsky as well, who said something similar to that. Maybe not under those certain terms, but something along those lines. It was pretty devastating to see and read that. Alan Dershowitz is another one. I mean, there are so many. Jeffrey Epstein was surrounded by people who are fairly aware of his sex crimes and were totally on board with it and took it to lengths that you wouldn't believe. They wanted to defend it. They normalized, justified, and defended it. And yeah, just a monstrous group of individuals.
We go ahead, we scroll down, and we see that Jeffrey Epstein sends something. He says, in any bar where drinking age is 18, and you see the participant is once again blacked out. But underneath it, in a separate file, we see Steve Bannon, a famous political figure, is in here, and he's saying the same thing. He says, first, we need to push back on the lies, then crush the trafficking narrative, then rebuild your image as a philanthropist. Guys, why did you censor out his name? Or like, why was that censored at all? I don't understand. And I certainly don't understand why Jeffrey Epstein's name in this one is censored. So Jeffrey's not censored in this one, but Bannon is. And then
you see, you don't understand. He's a victim. That's what it is. How are they so incompetent, bro? They literally did not redact some of the victims' names. I cannot believe it. It is unbelievable. They did not redact some of the victims' names, and then they ended up redacting, once again, the names of Steve Bannon and numerous other people who are very clearly co-conspirators. It's just half of it is fuck-ups, half of it must be by design. I do think that like the lack of redactions for some of the victims is almost to like punish the victims, I assume. I don't know. It don't make no sense.
We have things like this, like Brock Pierce, a co-founder of Tether, also known as the biggest stable coin in the world. He sent a message to Jeffrey Epstein with the subject line Anastasia, and then it's just a bunch of redacted stuff with a few untitled JPEGs in here. And so, you know, you're thinking to yourself, what is this? Is he sending some illicit media? Like, what is this? Well, then we have this page where it wasn't redacted. I put that little dark square that I didn't know if this should have been redacted or not. But it's like a bunch of JPEGs. Now, does that contain victims? Is Brock Pierce sending photos of victims? I don't know because of the way the government did this. But underneath, it says, the Ukraine is now my favorite country, smiley face, Brock Pierce, with the subject line, Anastasia. I don't know what to make of that. I'm just saying, the redactions, like the way they did this is not good. But now let's...
We've brought this up already, but it is truly remarkable that, like, at least in European countries, the people that are involved with Jeffrey Epstein in any capacity are actually unironically getting punished right now. Maybe not the super wealthy, but at least like the politicians are. And you know for a fact that not a single American politician can be touched. Not a single.
Turn to Steve Bannon and his we're going to crush the trafficking narrative. Because this guy, oh boy, has been revealed in the files to being like Jeffrey's right-hand PR man. I mean, this guy was filming basically a documentary about Jeffrey Epstein in order to rehabilitate his image. And some of it has actually leaked to the public. It's been interesting to watch how that's been received. But the funny thing is that originally Jeffrey Epstein's plan was to just do a YouTube video, like an apology, like a old school 2016, turn on the camera for authenticity.
Yeah, that'll do it. Totally. Bust out the ukulele, baby. F it. Let's be real, dude. If Jeffrey Epstein didn't die when he did, and if he just held out for a little bit longer, he could have become a legend in the right. I mean, post-mortem, there is this legendary status that he is arriving at for some weird fucking reason amongst the pedophilic neo-Nazi right now.
Not ready for that conversation, but Jeff Epstein, not a pedophile, but you're not ready for that conversation. All of his victims, 14 to 17. That's not pedophilia. But y'all ain't ready for that conversation.
But if he was alive right now and he was like, I hate woke, I hate the wokes, I'm Mr. Anti-Woke, he 100% would have his image rehabilitated, and people would talk about how based he is. People would be talking about how awesome he is and how it's dope to do sex crimes to children. Jeffrey Epstein's biggest failure was that he died before he could have just done a right-wing pivot. Straight up. I mean, look at Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate is like small fry Jeffrey Epstein.
I think I can do my own video interview and upload it to YouTube. No sandbagging, interview format, or like a diary piece. Steve Bannon says if you do an interview, it can't be like Johnny does a YouTube. It has to be amazingly professional and perfectly cut. Then Jeffrey Epstein responds, Woody, we assume Woody Allen, because they were close, said he would help edit. Not sure how to stage, what points to make. But better than trying to do an interview that I have no experience doing. Goal is to humanize the monster. Anything written carries little weight, to which Steve Bannon replies, yes, Jeffrey Epstein, should it be an interview format, interviewed by me? They start talking about, like, how do we do this? Humor, apology, how did I get rich? Question mark topics. Their brainstorming, how do we trick the public into seeing me as...
He would definitely go on Rogan. Brother, Jeffrey Epstein has spiritually gone on Rogan because piece by piece, the amount of people his dick has been inside of that have gone on Joe Rogan has basically made it so that Jeffrey Epstein has been on Joe Rogan himself. Peter Thiel, Mark Andreessen, Elon Musk, so many other billionaires and you know, adjacent characters. I mean, Mark Zuckerberg. He even had a shorter relationship with Mark Zuckerberg, but he was apparently around Mark Zuckerberg as well. Considering that, I mean, dude, I feel like the Joe Rogan Experience is basically a network where Joe goes and finds Joe goes and finds Epstein's besties to bring onto the show. Yeah, Lawrence Krauss, Steven Pinker, Elon Musk, Peter Attia, Peter Thiel, Donald Trump. This doesn't even scratch the surface. Virtually every single person.
Right before this, Jeffrey Epstein asks about a dinner with Woody, and then he says, or too many pedos in one place. And you gotta love the self-awareness there. Now, I don't know what he meant by that. To be clear, I'm not making that accusation against Woody Allen. We'll talk about him in a second. That's Jeffrey Epstein saying that. I think what's interesting to point out, though, is how all these rich and powerful people are circling the wagons to try to protect Jeffrey Epstein's reputation, right? This is a guy who at this point has been known for years to have pled guilty to these 2008 charges. This was an open secret. And so Steve Bannon goes along, though, anyways, and he films this documentary. Now, what's interesting is he starts talking about the documentary, and he starts saying, I'm watching our second hour now. Guys were blown away. I didn't think it was as strong at the time, but I was wrong. Need huge part about threat of AI versus reality, threat of climate change. And this is where the notes start going back and forth of, how can we get you to think of other things? So part of the conceit of this big interview of Jeffrey Epstein was to try to humanize him and actually present him as this genius, everyman, quirky guy with a...
Yeah, this was the express purpose of Steve Bannon's quote-unquote deposition, which he changed after the fact, post-mortem. It was to gear him up and do PR for Jeffrey Epstein when they knew that the international sex trafficker stuff was coming back to light.
Few flaws, right? They knew they couldn't run away from the crimes. To quote, in Bannon's words, yes, 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 of course, but we must counter rapists who traffics in female children to be by world's most powerful, richest men. That can't be redeemed. You can't redeem the unredeemable. You are a lot of things, which we will show, but you are not that. Bannon is aware that, like, they can't fully embrace the Epstein thing. They have to kind of make it about more than that. And if you see the YouTube clip going around, that's what that is. And it's been so interesting to watch the reaction, because you see, even for people who've been prepped with the idea that this is basically propaganda, some of them still fall for it. They post things like, you know, oh, cat.
Yes. Talking about the Rockefellers over and over again. I listened to the interview. I listened to big parts of the interview this morning. And people are picking apart bits and pieces of it. But it is, you know how I say money has never been more fake than it is at this point in time? Humans have never been more cattle than at this point in time. I swear to God, a medieval peasant is less cattle than the average American person. We are maxed out on being cattle.
Casually confirming the world's conspiracies because he's talking about 2008. But guys, that's the whole deception. They're like trying to be like, hey, this guy, this horrible monster, he's going to tell you the secrets of the inside club. So you think more, that's the whole thing. That's how they're getting away with this. It's not some kind of, oh, he happened to want to talk about this. This is all premeditated. This has gone through revisions. They even called Jeffrey Epstein the smartest guy in the room.
Look, you're the smartest guy in the room, right? You know that.
It's honestly ridiculous anyone believes the false conceit of, you're obviously the smartest man in the room. You could tell.
Jeffrey Epstein, and I say this sincerely, is not the smartest guy in any room. There are points in this interview where he is so up his own asshole that he says, unironically, yeah, you know what? Plato and Socrates never actually wrote. Writing is actually bad. It's bad for your brain. It causes you to narrow your focus. He said that because he's illiterate and he's coping. He's an exceptionally dumb person.
But it wasn't just Steve Bannon that was trying to humanize or giving advice on how to humanize Epstein. It was also Richard Branson, the famous billionaire. He was caught emailing Jeffrey Epstein saying, "Dear Jeffrey, it was really nice seeing you yesterday. The boys in water sports can't stop speaking about it. Anytime you are in the area, would love to see you as long as you bring your harem." I don't know, that's not that ambiguous, guys. I think we can imagine what that means, but anyway.
God damn. I mean, that's expected, but it's so funny that it's like, God damn, dude.
He says, one, I think if Bill Gates was willing to say that you've been a brilliant advisor to him, that you slipped up many years ago by sleeping with a 17-and-a-half-year-old and were punished for it, that you've more than learned your lesson and have done nothing that's against the law since. And yes, as a single man, you have a penchant for women, but there's nothing wrong with that. Anyway, something along those lines. He's giving him PR advice. How to get your reputation back. Hey, Jeffrey, privately, I loved you. You can come back anytime with your harem. Jeffrey Epstein responds, nice seeing you. Thanks for your hospitality. I appreciate your public relations thoughts. But now let's talk about Prince Andrew, too, who was caught lying over a woman at some kind of a party. I mean, just not a good, this is not doing you any favors, you know. I know Prince Andrew soon will probably be on the comeback tour. It's going to be a bunch of highly paid PR execs. Maybe Steve Bannon can jump in, shoot another 5-hour podcast trying to rehabilitate him. Like, Prince Andrew, what's the secret behind the royal family?
Look, you're the smartest guy in the room.
But again, has he admitted anything? Has he denied?
Okay, I'm going to admit something. In a room where Jeffrey Epstein and Prince Andrew are together, that's the one room where Jeffrey Epstein is the smartest guy in the room. I take it back. We found a room. If there's one guy who's just as pedophilic, but even dumber than Jeffrey Epstein, it's Prince Andrew.
Everything. Now, we should also probably talk about Noam Chomsky as well, the guy behind the book Manufacturing Consent, which in hindsight, maybe we should have suspected something. But either way, he also...
No. Look. I need everyone to take a deep breath here, okay? Because I've been seeing some people that I have a lot of respect for say crazy stuff on the timeline. I'm not going to name names, but I've seen people say crazy shit on the timeline. First of all, there's the Parenti-Chomsky rivalry, right? The MLs who hate Chomsky, who are like, I told you so, pure vindication. You guys are ridiculous. Okay, calm down. Then there's also the other side of the story where people are kind of defending old Noam, saying like, I forgive him, things like that, which is even wilder because no, this is like unforgivable. Having said that, I think his work still stands on its own. And it's a totally separate construct from who he is as a person or who he became as a person later on in his life or who he might have been all along. And I say this as someone who obviously has criticism of Noam Chomsky, but someone who also has a lot of respect for his work as well. Noam is your Kanye? No. There is no, I will never, under no circumstance will I ever fucking defend this shit. Are you insane? Like guys, one of the worst aspects of this, aside from the fact that he had a deep embedded relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, was that he also had a deep relationship with Steve Bannon, seemingly, which was insane. And not only that, but when people asked him, back when he was capable of responding to every email that he got, he defended it. It's irredeemable through and through. I'm just saying it doesn't touch like some of his earlier work. It doesn't, like, if you're making a post hoc justification for why it sucks, then you're wrong. If you have an issue with the way you interpret like manufacturing consent or, Profit Over People, all these other books that he's written, and that's one thing. But if you're saying like, oh, well, he's a pedophile, so all of his previous work is like completely irrelevant, well, then no, you're wrong on that. Not defending Chomsky, but did you know that Epstein was a pedophile creep? You are literally looking at correspondence between Jeffrey Epstein and Noam Chomsky right now, where Noam Chomsky is offering lines of defense to Jeffrey Epstein about the pedophilia. Yes, he knew. Okay, yes, he knew. He knew. He knew. Come on. This is in the year 2019 of our holy Lord, February 23rd, 2019. This is when like the relitigation was taking place. Come on.
But now it's time to talk about Elon Musk's brother, Kimball Musk. He was also in the files.
If you've been in here, for years, you've already heard me talk about Kimball Musk, Elon Musk's brother. Every time Elon Musk talked about Jeffrey Epstein, I said, hey, fun fact, or maybe not so fun fact, but Kimball Musk is deeply connected to Jeffrey Epstein because he was dating one of Jeffrey Epstein's victims, and the truth will eventually prevail. Well, now we have more evidence for it. There you go. God knows why Elon was running his mouth when he was this connected, though. I didn't know he was this directly connected.
Around the world, we're seeing resignations. We're seeing people lose their status. But here in the United States, we've got like multiple presidents in the files. We've got the world's richest man in the files, several of the world's richest men in the files, and we just can't drum up any kind of evidence. It's just incredible to me. Now, I also want to talk about another rich and powerful person, and that is Peter Attia. He's a podcast bro. He's a longevity expert. And actually, funny enough, I read his book, and that's going to come into play here in a second. But let's start here with something that Peter Attia sent Jeffrey Epstein. He says, subject, got a fresh shipment. And then Epstein responds, me too, and there's a completely redacted image. Peter says, please tell me you found that picture online. Jeffrey responds, got a fresh shipment, afraid not. Peter responds, you know the biggest problem with becoming friends with you. The life you lead is so outrageous, yet I can't tell a soul. Why, Peter? Why can't you tell a soul? Why don't you tell us now? Now that it's all out in the open, why don't you tell us why you can't tell a soul the secrets or the life that Epstein leads? And then we get another redacted photo, right? And then some more images, and Peter says, please tell me that's not where you actually are. And Jeffrey says, you can see the gym in the middle, just me and 4. And Peter says, I think you might have a more interesting life than the Dos Equis guy. Is this off the coast of France? No, it's the
Dos Equis guy. To add insult to injury, these guys are also ginormous goobers, bro. I know that's not the main point here, but they're unimaginable goobers. They're whole ass losers, man.
Island in the Caribbean near St. Thomas. If you go to the Google Earth and type in Little St. James. Beautiful. Isn't that nice? Behind closed doors, it's beautiful. In public, we'll hear about what a monster this guy is, right? But behind closed doors, when nobody's watching, oh, it's beautiful. There's some other stuff Peter Attia said, which I'm not going to get into. I don't think it's very, appropriate for medical professionals to be saying such things. But
he talks about eating pussy and how many calories it is, right?
This wasn't all business, right? This wasn't just doctor-patient kind of stuff. There's a lot of guy talk, a lot of banter. Peter Attia says, are you on island? Jeffrey Epstein says, P Beach, probably Palm Beach. And he says, what do you do when you get there? Jeffrey Epstein, guess. Peter Attia, besides that, they're not even trying to hide it, guys. This is barely code at this point.
It's
what do
code.
you do? guess. Well, besides that, Jeffrey, we know what you do, right? So it's so funny that the FBI's like, we don't know. We can't tell what's out there. We have no evidence. Remember I said I read a book by Peter Attia. It was called Outlive, and he's supposed to be this doctor who knows a lot about longevity. So he writes it, and I picked it up. And one of the stories is awful. I won't go too much into it, but basically, his son has this horrible medical emergency. It's described in this book like this. A few months ago, Tuesday, July 11th, 2017, that date is important. At 5:45 to be exact, I received a call from Jill, my wife. She was in an ambulance with our infant son. Now, again, I'm not going to get into the details here, because, it's tragic, and I'm not trying to bring that into it. What is relevant is that Peter Attia talks about how he stayed in New York and didn't show up because he was, quote, busy with his important work. Even today, just thinking about what happened, I feel nauseous about my behavior. I can't believe I did that to
Oh
my
my God,
family.
was he on the fucking island? Oh my God, does the timeline match him visiting the island? Oh my God, I didn't know this part. Oh,
Now, at the time I read that, and I was like, well, it's at least as good that you self-reflected on that. It's horrible, but, yeah, you were a bit of a psycho. But what's crazy, now we find out some of the important work, it's a little unclear, but some of the important work may have been Jeffrey Epstein, which is just, it's so dark to imagine. Remember, he says July 11th, 2017 is when this all happened. And then he says he did not come home to San Diego until Friday the following week, 10 days later. So July 11, 2017, 2 days after this happens, he's talking to Jeffrey Epstein. And they seem to be coordinating about something. Sure, what time? Jeffrey Epstein, 9:30. Peter Attia responds, sure, I can come earlier. Also, if you have a hard stop at 10, let me know. You're hanging out with Jeffrey? I don't even know what to say. There's a reason that didn't make it in the book, is what I'm trying to say. That's the simping that I'm talking about, is these people love this guy. Or that's how it seems to me. Like, what are all these rich and powerful people doing, protecting him, missing emergencies for Jeffrey, fawning over Jeffrey, asking for Jeffrey's harem? And is it true they all didn't know, right? Because, I'm reading these documents, and it's hard to say who exactly knew what, when. But I don't believe, remember, they're all denying it, I don't believe nobody.
I want to point something out here, but Attia is a Barry Weiss acolyte. And Barry Weiss, when this data dump came out and people were like, wait a minute, isn't he one of the new podcasters that you hired for CBS? Barry Weiss was defending keeping him on and straight up said, oh, it's just cancel culture nonsense to not go along with the hiring process for this wonderful individual that must remain at CBS News. I love Barry Weiss so much because she makes my job so easy. She's just consistently wrong. She's bad at her job. You couldn't wish for a better pro-Israel advocate. I don't want Israel to have competent propagandists. I want Israel to have Barry Weiss.
Right? Clearly, some people knew what was going on, and there's all this kind of coded language in the files where they talk about this stuff almost in like a nudge kind of way. Here's some Woody Allen stuff. He was in the files. He says his business office, if you can make out the check to me, it looks very
Woody
bad.
Allen? No, not Woody. Wow, that's surprising.
Then it looks like a gift to me. He says that to Epstein. He says, I don't want to be one of your women, or should I say, girls. And what's that? Oh, how do we... Come on, guys. Woody says, I would be much more...
Bro, there's literally an email between Jeffrey Epstein and Woody Allen where they're both like, yeah, we're pedophiles. Isn't that crazy? Like, they jokingly go, oh, yeah, can't wait to go to the pedophilia conference in France. And then the other one's like, yeah, because we're pedophiles who love having sex with children, pretty much. I'm paraphrasing. And then you still got motherfuckers being like, oh, dude, what kind of code words are they using? Are they using pizza? No, man, the code word is pedophilia and raping children. There's no code word. They just say it out loud.
More expensive than your girls. You wouldn't be able to afford me. Jeffrey responds, yes, the price to pay would be too high. Woody says, this will be a beautiful friendship. And then Jeffrey says, as long as I follow orders, smiley face. Woody Allen sends a message saying Woody says the exact same thing, but in a dirtier way. Jeffrey responds, what did he say? Woody Allen, are you kidding? I can't put it in writing. I mean, no evidence, no evidence. How? I mean, guys, like Jeffrey Epstein right here, where he's talking to a guy, he says, Paris with Woody, and the person responds, for le pedophile convention. And Jeffrey says, I think pedophile is the plural. I mean, no evidence. I mean, is that no evidence?
Motherfuckers be in their emails being like, there's nothing I enjoy as much as nubile flesh. I love consuming it. And then people still turn around and they're like, wait a minute, did they bring up cheese pizza at any point? Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and assume that when they're talking about cheese pizza, it's most likely f***ing cheese pizza, big dog. Because when they're talking about children, they just say children.
Look, I'm not saying
Barry Weiss's wife
people
is
around
in
the
there
world are
too.
having crazy consequences. But a few people are resigning, thank goodness. You know, a few people are at least facing a little bit of scrutiny. But here, Elon Musk lays out the...
I think outside of Palestine, this was probably the other thing that I've consistently talked about nonstop, even though people looked at me kind of weird. And I guess they like kind of changed their tune after the Jeffrey Epstein suicide, quote unquote suicide, where people were like, okay, maybe there's more to this story. This and like the anti-Zionism have been two of my major points of advocacy throughout the years. It's been an incredible moment of vindication, even though, you know, it's the events are horrifying. OG Hasanabe has I once did an 8-hour Jeffrey Epstein analysis, and it was so long that YouTube completely blacklisted my channel, and I had to delete it. With Matt Christman, with Brace Belden of TrueAnon. Yeah, isn't that crazy? There's 5 hours of Jeffrey Epstein coverage you never asked for. Oh, this is it. It was initially 7 hours, cut down to 5 hours. Then there was also this. So we're all in agreement that we think someone's going to kill Epstein before he gives up names, right? Any prison that doesn't put Epstein under 24/7 surveillance and solitary confinement right now is also responsible for him getting assassinated. I wrote that on my birthday, July 25th, 2019. Yeah, y'all think I'm Pre-Watch Piker new. Y'all think Pre-Watch Piker is a new thing, okay? It's been around. It's been around for so long, motherfuckers think I did it when shit pops off.
We deny everything.
Subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service to get tomorrow's news today. That's right. For a voluntary subscription of only $6 a month, you can support the show. That's the only way to support the show. You can also subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service, now available on YouTube with a membership. That's right. We haven't figured out what the membership rewards are going to look like for YouTube, but you can subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service both on YouTube and also on Twitch. Tomorrow's news today.
But you should just assume everyone that we are talking about firmly denies any kind of criminal wrongdoing. They deny anything untowards about any kind of minors. And given the fact that our government doesn't seem to want to investigate anyone, I would just assume everybody here is completely clear. And so I want to get all those caveats in here because we are talking about some very powerful people with enormous means. And I don't want to be seen as I'm saying stuff. I'm reading the files. I'm giving my personal opinion. But ultimately, this is an indictment of our FBI and the people in power. And that's what I think the Epstein files have really shown us. This has been a long road. Can you believe it all started over here? And we have come all this way with all these files coming out. And it seems like the question is on the table. Are there going to be consequences?
Is there any chance that any of these individuals...
Do you see the 4chan post that was posted before Epstein's death that was publicly revealed, confirmed to be posted by a guard in his unit? Yes, I have. I remember it at the time. I remember all the conspiracies at the time. I think this is a crazy one.
Some of these men may have done horrible things, and if we have evidence that allows us to prosecute them, you better believe we will. But it's also the kind of thing that the American people need to understand, that it isn't a crime to party with Mr. Epstein. It isn't a crime to have
Didn't look like that's all that was going on some of those photos. I mean, if the photos could speak, some of them look pretty bad.
That's right. And unfortunately, photos can't speak.
Guys, nothing to see here. Deputy Attorney General, former defense attorney for Donald Trump, Todd Blanche, said, nothing to see here. It's not a crime to party, all right? He's like, yeah, I saw him at the party, at the kid party. I was there. Totally. Make America great. Dark MAGA.
Adriana, good morning. We're still working our way through the millions of pages that were released more than 40 days after the legal deadline. The agency insists its work is done, but that's only fueled more controversy. The millions of pages of Jeffrey Epstein materials show the prominent men who were once in the disgraced sex offender circle, including these photos of former Prince Andrew on all fours over an unidentified woman on the floor. Queen Elizabeth's son has denied all wrongdoing, but British Prime Minister...
It's unbelievable that like there's this international pedophilic cabal of financial elite and incredibly unimaginably wealthy, unimaginably powerful individuals, and every single right winger, every single like conspiracy right winger is basically going along with like Pizzagate was real. Remember Hillary Clinton? And it's like, bro, what are you talking about? I mean, yeah, sure, Hillary Clinton, absolutely, but also lock in, motherfucker. Ain't nobody out here is defending Hillary Clinton, but you're the one who's like only hyper-focusing on Hillary Clinton in an effort not to talk about, you know, Donald Trump. Let's be real. I've spent some time going through his emails. I always thought the elite are racist, but mostly keep it to themselves. He's so disgustingly Jewish supremacist that it broke my brain. He's doing race science shit with Chomsky. He refers to non-Jewish as cattle, anti-Semitism fuel. Yeah, I need people to understand something. When I talk about Judaism or it being separate from like Zionism and shit like that, I don't mean that there are no Jews that believe Judaism and Zionism is married to one another. Of course, there are plenty of Jews that feel that way. And the same thing goes for Jewish supremacy, right? Just like there are white nationalists and white supremacists, there are Jewish supremacists as well. This is not like weird or unique. The only thing that's unique about Jewish supremacy in general is that it's not an equivalent to like, you know, black people, like black liberationary movements and things of that nature, because black people have been historically marginalized. And while Jews have been historically marginalized, Jews in contemporary society are not systematically marginalized at all. They can be victim to hate crimes, but that doesn't mean that they can actually be, that they're like systematically cast out from polite society or from, you know, levers of power in the way that black and brown people are.
Listen, there's a lot we're going to get to, but we have to start with probably the craziest revelation here, which is Jeffrey Epstein emailing himself about Bill Gates. Now, if you don't know, Bill Gates and Epstein had a relationship post-2008. That's a big year. You're going to hear a lot today, because 2008 was the time that Epstein pled guilty for soliciting of somebody under the age of 18. He was a predator at this point. Everybody knew it. Now, eventually, Bill Gates would get divorced when all of this came out. Melinda Gates said it was part of the direct cause for the divorce. She said she met Epstein and said he was evil.
He was evil personified.
But this relationship with Epstein has been a huge problem for him. And Epstein appears to have known that, because in 2013, Bill Gates appears to be distancing himself from Jeffrey Epstein. And Epstein seems to have a problem with that. He says, I assume the dedication to our relation went both ways. Larry has now asked me to recommit to a confidentiality agreement. Basically, he's got to shut up about his relationship with Bill Gates. And this is where the blackmail starts, and it comes in the form of like, if I were you, I would do X if I were the type of guy that you should be. He says, in that regard, I suggest I buy you the house that you had your heart set on. In addition to 5 years of severance, we'll buy you out of the investment contract we agreed upon, 30 to 40% of an $100 million partnership for $30 million in today's terms. That's what I would have done had I been in your shoes. Then he lays out what he has on Bill Gates, or what he says he has. Quote, to add insult to injury, you subsequently, with tears in your eyes, implore me to delete the emails I had regarding your STD. Your request that I provide you antibiotics that you could surreptitiously give to Melinda, and the description of your I mean, this is insane. It's completely insane. It's like basically laying out in text form, I would give me millions of dollars, and I can't believe you're asking me to delete the message where you were going to give STD medication to your wife without her knowledge. I mean, but now that coming out after Epstein's death, this looks really bad for Gates, obviously, because
Bill Gates goes to Epstein Island and does allegedly what we all expect him to do at Epstein Island, gets an STD, finds out that he has an STD far too late, and may have given said STD to his wife. His wife doesn't know, obviously, that, you know, he's cheating on her with sex trafficked possible minors. So he reaches back out to Jeffrey Epstein to be like, hey, do you know what kind of like antibiotics that I can secretly dose my wife with so she doesn't find out that I cheated on her? That's the story here. These people are such freaks, brother. I mean, I've hated Bill Gates since COVID for going to AstraZeneca and making sure that like the global south did not get those patents for free. He's been a real piece of shit. for a million different reasons. So this just confirms my suspicions. I mean, it's not even a suspicion, because what he did then was objectively evil, because he was worried about what that could do to IP in general. Yeah, big finance guy, Jeffrey Epstein, by the way. Isn't it crazy how fucking hard every single normalizer fell in their face on this issue? Like, whether it be ContraPoints or Ezra Klein or all these people that are like, no, you guys don't understand. Like, Jeffrey Epstein was just like, he was ferocious. He had a ferocious appetite. Just him, though. All these other billionaires that he was linked up with had nothing to do with the sex trafficking. I promise. It's very interesting because these guys, like, they look at a situation like this, and in their minds, this has to make sense. They can't not live in a world where, like, these billionaires are evil, that the system is designed this way, right? Of course, these guys will never be punished for these bad takes because their job is to deliver takes like this.
We start this episode where I am on the Epstein story. If you force me to give you my best guess, given what we know, I think this guy had a lot of very powerful friends. I think this guy was a predator and a pedophile on an extraordinary scale. And I think those sides of his life were mostly separate. I don't think there is a list of bold-faced names somewhere.
Ain't nobody was forcing you at all. I say this, and I like Ezra a lot more than I like some of these other centrist weirdos. But one must examine the tendency to immediately think, no, this is conspiracy, this is crazy. These guys that are directly tied to people that, you know, finance me and stuff, like, they can't be evil. Because if I'm being as charitable as physically possible here to Ezra Klein, which many of you will get mad at me for doing, I think that's the point. He's like, well, listen, I think personally that these guys that fund the Abundist movement, they can't be all that bad. After all, they pay me. And it seems like a big chunk of them are directly affiliated with Jeffrey Epstein, as were many financial elite. So I can't believe personally that these guys are bad. Wait, since when do you like him? I just think that despite the fact that he's wrong all the time in spectacular ways and in ways I talk about all the time, he's just too polite for me to hate him too much. Because, like, all these other political operatives are so goddamn vicious and so monstrous, not just to me, but just in general, that his kind liberal shtick works on me. I'll admit it. You know, it doesn't work on anybody else, but it works on me. So I'm telling you why. I know why. That's why I maintain charitability.
This is exactly what we suspected the whole time. Epstein was providing services to rich people and expecting payment via blackmail. Now you might say, and it's true, that we don't know that Epstein ultimately sent that version of an email to Gates. All we know is he sent that to himself. He may have planned the blackmail and just been drafting something. But what we do know are two things. The Wall Street Journal has reported that Gates was threatened by Epstein over an affair. We also know that after this blackmail email Jeffrey sent to himself was written, eventually Gates sent a $2 million donation to MIT directed by Jeffrey Epstein, which is a bit weird if you had distanced yourself from the guy and y'all had this big falling out. Now, again, do we know for sure that Bill Gates...
What's been shocking to me is how Nick Fuentes has reacted to this, I will admit. Because, like, in a way, he's almost exactly like Alex Jones, right? Like, Alex Jones says, like, there's a pedophilic cabal of libtards that are, like, dominating society and doing crazy sex rituals. Turns out it's real, but Alex Jones can't say anything about it because all of his buddies were doing the sex rituals, right?
You see, for over 120 plus years in Northern California, in Sonoma County, on a 2,700-acre secluded redwood grove, leaders from around the world, prime ministers, chancellors, presidents, governors, again, the heads of industry, banking, academia, the media, Hollywood, only a select few, a little over 2,000 people, travel there to engage in bizarre, ancient Canaanite, Luciferian, Babylon mystery religion ceremonies.
And the same thing almost goes for Nick Fuentes as well. Like, for Nick Fuentes, this is an opportunity. This is an opportunity to max out on anti-Semitism, right? Like, Jewish guy who like talks about, you know, Goyim is a horrifying international sex criminal pedophile that was clearly working with both the CIA and also Mossad, and was also securing contracts for the state of Israel. And what is Nick Fuentes doing? Selling Jeffrey Epstein merch and talking about how the only problem with Jeffrey Epstein is that he's Jewish and not that he was, like, doing blackmail for Israel or sex trafficking minors necessarily, as though if a Jeffrey Epstein was Christian, then he'd be fine.
we've been lied to also by another richest guy on the planet. Geez, it's a shock why they don't want to put this out. Elon Musk, who has been saying for years that it is a lie that he went to Epstein's island. In fact, he says he refused to go. From Elon, he says, Epstein tried to get me to go to his island. I refused. He says, anyone pushing this false narrative deserves complete
Okay, I'll be honest. Maybe Elon was saying like, oh, Epstein tried to make me go to the island by talking about how there's like young girls there. And it was really enticing for him. Because it doesn't, when I look at those emails, it doesn't feel like Epstein is trying to get him to come that hard. But he is mentioning that there's like young girls that are at the island. So I guess maybe if you're a pedophile, that's like super enticing as an offer.
Elon Musk planned trip to Epstein's private island, and he says this is false. But of course, we start to dig through the files, and we can see on Epstein's calendar that Elon Musk is booked in December 6th of 2014. But maybe you don't believe that. That's just the word of Jeffrey Epstein. But maybe you'll believe the word of Elon Musk, who was caught emailing Jeffrey Epstein to go to his island post the guilty plea. Elon Musk writes, we'll be in BVI St. Bart's area over the holidays. Good time to visit. Jeffrey Epstein says, I will send a heli for you. Later, Elon Musk writes to Epstein, probably just to Lula and me, his ex-wife, what day night would be the wildest party on your island? The world's richest man is asking the most pedophile man for the wildest party on his island. And then it gets more explicit. In 2012, remember, this is the guy who said, I refused it. I could never do that, right? It's false. But here in 2012, he says, do you have any parties planned?
Pedocon is a theory, like gravity is a theory, boys. You already know. I mean, these guys are all bipartisan. There's no Democrat, there's no Republican. They just run the country. They run the planet. Also, another judge me by my enemies moment, by the way. As you guys know, Elon Musk is an op. But I guess I bring some vibes to the table that like a lot of pedophiles hate.
These guys are lying to us, and people are swallowing it still, thinking that Elon Musk had nothing to do with this guy. So again, that's 2012. That's 2014. But guess what? There's another time in 2013. I mean, this seems like a yearly thing with the boys. Here, once again, Elon Musk writes, we'll be in the BVI St. Bart's area over the holidays. Again, is there a good time to visit? Jeffrey Epstein, any day, 1st to the 8th, play it by ear if you want, always space for you. They then plan some more, and you might think, well, if Elon ever told the truth, this is when he has to reject, right? Because he said, I refused. But actually, it appears to be one of those cases where, like, your friend says, like, oh, bro, I dumped her. And actually, it was the other way. Yeah, it turns out Elon didn't dump the dumped Elon. He says, bad news. Unfortunately, my schedule will keep me in New York. Hopefully, we can schedule another time in the future. Jeffrey Epstein let Elon down. That's actually the real story. Is the reason he didn't go in 2013 was because he couldn't go. Jeffrey Epstein was not there. Guys, I mean, how blatant do they have to make it before we start to just see through it, right? When they issue these ridiculous denials, they're totally associated with the guy after the guilty plea. They lie through their teeth, but they can't even keep their story straight. I mean, that's what's crazy. They're not even competent at this. They get caught in their own lies all the time. Remember, the FBI's official story was they didn't blackmail. Well, before we even had these files.
Yeah, that was so crazy. How can you have any confidence in the federal government from this point on? You know what I mean?
Howard Lutnick was on the record calling Jeffrey Epstein the greatest blackmailer ever.
So how come Bill Gates and all these other people could hang around him and not?
Yeah, Vivian also corroborated this information. Tom Pritzker wrote an email. Oh, Pritzker, too, was like super connected. It was U.S. policy to destroy the career of any U.S. officer enlisted that objected to the rape of children in Afghanistan. In June 2011, American billionaire Tom Pritzker told Epstein that he was in a remote valley of Afghanistan with armed soldiers, toys, and boys. It was his birthday wish. General Petraeus helped out. Yep, that's our big boy's relative, isn't it? No matter what we find out, nothing will come of this. What's the goddamn point? First of all, if you are not using this as an opportunity to show your friends and family members the truth about these out-of-touch billionaires and millionaires, you are delusional. Because guess what? There are opportunists out there that are using this as an opportunity to propagandize against, like, Jews in general, right? Shifting the attention away from the financial elite and the metric ton of evil crimes that they engage in and the blackmail network that holds everything together. They're just going, oh, they're doing this because they're Jews. So there's people organizing right now to radicalize people in the wrong direction. That's number one. Number two, yes, even if justice is not served in this process, and I don't believe there will be justice served, let's be real, because There's a reason why these guys talk so openly about their sexual deviancies and their illicit activities, their heinous crimes against humanity. And that's because they're billionaires. And they know that they are untouchable. And unfortunately, for the time being, they are. But if you want to design a future where they are no longer untouchable, you got to work extra hard. This is how you get people on board. You tell them, don't you feel like it's kind of crazy that all of these like rabid anti-communists are all pedophilic sex traffickers and financial criminals that are constantly talking with one another about like ordering new children and other sex trafficked women, adults as well, to rape and abuse, while in the process of also like selling, I don't know, Israeli surveillance technology to other countries and shit. Don't you feel like that's a little strange? All these people who like hate communists, they all just like get off on, I don't know, complete dominance and also pedophilia. I mean, seriously, if there's one group that's like virtually untouched, unscathed in this, it's like Marxist Leninists for the most part. Sure, he met with Fidel Castro one time. That's it. I mean, let's be real. That's straight up. Because people will be like, there's no Muslims on the Epstein files. Bitch, of course there's a ton of Muslims on the Epstein files. What are you talking about? The fucking UAE is all up and down. UAE is Epstein's major partner beyond Israel. MBS is on there too. I think even the Qataris to a certain degree are involved. There's hella Muslims on the Epstein files, big dog. Everybody's on it because Epstein is a representation of American hegemony. Yes, I said ML specifically because Chomsky is not a fucking Marxist-Leninist. As a matter of fact, he's like the first break-off point for me with Chomsky was his criticisms of Lenin. If you've ever listened to Chomsky speak on Lenin, you already probably feel a certain type of way. I have, at least.
See what you saw, or did they see it and ignore it, or
no, they participated.
Right.
That's what his MO was, you know, get a massage. And what happened in that massage room, I assume, was on video. This guy was the greatest blackmailer ever.
Interesting. Okay, so Howard has a different perspective. Now, if you don't know, that guy, do you think he's...
Bro, he's so slimy. Oh my God. Howard Buttlick is so... What a slime bag. Remember 9/11, okay? This guy literally farmed his own company to get a fat 9/11 payout, okay? He successfully sued the airliners and was able to get a ginormous payout. And then he did not distribute the funds evenly to the victims and instead took over by majority share, took over the trial awards and pocketed it. Is the stream crashing? Is bro glitching? Wait, what's happening? There have been new recordings of Epstein talking to Ehud Yarak. Ehud Yarak. Oh, that's awesome. That's a Turkish chatter. Saying Ehud Yarak is so funny. Is it Ehud Barak? Yarak means penis in Turkish, but like a very vulgar way to say cock. And it also happens to sound like Barak. There have been new recordings of Epstein talking to Ehud Yarak. Epstein is giving him details about high-value, high-influential people in America. It sounds like Yarak is trying to make sense of it and even trying to write down their names. Yeah, I know. We're going to cover that in a little bit. All right, let's continue with this.
The truth there, even this guy who's contradicting the official narrative, this guy literally lived next to Jeffrey Epstein. This guy who's like, I'm going to tell the truth. Those guys participated. That guy lives next to Jeffrey Epstein. And by the way, he lied too. He made this rude, lewd comment in front of my wife. I would never go see this guy. I mean, he makes it super clear he's gross.
So I was never in the room with him socially, for business, or for even philanthropy. If that guy was there, I wasn't going because he's gross.
These other guys, they may have participated.
They participated.
But Howard Lutnick, he could never. No. He's too good of a guy. Well, guess what we found in the old emails? Looky. It's Howard Lutnick writing in to Jeffy Boy in 2012. Hi, Jeff. We're landing in St. Thomas early afternoon, planning to head over. Where are you located? What's the exact location for my captain? Does Sunday evening for dinner sound good? Is this the guy you said made a lewd comment to your wife and, oh, I could never be in front of him. He's gross. Guess what the next email is? My boy's wife messaging in, saying we're headed towards you in St. Thomas. Later, the subject line, Jeffrey Epstein. Good morning, Howard. Jeffrey wished me to pass you along. Nice seeing you. They clearly met, and the guy is just lying about it to your face, to the American public's face, and they tried to hide it from us. I cannot emphasize this enough. They're lying through their teeth. You think this guy perfectly remembers a
Have you seen that dumbass theory on X that Mamdani's Epstein's son? Jeffrey Epstein is like, I'm a self-described liberal, billionaire who routinely collaborates with neo-Nazis and fascists. I love the liberal world order. I love Steven Pinker. I love basically every major donor to the Democratic Party and the Republican Party. I love the duopoly. I love bourgeois capitalism. I love bourgeois democracy. I hate the dictatorship of the proletariat. I hate communism. I think all communists should be dead. And then after all is said and done, you got right-wingers being like, that's Zoran. Here's the AI photo of Zoran. Here's the AI photo of Zoran. I believe it now. You see? See, Jeffrey Epstein was Judeo-communist. And then they're like, oh, there's a photo of him with Fidel Castro. You have to be the dumbest person on the planet. It's like Yanis Varoufakis told me that his name was mentioned as well in the Epstein files. They were reading and sharing a lot of materials that they were reading with one another. Just because someone has had limited contact at some point doesn't make it the same. If you want to yell about someone, yell about... If you want to yell about someone, yell about Noam Chomsky. Noam Chomsky was a whole-ass pedophilia advocate. My man was manufacturing the age of consent. That was the consent he was manufacturing. I'm sorry. I think Noam Chomsky's writings are very important. I still think Manufacturing Consent is a great work. But let's be real. My man was a libertarian socialist. That's just the case. There's a difference between someone who is supposed to be my ideological ally and me openly recognizing that they were engaging in a ridiculous, extensive, quite intimate relationship with an international sex trafficker for both Mossad and the CIA, versus like a one-off that Zoran's famous director mom, as a part of like the New York elite, went to a party that Jeffrey Epstein also was at. And then to expand on that, to be like, well, very clearly Zoran's mom is like deeply involved with Jeffrey Epstein. And not only that, but Zoran himself is deeply involved with Jeffrey Epstein. You're a fucking idiot. Jeffrey Epstein was basically butt-fucking Donald Trump. And you're over here being like, but what about Zoran? I imagine that Zoran was also a victim of Jeffrey Epstein. You know? Ehud Barak and Jeffrey Epstein are taking turns Trump in a sex dungeon somewhere. And these guys are like, don't look at that. 7,000 emails between Jeffrey Epstein and Ehud Barak being like, I love doing espionage for the glorious state of Israel. We should sell more surveillance technology to Mongolia. We should sell more Israeli surveillance technology to Kazakhstan. I love doing espionage for the Mossad. You are my best friend, Ehud Barak, former prime minister of Israel, Ehud Barak. I love doing Mossad activities. And people are like, don't worry about that stuff. Don't worry about that stuff. That stuff is irrelevant. It's negligible. Focus on made up shit that I made up with my mind. And it's the same thing with like the Pizzagate losers. What are you saying? Or the I hate Goyim too. It's like so stupid. Yes, dude, he was a fucking Jewish supremacist. How is this shocking to you? He was a sociopathic monster. I can't believe I'm about to say this, but this is yet another tendency of people looking at like not the in-group. If Jeffrey Epstein is a white Christian and he's talking about this, you know that doesn't reflect on all fucking white Christians. But because Jeffrey Epstein is Jewish and talking about Jewish supremacy, you think like, oh, well, all Jews are doing that. All Jews are Judeo-supremacists. It's not the case. I have no interest in defending this shit. Focus up. Focus on the actual problems here. Yes, Jeffrey Epstein is a Jewish supremacist. Wow, shocking revelation. He's also an international sex trafficker that was blackmailing the financial elite at the behest of Mossad and the CIA. Hello? Are you stupid? Do you have a brain issue that this is like, you think this is the largest revelation here? This is the anti-Semitism we were talking about for months to have come as a product of Israel, mind fucking everyone? I know. That's what's so frustrating. People that think like the major takeaway here is that like all Jews are up to no good are stupid, okay? Focus on the real problem. Israel is the real problem. You're a fucking moron, dude. I don't give a fuck what someone's background is, okay? I don't give a fuck what someone's ethnicity is. I don't give a fuck what someone's religion is. I care about their perspective. I care about their advocacy. I care about what they're defending. Israel is indefensible. It doesn't matter to me if it's a Jewish person defending Israel, if it's a Christian person defending Israel. Eddie Liger is correct, Mr. ACP. The Fidel Castro thing is like completely fucking ridiculous. He did not have an extensive relationship, as far as we know, with Jeffrey Epstein. And what we do know is that Jeffrey Epstein actually saw Fidel Castro as a hurdle against his goals in Cuba. Fidel Castro died. Now a lot of possibilities. Fidel Castro died. Now a lot of possibilities for me, Epstein wrote in a 2016 email the same month Castro passed. Also, he was a rabid anti-communist. He celebrated the fall of the USSR. And of course he celebrated the fall of the USSR because there was a lot of sex trafficking of young girls and young boys in the aftermath of the fall of the dissolution of the USSR. And I suspect that these guys also took advantage of that as well. So, anyway. Before the Cuban Revolution, Havana was full of brothels that were frequented by Western financiers. What does not exist in the leaks is evidence of correspondence or a relationship between Castro and Epstein. If it did exist, you can bet the Trump admin would have released it immediately for political purposes. The ruling capitalist elite always want to pin its crimes on communists, but in reality, socialism has historically been the strongest barrier to elite trafficking networks. Just Barack Obama's White House counsel giving Jeffrey Epstein advice on how to answer questions about Donald Trump having sex with a girl at his house, allegedly. I knew Epstein professionally and has always had positive dealings with him. I don't know about his personal legal issues. Other than that, I have read in the public reports and therefore don't have any comment. Trump is likely to be based questions soon about me. In an ideal world, what do you think he would and could say? Supposedly, a girl said that Donald had sex with her at my house when she was underage. She said she had a witness in 1993. Pottinger story, 2 weeks ago. McGiver said that Pottinger wanted to meet him. I emailed back, do not meet. You are not involved. Yesterday, what is this? MacGyver? Oh, God, this guy was so stupid, dude. I mean, he could not fucking spell for shit. He was just letting the keyboard sing, man. He did not care about what the output looked like. He was just like, yeah, whatever, close enough. Yesterday, MacGyver sent me, Pottinger worked his way into my office to tell C2 me that, very annoyed, I called and got his feelings, me the above. Yeah, we already talked about this, but Elon Musk's daughter, Vivian, friend of the show, confirmed the St. Bart's trip. Admittedly, I was first dumb enough to think he actually meant hanging out with the young diplomats. Lol, lol, lol. However, after he clarified that he meant to party with the young women under age of 25, I still chose to work on rockets and cars. Oh, I'm such a nerd. Rock solid. I honestly believe that Elon was too autistic to understand the signals he was being given and genuinely thought it was a fun party with tennis and snorkeling. Yeah. I just wanted to totally go to a party. Yeah. Comedy is legal, dude.
2005, like walking in the guy's house, I remember exactly what I said to him. My wife and I looked at each other, and he wouldn't remember the 2012. I boated over to his private island for a dinner. Is that what we're really thinking? Is that what we're expected to believe? This is a momentary lapse in his judgment. No, these guys don't even care about being consistent, and they're all throwing each other under the bus. Don't you remember Elon Musk saying, the time to drop the really big bomb, Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That's the real reason they haven't been made public. My guy, you also are in the Epstein files. Very clear.
Yeah, that's why he knew it. He's like, yeah, I saw him at the party, at the kid party. I was there. Totally. Make America great. Dark MAGA.
Now, the last thing I want to talk about is some of the most explosive stuff. It's also, again, I have to say, unverified, okay? This is the NTOC, the FBI's National Threat Operations Center. And the challenge with confirming some of this is that these are anonymous tips, or they black them out at least, so we don't know who they are, and anyone can drop a tip. Now, that doesn't mean that you should disregard them. It just means we can't verify them. The other challenge is that the FBI has a heavy incentive to discredit anything with Donald Trump in it, just because he's in the White House right now, obviously. And so I want to be clear, there are notes related to some of these submissions where they say things like complainant was spoken to and deemed not credible. Additional research showed 3 separate redacted. You know, it's hard to tell how much this is the proper due diligence of the FBI, which they should be doing, of course, and not all complaints are credible.
What if Q from QAnon was originally Epstein? I mean, that's more believable than anything else. Oh, yeah, now they're cooking with gas. What is this update on Peter Attia situation? We're hearing here there's a battle royale between Paramount Corporate and CBS News' Barry Weiss. She does not want to cut ties with Attia and sees it as a given, giving in to the mob. Paramount sees it an HR matter and that Attia can't give expert advice. CBS News is expected to cut ties with Peter Attia over Epstein links just days after Barry Weiss announced them. Oh, my God, that's the other thing. Because Jeffrey Epstein is so heavily connected to the pro-Israel crowd, that, you know, Barry Weiss, being an agent of Israel herself, acting in the capacity of as an agent of Israel, has understandably hired so many Jeffrey Epstein affiliates. Yeah, you blew it again, Barry. God, you can't get anything right. Bovine Barry.
Oh, there's this obvious conflict of interest with the fact that the sitting president is in some of these complaints. But here they are for what it's worth. Complaint summary. Blank reported an unidentified female friend who was forced to perform on...
Oh, DOJ has killed that link since then, by the way. Now, the reason why they killed that link, or I will admit, some of the stuff in there, because this is a comprehensive investigation, is going to be like crazy ramblings. And some of the complaints are from non-credible witnesses, or not witnesses, but like non-credible actors. And you have to parse through what's credible, what's a credible allegation, and what's a non-credible allegation. This is an FBI tip line. Some of the things that people are saying in the FBI tip line are just fake. You have to be an adult about this. Like, I don't think George H.W. Bush ate the intestines of a small baby and ate the fecal matter of the intestines. Like, I think that's not credible, okay? And even in the FBI complaint summary, there's some stuff that they bring up that are from non-credible, like there are non-credible allegations here. Some of them are credible, though. This doesn't mean that like Donald Trump didn't do any sexual assaults. Of course he did. We know that he did. A civil court found him liable. And not only that, but also his ex-wife.
President Trump approximately 35 years ago in New Jersey. The friend told Alexis that she was approximately 13 to 14 years old when this occurred, and the friend allegedly bit President Trump while performing. The friend was allegedly hit in the face after
the tip lines categorize their tips by credibility. Why would they put non-credible accounts in the files? They literally have non-credible accounts in these files. They openly say some of these accounts are non-credible. What are you talking about? You didn't do the reading. You didn't do the reading.
Laughed about biting President Trump. The friend also said she was abused by Epstein. Later, there's very explosive claims about big parties with her, other younger girls, and older Victoria's Secret models, including Bill Clinton and Donald Trump. There's claims third hand about a female victim of Epstein's who wants to publish a book citing Leslie Wexner, Epstein, Bill Clinton, Donald Trump, Ghislaine Maxwell is in the videos as well. And it goes on like this for a while. Some of the complaints are just like very graphic, and obviously I'm gonna censor out some of it. But I should also mention the DOJ claims that some of these claims were submitted to the FBI right before the 2020 election. To be clear, the claims are unfounded and false, and if they had any shred of credibility, they would have certainly been weaponized against President Trump already. Now, I agree that if a complaint is timed right before an election, there definitely could be some other motivations to that. But it's also ridiculous to say that anything in the Epstein files, if it were true, would have come out already. Because why didn't we see the stuff about Bill Gates, for example? I mean, that stuff apparently has been sitting in here for a long time. And not only did no one talk about it, the FBI literally covered for it. I mean, they said that this was not the case. There are big claims against a lot of powerful people. Nobody in that file really wants to rock the boat or release.
On this topic, did we cover pizza being references? Ironically possible the calls coming from inside the house regarding Pizzagate? No, I don't think they're referencing pizza when they... I don't think the Pizzagate pizza references were actually child pornography or children. I think that when these guys, if anything, after seeing like millions of pages of the Jeffrey Epstein investigations, we found out without a shred of a doubt that when they talk about children, when they talk about raping children, they say it. When they talk about pizza, it's most likely about pizza. I don't understand why you think in the overwhelming majority of instances, they're just straight up talking about prostitutes and prostitution, but then randomly they switch it over to pizza and cheese pizza to imply child pornography when there's literally child pornography in the CSAM, in the files. What are you talking about? Whoever believes this guy is a moron, he literally gets paid by Israel to share pro-Jew propaganda. How does it make you feel that your favorite neo-Nazi that you think is like the most honest defender of the truth is refusing to tie this back to Israel, but instead consistently talks about Jews? Meanwhile, the Israeli state is up my asshole every single day in ways that they never hit Nick Fuentes on. Let's be fucking real. Nick Fuentes talks about being debanked, but the only reason why he had his finances under scrutiny was because he participated in January 6th and he got a fat check from a cryptocurrency guy right before January 6th. He didn't get debanked because of Jews or debanked because of Israel. That's bullshit. I love that you guys think that the guy who's selling Jeffrey Epstein hoodies are actually a serious commentator here, you know, and not actually trying to undermine the severity of Jeffrey Epstein's crimes. Anyone that looks at the Jeffrey Epstein situation and goes, well, this is how Jews are, is actually a fucking moron. You're an idiot. You're an unproductive, undisciplined moron who doesn't understand that the real problem here is not Jews, it's Israel.
Because then they get in trouble and their buddies get in trouble, and that's a huge problem.
Perhaps a big part of the reason why they're mad is because the guy who made 4chan poll right after meeting Jeffrey Epstein, Moot or whatever his name is, and that the entire anti-Semitic reactionary right movement, this counterculture, supposedly counterculture movement of defending white people, was perhaps also another Mossad conspiracy, and that really hurts their feelings when they hear that. When they hear that this is also that they were being duped into. They were duped into like unproductive mechanisms of thought, methods of thought by potentially a Mossad agent. That really frustrates them that they've been psyoped. Yeah, Nick Fuentes for the past few weeks. Jeffrey Epstein wasn't a pedophile. He was an ephemophile. That's why I'm selling his merchandise. Ephebophilia is based. Nick Fuentes unironically looked at the Jeffrey Epstein situation only a month ago and decided the real crime of Jeffrey Epstein was not that he was an international sex trafficker of minors. That stuff was based. It was that he was Jewish while doing it. And there are still people who sincerely think that this guy has any serious care or consideration for covering these issues. Okay, he just straight up said it. He literally was like, well, you know, he was really cool. Like, you'd be a part of that too if you had the opportunity. Also, I'm selling Jeffrey Epstein merchandise. Jeffrey Epstein is cool as f. That's what he said. Meanwhile, a lot of these liberal outlets are trying to present Jeffrey Epstein as a Russian agent, or they're trying to say, well, he talked about Putin quite a bit. Yeah, bitch, you know who else he talked to directly? Ehud Barak. Liberals and Republicans both are moving away from the Israel connections for some reason. And even the supposedly anti-Israel right, the anti-Semitic anti-Israel right, is also doing the same in their own way. I wonder why. Because there's only one truth here. And anyone that tries to move you away, anyone that tries to deflect your attention away from that one singular truth is f***ing lying to you. That's it. They have an agenda. You can think in your mind that I'm trying to preserve the safety and security of Jews. That's why I'm an op, because I'm not a real anti-Israel, agent or whatever. If you want to believe that, you can believe that if you want. But there's a real reason why Israel's agents are way more aggressive in the way that they come after me than they do with Nick Fuentes. That's because I think Nick Fuentes is basically a Fed. But one thing that I obviously want to talk about is Don Lemon. Now, Don Lemon and I don't see eye to eye in many things. Okay, we don't see the world in the same way at all. Having said that, as I've defended Jimmy Kimmel in the past, when there was an infraction against Jimmy Kimmel for basically the most like normal vanilla take possible on the Charlie Kirk assassination that wasn't even remotely offensive, and the Trump administration tried to utilize the federal regulatory agencies to get Jimmy Kimmel fired. They have upped the ante now, and they're going after Don Lemon in what I consider to be one of the most egregious, outright censorious violations of the First Amendment in the United States, okay? This is stuff that we have not seen since World War I. This is stuff that they would sometimes engage in, never this flagrantly, never this openly. Stuff that they would engage with, like for undocumented citizens or migrant reporters that were reporting on ICE activities in the past, but never this openly, in direct violation of the Constitution. I need you to understand, this is directly a violation of the American Constitution. Let's take a look at what happened, and I'll give you some more commentary in a second.
Former CNN anchor Don Lemon has been arrested after he entered a Minnesota church and recorded ICE protesters as they disrupted a service. Well, let's speak to our US correspondent, James Matthews, who is in Washington for us right now. James, I hope he is in Washington. I can't quite see him. There he is. James, what's happening with Don Lemon?
Hi, Ali. Well, Don Lemon, of course, he's a big name here, former CNN anchor who he currently does his own show on YouTube, very much serial doorstepper, he goes round.
Damn, the Pakistan cottage industry is eating good today. Brother, are they eating good? Their cries have only made me stronger. I did not expect there to be 100,000 people in here before I even blasted off. If anything, they brought more attention to the unjustifiable nature, the inconsistencies, like how ridiculous it is. It quite literally backfired. There's probably no better way that this could have backfired on them at all.
Fronting up politicians and the rest. What's happened is that this all stems from a protest a fortnight ago in a Minnesota church. Protesters went inside. They were claiming that one of the pastors worked for ICE. Don Lemon was covering it, and we've seen pictures of him, going inside with protesters, doing interviews, doing journalism. That's what it looks like. He has indeed said he was reporting, not demonstrating. The Department of Justice, well, it, over the past 2 weeks, has been trying to charge a number of those who went inside the church, including Don Lemon. They've gone to at least one court, and that's been knocked back. Magistrates, judges saying, look, this just doesn't wash legally, this pursuit of him. Some charges have stuck.
Yeah, so here's the thing. Don Lemon goes into a church alongside protesters in Minneapolis. The protesters are protesting against the pastor in this church in Minneapolis that happens to work with ICE. That's an insane concept to begin with. Many of you, especially non-Americans, might be like, what the f do you mean? A priest is also working with ICE? Isn't that like fundamentally not in line with preaching the gospel? In the United States of America, we do Christianity differently. For people who don't understand, there's no hate like Christian love, baby. So that's number one. So protesters go and pose as the clergy, and they start protesting during the, I guess, like proceedings that are taking place. Don Lemon is there acting as a journalist. Don Lemon is there as a journalist. He is filming the process. It is perfectly legal and constitutionally protected for him to be there and film the proceedings. Make no mistake. But because Don Lemon is a household name that a lot of boomers, especially on the Republican side, hate, they use this as an opportunity to make a big controversy out of the situation. First, they arrest and apprehend the leaders of this movement that protested at this church. Then they turn around and try to get Don Lemon to be prosecuted as well. Harmeet Dillon, who is the Assistant Attorney General in the Civil Rights Division in the Department of Justice, says on Benny Johnson's show that she is going to prosecute Don Lemon with everything that they got. This is a person who is tasked with dealing with civil rights in the Department of Justice. Think about that. How crazy. And what, to make matters worse, she talks about it on MLK Day. She talks about using the Klan Act on MLK Day on a black man for going to a church and filming a protest at a church. Insanity. It's upside down world, man. Everything is completely upside down. That's the world we live in. That is the Trump administration. That is how they operate. Now, they first prosecute him or try to prosecute him, and the judge goes, no, I'm not doing that. You're out of your freaking mind. But that does not deter the administration. They go judge shopping, they find it, they get him indicted, and then they arrested him last night. And from what I understand, not only did they arrest him last night, but he actually spent the night in prison, from what I saw. Now, you guys might correct me on that. Maybe I'm wrong.
But not to Don Lemon. It hasn't, however, stopped his arrest. He was picked up in Los Angeles last night. He was covering the Grammy Awards. Federal agents made the arrest. And he is due to appear in court. He has been a critic of Donald Trump. And this does, of course, raise questions about fundamental freedoms in this country. His lawyer has issued a statement calling this an unprecedented attack on the First Amendment, and she's saying that he will fight these charges vigorously. Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, Ali, she's issued a statement or has tweeted the following. I'll read it to you. At my direction early this morning, federal agents arrested Don Lemon, Traherne Jean Cruz, Georgia Fort, she's a journalist.
Wait, chat, I think I might have been able to enable super chat, super stickers, and super thanks. Look, W. Oh, we got super chats. All right, let's continue with Don Lemon.
And Jamal Lydell Lundy in connection with what she's calling a coordinated attack on City's Church in St. Paul, Minnesota, the words of the Attorney General Pam Bondi.
Bro, I will say this. I never knew it was going to be like this. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I didn't know it was going to be like this. I want to give a huge shout out to Ethan Klein, Dan Stalkman, all my haters. I want to give a huge shout out to the Apartheid Defense League and a big shout out to Twitch as well, because I had no idea how to do the YouTube live streaming thing at all. I did not know how to do it at all. I wasn't, prepared for it. I didn't even monetize this shit, you know what I mean? And if it wasn't for you guys, if it wasn't for my haters, I probably would not have brought the Piker Broadcasting Service to YouTube as well, I probably would not have realized that there is a massive, massive outlet here of Hasanabi heads, unks in general, that very clearly want me to live stream on here as well. So this is making me reconsider if I can build a membership structure, a revenue structure here on YouTube. Who knows?
Now, I just want to quickly let you know, Don Lemon spoke with Allison Camerata, another former colleague and friend from CNN, who now works for Scripps News, about the church incident. Let's go to what she told us just moments ago.
So he said that he was covering a protest. This is the St. Paul church. The protesters had reason to believe that the pastor there was an ICE agent. And so Don, the way Don described it to me is that he was doing what we do. He was covering a protest. He wasn't conspiring with them.
Yes, it is completely ridiculous. Don Lemon was well within his rights to be there. We can judge and potentially pontificate. We can argue on whether or not it was appropriate to have a protest in a church or whether it's illegal or not. It probably isn't, and we will see that it probably isn't. Listen, having a conversation about whether or not it's appropriate to protest at a church during a church proceeding and whatnot is completely irrelevant here, because what Don Lemon was doing was totally above board and totally legal, okay? What Don Lemon was doing was totally above board and totally legal. It is insane to me that it is even a point of contention and that they are trying to criminalize journalism, because Don Lemon is acting separately from the protesters. He is there acting in the capacity of a journalist. He is there protected by the First Amendment. The protesters are most likely also protected by the First Amendment. Make no mistake. Having said that, to go after Don Lemon, I think, is yet another instance where this dumbass administration is going above and beyond to criminalize enemies that boomers have decided are dangerous threats. They did this with Jimmy Kimmel as well. I was so worried after Charlie Kirk's assassination that these guys were going to do like terrorism watch lists and that liberals were going to completely write off people like myself, saying, oh, well, we also agree that people like Hassan are actually too radical. Take care of them, administration. Take care of them, please. It's totally fine. Turns out they were so horny to dish out punishments to people that boomers despise, to the people that like Trump personally despises, that they went after Jimmy Kimmel, and they bit off a lot more than they could chew. And then everybody responded with, what the hell are you doing? This is completely unacceptable. And they're doing the same thing again with Don Lemon. They do not have the capacity to demonstrate restraint, and it basically cooks their agenda over and over again because they're too heavy-handed with their approach, and people react and people push back immediately, and they go, this is unacceptable. This is a violation of the First Amendment. And obviously, I'm one of those people as well. I'm saying that this is a complete violation of the First Amendment. The fact that they are trying to criminally prosecute a journalist is insane to me. And I hope that every single person, including Steve Miller, that have urged the federal government and all of the law enforcement agencies to violate the law, I hope that every single one of those people get prosecuted later down the line. They must be prosecuted. They must be punished. Democrats need to do this. Do I believe that the Democrats are going to do this? No, I don't believe the Democrats are going to do this at all. As we saw in the back and forth that took place in the Senate, where Chuck Schumer basically decided, we are going to concede. We do not want these, we do not want to actually to take advantage of the popular sentiment here and the unpopularity of the administration, especially as it erroneously sends federal agents as a tyrannical apparatus of the state to go out and do violence to random American citizens that are simply protecting their neighborhoods. They backed away from that. They did not actually make demands about clawing back ICE funding. It was completely inappropriate. It was completely ridiculous, but it was completely expected from the Democrats. And unfortunately, I don't believe that the current National Democratic Party as it stands is going to fight back against the Republicans by making sure that they follow the law. But I will fight for anyone that spreads that message. I will fight for any Democrat that comes out and says, yes, we are going to punish these people. We are going to punish the Republicans that have made rule-breaking, a consistent policy in this administration.
Now that you are learning that there are 2 journalists who have been taken into custody, one of whom we know well, our colleague and friend Don Lemon, the other who is very well known here as an independent journalist, she also saying that she was taken into custody, Georgia Fort. I saw her just the other day. She was covering the Ilhan Omar incident. What does that tell you about what the Trump administration is doing here? I mean, the First Amendment is the First Amendment for a reason.
A disturbing escalation against reporting in America. And I would also put it in the framework of protests. You know, this is part of an ongoing pressure campaign against protests, especially the kind of provocative anti-Trump protest action that we have seen makes the administration so uncomfortable and frankly makes some voters very uncomfortable. This is an action, this arrest of Don Lemon, this arrest of this independent journalist who is live streaming and reporting in Minnesota. This is something that some MAGA loyalists have been demanding. They've been wanting to see it happen. When Trump promised retribution, this is the kind of retribution that some of his voters, not all, but some of his voters wanted to see. And I think that is, for better or for worse, some of the context for what we're seeing this morning. In this, the First Amendment is meant to protect.
No matter what these guys say, no matter what they're saying here, I need you to understand something. What Don Lemon did is constitutionally protected action. What Don Lemon did is constitutionally protected action. The very fact that the administration is actively pursuing him for constitutionally protected action is completely ridiculous. This is done with one goal in mind, which is to create a chilling effect on speech. The reason why they're doing this is because they want you to think twice. If you are a journalist, independent, or if you are a journalist with a large media outlet, the reason why they're doing this is because they want you to stop and think twice before you cover something. There is a reason why this is a violation of the First Amendment. This is fundamentally un-American.
Both a reporter's right to report, but also a congregation's right to worship. So legal experts might say this is somewhat complicated, although Lemon said all along he was there as a reporter, not as an activist, and he did a really important job showing people, all of us now who can watch the video, what happened inside that church. I want to back up to that Sunday morning. That intrusion into City's church was sincerely shocking to many, many millions of Americans, myself included. People, saw that video, they saw Lemon's video, and they were uncomfortable by what happened inside that church. The idea that worship service was disrupted by protesters. And now there's a very interesting debate about whether the protesters were right or they were wrong to go into the church. But that is a political debate, and that's a debate about what forms of protest are effective. The Trump administration is moving that political debate into the legal arena and wanting to take it into court and have a court fight. And we know there have been these attempts to arrest some of the other protesters last week who were there. And now we have these arrests of these reporters who documented the scene. I'm reminded of what one of Lemon's friends, Jennifer Welch, said to her on a podcast. Lemon was talking to Welch, and Welch said to Lemon, quote, "You are a prize for them, an independent, gay, black, happy, successful man. And this is an attempt to intimidate and beat you down." So that's how Lemon's friends see this situation, this attempt to charge him, and now this actual arrest of Lemon. He's in jail in LA now, as an attempt to target another Trump foe. And let me also quote, Sarah, our colleague Larry Madowo, who's based in Nairobi, who covers Africa for CNN. He wrote on X a few minutes ago, this arrest is a gift to authority because even America.
Yeah, let's be real. They were doing that anyway, okay? Don't be ridiculous. They don't need permission from America to do so. As a matter of fact, as long as they are in line with American foreign policy, they're going to do that regardless, and America's not going to say shit. I'll give you the greatest example of this, Turkey. Turkey's a NATO nation. Turkey is a profoundly important country in America's grand design of the Middle Eastern region, whether it be Syria or elsewhere. And therefore, Turkey has been arresting fucking journalists for years. I can't even go back to Turkey for this reason, for this literal reason. Okay, so when Brian Stelter says stuff like this, it's just like, it's a little silly. They do this anyway. Fuck what other countries are doing. We should not be doing this. I don't give a shit what other countries are doing. This is why I get mad when people go, oh, what about China or whatever? It's like, no, dude, we live in America, okay? We live in the United States of America. This is something that is supposed to be, fundamental. This is something that's supposed to be unimaginably important. Just because this is happening to someone that you don't like does not change that reality, okay? What happened to all the Constitution understanders and defenders is ridiculous. It is completely ridiculous. Piker Broadcasting Service is doing big numbers on YouTube. We might actually move to YouTube as well for the Piker Broadcasting Service. For those of you who don't know, the Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. I can't even do a call to action for membership right now, but once we set up the membership, we're expediting the process of creating membership structure here on YouTube as well. Who knows? Maybe I'll become a dual streamer. For me, this is entirely fan-funded. It's an entirely fan-funded operation. As I was saying before, once we set up a membership structure on YouTube as well, depending on how that goes, maybe I'll just do YouTube chat and Twitch chat at the same time. Maybe I'll dual stream. Haven't really figured out how to go from here. Now, let's get back to Don Lemon.
Look at all the evidence. I'm not a protester. And so I think, Allison, not that I think, I know, I was the biggest name. And so if they get a Don Lemon, woohoo, that's a victory. And also, I'm the one who put the information out there.
So the Trump administration wonders why people are saying that they are trying to form a dictatorship. Well, look at the landscape. Arresting Don Lemon, who covered a protest in Minneapolis, is just insane, ridiculous, dictator-like. This is the playbook that dictators use to destroy democracies and take the will of the people away. It is as simple as that. The First Amendment is the First Amendment for a reason. It is considered the preferred amendment when you have to start balancing what's more important. The framers of the Constitution knew that a free press was essential to a democracy. Without a free press, you don't have a democracy. And it's real clear that Donald Trump and company doesn't want a free press. The idea that a journalist, which Don Lemon has been for 30 years, would walk into a church and film a demonstration which is of national interest, and then to say somehow, when you watch the video, they say he's part of the protest. Watch that video. He is covering the protest. He is covering it. That's what journalists do. I covered riots. I was a local reporter in Los Angeles for 15 years, and I covered riots and floods and earthquakes and all sorts of things where I had to step into areas where there were police, where there was activity, private property. When you're covering an event like this, like a protest, which I've covered many, you step into it.
I mean, yeah, this is irredeemable. You don't have to be a Don Lemon fan to recognize how ridiculous this is. The Trump administration, once again, getting ahead of their own goals. They don't want to maintain stability as they move slowly but surely into the direction of fascism. They just get ahead of themselves over and over again. And they've done it again. They've done it one more time. This is why, regardless of how much the Democrats fold, especially at the legislative level, we have to keep up the fucking pressure.
And that's what journalists do. And that's what Don Lemon did.
Also, once again, I want to remind people to subscribe to the broadcast, okay? Subscribe to the Hasanabi broadcast, please. Subscribe to the Hasanabi YouTube page, please. Like the stream as well, but also, please subscribe.
The idea that the Justice Department is saying he walked onto private property, that is insane. A church invites everybody in. Have you ever seen a church with a no trespassing sign saying no journalists allowed? Have you ever seen any house of worship that says that? It is insane, insane that they're making this stupid argument, transparent. And yet, a grand jury indicted Don Lemon after a magistrate said there's insufficient evidence. Well,
yeah, that's the other part of this too, is so stupid that they like very openly pushed it again and again and again. It's so stupid, man. It's so dumb. There's got to be an end to this cruelty. Now let's get back to Amer Israel, where Ilhan Omar, Congressperson Ilhan Omar, had an incident where a psychopathic right-winger attacked her during her town hall back in Minneapolis, or back in Minnesota.
Ilhan Omar
was assaulted last night during a town hall. You can see here a man sprayed her with an unknown substance. Does not appear that she was hurt, but it comes as new details emerge about the shooting death of VA nurse Alex Preddy. A memo obtained by CBS News from Customs and Border Protection does not line up with what DHS officials originally claimed.
Okay, they very quickly move on from that and go into this memo, but this angle is the best angle because you can see she was ready to throw fucking hands. I covered this last night, obviously, when it first happened.
As Secretary Kristi Noem must resign or face impeachment.
Dude, look at that. She straight up goes in. She was about to throw hands. God, I love Ilhan Omar so much. We do not deserve her. We do not deserve Ilhan Omar. She is a goddamn treasure. But the way that this played out obviously makes Ilhan Omar look like a brave warrior. And the cowardly right-wingers have no idea what a real fucking hero looks like. So immediately they started going, oh, this is fake. This is staged. Yeah, you can see how sloshed this two-time divorce champion was over here, trying to get the courage to be able to do this indecent act.
And round of applause for Congresswoman Omar's staff who's here. Hi, everyone.
God, he's so disgusting. A gross freak. I know. I looked at his Instagram profile because they found his Instagram profile after, after his name was revealed, and he has like children that I suspect have been separated from him because they are. I think they look queer. They could be. I assume they're like they're woke. He has woke children, and now the right is using that to claim that this person, this lunatic, is actually a secret Ilhan Omar fan. The Independent actually found who the dude's brother labeled suspect to attack Ilhan Omar, a right-wing extremist who has hated Somalis for decades. In my mind, he's a piece of shit. Anthony Kazmierzak's brother told The Independent. I'm not surprised this happened, Anthony James Kazmierzak's brother said Wednesday morning on a phone interview from his home in North Carolina. Not at all. Unfortunately, he and my mother are both right-wing extremists. Kazmierzak, a 55-year-old Minneapolis resident, is just a different person than I am, according to the brother, who said he has been estranged from his sibling for the past 4 years. The Independent agreed not to name the brother, who said he had begun receiving death threats, of course. I believe in helping people, Kazmierzak's brother, 52, went on. He believes in blaming people. When asked if Kazmierzak had mentioned Omar before, the brother responded, oh yeah, and said he is thankful for the Somali-born Democratic legislator who fled her war-torn nation as a child and became a U.S. citizen in 2000, wasn't badly hurt. Kazmierzak's antipathy towards Somali Americans, whose presence in Minneapolis makes up the largest Somali population in the U.S., dates well back to before Omar was elected in 2019, according to the brother. He has had a hatred of the Somali community probably 20 years, Kazmierzak's brother continued. There's a reason I don't talk to him. He's got a lot of anger. I have no idea where it comes from. He has always been that way, in and out of treatment since he was a kid. Another fucking mentally ill, sociopathic MAGA dick rider. And of course, as expected, once again, just as it was the case with the David DePipe situation, they immediately went and said, this is a psyop. This is a psyop, and it's staged. And how did they arrive at this photo? With AI, of course. They hate seeing themselves on camera doing the deed that they claim they want to do. They hate it. They hate it so much, they immediately go into cope mode because this is what you look like in public. On Twitter, you might hide behind an anonymous account, but this is what you're at. This is who you are. This is who you want to be. Apparently, this is his Twitter. Oh, yeah. Major Trump supporter, major follower of like Tim Pool and all these other people. Anthony Kazmierzak's Facebook page has been found. He's Andy on there. He's a massive Trump, Israel, and Charlie Kirk fan. He even changed his Facebook profile picture of Trump and Erica Kirk. In conclusion, he's MAGA. His neighbor said he's pretty conservative. His brother said he's actually out of his mind. Adequate mental care, adequate health care, adequate material conditions. Like, it doesn't matter. The goal is to actually make the goal is to soften the impact of stupid people like this. Okay, the goal is to make sure that they get the proper treatment. The goal is to make sure that they're not likely to go out and do something like this. Okay, I think it's just the American education system being so dog shit, doesn't push people to exercise critical thinking, and thus brain development gets stunted. I think that's what it is. Yes, like you can't sincerely tell me that a guy like this is all there. Okay, Libs of TikTok, Benny Johnson, Charlie Kirk, Babylon B, Candace Owens, Ben Shapiro, Elon Musk, Hodge Twins, Tim Pool, City of Minneapolis. The most complete glimpse yet into the life and radicalization of Anthony Kazmierzak, the man who rushed Ilhan Omar, from rarely posting anything political to physically attacking members of Congress in just a few years, another victim of the algorithm. Boom. Divorce number 1, DWI, DWI 2, sued for $11,000 in debt. Divorce number 2, court filings revealed that he was unemployed and received a $39,000 annual disability. He had no retirement account or plan. His Lexus was stolen and had over $10,000 in loan and credit card debt to his name. His best friend dies in 2021. Attempts to troll his local Nextdoor group about Kamala Harris. First political post in 10/12/2021. Post political cartoon about Ilhan Omar on Facebook, 10/31/2021. How do people know this? It's because his Facebook account. Attempts to troll his local Nextdoor neighbor. Post political cartoon about Ilhan Omar. Purchases Glock 43X. First date with black girlfriend. Race relevant later. Last new photo with daughters on Facebook. One has since moved out. Other appears to be still be involuntarily committed. One calls himself gender fluid in their Instagram bio. Other uses she/they pronouns. Last public interaction with girlfriend on Facebook. Does not post again until 9/21/2023. Significantly less activity after he returns. And the majority of posts are old photos re-uploaded. Sued again for $1,000 debt. Daughter involuntarily committed for mental illness and chemical dependency sometime between April and July 2024. Answers questions on Quora pushing election fraud, conspiracy, expressing hatred for Democrats. Says he feels sick at the thought of Biden winning. Asked when descendants of slaves will pay reparations to descendants of Union soldiers for freeing them. Sued again for $1,200 debt. Daughter's involuntary commitment extended. Creates Twitter account Andy's Right. First post criticizing Klobuchar. Tweets frustration about black people reproducing. More racist tweets calling black people, I'm not going to read that, an evil beast. Makes President Trump his Facebook profile picture, 9/11/2025. 9/21/2025 makes President Trump and Erica Kirk Facebook profile picture. 11/14/2025 tweets that black people are reverting to apes. 12/28/2025 tweets dismay at lack of Somalis arrested by ICE in Minneapolis. 12/29/2025 tweets that white people are genetically superior to blacks. Also tweets further dismay that black people are reproducing. 1/8/2026 tweets about and justifies Renee Good shooting. 1/28/2026 rushes Ilhan Omar at town hall event. And this man had a gun, because this could have gotten a lot worse. This trend of radicalization is so common, dude. Like this is, and it happens to people like Elon Musk even. Divorce, financial issues. Obviously, Elon Musk doesn't have the financial struggles because he's the wealthiest person on the planet, but like divorce, queer children, not being able to deal with any of that shit, in and out of family court, constantly in fucking debt, on disability payments. Like this is the most common right-wing story, dude. Would this be considered a hate crime when adding all his tweets into the picture? I mean, good luck prosecuting anything in this court system, but this is straight up a person whose brain has been destroyed by the internet. My leading theory at this point is that Kazmierzak blamed the left for taking his 2 daughters and fell deeper and deeper there from there down the rabbit hole. Without any family or money left, he had to find somebody to blame other than himself. Like you see it too. You see it with like constantly talking about like black people being evil beasts and stuff like that. This is how white supremacy is the ultimate cope. Here is some of his profiles, by the way. I mean, one of the profile that we were looking at earlier. No, and obviously blacks were first modern human. We will continue to evolve as white people. Blacks are the old homos. Whites are the newly improved version. This is why I talk about the psychology behind white supremacy all the fucking time. The psychology behind white supremacy is that if you are a loser, if nothing is going well in your life, if you're a whole ass loser and you recognize how big of a loser you are, you recognize how your life has not turned around, your life is not going the way you thought it would be when you were a child, you desperately hold on to some kind of tribalist attitude that gives you a sense of superiority over others. You find an automatic group to blame for every single thing that's going on. It's the same with like anti-Semitism as well. It's the same thing. It's always like you're shifting your own personal failures in an effort to find power in something. And then like white supremacy and fascism allows you to lean into that, this idea that like you are superior just because you're white. It's also something that I've brought up before, like dudes on disability payments hate welfare queens too. There are a ton of dudes like this on disability that constantly chirp about welfare queens, not realizing that like they're cutting off their own lifeline. They vote for it, thinking blacks will be punished. Like that's their mentality. And it's like, brother, what are you talking about? It's you, brother. This is the suicidal ideation of white supremacy. Okay, this is how it works. I mean, guys like this are so common. I don't know how to describe this to you. If you've never been to a rural place in this country, if you've just spent all of your life living in big cities, and there is guys like this in big cities too, for sure, but they're less common in big cities because big cities are so unaffordable. But like in the more affordable sides of this country, in the rural areas, in the suburbs, guys like this are a dime a dozen. And they do not understand that the system is f***ing them super hard. And it's virtually impossible for them to understand, especially when they get to this level. Okay. But this is a perfect demonstration of that radicalization pipeline. And it happens so frequently. And they are the backbone of the Trump MAGA movement. They are the backbone of this movement. I think this still stems from like deep insecurity born out of your material conditions, born out of your abject failure, and a recognition of said abject failure. When you're a kid, you just assume your life is going to turn out much better. You know, you're like, I'm going to be an astronaut. I'm going to be a firefighter. I'm going to save people, right? And then lo and behold, before you know it, you're 55 years old, 2-time divorce champion, 2-time DWI champion, numerous bankruptcies. Kids don't want to talk to you. You're just a whole ass loser. You desperately seek out why you're a loser. And then someone tells you a comforting lullaby where it says, oh, you're a loser because the elite liberals have actually ruined your life through feminism. They've made your children woke and gay. They took your children away from you. You know, you're not an abject failure. It's just everyone else has made you into the person that you are. And then you love that shit. It's cope. They're doing the same thing they did to you from Kaya Gate to Ilhan Omar. Yeah, I mean, these guys are delusional. They're
face impeachment.
Oh, she moved her arm like Kaya Gate. Like when I move my arm. Oh, God. They're saying that was quick, but did you catch that? Where she moves her arm to gesture. She hits the zapping button, the self-zap button. Hello. 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 You guys like my new rug? What are you looking at? What are you looking at? Is this rug available on ideology.shop? No. To be honest, I feel like a loser most days. I'm underemployed, depressed, single, and bald, but I refuse to sacrifice my humanity to hateful right stances. The left and compassion is the only thing that keeps me on this planet. Chatter, you're not alone, okay? And that's precisely what I try to do here in this community, which is try to pull these guys out. Try to be a North Star for many of these people before they move into a very dangerous place in their lives. That's why a sense of community and a sense of purpose is very important. That's why I have an unflinching mission to explain to people that they are not responsible at the end of the day for their own material conditions, that there is a systemic analysis at play here. The problem that I have with right-wingers is that they actually don't conduct the proper systemic analysis and simply tell people that they are great because of the virtue of their whiteness, or simply tell people that they would have done much better if it wasn't for feminism or trans people existing. That's it. Yeah. The real minority group that you should be blaming is billionaires, is capital owners, not random black people that have the exact same material circumstances as you, that have the exact same class position as you. Yeah. The real POC to blame is not people of color, people of capital. Well, the alleged Ilhan Omar sprayer, Andy Kazmierzak, seems to have some far-left gender pronoun children, but yeah, totally MAGA. This stinks of being staged. There are 30 million reasons why. Yeah, the most prominent Republican on the website that you're tweeting on is literally the exact same story. How is this an uncommon story? The head nod and not immediately go to the hospital for potential hazardous material contamination seals the deal for me. That and all the other scams. And the left is saying, but Elon Musk. Elon is not going around spraying Democrats with weird liquids who are under investigation. Smells like an op. The thing to look for is here, will Ilhan Omar press charges? If not, extremely telling. It's crazy because it's like, this is the most common hog story. And these guys who probably have similar stories in their own lives, similar points of radicalization of family members that go no contact when they realize you're like a psychopathic, rabid fascist. That will turn around and sincerely be like, oh, something smells fishy here. It's literally the most common trajectory for right-wing heads, man. It is the most common trajectory of radicalization. It is insane that we are living in a universe now where a solid chunk of the population is hallucinating. How the f do we get back to reality? The other reason why they're doing this is because Ilhan Omar bravely stood and continued to deliver her speech saying, I will not let them win, and also squared up on them. And that kind of bravery is not something that they've ever seen, which is precisely the reason why they're like, oh, this looks too good for Ilhan Omar in spite of the psychotic attack that she received. So this must be fake. But I'll take it. I'll take them saying it's fake because now I'm going to fucking keep saying the Trump assassination attempt was fake. The fight moment was totally staged. And that's the reason why they're projecting. Okay, fuck you. I'm just going to lean into the psychosis going forward, just left-wing style. We need to put people who are this stupid in a concentrated play area without any immediate hazards and let them free roam all day. They can't be outside driving cars like John Fetterman is what I said. I'm dark woke now, baby. It's all staged. They're all claiming it's staged because they know they wanted it to happen real bad, but also because the president's assassination attempt was fake as I am totally with Blue and on this now. Yeah. I don't know if the Ilhan Omar thing is staged or not. There's certainly plenty of reasons to be suspicious. Like what? The fact that she's Somali American? Is that the only... What reason do you have for it to be suspicious? Yeah, Charlie Kirk's neck just fentanyl. Charlie Kirk's neck just did that because of fentanyl consumption. Donald Trump's ear had a little thing that exploded. He didn't actually fucking bleed. His ear is perfectly fine. If his ear got snapped out, if his ear got shot at all, it would have exploded. We didn't even see a little bit. We didn't even see a little bit of damage on his ear. It's bullshit. He had like one of those vessels. Like those explodable things on the side of his ear. It was a special ops sniper who shot the firefighter behind him, and they swapped the body, or they had staged a body on top of that container, and Trump's ear blew up a squib. 100%. That's what I believe now.
Kristi Noem must resign.
Justice Congresswoman Ilhan Omar called for Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem to step down. Police say 55-year-old Anthony Kamirzak charged at her during that town hall Tuesday night, using a syringe to spray an unknown substance before being tackled to the ground. Despite safety concerns, Omar, insistent, continued the event.
Here is the reality that people like this ugly man don't understand. We are Minnesota strong, and we will stay resilient in the face of whatever they might throw at us.
The attack followed yesterday's release of the first Customs and Border Protection internal report on the shooting of Alex Preddy on Saturday.
Now, police tell me that the Congresswoman was uninjured, but they're still trying to determine what that foul-smelling substance was. In the meantime, that suspect is being held in county jail, arrested on assault charges. He has a record of 10 DUIs, but Gail has not had his first court appearance yet.
Well, we will all be watching that one, Matt. Thank you very much.
The man who appears to be Alex Preddy filmed interacting with federal agents. This is the incident, I believe, where he broke his ribs. We'll talk about that too. Wait, 10 DUIs? Wait, did I miss something here? Oh, in the last video at the end?
Now, police tell me that the Congresswoman was uninjured, but they're still trying to determine what that foul-smelling substance was.
I thought he was a 2-time DUI champion. He was a 10-time DUI champion?
In the meantime, that suspect is being held in county jail, arrested on assault charges. He has a record of 10 DUIs, but
10? 10 DUIs? That's an all-time ballot Hall of Famer, dude. What the f? That is a DUI champion. How can you get 10 DUIs? Anyone that lets you behind a wheel after the third one is irresponsible and should possibly also be prosecuted. Yeah, it turns out the real thugs that they're releasing from prison over and over again is the white supremacists. It's not the migrants, brother. 10 DUIs? Are you kidding me? Jesus Christ, dude. Oh my God. He probably drove drunk to the event. He was hammered at the event too. Yeah, how did the judge let him out of jail? Is he an illegal immigrant or something? Nope. I thought you only got away with doing crimes like that if you were from Guatemala. Turns out not the case at all. Turns out it's actually that guy that gets released from prison. Interesting. Yeah, the judge must have been hammered too. Jesus Christ, dude. How are you allowed to be around a car? Brother, at that point, you're so consistently drunk that you shouldn't even be in a car as a passenger, bro. You're going to give people a contact high from how drunk you are. This is new. This is a new meta that I didn't even know was explored in the past. Like, this is something that I did not think was possible. Oh my God. Ranked professional drunk driving. My man went up in a ELO.
And I was really hopeful when I heard Tom Homan was appointed there, moving out fresh blood. But what we're seeing is
I was so
more of the
hopeful
same,
that the other
that is not.
We swapped out the manlet freak for Jabba the Hutt. There's a CNN town hall with about ICE, by the way. We're going to be watching that right now. Jacob Fry is live on CNN. Hopefully they cook his ass a little bit. Hopefully they fry his ass a little bit.
Mayor, I want to introduce to you Sophia Karanakis. She is a law student here in Minneapolis at the University of Minnesota. Sophia, what's your question?
So what do you have to say to those who are arguably the majority, who feel that harsh words and public statements are not enough to address this crisis?
Yes!
I would say that they are exactly right. Words alone are not going to do anything. And that's why in the city of Minneapolis, we are taking clear action to change this. And the battlefield that we operate on is the battlefield of the law. We are right, legally. The actions that have taken place in our street are unconstitutional. You can't randomly yank off the street a person because they happen to look Somali or they happen to look Latino. You can't detain United States citizens, rip them away from their family, and they don't even know where they went.
Brother, you literally are responding with more words, okay? Like, the person is like, can you give us more commitments beyond words? And he's like, well, let me tell you, I got the best words.
Several days because
I got the best words. This is, for the record, why I was saying these guys are not meeting the fucking moment. And all these, like, stupid-ass liberals on the timeline were yelling at me over this. Being like, why are you yelling at the Democrats? I'm not. I'm offering a voice to the people of Minneapolis that also want their local administrators to do something.
Afraid to go outside, taking a watch at a daycare to make sure
Looking
that their
at the camera
friends, their
directly.
neighbors,
Oh,
our
hell yeah,
family,
dude.
we are a collective family, that they're safe. And if there's inspiration to take it from them. Take it from the tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of Minneapolitans and Minnesotans that are standing up saying, you know what, we are better united, we are better together. And that, if nothing else, has been ridiculously powerful. I've never been prouder to be from Minneapolis.
Mayor, one of those people, Alex Preddy, was out there taking video. And many things have been said about him by the administration. You heard words from Stephen Miller. You heard words from DHS Secretary Kristi Noem. You heard from Commander Greg Bovino, all saying things about him, calling him a domestic terrorist, saying he was there to massacre police. Has anyone from the administration apologized to you or anyone in your administration or any officials here in Minnesota about what they initially said about Alex Preddy?
No. And look, Alex Preddy, we saw this from the video involving your dad, Mac, clearly a person that cares deeply about this country, that cares about other people beyond himself.
Let's be real. They're worried about starting a civil war. Brother, I hate this counter argument. You want to know why? Because there is already a war taking place. So the option here is to just roll over and die. What are you saying? Like, what do you mean?
I mean, it's indicative of him, but it's
the
also
goal here is to apply pressure to make it costly, to develop a response that will make it costly. Trump already is on the back foot. It already worked. And it worked in spite of these fucking idiots. It worked because the people rose up.
So that is what we're hearing from them now.
It's here already. People that say, oh, the response is a civil war. It's like, brother, it's over then. If there is no response whatsoever, and we don't actually make this a costly endeavor for the Trump administration, they're just going to do it over and over again. That's why when I went out there, I said Minneapolis is doing this not just for their own neighbors, but for the rest of the country.
Mayor Fry, what material commitments are you making to community members, our community members, who have been harmed, detained, or have had their loved ones brutalized? As the mayor of the city, what concrete actions will you and the city of Minneapolis take, such as providing financial support, coordinating resources, or pursuing legal action?
All of the above, providing financial support, coordinating legal resources, and of course pursuing action. These are actions that are underway, and we need to bolster them even further. So first, we are proactively and responsively suing based on the unconstitutional conduct that is happening in our streets. Second, we are working with a number of victims of these unconstitutional actions to try to hook them up with organizations where they can themselves have standing to sue. Third, we have a task force that is set up so that we've got communication channels that are in line so that we get through this most difficult of situations. And finally, look, our entire city enterprise has been operating over the last several weeks, if not months, to do everything possible that we can to keep our residents safe and to have an emergency response to what's presently taking place. And that includes things like having our community service officers deliver food. These are soon-to-be police officers deliver food for people that would otherwise be afraid to go out of their homes. This is everything that's happening through offices of Immigrant and Refugee Affairs to make sure that they have legal supports in place if and when they need them. And here's the other truth. Is it enough? And this is real. No, and I'm sorry. I never in a million years would I have imagined that this kind of thing would happen in America, that the Department of Justice would be weaponized against local people and elected officials, that we'd have this broad invasion of thousands of agents, not to keep people safe, but causing chaos in our street. And so I'm sorry to you, to your community, and to your soon-to-be profession as a lawyer.
We're going to take a short break. We'll have more questions from our audience. We'll hear more.
You've never been more alone in your life than at this very moment. We've never been more alone. As far as like demanding that our electeds do something, it's crazy. He should have listened to Omar Fateh. Yeah, Omar Fateh floated some pretty ridiculous ideas for Minneapolis, but this one takes the cake. He's pledged to direct Minneapolis Police Department to arrest federal agents, a move that would put our entire community at risk. At last night's debate, Jacob Fry had a simple question. How
would our police officers do that? How would our police officers arrest federal agents when, simply put, they have much bigger guns and it would be illegal?
And that's part of it.
But we should actually dig in on the answer to this question, because this gets to the crux of the issues that we actually deal with. You committed to arresting federal agents. My simple question is how?
Yeah, well, if there's any federal agent that has a mask on, that should not be allowed in our city.
I agree with that, but how? How do you arrest them?
Well, we can work with our state partners, we can work with our Attorney General, we can work with it cross-jurisdictionally, we can work as a city.
But specifically, how would you arrest them?
The reality is,
this would put our...
What do you mean? That's the job of the police, is to enforce the laws. Enforce the law? It's that simple. You go up and you tell them that they're under arrest for not abiding by the anti-mask initiatives. You ticket the shit out of them. You keep literally ticketing their cars. Cops love issuing tickets. You gum up the works any way you can. Tow their cars, man. Issue them tickets. Trespass them when they're trying to break and enter into the home of a Minneapolis resident. The f do you mean how? Anyway, this is back. Let's see what else they have to
kicking
say.
their vehicles' taillight as the agents are driving away. The Department of Homeland Security told CNN Wednesday it is reviewing the footage. We are live in Minneapolis with Mayor Jacob Fry, and we're now joined by Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara. Obviously, a video like this, which has just emerged, some people are going to see it as in one way, other people are going to see it in another way. Do you think it changes at all? Do you think this video, to you, what does this video say?
I actually haven't yet seen the video, but are we actually making the argument that Alex Preddy should be killed for something that happened like 11 days prior to the shooting itself? No, I think we should be talking about the circumstances that actually led to the killing and what took place. And those circumstances, I mean, you can believe your own two eyes.
I want to read a statement that we just received from
CNN is crazy for this, by the way. They're like, come on, just say.
Down the street, despite posing no threat to anyone, he was violently assaulted by a group of ICE agents. Nothing that happened a full week before could possibly have justified Alex's killing at the hands of ICE on January 24th.
Y'all are almost as stupid as I am. That's saying something. Sorry,
Chief,
we're so dumb sometimes. We still need you. Don't get discouraged.
In the streets, from a professional policing
Top post in his subreddit is calling it AI. Should probably clap it. Sure.
Well,
I mean, I have no control over my
at
subreddit.
least a number of the videos that we've seen that have been circulated online show a lot of methods that are questionable and tactics that just do not appear safe.
All right, I'm going to get back to the audience. We have a grandmom of 20. Yes, you heard that right. Yeah. Amazing the work that you have had to do in your life.
As a retired police officer, the spouse of a retired police officer, the granddaughter of a retired police chief, a daughter of a police officer, mother of children in law enforcement, I fear the president is putting local law enforcement in situations that force them to choose between a career that they love or having to defend the chaos the president is sending to our cities. Have you talked to your officers?
Yeah. Yes. First off, thank you for your service, and thank you for the service of all of your family members. I've tried to be present as much as possible with our officers, both out on the street and in the stations.
Bro, you got the cop right there. You got King Thumb. Just be like, why won't you prosecute? Why won't you, why won't you arrest ICE agents? Come on. Can we arrest ICE agents, please? That would be very nice if you would arrest some ICE agents. I would like a side of arresting ICE agents, please. Wow, this is a beautiful day. It's only minus 10 degrees today. Probably the warmest day in Minneapolis. Perfect day to arrest ICE agents. You know, that type of stuff. I think that's the type of stuff that you should be saying at this town hall.
And it's been very, very difficult, not just for them, but for the family members that are at home when they're getting called in, when they're getting held over. It's bringing everyone, our residents, it's bringing all of these emotions from all of this trauma back up to the forefront.
This dude is exploding out of his uniform. Yeah, he is the most. Look at him, bro. He is so thumb-coated. It is crazy. You know he's going into the evidence file for some steroids that they seized from a shipment, you know?
They want to be the change in this department, set an example for the rest of the country to follow. Those officers that have stuck around after 2020.
It's about to be an incident when the top button pops off and just decapitates one of these old ladies at the town hall. My man is just sitting there like a 10-pound hot dog in a 5-pound bag.
As far as I know, nobody has come to me and said, we got to get that baker out of here. The breads and the cakes are just a bridge too far. Nobody's saying that. That guy has made our city a better place. And so why not have the focus on actual criminals? If that were the case, then again, stop making this about immigration.
Do you think they're trying to meet a quota? I mean, Stephen Miller had talked about 3,000 wanting to get 3,000
what do you mean? Do you think that's
every day?
Brother, your own news broadcast has reported on the quotas. Like, that's not a question that's up for speculation.
Is that it is making our city less safe. What I can tell you is that, yes, it has caused chaos on our streets.
If it is the case that there is quotas, I think we learned a long time ago in this country that policing for quotas is not a good thing, and that bad things happen because of it.
I'm curious, Chief, are your officers, and a lot of people who were in the streets that Saturday, are your officers there to protect protesters from DHS officers or to protect DHS officers from the protesters?
So this has been a question that comes up repeatedly, and it's one that we get accusations all the time. I know everyone sees things through one political filter or another. The reality is the responsibility of the Minneapolis Police Department is to keep the streets and the people in this city safe, period. So what has been happening over and over and over again, once a situation deteriorates where there's a public safety threat, where there is actual violence, threats of violence, or property damage, we insert ourselves into that chaos like we would in any other situation where those types of things are happening, and we try and slow things down and de-escalate and keep the peace.
I just want to say, is DHS making your officers more unsafe with some of the actions that they have?
All of these resulting actions and everything that has happened very clearly has had a dramatic impact and a toll on our officers. There's no question about it. But I want to finish, if I may, your original question. Even when we show up where there's hotels being damaged and we try and stop that and make arrests, people then view that
Not the
as,
hotels.
oh, well, you're protecting the ICE agents in the hotel.
Yes, they are.
No, we're protecting literally everyone.
There's a question
yes,
for you.
You are. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. You are literally protecting the ICE agents in the hotel. You're protecting them from going to sleep, from stopping them from going to sleep.
All right, we are going to take a break real quick here. And when we return, we're going to be joined by 3 Minnesota
Republicans. Oh, great. Democratic Party machine is now working to create the justification for caving the Trump on the ICE issue. A few days ago, I warned about the tycoon-funded Searchlight Institute run by former Fetterman staffers have been deriding ICE critics. Now we get this update from the Senate. The influential new think tank seeks to push the Democratic Party towards broadly popular positions, regardless of ideology. In the case of ICE, Jenelson writes, Adam Jenelson is Searchlight. He is the John Fetterman caretaker. Anyway, Democrats should usually leverage the demand common sense reforms to ICE that have been backing that have the backing of broad bipartisan majorities of Americans. Jenelson writes in the memo, which came across the desk of Aide Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer Tuesday and continued to make the rounds among Senate Democrats. Oh my Lord, dude, we're never getting anything. It's so hard not to be pessimistic, man. I'm sorry. Democrats are 100% signaling that they are going to do reforms on ICE. Okay. They're not going to try to defund ICE. They're not going to try to take away the previous funding hike, the spending hike that they wrote in the law. They're not going to do any of that shit. And they're literally farming you right now. They're telling you that they're not going to do it.
Literally all the people involved. That's what we're seeing, is that there is not a desire to lower the temperature. That's immediately tit for tat. We're not going to work together. And I was really hopeful when I heard Tom Homan was appointed there, moving out fresh blood. But what we're seeing is
I was so
more
hopeful
of the same,
that the
and
other
that is not
we swapped out the manlet freak for Jabba the Hutt.
To stop with the negativity and
stop with the negativity, guys. The state of Republicans, dude.
Now, this is for you, Representative Engen. I want to bring in Rebecca Whiting. She is from Bemidji, Minnesota. Did I get that right, y'all?
Yes.
Okay. Thank goodness. She is a farmer and the chair of the Libertarian Party of Minnesota. She's also an Iraq War Army veteran. Thank you for your service, Rebecca. What is your question?
Okay, so my question is, do you believe protesters have the right to the Second Amendment? Would I, as an Army veteran, still be able to have access to my Second Amendment if I attended a protest?
Well, first off, I want to say thank you for your service. We're all owing you a great debt. And, you know, when it comes to protests versus riots, that's a different thing. Of course you have a legal right to carry. But when you are trying to get in the way of law enforcement officers, when it is your stated goal to get in the way of lawful arrests of some of the most heinous amongst us, when it comes to the 1,600 people on a detainer list that Governor Walz refused to give over, that's a whole different...
The Department of Corrections cooperates with the federal mandate. Any criminal that you are actually giving to ICE is coming from prison. Okay? Shut the
chaos, it's destruction, it's calamity, and it was completely avoidable. Had Tim Walz just given over that detainer list.
I cannot believe Omar has to deal with these fucking losers, bro. Holy shit. These guys are such dildos.
I want to address a question to you, Senator Holmstrom. President Donald Trump said yesterday that Alex Preddy, quote, shouldn't have been carrying a gun, and that you can't walk in with guns. You can't do that. Do you agree with him?
So I along with 200 or plus thousand Minnesotans have a concealed carry permit. I believe that you have an absolute right to carry a firearm in the streets of Minnesota. Again, there's a lawful way to do it. And if you have a responsibility as a gun owner and as a carry holder to be judicious about when and where you carry your firearm. I've been to protests. I don't carry there because it's a dangerous situation. I'm not saying that that's lawful. I'm not saying you can't. I'm saying that you have a responsibility to be judicious in how you choose to exercise that right and all of your rights. So no, I guess I disagree with the president on that. You certainly have a right to bring a firearm. That right ends when you choose to physically engage with law enforcement. You no longer have a right to carry in that situation.
But what if
once
you're just using your cell phone?
Once you take unlawful actions, you've lost that right.
What if you're just using your cell phone to record them?
Yeah. So, and again, when you look at the totality of that circumstance, right? This isn't somebody that was sitting on a sidewalk who was detached and disengaged and recording. This is somebody who was in the street who was struggling. That was a rough thing to watch, and my heart goes out to that family. It really does. But again, when it comes
But
to
I'm a Republican.
the constitutional right to
So
carry
I
a
have
firearm,
to dick eat Donald
absolutely
Trump.
He had it. Absolutely, he was allowed to bring it. I don't think that in that situation, I would have made that choice. In fact, I know I wouldn't have. And I certainly wouldn't
I'm
have
a pussy.
in a tussle
I would
with
never
law
save
enforcement.
another woman from being shoved into the ground
I think that
by an
it's gonna be a
unaccountable
really,
Nazi.
interesting investigation. I don't think that it's up to me. I don't presume to be the.
Do these guys all get the same JD guy liner? Is that what it is? What's going on here?
And then we'll be able to
Did
make
they
that
build these
determination.
guys in the same factory? Is this another Peter Thiel blood boy? What's going on?
The state or local governments.
Yeah, there's a lot of agencies in the federal government. There's millions of people that work for the federal government. I believe that they can conduct a proper investigation.
I want to go to our audience.
I can't stand these
Question
motherfuckers,
for,
bro.
Representative
Oh
West.
my
This is,
God.
Shel DeCondo. She's an educator and a mom from St. Paul. Shel?
Good luck defending
Hi.
this.
What specific actions will you
Oh,
support
ICE
in
drive-by
the
pepper
next
sprays people
legislative
standing on the
session
sidewalk
to
after
address
this
both
vehicle
the
passed by
immediate
them?
fallout from these deadly encounters and the broader question of how Minnesota navigates federal immigration enforcement while safeguarding civil liberties?
One difficult thing about this whole situation is the federal government and the
She's
state
giving.
government and all the ways they interact.
This is conflicting. Okay.
Run over the state in almost every circumstance.
There's a lot going on with this outfit. Hat's cool, but then I'm looking at the bottom.
Every single law, every time that contradicts, the federal government has preeminence. So we're really limited in what we can do. I do
Get
not
it out
have
of your
anything
system
specific,
before
I'm
Black
sorry,
History
but
Month.
I'm happy to have any discussion. That's,
She's a
that's
teacher,
the fun part of being
chill.
in the legislature is you get to cover every topic
I'm just
imaginable.
saying.
Some of them are
She came in and said both sides.
it is always open.
She came in and said both sides with that outfit.
Let me ask you, Representative West, you've dismissed the idea of deporting every undocumented immigrant in Minnesota. The administration, they have not put a number on how many people they want to deport here in Minneapolis or in Minnesota. Stephen Miller has talked about deporting 3,000 people
She's a
nationwide
Sherman
every day.
supporter, but admires Robert E.
Do you have any
Lee.
idea when this will end in Minnesota? When do you want the administration to come out with a number of, when is enough?
Well, I literally have no power over it, so my opinion honestly doesn't matter that much, but I'll give it to you since you asked, is the actually deporting every single illegal immigrant is fundamentally an impossible thing. And
These
especially
guys
since
are
Congress
these guys are
has
Republican
dragged their feet
state
on immigration reform. I mean,
congresspersons.
you've been covering it in your many years here. Yeah, they've let this whole system become a total disaster. Securing the border was always the first step in that. Now we have to look at, well, what do we do with everybody we have now? And especially given the demographic structure, it would be economic suicide to deport every single illegal immigrant in the country. But we certainly shouldn't be keeping them in our prisons or keeping them in our jails just because the state wants to exert, like, we don't want to cooperate with the Fed. We can free up space in our prisons and move in the, start dealing with the number of illegal immigrants we have. And then we need the Congress, not us, needs to find a way to get us beyond that. Now, that's a complicated question, but we certainly need to be deporting illegal immigrants who have committed crimes, 100%. And to me, that's the obvious solution. You asked the mayor that in the last section. How about everybody focus on that, and let's get to work and end this.
You would like to see a more, I don't want to put words in your mouth. Would you like to see a more targeted approach here right now? everybody is saying, we want to go after hardened criminals. Whether that's actually happening here or not, I guess is not.
Anderson, I don't mean to jump in here, but you have 1,600
It's not
people
happening.
who
Every hardened criminal that they deported is from prison.
Raids that looked chaotic, and
every
that led
hardened
to
criminal that they've deported,
they
deported from prison. They were already in prison. They were already in prison.
The administration, though, said that they were initially going after the worst of the worst, quote unquote.
That was their goal. And the worst was held back.
Now people are being picked up who are legally here, detained for days, and then let go. And there have been American citizens picked up. Do you think that's what they should be doing?
I think that would not have happened had Governor Walz and other leaders here in the state not made it their stated goal to impede everything that the federal administration does.
Do you think the administration has any role in this? Because I know you're putting the blame on the governor, but...
So a heightened tension or a heightened escalation from the state where they say they're going to get in the way, that they're going to fight it at every turn, that's been met with equal force from the federal government. Now, do I like it when I hear that Americans have been apprehended based off of skin color, as some have said? No, of course I don't. That's disgusting. We shouldn't be doing that. But when you have a concerted and very calculated effort to impede that same administration at every turn.
Yeah, to dominate the regular working public.
A woman in shock.
I'm so glad that we're spending like $80 billion on some of the most unemployable morons that are just going after people with jobs. I think it was the Chapo take, right? ICE is an agency that gets confidence from some of the most unemployed people who celebrate them going after employed people over and over again. ICE is basically a group of unemployable morons getting fucking hired to go and arrest employed people. What the are we doing?
And if we allow agents to do that, we get allow law enforcement to do that. We can allow law enforcement to work with their community members and build relationships, because that's what we've been doing in law enforcement the last 10 years. We've been focusing on building good relationships with the community, because that's what we do. So if we create those agreements in Minnesota, and we maybe have to legislate that they have to be part of them, that gives a great opportunity for ICE agents to not have to be here and not be building relationships, and your community police officers, your sheriff's departments, they can be doing this work while they're simultaneously doing all the other work and all the other great things that they're doing in our communities. I think that creates a really positive environment where everyone can wholeheartedly trust the police and feel safe around them. And again, the lack of that.
They previously had the police chief and Jacob Fry. Now they're asking the Republicans.
Minneapolis is not interested in ever working in that capacity.
But they should be getting cooked way harder, in my opinion.
That refusal of our leaders, of Frey and of Walz, to engage and work with federal law enforcement is creating this chaos. Yes. It's creating a dangerous environment where people don't feel safe to go outside, where we have 3,000 agents in Minnesota, and people are worried about that. That would not be happening right now if we just worked with the federal government, as nearly every other state does. We don't have to be prideful and boastful about fighting Tim Walz fighting Trump. Or last night he said he would physically violate the vice president. That's language that really makes people feel unsafe. They feel unsteady when their leaders are talking about getting in fistfights with each other over gravitas. That's not how we lead. That's not how we should legislate, and that's not how we should treat our people.
And the president has certainly had his licks too against those who are in power here. But let me quickly
to that point. Actually, I think it's really important to note that this week President Trump met with these leaders, and he came out and he said great things about them. If you read his post, he was very complimentary, and it was repudiated with more insults from the leaders here in Minnesota. The olive branch is constantly extended.
Oh
and it's
no! Trump's feelings are hurt. Is he sick? The fattest Nazis of all time on the streets of Minneapolis.
You're hearing that laughter because people.
Those guys are constituents, you asshole. What do you mean? God, these people are such pathetic cucks.
We saw.
They're laughing.
So
they're laughing in his
real
face.
Problem. Media is not addressing serious issues. Just in December, the Star Tribune here in Minnesota, our largest newspaper, had a year-end wrap-up where they wrapped up the most important stories of the year. They didn't even touch on the $9 billion worth of fraud in this state, which is honestly, my belief and a lot of people's beliefs is the reason that there's so much chaos and that the governor refuses to work is because this is a great distraction from his absolute failure.
If it wasn't for the countless videos from multiple angles showing the moments leading up to and after Alex Preddy's shooting, we may never have known what happened that day. And you may have seen this angle, one of the closest to the incident, filmed through a car windshield. Whoa! Up until now, we had not heard from the young woman behind the camera about what she witnessed that day. Her name is Kayla Schultz. She's coming forward. She sat down with me earlier today. Here's some of what she told me.
He was trying to save the life of that other person.
Take a look.
I am scared of speaking out and having this public, having my face out there and my name. But if
he died a hero. He's a good man, and they murdered him, dude.
Shown there.
And now these sons of bitches are running around being like, well, don't you think he deserved to get killed because he broke the taillight of 11 days prior to his assassination?
To be scared, intimidated into silence. I can lose my safety. I can lose security. They can take everything away from me, but they can't take my voice. And they want us to be intimidated.
They feed off it.
They escalate in every single way if they are not able to use that fear in order to intimidate us into backing down.
So if you're not intimidated, they escalate.
And that's exactly what happened to Alex. He did not let them intimidate him. In fact, he stood up for two women that they were absolutely brutalizing, and that made them mad that they were not able to intimidate him into tucking his tail and leaving.
Your camera is actually the closest camera to that moment of the Border Patrol guy shoving these women onto the sidewalk, but it's the closest, and you have the closest vantage point of them being pepper sprayed.
One moment, there are people being pushed around, there are people being maced right in front of me. The next thing I know, it's gunshots. It's so many gunshots, I couldn't believe it. I really have barely a recollection of the moments immediately after, other than just the feeling of absolute horror and also rage that it escalated like this. So they backed up, and I was sure he was dead.
You're scared, but you're still standing up.
Yes. I think it's so important. Now is not the time to stay silent in this for anyone at all. It's imperative. Things are going to get a lot worse, I think, not only in my city, but around this country as this project expands. And we all need to be courageous. We all need to be a little bit brave. And again, do what we can in order to stand up for our rights.
Well, coming up, we're going to hear from Minnesota's Attorney General Keith Ellison on whether he thinks any federal officers should be held accountable for their actions in Minnesota. We'll be right back.
Did you see Dr. Oz talk about the Armenian mafia fraud in LA? This is going to be the next ethnic cleansing ICE mission. I did see that. I don't think ICE is going to have as easy of a time roaming the streets of Glendale, if I'm being real. And I cannot believe that the Trump administration is so fucking insane that you can just have like a Turkish dude decide to go after an ethnic group in the country, advancing his own personal interests. It is insane to me. It is actually insane to me that this motherfucker is running around in Glendale talking about how Armenians are doing fraud. Yeah, Angus King already folded, said he would accept a clean resolution on DHS funding to avert a partial shutdown and give Congress more time to put restrictions on ICE. Shaheen calls it a reasonable approach. Oh, God, these guys are such fucking pathetic losers, of course. And also, Chris Murphy says, Democrats are right to deny funding to the DHS absent changes that stop the lawlessness and inhumanity. Changes that Americans are demanding. Let's talk for a second about what has to change immediately and why it's so important to demand these reforms. Alec Karakatsanis says, This is a speech designed by someone who thinks you're stupid. He's explicitly promising to keep the recently triple budget of the DHS Gestapo if there are reforms that, behind closed doors, their lawyers admit are unenforceable, irrelevant, and even harmful. Adam Johnson wrote about Dems' proposed reforms, which range from superficial to likely unenforceable to actively harmful. The grip billionaire-backed anti-abolish groups have over Washington the conspicuous absence of any attempt to touch DHS's obscene budget. They are straightforwardly trying to get you on board. They are literally, dude, we talk about how incompetent and feckless the Democrats are, but honestly, this is a moment of competence. You have to also recognize when Democrats are competent, right? They immediately go out and they do messaging bills, right? Or not messaging bills, sorry. They immediately go out and get their third-way neoliberal messaging operations. They float it to Politico and they say, see, the best kind of messaging here is modest reform on ICE. Then they turn around and have backdoor meetings about how they're going to demand certain reforms. This is a moment of competence for the Democratic Party. Do not misunderstand me. It's horrible and it's feckless and it's appeasing. Dare I say, it's fascist collaboration. However, they are being competent here. They're getting together and they're basically trying to cast aside those who have the bravery to say abolish ICE as naysayers, as outsiders. Just remember this. Remember this when they do this for Medicare for All, for example. Remember this if there's any sort of significant movement to demand cutting funds to Israel. When it comes down to collaborating with fascists, Democrats will become incredibly competent overnight. And this is a perfect demonstration of such. They haven't arrested either of the ICE agents. Where's that demand? I mean, there's that too. It's so fucked. Here's a friend of the show, Keith Ellison, talking.
In 3 different cases now, so we had to take that action. So I'm concerned about it, but we're moving but we did something about it, and we're going to continue to do so.
I want you to meet Kevin Brown.
Hi, Kevin.
He's a local business owner here in Minneapolis. Kevin, what's your question?
Attorney General Ellison, do you actually have the names of the individuals who shot Alex Preddy? If not, how can you investigate someone for potential criminal activity if you don't know who they are?
This is an excellent question. And, I mean, it really speaks to the fact that it's rather absurd that the names are not public already. I can't imagine I mean, look, I've been a lawyer for 36 years. I've never seen anything like this before. We have heard some reports that the names might exist in a report form. I haven't heard them yet, and I'm confident that we will get those names. But the fact that I don't know them yet is an absurdity and is example of how little cooperation that we're getting. I mean, if you believe that you you used deadly force in a lawful manner, why would you be afraid to disclose that name? You're claiming that you did the right thing? Step up, admit it, and let us all deal with it. It feels like a cover-up, Kevin. And I would never want to say that about our federal government, but over the least
you have to remember, he's the Attorney General. He can and can't say certain things. Like, for example, he can't call it a murder. I hope you know that. He is the Attorney General.
Minneapolis. She works.
He literally is not allowed to call it a murder. I just need you to understand, when he uses certain words, the mayor can say whatever the fuck he wants. The governor can say whatever the fuck he wants. He can't say whatever the fuck he wants. He's the Attorney General. Before you get mad at him.
Minnesota pursue civil or criminal action if federal accountability
He has to do lawyer speak because he is responsible for being the top prosecutor.
Barrier. There's no absolute immunity for a federal agent who commits a crime in Minnesota.
What do you mean? He's the Attorney General. I feel like our brains have been so busted from Kash Patel and Pam Bondi constantly going out and just being like, these guys are all rapist murderers before a court proceeding happens, that you think that you can't think that you can tarnish an ongoing investigation. What the
to debate me on the point?
It will literally compromise him. It's his job.
Wrong. In fact, there's other examples when federal agents have been charged. You think of has anybody heard of the Randy Weaver case? It was a white supremacist named Randy Weaver, and federal agents suspected
he has to be impartial. Only Republicans get to be not impartial.
Ruby
Ridge, and
he brought this up in our conversation too,
and killed his wife. And Idaho pursue charges against that agent. And the case actually was litigated up to the Ninth Circuit, and it was determined that there was no blanket immunity and that this officer would have to stand trial. Now, then there was an election, and the local county attorney said, within my prosecutorial discretion, we're not going to pursue the case. But the fact that you could pursue the case is very clear, and J.D. Vance and Stephen Miller are absolutely wrong on the law.
This is Rob Dorr. He's a defense attorney from Minneapolis, who's also active in local gun rights group. Rob, welcome.
Mr. Attorney General, first, thank you and your team for your strong advocacy, trying to get transparency in the investigation. They did amazing on Monday.
Thank you.
Court. Thank
He's
you.
a part of the problem here. He told you to write a letter,
for
bro.
Stronger gun control measures, including policies that would have banned what Alex Preddy was carrying and limiting the right to public carry. Have federal operations in Minnesota and the shooting of Alex Preddy changed your perspective on these policies?
No, they haven't. But let me be clear on what my views on gun race are. I am a gun owner myself. I enjoy hunting deer, pheasant, turkey. I believe people should have the right to lawfully and safely own guns.
People in Minnesota do not play around about hunting, by the way. That was something that I learned. Remember the guy I was talking to that heads care out there?
To save the precious lives of
and he was talking to me about how like he loves hunting. He goes up on a deer stand and
some common sense restrictions on guns.
They do not play around about hunting out there. It is crazy. It's just people that you would not assume are going out to hunt.
You should have background checks. And as a gun owner, I don't mind any of that.
And he had a lowrider too, which is sick.
But you'll also never hear me say that you should have an unlimited right to possess a gun. I'm sure
it's revolting.
People of goodwill can come together
I wouldn't
and say
it's revolting.
What makes sense. What makes sense. So that's where I stand on these issues. I am powerful. I am effective.
It's so funny when motherfuckers go, "Oh, go vegan, bro." Hunting for your own food is probably closer to veganism than going and purchasing at Walmart. What are you talking about?
Up next, we're going to hear from Minneapolis faith leaders on what is giving them hope during the city's immigration.
The reason why I brought that up is because there's no better proof of complete assimilation to American culture than a Somali dude talking to me about putting on the fucking real tree camo and sitting on a deer stand to go out hunting. Like, that's it. That's it. You are you are the proof. You are the proof that you come to America and you assimilate no matter what. You keep some of the traditions, you keep some of the culture, but you do objectively become American. That's a Rogan take. It's just the truest take of all time. They hunt in Somalia too. I know, but it's different when you're sitting in a deer stand with a real tree camo, I feel like. Like deer stand is like an objectively American experience in my mind, at least. You know what I mean? Maybe it's because I'm so Turkish. Like people hunt in Turkey too, but it's not like as common as it is in the United States of America. If everyone went hunting, we would make every animal extinct in like a year. Oh my God, vegans, stop chirping. To me, I feel like that's, bro, you've been to a Walmart, they sell rifles for a reason, someplace to get off of school for the first day of the hunting season. Yeah, to me, as someone who only came to the United States of America and has lived here almost half my life now, but basically for me, it's like, that's peak America, okay? You are the most American. When you're hunting, you're the most American. No one is more American than a guy who hunts, especially in a deer stand. That is crazy. Like, we have to have some limits. Kanye West pens open letter apologizing to the Black and Jewish communities.
Kanye West took out a ad in the Wall Street Journal, and this is an apology. So it starts, "To those I've hurt. 25 years ago, I was in a car accident that broke my jaw and caused injury to my right frontal lobe of my brain. At the time, the focus was on the visible damage, the fracture, the swelling, and the immediate physical trauma. The deeper injury, the one inside my..."
I will say one thing about Kanye West. He really is a fucking hipster, bro. He truly is a hipster. This motherfucker was ahead of the game with the rise of anti-Semitism. Like a year out from unlimited anti-Semitism becoming normalized, he was like, nah, this is my time. And now that everyone is anti-Semitic, Kanye's like, actually, my mistake. All men are brothers, especially Jewish men. I was so wrong. It is crazy. Chill Unk, he on that Galaxy gas still. Bro, he is genuinely a fucking trendsetter. He was so ahead of the fucking game with anti-Semitism. Like, the type of anti-Semitism he's doing now, or was doing back then, is the type of shit that J.D. Vance has to be like, well, you know, we can't disrupt our delicate allegiance with these people. Like, if he... like, it's crazy. I cannot believe it. He was running around being like, Adolf Hitler invented the microphone. I love him so much. He's the GOAT, greatest of all time. And then now that everyone's like, actually, you're right. And you know, Heil Hitler is the song of the summer. He's like, oh, guys, can we let bygones be bygones? It's so funny. He just straight up said, nah, this anti-Semitism stuff is too mainstream. It's f***ed up now. I don't want it. I don't want it no more. I need to find something different.
My skull went unnoticed. So then he goes into talking about his bipolar disorder. He talks about, you know, being manic and being in denial. And he says, you don't think you're sick. You think everyone else is overreacting. You feel like you're seeing the world more clearly than them, when in reality, you're losing your grip. He says he lost touch with reality. Things got worse the longer he ignored the problem, and he did things he deeply regrets. So this is when he kind of goes into the apologies. He says, some of the people I love the most, I treated the worst. You endure fear, confusion, and humiliation. In a fractured state, I gravitated toward the most destructive symbol I could find, the swastika.
His bipolar is real. I do not think this is a grift. Yeah, no, I know he's fucking bipolar, man. What are you talking about? No one is disputing whether or not he has bipolar disorder. The problem in the situation is, just because you're fucking bipolar doesn't mean you can be a Nazi, chatters. What are we talking about? Especially to the degree that he went so hard. It wasn't like a momentary lapse of judgment. And before people say, oh, bipolar disorder doesn't make someone into a Nazi. Like, no, it can. It can. I mean, he had the perfect concoction of it. You know what I mean? Where it was like he was surrounded by yes men. He had already alienated himself, right? He had already alienated himself. So like he was surrounded by people who were always going to tell him like, oh no, you're doing the right thing. Like no one was checking him. You know what I mean? But like also we're talking about 4 fucking years, dude, like nonstop, unlimited anti-Semitism, even longer than that. He's been at this since 2018, dude. He's been at it for a decade, chatters. He's been running around with Candace Owens since 2018.
Kanye West, now Ye, was not the only person wearing a White Lives Matter t-shirt at the Paris Fashion Week. His friend and our friend Candace Owens was standing right next to him.
And slowly but surely leaning into it even further and further. So like, you know, his bipolar disorder, in my opinion, doesn't absolve him of the fucking insanity that he brought about.
And even sold t-shirts bearing it. One of the difficult aspects of having bipolar disorder is that you disconnect in moments. He says he regrets deeply his actions and he's mortified by them in the state that he was in. And he's committed to accountability, treatment, and meaningful change. It does not excuse what he did, he says. I am not a Nazi or anti-Semite. I love Jewish people. Now to the black community, Kanye West says, to the black community, which held me down through all of the highs and lows in the darkest of times, the black community is unquestionably the foundation of who I am. I am sorry that I have let you down. I love us. He talks about how in early 2025, he fell into a 4-month-long manic episode of psychotic, paranoid, and
he's just too big, in my opinion. He made a song named Heil Hitler, and his touring filled out stadiums around the world. Yeah, he went to China after the Heil Hitler and he just literally sold out a fucking arena in China. I remember. Which is a little bit of an L for China, let's be real. Yeah, he went to like a Asia tour. I mean, he was in Japan for the most part when he was like, you know, doing whatever they don't got internet. Yeah, he went to Asia. He did an Asia tour. It was crazy. Yeah, I'll be honest. I don't really give a shit about any of this stuff. You know, if you come in here to be like, oh, well, you should feel bad for him. He's bipolar. You can suck my entire dick. Sorry. Like, that's crazy. Okay. I'm not Mr. Woke by any means, and I love a good redemption story, but like there is a limit, dude. We gotta have some limits, right? I mean, that's crazy. That's crazy. That is crazy. Like we have to have some limits. You can't be making a song about Heil Hitler and then talk about how you sucked your cousin's dick or whatever, and then just come back in the normal civilized society and be like, my bad, guys. Like, he's a grown-ass man.
Impulsive behavior that destroyed his whole life. And he says that at some points he didn't even want to be here anymore. He said he hit rock bottom a few months ago, and his wife was the person who encouraged him to finally go get help. He also talks about, you know, that he's not asking for sympathy or a free pass. He doesn't aspire to earn people's forgiveness, but he's writing this today to simply ask for patience and understanding as he finds his love, or he finds his way, and then he ends it with love, yay.
I haven't read the letter yet. I just heard it when you said it just now.
Just came out
but you know
minutes
why I feel like this is real? Because we haven't seen Kanye in a long time.
Yeah.
And I feel like he's been doing the work on himself, and that's why we haven't seen him.
Oh my God. I'm not going to say anything. Okay. I'm not going to say anything because everyone's going to eat my ass. I'm not going to say anything because everyone's going to be like, you're getting into black people's business, and then start yelling at me. So I'm just going to keep quiet. Okay. Yes. He's redeeming himself. God damn it.
I pray he continues to do the work, and I want to see him get mentally and emotionally healthy. I want to see him get
And
healed.
then you also reported last week that him and Kim are in a better place with co-parenting.
Yes.
So I think that's amazing.
So hopefully he is getting
But even
help.
when I heard that last week, I thought to myself, I said, oh, if he's in a better place with Kim.
Not saying anything is also a problem. No, I mean, I said what I need to say. I'm just not going to offer any additional commentary on this, okay? I'm not going to say anything about people that are very excited to, like, welcome him back or
With
something.
co-parenting, he must really be doing the work.
Yeah, stay out of our business. No, okay. First of all, I think when you're at the level of Kanye and you do this kind of stuff at that level, it's no longer just black people's business. I was just saying I'm not going to criticize Charlemagne or anyone else for that matter about like their willingness to welcome Kanye West back in open arms at the first sight of him being like, my bad. You know, that's all I meant. I'm not going to criticize them for doing this because I don't want people to be like, wow, you're racist. Oh, you love when unwashed, sweaty white men redeem themselves. It's like, okay, well, Kanye West has apologized for being a Nazi on numerous occasions. So, and then he went right back to business.
Now you got to go kiss the wall, Kanye. You know, that's the next thing. That's how it's going to go. I'm telling you that right now.
It's Lauren LaRosa telling you to beware of the dog. That's right, top dog law. Car accident, slip and fall, or even a worksite injury.
You can't be serious. Hi, everyone. Anthony Fantano here. Internet's busiest music.
Okay, I'm not even. This is the optics of this is looking bad. You know what I mean? White guy watching another white guy cook Kanye West. Oh, there's so many funny moments though, like this one. 5 years ago, an Iggy Azalea Playboy Cardi argument was interrupted by a Ye. This image is digitally altered. While the text message between Iggy Azalea and Playboy Cardi are real, the message from Kanye West was not part of the original conversation. It has been edited. Why the f is he in here? I love this post. Coward? I'm a coward, yes.
Wait.
I don't want the smoke right now, okay? What's next? You want me to start talking about the Black Panther Party being feds, telling Paul Birdsong that he's not allowed to use the name Black Panther because Black Panthers only care about black people, which is insane because the Black Panther Party was quite literally a fucking Maoist party. What the hell are we doing here? Maoism globally has taken root almost exclusively in the third world because it makes a lot more sense. You need like a peasant class, and it's an anti-colonial or like an anti-imperialist movement first and foremost. And the reason why Maoism took root with the Black Panther Party was because the closest association that we have to a peasant class style structure was, you know, the historically oppressed Black Americans. Whether it be slavery or the remnants post abolition of slavery of the similar racial structure that existed. So when you look at like the defining ideology of the third worldism, only working with one specific group of people in the country, and then its contemporaries, its contemporary like movement is now saying, no, you don't understand. We actually have this like ridiculous reactionary bourgeois attitude about what is it, foundational Black Americans or African descendants of slaves only. Like that stuff is so ridiculous. That stuff is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It spits on the face of the original Black Panther Party.
Anyway, just
It's
wanted
absurd.
to very quickly comment because people were pinging me on this about Kanye taking out a full page in the Wall Street Journal to apologize. Kanye's apology
also sat down.
No, I'm talking about ADOS being feds. It's like a PSYOP. ADOS is a PSYOP. FBA is a PSYOP. Yes, I'm white and saying this. You can fucking cook my ass all you want. I don't give a shit. I will always call it out. I'll call it like I see it. That is a PSYOP to divide the black community. Okay? 100% through and fucking through. What kind of fucking reactionary right-wing bourgeois ideology is this shit, dude? Straight up a PSYOP. And it also doesn't have a lot of cultural cachet, I think, in the black community in general. Because, like, here, I'll give you a great example, right? FBA or ADOS will say stuff like, are you calling black people peasants? No, peasantry is a form of class, chatter. God, you're so stupid. I knew someone was going to say that as soon as I mentioned this. Like a historical class subgroup, okay? It's a categorization. Ay, ay, ay. Don't pay attention to him. These bitches don't read. Yeah, but it doesn't matter. None of these bitches read anymore. So you got to work with what you got. Now, as I was saying, the FBA and the ADOS stuff, I think for the most part gets treated, from my experience, from the outside as a white boy, a quirked up white boy. It's treated a little bit like how woke used to be treated, right? Like woke as an original, like Hoteps. It wasn't like a super prominent movement at all, anything like that. People just kind of knew about it, but the average black American wasn't like, not even actually, even less than that. Like at least with like Hoteps and stuff, there's like a little bit more respect. As far as like ADOS and FBA goes, I don't think there is like a major movement, like a major initiative. And the example I will always use is the fact that you look at the polls and FBA guys, they're cranks, right? FBA guys, foundational black Americans, ADOS guys, African descendants of slaves, they will say like, oh, this ICE stuff is not our problem. You know, immigrants are not our problem. It's like an inherently very right-wing attitude that people have over this kind of thing. Black people always ask non-black people for their non-expert opinions. Please pontificate further. Well, you remember that I'm actually talking to white people and educating them. I'm not sure if this is what you meant to say, but Hoteps and woke are very, very different. No. Anyway, can I just finish this? Can I just finish a thought? FBI and ADOS stuff it doesn't have the same cultural significance as far as I've seen, because the polls show the exact opposite reality. When you look at demographic breakdowns of ICE approval in the black community, ICE approval has a minus 75% disapproval rate. In the Hispanic community, that's a minus 54%. Good luck telling me that black people are not woke, or black people are actually becoming like reactionary and are enthralled with this kind of anti-immigrant, black people only type attitude. I don't believe that. I just do not believe that at all. You will never be able to convince me of that. Black people in this country, regardless of what the CIA tries to do, black people in this country have been at the forefront of every social justice movement, and it's just the FBA stuff and the ADOS stuff is like totally a psyop. Not black people only, but significant black men voted for Trump in 2024, unfortunately. No, they didn't. You got psyop too. This was bullshit, and I called it out at the time. No, they did not. You're wrong. That's not the case at all. What the hell? Significant percentages. Bro, look at white men. What are we talking about? Look at white people. There is not even a remote, like there is nothing beyond the margins as far as like black men voting for Donald Trump. It was like insignificant. It was inconsequential. It was totally fucking marginal. Anyway, this is why you be having to talk to y'all, because you don't know black people. We ain't do that shit. Dummies. Being black in this chat is crazy. Yeah, this is also literally the reason why I talk about this stuff. 8% voted for him in 2020 versus 15% last year. Still 83% of black voters backed Harris, man. What are we talking about? Anyway, that's it. All of this chatter about like, black people voting for Donald Trump or all this shit. Not all FBA black people feel that way. It's more of a, we tried to warn y'all, though how we are always done by some sort of government branch or authority, and people always looked the other way and said if it was our fault of the outcome. So now what they've been practiced on us is being done to everyone else. Yeah, no, I mean, that's definitely for sure. I mean, they're popping white men and white women out here. It's crazy. ICE is killing ICE is killing white people and then calling them terrorists. And the racists are on board with it. I never thought that we would get to this level of like racial agnosticism in this country. I guess we're woke now. We got woke fascism. we got Hispanic people popping white people in the suburbs. And the government's like, that's good. Shut the fuck up. That white person deserved it. They're terrorists. It's crazy. ADOS is literally cooked up out of a blend of vestigial black radicalism and the reactionary narrative implanted by American white government-fed psyop to the terrorists apart. If you look at the timeline, it suddenly spun out of nowhere after the repatriation to Liberia era. Yeah. If there's one thing that I will stand on, the American government will never stop fucking with black people, whether it be the crack epidemic, shouts out to Ronald Reagan, or the COINTELPRO and all the disruptive things that they did during revolutionary struggle, during periods of the civil rights struggle. Yeah, war on drugs, war on poverty. So this is just the new meta, I think. That's how I see it. I ain't a fan of the this ain't our fight, but it's literally crazy how every other ethnicity tells us our problems aren't real and we aren't oppressed in this country and are just lazy and vote against our interests of themselves just for cool points with white people. I mean, I don't say that. I don't know who's saying that in this community. I mean, this community understands and recognizes the issues. This is an anti-white supremacist community. My criticism of the "this ain't our fight" statement is that I just don't believe it. I don't think there's a lot of I don't think there are a lot of black people that are saying that. But it is wild that like this is like a post-racial white supremacist country that we live in now. Anyway, that's it. I can't believe we moved on from Kanye to this. Oh, I didn't even watch what Clandis had to say. Let's see what she has to say now. My woke queen.
That's the question.
I'm a clandestine operator, as you guys know.
Anyway, just wanted to very quickly comment, because people were pinging me on this, about Kanye taking out a full page in the Wall Street Journal to apologize. Kanye's apology also sat down with Vanity Fair, or answered questions for Vanity Fair about this apology, whether or not he means it. He speaks about his bipolar episode, said that he is on new meds, that 2025 or 2024 was a tough year for him, and that this is not a PR move, that he is sorry to the people that he hurt. I just want to just broadly say this, because this comes up all the time. There's always this, Candace, God, Ye, that I love Ye. He's like a brother to me. I am never going to turn my back on Ye. I'm here for the Ye of all seasons. He and I agree on many things, disagree on many things at all times. If he wants to apologize to people that he specifically has hurt, he is welcome to do that. And of course, for people that are now trying to construe this and attach and put Candace, this has nothing to do with my viewpoints whatsoever on Israel, people who mass murder children. So I support Ye in everything that he does, and if I don't support him in anything, I will speak to him directly. So I just wanted to state that, because people were asking me, what do you think about this? It's Ye. Ye is always doing something, whatever he wants to do. And the reason why he and I get on so well is because Ye's got to be Ye and Candace has got to be Candace. It's just how it works. Anyway, we'll take a brief break, and then I will.
Damn, that's all she got? Someone tried to run up to Ilhan Omar at her town hall, immediately taken down. Wait, was it my security team? Do you have the video? I want to see if it was my boys. Live 2 minutes ago?
As it's been said, real justice and accountability starts with full, transparent investigation and legal action against ICE, followed by the abolishment of the agency. ICE cannot be reformed. It cannot be rehabilitated. We must abolish ICE for good. And DHS Secretary Kristi Noem must resign or face impeachment. Fucking asshole. I don't know.
Oh my God, he sprayed something on her.
I need a napkin to know nothing.
That's crazy. He just came up to her and sprayed her with some. I don't know what it is. What the what did he yell?
I don't know. Face impeachment.
What does he have? Was it a squirt gun? What was it? I can't tell what it is. I think he said if you don't resign, this is going to be like... What the f... I think it's a syringe. Bro, by the way, Ilhan Omar is crazy. She was literally running towards him to swing, dude. Like, that's crazy. She literally was going in. Oh my God. It's a syringe, I think. I don't know what it was. Hopefully it's nothing crazy. Oh my God. This is unironically. I know he squirted something at her. We don't know what the substance is, though. It looks...
I don't know.
Oh my God, he sprayed something on her.
I need a napkin to know nothing. No, we will continue.
No. Ilhan, you need to go get checked. No,
She's like trying to continue. She's trying to continue the town hall, and they're like, no, you got to get out of here. He said, she says these fucking assholes are not going to get away with this. He's been arrested, by the way. I assume that... Oh, so she's still going. My queen.
That's whatever it is smells so bad. She needs to go get checked. I don't know that's what they want. Please don't let them know. It's not about him, Ilhan.
Is she saying like, no, that's what they want. They want me to feel scared. They want me to stop. Bro, that's a crazy image, dude. She's continuing to go. I assume it's like skunk spray or something. Hopefully it's just like bacon grease, you know? Hopefully it's something like that and not like a chemical, you know what I mean? Hopefully he's like one of those Islamophobic fucking assholes who's like, oh, this is bacon, something like that, you know? Instead of like piss or something. Cause like it could have been something so, it could have been so much worse.
Everybody settle down. I'm going to finish my remarks. It is important for me to continue to lead my Democratic colleagues in demanding her resignation.
God damn. I mean, that's terrifying. Like, he could have had a gun, man, and it would have been over, you know? And I think the goal there was to basically say, like, you know, next time it'll be a gun. Like, if you don't resign, next time it'll be a gun type shit, you know what I mean? They probably need to go past metal detectors for this kind of things. If something like that were to go undetected, who's to say someone won't Shinzo Abe, an actual good-intentioned politician? I mean, dude, let's be real. This is like, it's psychotic, but it's not unexpected, right? I mean, this is something that Donald Trump has been positioning for quite a while, right? Donald Trump has put Ilhan Omar in the crosshairs for years now. It was only a matter of time until someone tried to do this. I don't know what else to say. This is part of the reason why I was very critical of other content creators like Sex Pest, and he talking about like inviting this kind of thing towards other content creators, myself included. Like when you urge people to go and you know, agitate, when you urge people to go and like take matters in their own hands, eventually someone is going to do that. And yeah, meanwhile, while this was happening, here's Donald Trump in Iowa.
Legally, but they have to show that they can love our country, not hate our country. They have to.
This is the intended outcome of that kind of racialized animosity, that dehumanization.
They're not going to blow up our shopping centers, blow up our farms, kill people. They're coming in legally, but they cannot come in unless they come in legally into our country, and we're letting some great people come in. They have to show that they can love our country, not like Ilhan Omar. Did you see what? Did you see that wise guy? You know, she's always talking about the Constitution provides me with the following. You know, the Constitution, she comes from a country that's a disaster. It's considered, I think, it's not even a country, okay? It barely has a government. I don't think it does. They're good at one thing, pirates. But they don't do that anymore. You know why? Because they get the same treatment from us as the drug dealers get. Boom, boom, boom.
Is this not inciting violence, aka domestic terrorism? Yes, 100%. This is the New York Times coverage on a Minneapolis live update. Trump faults Petty for carrying gun, but says he wants honest inquiry. During a town hall with Representative Ilhan Omar in Minneapolis, a man rushed elected and appeared to spray her with a strong-smelling liquid before he was tackled by security. The man was handcuffed and removed. Omar, visibly shaken, continued speaking after a brief pause. After a man sprayed Representative Omar with a strong-smelling substance, she asked for a napkin and insisted that she would continue speaking at the town hall. Here's the reality that people like this ugly man don't understand, she told the crowd. We are Minnesota strong. After she finished her prepared remarks, she said of the attack, I learned at a young age that you don't give in to threats. Jesus Christ. Insane, dude. She's a real one. The man who sprayed Representative Ilhan Omar with an unknown substance during the town hall was seated directly in front of the podium in the front row. Immediately before the encounter, Omar said, we must abolish ICE, and DHS Secretary Christiano must resign or face impeachment. That kind of attack scares the hell out of me as a chemist. Some substances like methyl mercury can kill you in weeks or months later with a few drops on the skin. The reason why it hasn't hit the news yet is because we just watched it happen in real time. Also, Ilhan Omar is not very well liked by a lot of these mainstream media outlets, so they might not cover it like as much. They might just cover it briefly. That's crazy, man. Ilhan Omar sprayed with unknown substance. Unfortunately, the substance wasn't some sort of deportation potion, as Omar is still speaking at the podium. Darn. Oh my God. Oh, these people are such monsters, man. Oh my God. We have to prosecute all of them. Remember, this is the state where that psychopathic private security guy who's like a far-right Christian evangelical pastor went and killed a bunch of state congresspersons.
It's happened in her state. She's joined a chorus of Democrats who have said
it was a
that they
syringe,
want
yeah.
ICE abolished. She's on the further left, right, of the Democratic coalition.
That's my goat right there on top of him. People are missing it. This is a successful attack. Yeah, technically it's true. The only reason why this wasn't a successful attack is because he just didn't have a gun on him. It's basically a way to signal, like, next time we will get you. MSNBC's covering Ilhan now.
Joining me now, MS Now senior political analyst Alex Wagner, also the host of
so
Runaway
funny.
Country podcast. That's a very, very scary
heads.
moment that we just saw in that
Two
town
Hassanabi heads in fucking Minneapolis. Oh, that's so funny. They're freezing.
There's just something, given everything that's happened over the last few weeks,
given where we're standing,
the
juxtaposition,
that moment of someone coming at.
Yeah, I think it's at a moment where people, especially on the outside of Minneapolis, are trying to calibrate how they feel about the moment, right? On one level, the incredible citizen resistance to ICE and the tactics of MAGA world in terms of marginalizing and terrorizing and punishing black and brown people in this country, that has been extraordinary. And it has resulted
Her eyelashes
in
are frozen.
certain gains, like the President of the United States maybe vaguely acknowledging that it's not good to be doing this.
We're going to de-escalate a little bit.
Whatever that, but the truth is, the situation on the ground remains dire.
Yeah.
That's an elected representative from this state being accosted at best, maybe
just because they know who you are doesn't make them Hassanabi heads. I'm gatekeeping. No, Chris Hayes is literally a Hassanabi
is
head.
the order of the day. You know,
And I've been on her
that is in
podcast
people's
as well.
hearts and minds is very real and is not abating anytime soon, especially when you see stuff like that.
I think the reason that people have been looking to this place with a lot of hope is because whatever else is happening, the White House is on tilt.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, they are on tilt. Like,
totally.
Fully today.
So staged. Donald Trump is goated. Is so staged. Didn't hit face, and she knew it wasn't dangerous. Obviously staged. The most staged thing this decade. Definitely staged. It's not bait. It's just obviously staged. No, totally, dude. The reason why you have to feel like it's staged is because you recognize how fucked up it is, right? Allahu Akbar. Okay, got it. I mean, I think God is great too, brother. True. I'm glad that you have, I guess, in your mind, converted to Islam, I guess, but that's not how you do it. You say Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah wa ashhadu anna Muhammadan abdul rasulullah, and that's how you become Muslim.
Every video, all of it is having the cumulative effect that it should, which is it is
Asmin
stirring
called you a
people
terrorist. What happened? Did Asmin go offline or something? Is that why we got the cornballs in here? Dude, look at this fucking asshole. Of course they're gonna say it's fake. This is what the average right winger looks like, dude. This is what you look like. This is all the people in my replies. the face of a real patriot, okay? Little piggy.
He caught the incident as it was happening, and then afterwards, as he was following her out, I grabbed my cell phone, and you'll hear what she says after I ask her how she's doing. Representative Omar, are you okay?
You know, I'm gonna go figure if I am, but I feel okay. I feel that it is important for people, whether they are in elected office or not, to allow these people to intimidate us, to make us not fight for our constituents and for the country we love. And as I said, you know, I've survived war, and I'm definitely going to survive intimidation and whatever these people think they can throw at me, because I'm built that way.
Thank you. Because I'm built
that was your
way.
security? What the hell's going on? Yes. I got the same security team that she has. She wasn't in town when I was there.
And stop her from sending the message that she wants and the message that her constituents have been telling her to send. And she was here, of course, because of the ICE action in Minneapolis.
And now you have legal being like, you can't trust the federal government, which is correct, by the way. I'm glad that Legal Eagle is also taking a stance. It seems like Legal Eagle has always been a liberal. He's always been woke, and so is Philip DeFranco.
The videos.
All right, we'll watch it.
What is basically the execution of Alex Preddy. I've seen it from more angles and more times than I care to repeat. I'm not going to give an in-depth frame-by-frame analysis. You don't need a lawyer to tell you what you can see with your own eyes, which is that it was an inexcusable state-sanctioned murder. There is no excuse. There is no justification. And it is the latest in what is probably a long line. This one happens to have been videotaped, thankfully, by many brave bystanders.
How do you see this anger playing out? We're comparing it back to the momentum of the Black Lives Matter protests. The Black Lives Matter protests were far faster, and the mobilization was not exactly controlled. It was more so just like an immediate moment of anger, and it was already at a boiling point as well. And that's the reason why they burned down the police precinct. And I would say that now the protests are like much more restrained in general, which some people will get mad at me for saying this isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's much more directed. They're way more focused on doing Ice Watch, for example. Even while they're doing like a vigil, there's still people doing Ice Watch. So the community is actually a lot more mobilized and a lot more organized in general. I think it's also too cold. That probably plays a role in this too. But I think like during BLM, very different circumstances too, because it's like a federal law enforcement agency that's like easier to identify as like a foreign occupation, a non-state occupation, right? As opposed to the local law enforcement that was behaving like a brutal occupation. So the police response in that situation was much more violent as well. It's during COVID. People were very frustrated. In this circumstance, it's like you can get a lot more people on board. But more importantly, I think there's a lot of people that are like looking out for one another, way more organized with protest marshals, things like that. And they're not like, they're not like breaking random storefronts and stuff like that. Because one of the famous moments, not to say that like storefronts breaking down is necessarily going to dilute or undermine the point of the protest. You know that that's not an argument that I've ever presented. As a matter of fact, I've quite frequently and perhaps very famously talked about how human life is far more important than property rights are. Having said that, as far as like building a larger movement, a larger momentum, this kind of more organized protest is definitely a lot better at reaching a larger group of people. A Boogaloo Boy started the precinct fire. It doesn't even matter who started the precinct fire. What matters is when the precinct was lit on fire, the majority of Americans said that was an understandable moment. Don't you Americans have the Second Amendment right so you can fight back the government when it starts as bullshit? Yeah, unfortunately, that's not how this works.
As you can tell, I'm not in my studio. I was on a plane yesterday. Oh, God, it's cold out here. It's 0 degrees, which is still 10 degrees warmer than it is in Minneapolis right now. But in some sense, I do this for a living. I analyze the videos that are out there and think about things from a legal perspective. And I saw the first video when it came out. It was pretty clear. But, with any video taken from across the street, there's some ambiguity. And but I think the second video came out. In the second video, you can hear that Alex Pretty's last words were, "Are you okay?" Which he said to the woman that was next to him, who had been pushed down by the ICE or CBP officer who was acting unhinged, where Alex Pretty just has his phone out and his left arm is free. I think those were his last words, and I think those were his last acts, was trying to help the woman that was pushed down by the man in the green sweatshirt, who I think eventually was the first agent who shot him.
This is not good optics. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, bro. Let a person be emotional, dude. What the fuck's wrong with you? Jesus Christ. Some of y'all are crazy, man. Like, what do you want? Like a sociopathic delivery every time? Jesus Christ.
And like I said,
You're not even right, for the record. You're wrong. It's like, I mean, I think it's silly to do an analysis on the optics of this. Like, no, he's being vulnerable. That's not necessarily a bad thing.
Not going to go frame by frame, but to my eyes, the last thing that Alex Pretty did was to help others. And look, my legal analysis doesn't change when the victim is, a bank robber or a saint. Everyone deserves the same rights. And it doesn't justify or justify less the actions of what happened, but it does heighten the loss of what happened and the people whose rights are being taken away and their lives are being taken away. So look, I'm going to try and gather some thoughts, which I'm only going to do because I think a lot of people are, thinking the same thing. Whether you're a lawyer or a layperson, I think we're all absolutely enraged, not only by, the loss of Alex Pretty, but Renee Good and everyone else who has been, pushed aside and has been caught in this web of what is clearly illegal action from our federal government. Like I said, it doesn't change the legal analysis, but it does say something that Alex Pretty and Renee Good before him seem to be the best of us. And there's a reason why they were gunned down. It's because they put themselves out there. And by God, that's commendable. And we need to continue to stand up because they did too. And look, you don't need to be a lawyer to know that their shootings were not justified. But I think we need to take a step back too to recognize that, ICE and CBP shouldn't have been there in the first place. They have no right and no duty to do crowd control, to be on the front lines using weapons against protesters. These people should not be armed. We've sort of grown inured to it, but they are not enforcing criminal law. Even when they are enforcing immigration laws, which they are not right now, it is state-sponsored protest control of people exercising their First Amendment rights. At best, they are enforcing regulatory and civil laws. And there's no reason they should have firearms in the first place.
Yep. As I like to say, paperwork violations. That's what their job is. They are not engaging in criminal law enforcement duties, okay? They don't investigate crimes like that. Like, at most, the things that they investigate in the criminal side of things would be like human trafficking. And even then, I assume most of that is still delegated to the FBI.
I don't even think should have less lethals like pepper balls, and they shouldn't be using tear gas and pepper spray and bear spray on protesters. That's insane. It would be as if we gave every postal worker and every person who delivers the mail, an AR-15 They don't need it to complete.
Dude, he's doing the classic anti-police arguments that I engage in, by the way, which is interesting. As I love to say, landscapers are the hardest, like the most dangerous job in America. Postmen have a much more deadlier job than cops do. Landscapers have a much deadlier job than cops do. Imagine if you gave a landscaper an AR-15. Imagine if you turned around and you were like, hey, guess what? You pissed me off today. I was having a bad day. I'm just going to fucking shoot you. And then there was a concept called qualified immunity for that too. How is he crying and still handsome? He's just a handsome guy, man. What do you mean?
Complete their duties. And it's insane that they have been armed and are wearing flak jackets and are obviously wearing masks for no other reason than to obscure their identity and prevent accountability. Obviously, the shootings are unjustified, but the entire situation that recently Alex Preddy unfortunately found himself in, and the woman next to him, they should not have been pushed aside by these putative federal officers for exercising their First Amendment rights. They should not have been restrained. They should not have been pepper sprayed while they were restrained. And of course, they should not have been shot and murdered while they were prone and restrained. None of that. The entire situation should not have happened. 3,000 ICE and CBP officers should not have been deployed to Minneapolis in the first place. I will echo what some legal commentators have said. This is basically stochastic terrorism. If you send 3,000 untrained psychopaths with guns into a place where people are angry, where they are not effectuating the law, you don't know who's going to die, but you know that people are going to die. And I think that President Trump and I think that Stephen Miller.
Yep. No, it's not even stochastic terrorism. It's just terrorism. That's exactly what it is. It's state-sponsored terrorism, so it's a little different. A lot of people, especially a lot of liberals, don't recognize terrorism as being like conducted by a state unless it's like a foreign adversary. But yeah, no, this is exactly what it is. I mean, this is a domestic occupation. This is what it looks like. And slowly but surely, we are moving in the direction of violating what remains of the Constitution that's supposed to stop things like this from happening. Constitution is supposed to be the safeguard against these sorts of things, and the Trump administration very clearly has already completely dominated the Supreme Court of the United States, and therefore they can just cast aside all of the constitutional law, all the constitutional safeguards that are supposed to be in place. That stops the federal government from behaving like this. That's what it is. That's what's going on.
Have blood on their hands. Because this is what they wanted. It's honestly incredible that the people of Minneapolis and Minnesota have shown as much restraint as they have, and that they have not taken the bait, and they have not responded to violence with violence. And that's incredible. And it deserves commendation. Not the least of which because they're not going to be the last. It's going to come to other cities, predominantly blue and majority Democratic cities, because what ICE and CBP are doing is a terror campaign. It is a pretext that they are effectuating anything related to immigration at this point. And also, I will point out that there are a lot of people doing a lot of good. There are a lot of lawyers working overtime. Right after this happened, lawyers who had already received a temporary restraining order saying that ICE could not employ unconstitutional methods to restrain and punish all of the protesters, filed a emergency motion with the Court of Appeals to lift an administrative stay that was put in place, which is a thing that often happens. And it's insane that they would need a TRO in the first place to restrain these people en masse from conducting unconstitutional raids and unconstitutional methods. But the declarations from people who were on the scene and saw Alex Preddy shot with their own eyes, it's crazy that lawyers would respond within a few hours and get that in front of a judge. It's also...
yeah, this is what Legal wrote to me 2 years ago, but that was just like, he wrote that just to get me to buy it and fundraise for the fundraiser for the IDF, not the bad one, but the good IDF. He wrote on his gavel, which is somewhere behind me. I don't know where it is in this room. To my best friend Hassan, you are a light in the darkness. Your stunning intellect and towering wisdom have made you a guiding star, always leading us towards better days. Your presence is a sanctuary of comfort and joy. Thank you for being the incredible human that you are and shining so brightly in my world. This is something Legal wrote about Hassan in an auction for charity 2 years ago, but it was a joke. I don't think he actually believes all that.
There was some parallel litigation from the Minnesota Bureau in charge of the investigation that was stymied by ICE, which is another thing for another day. Within a few hours, they had a motion in front of a judge seeking a temporary restraining order to prevent ICE from destroying evidence because they already mucked up the crime scene. The declarations and affidavits from people in support of that are also incredible. And another incredible thing that is within 2 hours, a Trump-appointed judge granted the TRO. And, these are not perfect mechanisms. It's something that in the past has helped to prevent ICE from destroying evidence, which I think they did in the case of Jonathan Ross when they took all of the stuff out of his house and put it God knows where. It probably goes without saying, but it's unfortunate and it's crazy that we cannot trust federal officers in the first place. But
we can't trust federal officers. We can't trust federal agencies. The entire confidence collapsing within these previously very important institutions. Because as much as a rugged lefty as I am, I still understand why you're supposed to trust these institutions. And that's one of my major arguments, one of my major criticisms for the way that these guys betray the confidence in the public. It's pretty wild that you got a lot of people who have made their entire lives, their livelihood relies on the court system working in a consistent manner. Otherwise, how can you be a fucking lawyer? There has to be some stability. And now you have legal being you can't trust the federal government, which is correct, by the way. It is correct. In the absence of these institutions holding everything together, the entire system collapses.
We also cannot trust them to investigate. There are also things that Congress can and should do immediately. Obviously, they should not fund ICE in the future, but that's the table stakes. We need to have serious curtailment of the immunity that exists. Federal officers do not have absolute immunity, but they do have strong immunity, and it is incredibly difficult to sue the federal government when you have had your constitutional rights deprived. Obviously, there's qualified immunity on a state level when state actors do that. It would be unbelievably easy for Congress to amend the current laws to provide a right of action for people to be able to sue, to remove qualified immunity unnecessarily, and to prevent all of this stuff in the future, because the current framework for immunity for people who commit heinous crimes like these, I think it's untenable and it's disgusting. And then, of course, the people who are responsible for this at the very top need to be impeached. This is an impeachable offense. Like I said, I truly believe that this is, or some version of this is exactly what Donald Trump and Stephen Miller wanted. And in some sense, they have gotten what they wanted. And now it's time for them to be removed from office because they are absolutely unfit from top to bottom. It needs to be removed root and stem. And if you thought it couldn't get any more craven than it is, within hours of Alex Preddy's shooting, Pam Bondi sent a letter to Governor Tim Walz saying that if they would turn over voter information, then they would withdraw ICE from Minneapolis. So if you want a confession that this was never about immigration and that on some level this is about winning the next election, and that if you thought that these people couldn't get any more craven, they can, and they will, and they did. I'm flabbergasted from everything that's happened. The thing that...
Trump just told the Wall Street Journal he doesn't know if he supports the officer who shot Alex Preddy. Talked to Trump about Minneapolis today, where he says at some point we will leave, and said he didn't know if he supported ICE officer who shot Alex Preddy. Dude. Ooh, this is progress, okay? This is progress, and it would not have fucking happened if it wasn't for so much pushback. And it's not ending here. The next time they try to do this, they're gonna have to fold faster, because now that Minneapolis is a testing ground for administrative overreach, for federal overreach, and a failure, now there will be even more pushback. There will be faster mobilization. This is why I was saying, like, the general strike that was put together in Minneapolis was so important. You were really hoping for a miracle from Trump just because he said that? No, I'm delusional if we think Trump isn't going to flop right back over. Brother, he was talking about deploying the military like a week ago. He was talking about deploying the military and invoking the Insurrection Act a week ago. Not really progress. They're just figuring out what the line is. No, the line, listen, there is an endless amount, guys, there's an unlimited amount of pain that this administration is willing to dish out. If he's even backpedaling a little bit, that means that it's getting to a point where it's no longer tenable. This is a war of attrition, as is every war, really. And he has atrophied far too much popular support at this point. So much so that he's recognizing it, which is why he's like potentially pulling out. Now, if they go to Maryland next, and then Maryland mobilize in a similar fashion, if they go to Philadelphia next, and Philadelphia mobilize in a similar fashion with an even stronger showing, if they go to Maine, and Maine mobilize in a similar fashion with community organizing, community response, rapid response groups all around, and potentially a more emboldened, more galvanized labor movement on top of that, that sees the success of being able to purge ICE agents from their own boundaries by demonstrating. I think wherever he goes next, there will be even more pushback. And wherever he goes next, there will be more organized pushback. These things build up. As horrible as what is happening, it's important to know that the strong majority of Americans are opposed to Trump's immigration crackdown. It is in fact splintering his coalition. I mean, what are we talking about, dude? What did I tell you? What did I tell you about Trump's immigration policies, dude? It dipped. It went underwater after Kilmar Abrego Garcia. I was there. And even before it happened, I told you it's going to happen. And I gave so much praise to Chris Van Hollen for putting his body on the line directly. And I called it. And look, it went underwater. It briefly clawed itself back up to +4, and it has not recovered since. Why do you have delusional takes about Trump suddenly becoming good? It's delusional, to be honest. You can't trust what he says. Look at foreign policy. No, there's a lot more public pressure when it comes to domestic affairs, because Donald Trump knows at the end of the day that he can't foment rebellion like this. Brother, what's the purpose here? You think they're going to be able to fucking militarily hold the country? Is that what you think? They don't even have any popular support. They have no real organic movement. Who the going to go out there and die for a bunch of pedophilic billionaires, dude? Are you crazy? It's a dying movement. It's not about Trump becoming good. It's about Trump behaving like Trump. Like, for all of its faults and failures, there are certain lines that Trump doesn't try to cross to the best of his ability. After all, look at Venezuela. He bombed Venezuela. He kidnapped the fucking president. And then he did not put Machado in charge. He didn't invade militarily. He didn't put boots on the ground and do a permanent military occupation. Now, that might come later down the line. But so far, he's playing ball with Delcy Rodriguez because he understands that there needs to be some semblance of stability. Other war hawks might have actually gone further than that. Instead of bullying the existing administration, they probably would have gone further. If you think that regular neocons would not have done a full permanent military deployment into Venezuela, I think you're wrong. That, to me, means that there are certain aspects of Trump and the way that he operates where he demonstrates restraint, even though he is very unrestrained and even though he's very belligerent. There is a method to the madness. You might not agree with it, and I certainly do not, but there are certain things that he doesn't push too far. This is one of those instances where, like, he will keep trying to ham up as much. He will keep trying to dominate, bully blue states to the best of his ability, blue cities to the best of his ability. And I do think that there's a decentralized nature to the federal government. I will say that. I think a lot of this stuff is Stephen Miller's doing. That's why you see something very different from Trump at times versus like the DHS and everybody else. I think a lot of this stuff, the immigration stuff, is Steve Miller. I'll give you one example that I know for a fact. Donald Trump never signed off on the Korean workers getting deported in the Hyundai facility. That was Stephen Miller's doing. And not only did he do that, he actually fucked over Trump's like signature trade achievement. So there are areas where he's just like kind of offloaded the responsibility over to Stephen Miller, and Stephen Miller just goes extra hard, and then Trump has to come in and pull the reins in. Because Steve Miller doesn't give a about public approval. He wants to do full-blown autocracy. He wants to do a full-blown fascist, military command government. I don't think Donald Trump's, at least at this point, Donald Trump's heart is in that. That is to say, there's no evidence that would be successful anyway. Trump can't backtrack after dedicating so much money to this. It will make him look dumb to his base. Brother, what are you talking about? The only reason why he's backtracking is because even his base is going, dude, come on. Yeah, he doesn't back away until his base says enough, or until it's the same with like the Epstein stuff. Brother, Trump literally caved on the Epstein shit and signed off into law something that caused a lot more heartache for him later down the line. And he's still suffering from that backtrack. Why did he do that? Because his base said you have to do this. And the same thing is happening right now. You can't do a state-sponsored execution in broad daylight of a fucking law-abiding Second Amendment VA nurse who was protecting a woman from these power-tripping, psychopathic, manlet neo-Nazis wearing Gestapo uniforms. You know, that's like, it's ridiculous. They did, though. No, even the online dipshits like Asmongold are trying to present like a wishy-washy, middle-of-the-ground approach here. I was going to get to that, but I forgot to get to it earlier. So he only retreats when his base says so? I mean, there's certain things that he doesn't give a shit about his base on, like Israel. Yeah, even the European MAGA hogs in the Asmongold coalition, Asmonfold coalition, is pulling out with the Greenland stuff. Can you imagine if I did that? If I fucking DM Lakari or something and I was like, bro, you gotta hide that. Oh my God, how big of a story would that be?
Whoa. Yeah, I just learned about the whole
The Twitch
Lakari
streamer
thing.
situation is disgusting. Bro came out of the gates with a whoa.
So for like about a year or so, I was very offline. I set out.
Charlie didn't add this part. I wonder why. After Asmongold's friend allegedly exposed for having CSAM, Asmongold told him he should have kept that stuff on a separate PC to hide it. Now Asmongold claims he didn't know about the CSAM accusations. So Asmongold is either a clueless moron or something much worse. Wait, can I see this even? I don't know what this is.
Asmon messaged me, said, bro, you need a separate PC for that stuff. Oh my God.
What is this?
Bro.
Well, oh, so this was what was shown? Is that what it is? Girls and oh, no. Oh my God. There's a lot of lolicon on there. And animals. It's not right, but too early again. Oh, yeah, when I said, uh-oh. Texas senators have unanimously passed a bill that, if signed into law, could make several games, anime, and manga series illegal to own in the state. The bill bans obscene depiction of a minor or someone who looks like one. It's time to repost this banger. Asmongold explains why he told Lakari to look at his alleged illegal materials off stream. I think thinks all craft is canceled.
You gotta farm it like a crop? Well, I'm not gonna really farm this one a lot. I mean, I've known Lakari 8 years, right? And it's just like, I'm gonna be real, like, this just really stresses me out, man. It sucks. It does. It really sucks. You know, like, I don't know what else to say.
He thought it was regular. No, you don't understand. Now that he knows it's not regular porn, now that he knows it's like lolly, which for those of you who don't know what lolicon and stuff like that is, it's like drawn, fictionalized drawn children doing sexual acts. It's basically drawn CSAM. In any case, it was both. Wait, what? It's both? I feel like calling this lolly doesn't really describe the depth of depravity. There are apparently file names there that imply there's photographs as well. Oh, God. I mean, regardless, it's across the board. But the point is, it was teenagers, real people, not drawn. He was looking for real nudism families, like actual naked children. What the Oh, brother. Oh, that's I mean, lolly already, I think, is supposed to be illegal in the state of Texas, but that's beyond that. That's just straight up hyper illegal. They banned him on Kick, bro. That's how you know those links are I just saw the animal thing and I was like, that's crazy. I'm done. I'm good with that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure lolly porn is now a federal offense in the state of Texas. Let's just watch the Moist Critical video.
Lakari is a streamer I've been loosely familiar with for a while, and I'd know he had built up a reputation for being like a turbo maximum overdrive gooner, like a self-proclaimed hentai connoisseur, basically setting the goon dial to freaky mode. And today on stream, he accidentally leaked his notepad that was filled with despicable and disgusting
K feeds. Let me at least add a way to the list of champions that I like.
Wait, oh, it's not showing. It's censored.
The links are censored there, but apparently a lot of people have taken the plunge into looking up a lot of what was revealed here through the Lakari leaks, and what they have found is beyond heinous. Like, this is some evil shit we're talking about here. Things like family nudism, apparently. Like, that's some real pedophile shit right there. Also, like teens and animals. In that notepad there, you might have saw one of the tabs that said JBT. It was like 500 JBT. Apparently that stands for jailbait teens. Like, it's bad. Like, really, really bad. And after this happened, his stream was calling him out on it. And most people expected him to end the stream, to like hide the evidence, nuke it, basically banish it to the Shadow Realm and hope that people didn't have enough time to dig into it. Lakari, on the other hand, cooked up a different kind of scheme.
Oh no.
He streamed for multiple hours after this happened, and just face-tanked everybody that was digging into it, and all the people that were rightfully calling him out for how deplorable the shit they found in there was. So he kept streaming through this, and people were obviously researching what the had just been revealed through this notepad and everything on there. And then he was trying to defend himself by saying like, oh, this was sent to me, or oh, it was actually a virus, or this and that. And then the stream, they weren't really buying that load of barnacles, so then they asked him to do something like show his notepad recents, to show what else had been on his notepad recently. And apparently he took quite a long time not doing that when requested by his chat. According to members that were asking this of him, he was looking at like his other monitor, potentially doing something there, and then eventually he showed his notepad. And the keen observers might notice a little something in front of their peepers that's a bit fishy.
Fap for Fun? Fap for Fun is a hentai site.
What's the...
You also visit Fap for Fun? Yeah. I download a lot of that shit. Couples? Okay. That's literally... Is that not the... That's the file with the sus in it. Like... It says one thing, but it has a bunch of sus in it. So I don't understand. Like...
When he showed the recents on Notepad, there are 3 new text documents. And it doesn't take a super sleuth. You don't need Inspector Gadget to come in with some high-level tools in order to crack this case. The most likely reason is because when he looked at his recents in Notepad, there were probably some really awful things there that he knew people would pick up on. So then he opened some new text documents in Notepad to push those down out of the recents so people couldn't see them. That's the theory. That's just the game theory, but I imagine that's probably pretty accurate. Anyway though, his big claim from what I can tell with all the surviving clips here is that this is the result of a virus that uploaded this to his computer, and he had already removed it, but unfortunately that damn Windows 11, that dastardly bastard that is Windows 11, for some reason kept it around, which is really weird and odd.
How does it end up there? Okay, let me explain what happened. All right? I was surfing a site. Okay? The shit got downloaded. Like,
what is age isn't the issue, it just is.
I didn't trigger a fucking download. It just got downloaded. I opened up the fucking text document. I saw what was in it. I deleted the text document. I deleted it. But the problem with Windows 11 is that even if you delete the text document, it apparently still stays there. So it was still there.
What is this thing flying around on the screen? Age isn't the issue. It's just, what is that? What is happening here? I'm so confused. He and his community literally always make pedo jokes. It's a command to show that that's an emote. This is actually an emote. Or is this something added by the Clipper?
After I deleted it. I've told you guys 1,000 times that's what happened. Like, dude, I'm sorry. Like, I have like a fucking 3 terabytes of fucking hentai on my fucking hard drive, bro. Like a lot. Sometimes.
What's funny is that Windows 11 is the only OS that saves the notepad after clicking X. So if he was streaming on Windows 10, we would have never found out. Yeah, that's the... God damn it, Windows 11.
You go to a site, some shit downloads on your shit. You don't fucking want it. You fucking delete it. And that's just what happened, man. Okay? Like, that's what happened. I'm sorry, all right?
3 terabytes
I don't
of
know
drawn
how
child
many
porn
times I have to explain this, but that's what happened. Dude, let's just move the fuck on, please.
A very interesting, innovative defense.
Bro, I swear to God, dudes that have shit like this, they don't just do it like I don't know what it is, but it's kind of like the guy who made Rurouni Kenshin, right? Like, I've never heard of a guy who has CSAM in their computer and it's like 1 or 2 files. They just go all the way in. Not that it's like, you know, not that would make it redeemable, but it's never like, oh yeah, I have 1 gig worth of CSAM. It's always like 3 terabytes. What the how did you, it's like getting, imagine if every single person that was caught with cocaine would be caught with like piles every single time. You know what I mean? How is that even possible? We do like the amount of time necessary to aggregate that kind of illegal content is crazy.
So he's saying that he's got 3 terabytes of hentai, which, just take a moment and process that, really let that marinate. That is an absurd amount of anything to have. This guy is basically compiling the fucking Library of Alexandria for hentai on his devices. That's fucking crazy.
I shouldn't laugh, but come on, dude. I mean, Jesus Christ.
But he's saying that, you know, like Thanos, it was inevitable that this kind of content would somehow end up on his computer when downloading all this hentai. It happens, you know? Just, it is what it is. And then when he deleted it, Windows 11 went rogue. The ghost in the machine. It wouldn't let the notepad die. Like a necromancer, it revived it.
Regarding 3 terabytes, I believe these pedos acquired to trade it for more CSAM, like trading it on the dark web is a major source, or so I've heard. I would assume that that's like the maximum amount though, right? Like how much more CSAM or even like lolly drawn bestiality porn is out there beyond 3 fucking terabytes? What are you, the FBI? Like, I feel like that's got to be the upper limit of all available CSAM, right? Like, I can't believe that there is more than 3 terabytes worth. That's an unimaginable amount of, like, that's an insane amount of material. Why is it all on a notepad to begin with? So I was a little bit confused by that as well. I think those are like hyperlinks or something to a mega upload, mega upload file that you can download, and you have to have, I think you have to have an account to be able to even download it. It's like a secret folder. 120 terabytes? 1 terabyte of data is roughly 120 hours of HD video, said the Solano County Sheriff's Office on Facebook. 120 terabytes of CSAM? There is 120 terabytes of it on the planet. Nah, we gotta reset, dude. Nuclear holocaust, I invite it. We just gotta do a fucking real reset, okay? We just gotta wipe everything out, start all over again, invent fire one more time. We just gotta go back to, you know, hunter-gatherer society. You accidentally discover fire. You invent the wheel, do it all over again. Just reset it. Reset it. Reset it. Reset it. No. Reset it. Reset that shit. That's crazy.
That's the claim, that when he was downloading all the hentai, he noticed that this got downloaded too, so he deleted it. But Windows 11 has a feature that kept it around even after he deleted it, and he didn't plan on having this stuff in the first place.
Don't stand behind me, lady.
I'm going to tell you, it doesn't really pass the smell test. It is very hard to believe.
I don't think Lakari's saying 3 terabytes of CSAM, just 3 terabytes of hentai. Are they the same thing? Hentai always grosses me out. Yeah, it's not the same thing. I mean, it's still gross, but, you know, one is illegal in the state of... Actually, who knows? Maybe in the state of Texas, all of it might be considered illegal now, because I don't think a judge is going to understand the distinction between a 3,000-year-old dragon that looks like a little girl versus, like, other drawn pornographic material, Japanese style. So who knows? It's so outside of my realm of comprehension that I don't understand how someone is like motivated. I don't know what percentage of people have this like genuine sickness, but it's got to be like a real sickness, right? Like there's no, I don't know. Like there's kink and then there's this, right? Like this is beyond kink.
Now, what is true about Windows 11 and Notepad in particular is if you are working in Notepad and you don't save your work, like if you exit out of it or your computer crashes and you don't save it, Windows 11 can restore it. It will actually restore that even if you didn't explicitly save it. So let me
Most files maintain access to CSAM dark web groups by having it provide an illegal image every day. They make all parties culpable to illegal acts. It's your mutually assured file destruction IRL. They save it to share to maintain membership access. I am a survivor advocate. Yeah. I mean, I guess that's kind of like how the Epstein stuff works too, right? Where it's like you are. That's the whole reason why Trump is protecting all these other people, but then also like they can't really shit on Bill Clinton too much because, like I said, it's MAP, mutually assured pedophilia destruction.
Show you what that looks like. I'll open Notepad, brand new, the quick, wow, brown fox jumped over the lazy log. I have clearly not saved, I have not done anything here, I have just typed into this and you can see that the title matches the text in the document. Now if I was to close out of it, I haven't saved or anything like that, but if I open Notepad again, it's still there. Even though this is not a document or anything that I have saved, because it will save sessions. In Licari's case, the text didn't match the title, which means he most likely had a separate title for those sections, and also he said that he deleted it. If I was to delete this, if I told this don't save, delete it, Notepad would not restore it. At least I don't think there's any way for it to, but maybe Licari's working with a prototype Notepad that refuses to let anything die. It saves all work no matter what you
Not sure if you know this, but the feds literally use CSAM to catch child predators. They place bug links known to CSAM downloads websites, and when someone downloads a link and sends feds to your IP address, they literally also use new CSAM that was produced by people caught producing to attract more freaks with the new video. No, I know that. That's why I said, what are you, the FBI? You have 3 terabytes of CSAM. The FBI, I think, has access to the largest trove of CSAM on the planet. Right? It's one of the few instances where it low key, I don't know. I mean, it's controversial for sure. Also, if you want to know how everything is, Grok was literally making CSAM for weeks on end, and people were calling out Elon Musk on the fucking website being like, hey, that's crazy, your AI is making CSAM, and they didn't even stop it for the longest fucking time. So I feel like there is even more than just a couple terabytes of it flying around out there. Now there's just an unlimited amount.
Let's say Licari went, I'll just go the quick brown fox jumped over the lazy log again.
Yeah. Also, now they have, a DoD contract, a Department of War contract.
I haven't saved it or anything, but let's just go ahead and pretend that I came here and I said don't save. But once again, to show the whole process, I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to close out of this. I'm going to reopen it, and it's still there because it does save sessions like that. But if I came over here and I explicitly said don't save, and now I exit out of this, it will no longer open that. So I find his claim very hard to believe.
43K?
This is him on stream now looking at the legality of Lolly in his state, Texas. He doesn't fully understand what he's looking at, but he can recognize that it's not good, and then he eventually says that he's just going to delete his hard drive. It's not worth it. Now, call me crazy, maybe I'm on the crack pipe, but that just doesn't exactly sound like a statement from an innocent man. If you've done nothing wrong and there's nothing suspicious, illegal, or pedophilic or anything like that, why would you then be saying that you're going to delete your hard drive? It's not worth it. That's very fishy, I'll tell you. And again, from that leak, from that notepad, the things that have been allegedly turned up from all of it are unforgivable. Really disgusting, terrible shit. And him then saying, just delete the hard drive, it's not worth it. Again, that doesn't really seem like behavior from someone that has nothing to hide.
I'm joking about it. What are you just writing your own narrative? You're just writing your own narrative, man. What the else do you want me to do? What do you want to do? Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. That's why I'm not crying and sobbing, bitch. I didn't do anything, dumbass. You just want me to be guilty so bad. Shut the up, retard. Jesus Christ, I'm so sick of this. You want me to be guilty so
Yeah, like I said, he continued streaming for hours, so obviously people were talking about it for a long time. He snaps eventually and kind of goes ballistic about it, saying he didn't do anything. Again, I find that kind of hard to believe given everything that happened on stream, at least from the surviving clips that are out there from it. It does not look good. This looks awful. And Lakari got a ban on Twitch for all of this. Apparently he even got banned on Kick. I don't know if he like actively streams on Kick or if that was like a preemptive thing from Kick because they thought he'd go over there after he got banned on Twitch. I don't know, but if you try and go to Lakari's Twitch account, it has been removed as of right now in light of everything that...
Oh, banned on Kick is over, dude. It's so over. I mean, Kick literally had content creators like mass distributing CSAM. If Kick bans you, it's oh my God. I didn't even know Kick banned you. I mean, Clavicular almost killed someone by running them over on camera. And I don't think he got banned. Like, it's one of those things where, like, even if there's no criminal liability, like, you would probably still get banned. And he's not the first person that's like murdered someone on camera on Kick.
Happened during this stream. Again, I find it unlikely that this unfolded the way Lakari is claiming that it did, but I guess we'll see. I'm assuming there will probably be, an actual kind of investigation here, judging by what was allegedly found in some of that leaked from Lakari. Anyway, I had to yap about this a bit. Crazy, man. That's really about it. See ya.
Another day on Twitch. I mean, what do I say? What the can I say? If they actually follow this up and he's wiped his HDD, the data will still be recoverable, then catch for everything, even the he's claimed he deleted. Maybe they'll give him a job in the administration. Put him in charge of the FBI, dude. Yeah, maybe the FBI is actually recruiting him, not looking to prosecute him. They're looking to recruit him. This is funny. Lakari, the Twitch streamer? Nah, I think I know if he did something. Okay, there's an easy way to clear this up. Let me call my friend Tectone and he'll tell the truth. Yeah, that's doesn't Tectone do this too? And Nooks Taku as well. A bunch of my fucking ops are all over this Anyway, this is what
yeah, you gotta farm it like a crop. Well, I'm not gonna really farm this one a lot. I mean, I've known Lakari 8 years, right? And it's just like I'm gonna be real, like the just really stresses me out, man.
I don't think, for the record, I don't think Lakari hates me. So I would have never suspected him of being into that sort of stuff, even though I know he was into like gotcha and shit, right? I think. I don't fucking know. I don't live in Austin.
It sucks. It does. It really sucks. Like I don't know what else to say. Right? I mean, like, honestly, it does. Like, I don't really... It's heavy. Yeah, it's heavy. Like, and I don't want to get involved in it. I don't want to make... And I'm going to be real, guys. I've already got one defamation lawsuit in the chamber. I don't need to be double-barreling this shit, okay? I don't need to be dual-wielding these. So I don't want to talk about whether something is...
I think the defamation lawsuit that he has locked in the chamber is about like people falsely accusing him of dating a 17-year-old. The girl that he was the OnlyFans girl that he was with, or not? It's Miz. Oh, okay. I thought he said he was gonna sue people because they were saying that this girl that was like not 17. They were claiming that she was 17 when they were hanging out or something.
This is actually crazy to say about somebody, right? Crazy to say. I'm thinking like, I'm already in a lawsuit, right? I'm already regularly talking to lawyers. Maybe I should sue this guy. I'll talk to my lawyers next time I have a meeting with them. What happened, what didn't happen, what's involved, what's not involved. I'm gonna be real, like I don't want to have anything to do with this shit. And so...
Bro, we obliged to be more careful when hating Asma's statements. Yeah, that I fucking despise, by the way. I think that's major pussy shit, especially when it's like king defamation over here. I don't like this new meta of fucking big YouTubers with a shit ton of money and big Twitch streamers with a shit ton of money constantly going around being like, I'm going to start suing people for defamation. We already know how that fucking works, okay? And back in the day, people used to get real mad about that kind of stuff. Unless it's like a valid case. I'm not saying it's always invalid, but I hate when rich people do this shit, when they run around, especially as someone who has been endlessly fucking defamed on the internet.
Because Hassan is an actual fucking terrorist.
Literally nonstop on a daily fucking basis. Like, that stuff used to be taboo for a good reason. There was a social stigma associated with that. Entire YouTube community was against that sort of thing. And now the very same people that used to criticize that sort of thing are totally in defense of that.
Your message really bad timing. It was. I didn't even know what it was. Right? I see like, okay, I thought it was like some random porn. And it's like, then I wake up this morning and I'm like, whoa, right? But yeah, that's how it is, right? And as always, didn't do the research. Well, I guess in this case, maybe I shouldn't have. But anyway, yeah, that's just a really weird situation, and I don't know what else to say besides that.
Yeah, I don't know if he actually didn't see it at all. I think he's just it kind of feels like he might be ass covering here. Info had just come out, and the clip I saw had the names and everything censored. Obviously, I wouldn't have said this if I knew what the context was. But you know, I guess chalk it up to Asmongold not doing his research again.
You think and feel a lot. I've never seen you actually do some research. Why would I need to do research? I already know it. Yeah, I just come to conclusions, and then they're right.
But yeah, I mean, this is consistent with his like previous lolly position as well, where he says it's weird, but it shouldn't be illegal. And I think the only reason why he's saying that, even though he tries to present himself as like a somewhat conservative figure, is because he knows that there's a lot of lolly enjoyers in his audience, and it's not dissimilar. It's not dissimilar to his initial take on Greenland versus his take after his audience yelled at him.
That is extremely rare. I'm going to offer an apology. I didn't know that Denmark has done so much to help the United States.
Lot of lolly enjoyers in his community, a lot of lolly enjoyers in his friend group, lot of lolly enjoyers up and down the whole pipeline there. I mean, he watches a LollyCon content creator that I've called him out for before, if you guys remember, and then he was like, "Yeah, I just, you know, I don't know." Rev Dezu, is that his name? Yeah, there are a lot of people that are into animated, drawn, fictionalized child sexual abuse material in Asmongold's community. So he has to take this like wishy-washy, middle of the ground approach here because he knows he must not disrupt the delicate balance.
A lot of weirdos that get involved with like this stuff because they like lollies.
Rev
Absolutely,
says
that's a
Dezu.
huge factor. Now, I don't think that it's necessarily like if like a girl
You called it a crime, he called it weird. One of you was correct. Food for thought. Yeah, I think it should
has
be.
a lolly avatar, I don't think it's really always a big problem or a huge issue, but I do whenever the character is being sexualized. So, and also keep in mind that even if the character isn't being sexualized inside of the context, you're going to see a lot of the fan art and everything that is sexualized. Of course, that's true. Is that bad? I mean, I think it's weird. Like, I don't think lollies should be illegal, but I think that it's weird. And I think that's a very, very fair analysis and like a fair like position to have.
I don't know how you would enforce it. That's the thing. XCC calls out Asmongold for
Yeah, you
refusing
gotta
the covered Lakari Nopaz situation, claiming he doesn't want
Farm
to
it
be
like
sued.
a crop. Well, I'm not gonna really farm this one a lot.
We already watched this.
Whether
like the fuck he's saying it. I mean, you're not gonna get sued if you watch a clip for what the clip is and you say, yeah, that's bad. Like, you know, I mean, you know what I mean? Like,
didn't happen.
You won't be.
What's involved? What's not involved? I'm gonna be real. Like, I don't want to have anything to.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but XQC is correct. You cannot be sued for watching clips. That's ridiculous. Okay, he's right.
Do with this. And so, yeah.
No, the reason why he doesn't want to quote unquote farm it, is because this is his friend, and also he's involved to a certain degree because he told him that he should have just hidden that stuff in a second PC. And now he's saying he didn't know what was the context. I can't know for a fact whether he knew what was the context or what was the contents of the file names and whatnot. And I don't think that Lakari's going to reveal that. But the real reason why he doesn't want to cover it is because, like, dude, brother, this man has spent hours upon hours on unsubstantiated and totally made up nonsense, implying heavily that I've done illegal things, demanding that I get prosecuted by the government for being a terrorist, for violating the law, things like that. Yeah, Asmon has covered the brothel, knowing full well that the brothel that I went to in 2010 is still a legal operating brothel in Artemis in Germany that has literally been able to successfully sue for defamation the Berlin Police Department and the state for falsely implying that they were doing sex trafficking. Not only did they say that, but then they also claimed that it was sex trafficking of minors. Asmongold heavily implied that I'm a pedophile.
Saw his little white girls on his mind. He's not beating a brothel allegations. That's the thing, is like, why do you keep saying all of this weird stuff that, by the way, I have never played into?
Yesterday. Is Asmongold's chest screaming woke? No, they don't mind seeing little girls.
Which one of us, again, has accusations of going to a brothel and sleeping with somebody who's underage? That's very interesting. That, by the way, I have never played into.
So the idea that like I'm doing anything of that, anything in the same variety here is crazy. Yeah, I went to a brothel in 2010. The brothel got raided for tax evasion in 2016. The police immediately claimed that it was for sex trafficking. And then there was no sex trafficking that was taking place. So then the fucking brothel actually sued the police department and the Berlin state and won 2 specific defamation trials. Not only that, but also it doesn't even fucking matter because what the fuck do I have to do about that? It's ridiculous. Yeah, they got a public apology from the Berlin police department for defamation. He's claimed that like he did the Hamas Diddy Epstein Piker shit over and over again.
Anyway, all I'm saying is, I don't want to have anything to do with this at all. And
Hassan owned a brothel. Come on, chatter. Come on.
What I care, bro. What the? I hate this. Like when people make the defense, like, oh, dude, this is his close friend. This is his girlfriend. This is whatever. Yo, can I be honest with you? I'm not receptive to that at all. You can still hold somebody accountable without like dog piling like a bitch ass.
He's gonna say you're lying and that he never said that about you, but you get the rule. But to get the full reel, he has leaned into it. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. He leans into anything, no matter how minor it is, that is disparaging of me on a daily basis. Let's be real. That's all he does. XC does it to a certain degree too. Let's be real about that as well. I don't know if he's ever done the Berlin brothel. Probably not. But Asmongold absolutely heavily implies it all the time.
Oh, dude, this is his close friend. This is his girlfriend. This is whatever. Yo, can I be honest with you? I'm not receptive to that at all. You can still hold somebody accountable without like dog piling like a bitch ass.
XQC is saying someone's here. Let me translate. He's saying just because he's your friend doesn't mean you can't call him out. I don't believe in that. I think you can call out people that you were friends with if they're doing some shit without dogpiling on them like a bitch ass.
You're a bitch ass and you're uncharitable and you assume the worst out of everybody. Out of somebody and that's your friend. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. But if something.
I saw Shroud call wires Hassan items and arc raiders. People have lost their minds. Yeah, dude, I kill my dog. I electrocute my dog. Who gives a shit? Whatever. It's all vibes. There is a culture on Twitch that is incredibly right wing. Okay. And this happened over the course of the last couple of years. That's why a lot of the top content creators are either apolitical or openly right wing. And this is precisely the reason why so many people meme into it. It's fine. Let them meme into it. Who gives a shit? It doesn't matter.
Is really bad. And you cannot run away. It's just bad. You can say, yeah, this is awful. And that person, that friend would still be wrong if they were mad at you. Because
he directly accused you of it here, leaning into it.
Somebody who's underage. That's very interesting.
Old enough to count. Old.
Yeah, this is him straight up implying. Wait, what? This is from a month ago. On this Asmongold Clips YouTube channel, you never find quite funny Asmongold McConnell best Asmongold highlights with 1.2 million views from December 12th. God, this guy's such a fucking loser, dude. His time will come.
Allcraft this week might be canceled. Sorry.
This white can't.
Is it slander? It is, but I don't really give a shit. I think when you look the way that Asmongold does and you're running around and your besties are like, Tone and people like that, he can play victim all he wants. The reality of the matter is he constantly farms defamation. He constantly farms slander, but you can't let that stuff get to you.
If what you mean is that, if what you say is that I have to defend bad, if a friend does it, then I'm like glad I don't have real friendships because I don't want to be friendly with people that do like absolutely horrendous things not do. Then at that point,
people are associating you with.
I am perfectly okay with that. What a stupid comment that is. Like who wants to be friends with? How do you think you get? I mean, and I have to say, hey, completely. How do you think you get Epstein situations? How do you think you get Epstein type people that get to the level to do the shit because they get greenlit. Nobody's all.
Yeah, he's saying as long as there's a system of compliance amongst friends, that's how you arrive at someone like Jeffrey Epstein, because no one actually calls them out in private for doing shit. Why do they think grabbing your 10-plus-year-old is from 2013? Shit's so old, it's outside of the terabyte range, okay? Almost. 13-year-old video from a satirical test show that I made, and they still can keep posting it. I mean, I don't really give a shit. I've talked about it in the past over and over again. They mass downvoted the Asman DM2. Yeah, LSF is always going to run with whatever narratives they're going to run with. Can you imagine if I did that? If I fucking DM Lucari or something and I was like, bro, you got to hide that? Oh my God, how big of a story would that be? You know Charlie would have covered it. You know Moist Critical would have covered it. XQ would have it at Field Day. Asmongold would make it would get 80,000 upvotes. Asmongold would make 80,000 videos on it. He would burn his friend. It would be Reddit front page. It would probably make it to Israel Times. My bears would have called me about it. I know. It's just there's a double standard on the internet. JD Vance would be talking about it. Trump arrives in Greenland.
Just moments ago in Switzerland. The president now just hours away from addressing a room of European allies amid a bitter standoff over his threats to seize Greenland.
How far are you willing to go to acquire Greenland?
You'll find out.
World leaders have hoped to rein the president in, from French President Emmanuel Macron.
We need more stability in this world, but we do prefer respect to bullies.
To the Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney, warning of a rupture in the world order.
The middle powers must act together, because if we're not at the table, we're on the menu.
It's not clear what deal the president would be looking to make. Denmark and Greenland say they are not interested in making any sort of deal with the president. And this morning, tensions are only escalating. We are just learning moments ago that France wants to do a NATO military exercise now in Greenland, saying they are ready to contribute, Michael.
Stocks are rallying already after Trump's pose. Dude, it's all fake. It's the fakest it's ever been.
Friends, few enemies, and all of the distinguished guests. It's a who's who, I will say that. Under the Biden administration, America was plagued by the nightmare of stagflation, meaning low growth, and high inflation, a recipe for misery, failure, and decline. But now, after just 1 year of my policies, we are witnessing the exact opposite.
Yeah, totally. America's really popping, dude. The more you say that, the more people believe it, for sure. Just keep repeating it over and over again. If you keep repeating this lie, then people will believe it eventually, right? Here, I'll make it faster.
Virtually.
Wait, better audio?
Over the past 3 months, core inflation has been just 1.6%. Meanwhile, fourth quarter growth is projected to be 5.4%, far greater than anybody other than myself and a few others had predicted. Since the election.
Yeah. It's great, though. That actually distributes evenly to the average American. Average Americans, according to Howard Butlick, that means every American's pockets are going to grow by 4.5% or 5.4%. Sorry, whatever the number he's presenting here. That's how it works. When GDP growth is 5.4%, that means every American made 5.4% more money. That's how it works. Duh.
Since my inauguration, we've lifted more than 1.2 million people off of food stamps, and after 4 years in which Biden secured less than $1 trillion of new investment in our country. Think of that, $1 trillion, substantially less than that. Just over 1 year ago, under the radical left Democrats, we were a dead country. Now we are the hottest country anywhere in the world. In fact, the United States economy is on pace to grow at double the rate that was projected by the IMF just last April. And with my growth and tariff policies.
Yeah, when he talks about people no longer receiving food stamps, just know that that's a rhetorical trick that Republicans love utilizing. They make it harder to access food stamps. They'll kick like hundreds of thousands of people off food stamps, and they'll fucking celebrate it like they got, they got wealthier. That's not the case. Unironically, they got poorer, as a matter of fact, because now this social safety net that they were relying on to feed themselves and their children, they no longer have access to. And then they'll turn around and act as though this is a cause for celebration. It's not. Yeah, you didn't lift people off of food stamps. You threw them off. Exactly. We lifted more than 1.2 million Americans off food stamps in 1 year.
And this is all great news, and it's great for all nations. The USA is the economic engine on the planet, and when America booms, the entire world booms. It's been the history. When it goes bad, it goes bad. You all follow us down, and you follow us up, and we're at a point that I don't believe we've ever been. I never thought we could do it this quickly. My biggest surprise is I thought it would take more than a year, maybe like a year and 1 month. But it's happened very quickly. This afternoon, I want to discuss how we have achieved this economic miracle, how we intend to raise living standards for our citizens to levels never seen before, and perhaps how you too and the places where you come from can do much better by following what we're doing, because certain places in Europe are not even recognizable, frankly, anymore. They're not recognizable. And we can argue about it, but there's no argument. Friends come back.
Yeah, he goes into all of this like sloppiness bullshit, like, oh, Europe is not recognizable anymore because there's so many black and brown people in like European streets. Like, Europe was far better decades ago. And there is some truth to that. But the irony, of course, is that it's far worse now than it was maybe a couple decades ago due to austerity, due to becoming more and more Americanized. But of course, this is a conversation you can't have with neoliberals, especially, that have dominated European politics for, since the 90s. Whether you are talking about conservative neoliberals and conservative parties, or even, the supposed left flank neoliberals that have also brought about the same level of crippling austerity measures to their own fucking countries, destroying the social safety nets and significantly reducing the quality of life in many of these European nation states. And that is the real issue here. It's not because there's more brown people. Nobody would give a fuck if there's more brown people or more black people in whichever European country that they're living in, if the public transit structure still exists in the same ways that it did. It's like fast, it's efficient, and you can get on a bus and that you can get to wherever you need to go at a reasonable rate for a reasonable price. You wouldn't worry about like what is changing actually. What is changing in my country if you could go to your doctor and get the same healthcare coverage that you got in the past, that your electricity bills were not sky high, okay? If the cost of rent wasn't going up year over year and becoming unmanageable. So the exact same problems that exist in the United States of America exist in Europe as well. Europe made the refugees by fucking up their countries, forcing them to move. No, ironically enough, Europe played a secondary role in fucking up those countries, okay? If we're going to be real here, if you're talking about Muslim refugees, the reason why there are a lot of, Muslim refugees that came from Syria, Iraq, Afghanistan, numerous other countries, is because of U.S. intervention in the region, which Europe played a role in as well. But Europe played a secondary role, a junior partner in the coalition. But of course, the global war on terror did not impact America in the same way that it did Europe, because America is far removed from the violence that it dishes out all around the globe. Oh, no, I'm talking about Africa too. Yeah, I mean, Europe plays a role in that as well, obviously, or historically has played a role in that. But I think most of the people that are mad, they dish out the white supremacist styles of racism towards everyone, like the previous colonial subjects as well. But what they're actually frustrated by is like the new wave of refugees and new wave of migrants that have come in, which have predominantly come in from the MENA region.
In 1 year, our agenda has produced a transformation like America has not seen in over 100 years. Instead of closing down energy plants, we're opening them up. Instead of building ineffective, money-losing windmills, we're taking them down and not approving any.
Yeah, so I've briefly touched on this before, but like the anti-climate change propaganda is actually anti-China propaganda. Many things that America does should be read in that same line of thought. Like, I know we're joking, we're saying Don Quixote, but like it's actually more nefarious than that. China obviously is the global manufacturing hub for many things, including batteries and renewable energy grid. The things that are necessary for renewable energies all around the world, from windmills to batteries to solar panels all this stuff. And they're also on top of that, obviously manufacturing electric vehicles as well. And Howard Butlick basically said this openly yesterday, where it's like, why would we use Chinese style EVs? Like, you're so stupid. We're an oil nation. And yeah, Adam Tooze's face is pretty funny in reaction to this, by the way. Like the other panelist, when he's complaining about it, is hilarious, where once again, oil is a finite resource, okay? It's going to inevitably run out. And not only is it a finite resource, but it's also destroying the planet in the process of burning fossil fuels, right? And America, instead of using all of its brain power, all of its might, all of its money in the appropriate direction to create a more robust infrastructure for renewables. Oh my God, did I fucking F again? I'm going to lose my mind. Instead of America being an important player in the new frontier of energy, America's basically decided we can't do anything about it. China is dominating. China won. China is winning the next phase in energy. So we're just going to dial in, and we are going to be we're going to continue being the dominant force and the petrodollar dominant force in the old guard, in the old ways of in the old energy. All right, Donald Trump is live on CNBC
about Greenland. So I was going to ask you, did you see any of your European cohorts nodding? But I guess I don't have to ask that now because of the news that it breaks very quickly. Can you go into what you just talked about with the NATO meeting?
Well, we have a concept of a deal. I think it's going to be a very good deal for the United States, also for them. And we're going to work together on something having to do with the Arctic as a whole, but also Greenland. And it has to do with the security, great security, strong security, and other things. We're talking, and it's the kind of a deal that I wanted to be able to make.
Where does Denmark, did they weigh in on what they want, what they would agree to?
Well, I assume they did because he very much represents, he's a strong leader. Mark, you know Mark Rutte. And he, I assume he's been speaking to them. He's been speaking to all of them.
Are mineral rights involved? Is ownership involved? Did the Golden Dome sway people?
I don't want to say yet, but
the Golden Dome was very compelling today when you talked about that.
Yeah, the Golden Dome, and they're going to be involved in the Golden Dome, and they're going to be involved in mineral rights, and so are we.
It's not specific enough to know at this point how long this lasts, whether it's
forever.
Forever.
It'll be forever.
For Greenland at this point.
Yeah. Forever.
That's staggering.
That's better than a 99-year.
This is what, 2 hours after.
It's better than the Obama deal with the famous Iran nuclear deal with a 9-year deal. No, this is forever. This is a long term.
I mentioned that you could have come over here and just talked about what you wanted to. Before you left, I think you wanted to talk about where the progress that you've made in terms domestically with the economy and everything else in the United States. And you didn't have to talk. I didn't think you had to talk about.
I've decided we're lowering the sanctions on Iran in exchange for denuclearization, which is very different than what Obama did, because he was a black man and I am a white man doing the exact same deal. So it's very different. It's good when I do it. It's bad when he did it. He's Muslim. He's not even American, and he's a communist.
Fighting with Denmark,
NATO. You've done so much to try to strengthen NATO. I'm sure you don't want to see the dissolution of something you work.
I'm proud of NATO from the standpoint. Look, I brought them up from 2% to 5% of GDP. They're paying a lot of money. They pay us a lot of money because they buy missiles and they buy a lot of things.
As a real estate guy, some people say you always want lower rates, but Scott made the point that if you have productivity gains, whether it's from AI or whether it's from Big Beautiful Bill, whatever it is, that you need a Fed chairman that can't get too agitated about a hot GDP number. In other words, we might be at a point where we could run nominal GDP of 8% or, after inflation of 5.5%. But that doesn't mean that it's inflationary and that you need to raise rates. So have you considered someone that could be like a Greenspan in the 90s?
Well, that's what I want. I mean, right now, if you announce great numbers, the stock market goes down because they say, oh, they're going to raise the rate, they're going to kill it.
which really stops you from having any great runs, and we want to have a great run. So we're going to be at 5.5 or something. They're predicting. I don't know. It's much higher than they thought. But let's say we're at 5.5. We could be at 10, or we could be at 12. We could be at 15. But immediately when they announce good numbers, now in the old days, you're too young.
Trump is also recognizing that it's fake, and he's basically just saying it's fake. Why don't you fake it in my direction? Why don't you fake it in a way that like makes my buddies even more money? Just it's fake anyway.
Now the stock market crashes every time you have good numbers because they think everyone's going to raise rates.
Yeah.
Growth
Stop raising the rates, lower them so that we can have 50% GDP growth.
So look, we've had tremendous growth, and we have almost no inflation.
Good. Meanwhile, regular people are starving. They can't afford a home. They can't even pay for rent.
Tremendous growth.
Do you, at this point, have plans for what you would do?
What you consider hyperinflation, I
Let's say he
call
decides,
more
I'm
money,
not gonna
more
be
money,
pushed around.
bigger
I don't
money,
like the way I
bigger
was
number.
treated.
It's
Whatever
better.
He decides, and what if he decides to stay on the Fed? He doesn't need to leave.
Think about what it would do in terms of GDP growth if an avocado cost $54.
We live
You gotta buy the avocado. Someone's gonna buy it.
His life won't be very, very happy, I don't think, by doing it. I think he wants to get out. He has not done a good job. He's done a horrible job on buildings. You know, he took.
It's fine. You know how stupid my followers are. They don't even care. They can't purchase things. I tell them everything's going great. The market's doing fine, and they go, "Yes, Mr. President."
Almost $4 billion.
Yeah.
Average age of new hire 42. Average age of new homeowner 59. This is a good economy. Also, the largest, the largest part of the workforce now is just Zoomers and millennials, and none of them can get a job. I saw a tweet the other day that was like, I don't know how difficult it is to explain this to someone over the age of 40, but looking for jobs, like putting your resume out there to get a new job, is just the most worthless endeavor that you can engage in. And I think people don't understand it. Like, it's just over. Like the old school ways, the old school method, what millennials used to yell at boomers on, you know, a stern handshake and making eye contact was enough for you to get a fucking job where you would make the current equivalent of $300,000 a year and have a single income family. It's gone, right? And now for the Zoomers and the millennials, it's gotten even worse than that, where the whole like just go and apply to a million jobs, dumbass method does not work at all. You are not going to find a job. It's fucking impossible.
Could prevent someone from being voted on.
But because the people that are running the economy and the people that are running the country are they're 858 years old, they will never understand this. The reality that they grew up in does not exist anymore. And it has only gotten worse. They're so fucking old that they're like, I don't understand. Oh, you must be a fucking loser if you can't find a job. Like, what do you mean? Back in my day, you would do a stern handshake and stare them right in the eyes and you'd get a job and you could own a home. Stop paying for avocado toast and you'll be able to own a home.
So you think that young people have now got the prospect of never owning a home?
Absolutely, when you're spending $40 a day on smashed avocado and coffees and not working. Of course.
A meeting of the minds. That's something that wasn't on my my plate.
No, she was very happy with this phone call. I'll tell you. Now look,
you won't be having a lot of policy discussions with her, other than.
But credit card companies are getting 28%, 30%. These people don't know they're paying that.
Right. Is it a 1 year?
1 year cap of 10%, and I love it. I know it's sort of like, it sounds like the mayor of New York maybe came up with that, but people are paying, they can't make it. They can't pay 28. You know, whatever happened to usury, they can't pay 28%. And so I said 1 year, I'd like to see a 1 year cap of 10% with the credit card companies, and they'd understand that. I've had calls from credit card companies, people that are friends of mine, actually, and I treat them good. I respect them greatly, but they make a lot of money. They got to give people a break. 28% interest. You know, people go out and they buy something, and if they're a little bit late, they're paying 28%. They end up filing for bankruptcy. So I would like to see that happen, yeah.
So there's, I guess, we're getting toward the end, but there's classic conservatism, there's populism, and I guess there's common sense. Is that how you would describe some of the steps that you made? I mean, there are people that call it statism, or that we're getting too involved with managing the private sector.
I'm conservative, but I think I'm common sense. You know, it's like people say, "Are you a conservative?" I say, "Yeah, but I'm a common sense person. I mean, I do things that aren't necessarily that conservative sometimes."
Yeah.
And
like when you want to invade Greenland, it's a real common sense position when 80% of the country says don't do that.
Ridiculous thing. Open borders for everyone so that everybody's prisoners can pour in, where they come in from the Congo, where they come in from all over the world, from Venezuela. And by the way, we picked up 50 million barrels of oil the other day from Venezuela. We're going to sell it at the market price. We're going to give some to Venezuela. We're going to keep some.
They already have, by the way. The Venezuelan leadership under Delcy Rodriguez said that they received their first $300 million dollar check from the American oil sales. They do not know where it's $500 million worth of oil. America took it, they seized it, and they're, I guess, quote unquote, selling it. I don't know where. And they only gave Venezuela $300 million of the $500 million that they stole. And nobody knows where the remaining $200 million is, by the way. That's the way that we're operating now. It's pure piracy.
It's also aimed at common sense again. But
it's pure piracy. We just stole that oil.
You have these big companies, these big corporations buying up thousands of homes and renting them or doing whatever they do with them. Some of them are flipping them for a big profit.
I'm going to go pick up some money from the bank.
Too many.
Go buy some gold then with that money, because that paper might be worthless.
But we're saying that we don't want that. We want people to be able to buy a home.
Been a long day for you, I know, and energetic, more energetic than I am right now. Thank you for the time.
You're doing just fine.
Thank you for the time, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, you're welcome.
All right, that the President of the United States, of course, and our very own Joe Kernan.
Wow, what a productive conversation. Trump just lied about everything once again, and there was very little pushback on this, down to like when he says the economy is doing so well. But of course, it's fucking CNBC, so he's speaking to the right audience when he says, "Well, the markets are hot. The markets are hot. Look at that. We course corrected in the markets. Believe it." Okay, I said I was going to dominate Greenland. I said I was going to take over Greenland with the military. Then I said I'm not going to do that no more. And then the markets are hot, hot, hot. Is it lying if you don't know the truth? No, CNBC knows the fucking truth. What do you mean? Everybody knows the truth. When Donald Trump says we're getting $15 gorillion in foreign investment coming into the country, and they're opening up factories, you can look around and recognize that that is not happening. But none of it matters, because the entire stock market, which is the only thing that these animals care about on CNBC, it revolves around pure speculation and confidence that Donald Trump won't actually use the nuclear option and destroy global trade in its entirety, as he has threatened to do so over and over again, multiple times a year in the last year of his second term. So he just keeps going, I'm going to break it. I'm going to molest the money. I'm going to molest the money. And then everybody goes, no, sir, please don't molest the money. Then he turns around and says, I'm not molesting the money as much as I was going to. Isn't that wonderful? And the market goes, oh, thank God. Thank God he's not molesting the money as hard. Yeah, oh my God. It's a bull market, baby. Let's go. Perma growth. None of it is anchored around like actual fundamentals. It's all speculative. It's all bullshit. It's all nonsensical. It's all Tesla stock. The stock market is all Tesla stock, okay? Money is faker than it has ever been before. Obviously, it's been fake for quite a while, but goddamn, finance capital is so fake, dude. It is just nothing. It's unicorns and fairy dust. Everything is Tesla. When Donald Trump said it's all computer, everything is Tesla, everybody transgender, he was right. It's not in the way that he was using it. I mean, look at Nvidia. Look at OpenAI. Look at the major reasons as to why the stock market is up. The GDP is growing. Why is it growing? Because they're exchanging the same like $100 billion over and over again. It's just exchanging hands. Everything Nvidia.
You talked about being concerned, Mr. President, about Russia trying to come and take over Greenland. If you're worried that Putin would do something like that, why invite him to join your board of peace?
Because we want everybody. We want all nations. We want all nations where people have control, people have power.
That way we're never going to have a problem. This is the greatest board ever assembled. And everybody wants to be on it. But, yeah, I have some controversial people on it, but these are people that get the job done. These are people that have tremendous influence. And if I put all babies on the board, there wouldn't be very much. So he was invited. He's accepted. Many people have accepted. I don't know of anybody that hasn't accepted. But it's going to be great. I think the Board of Peace will be the most prestigious board ever, and it's going to get a lot of work done that the United Nations should have done. And we'll work with the United Nations, but the Board of Peace is going to be special. We're going to have peace. It started off with Gaza, the Middle East. We've got peace in the Middle East, tremendous peace in the Middle East. Nobody thought that was possible. And that happened by taking out the Iran nuclear threat. Without that, it could have never happened. But the board is going to be, I think, really fantastic. And I think it'll be the most prestigious board of any board ever in world history. Thank you very much.
Tremendous. The slave prime minister of Pakistan also joined the piss of board. Yeah, and so did Benjamin Netanyahu. If you want to understand how stupid this like board of peace is, he's just basically re-engineering the United Nations, but this time with even more control, I guess. And you can buy into it, and it's a crock of bullshit. It is totally nonsensical. It is totally ridiculous. The UN already doesn't have any fucking power. And I guess even like Donald Trump wants to build another version of that that's even I guess another version of that is even more captive to American interests. It's awesome.
Because of my landslide election victory, the United States avoided the catastrophic energy collapse which befell every European nation that pursued the Green New Scam, perhaps the greatest hoax in history. The Green New Scam, windmills all over the place.
The reason why he just keeps hitting the renewable energy thing is because China is dominating the rare earth mineral procurement extraction. They have a monopoly on it. Okay, they have a monopoly on the production of rare earth minerals, which are necessary materials for all matter of technology, but certainly on renewable energy, on the renewable energy battery technology. China is obviously dominating on the R&D side. China is dominating on the manufacturing side. It's not just like wind turbines. It's not necessarily just wind turbines that he's like fucking complaining about. It's everything, right? Wind turbines, batteries, solar panels, virtually, hey, what's going on, man? Virtually every single thing that that is a necessity, China dominates on. And that's precisely the reason why America's decided no more of this like woke and gay green shit. We're just going full tilt back into, we're redoubling our efforts in on the side of the fossil fuel industry, even though it's destroying the planet. It does not matter. It doesn't matter if we just melt the table. It doesn't matter if we destroy the table. If we're losing the board game, we might as well kill everybody in the process rather than look forward, rather than try to improve mankind, rather than try to improve our carbon footprint, rather than try to focus on the new method of energy, even though we have all of the power. Kaya, get back over there. Instead of trying to focus on competing with China and trying to build a robust manufacturing base or even cooperating with China, we are deciding to fight back by focusing entirely on oil and gas. Okay, that's it.
Destroy your land. Destroy your land. Every time that goes around, you lose $1,000. You're supposed to make money with energy, not lose money. Here in Europe, we've seen the fate that the radical left tried to impose on America. They tried very hard. Germany now generates 22% less electricity than it did in 2017. And it's not the current chancellor's fault. He's solving the problem. He's going to do a great job. But what they did before he got there, I guess that's why he got there. And electricity prices are 64% higher. The United Kingdom produces just 1/3 of the total energy from all sources that it did in 1999. Think of that, 1/3. And they're sitting on top of the North Sea, one of the greatest reserves anywhere in the world, but they don't use it. And that's one reason why their energy has reached catastrophically low levels with equally high prices. High prices, very low levels. Think of that, 1/3. And you're sitting on top of the North Sea. And they like to say, well, you know, that's depleted. It's not depleted. It's got 500 years. They haven't even found the oil. The North Sea is incredible. They don't let anybody drill. Environmentally, they don't let them drill. They make it impossible for the oil companies to go. They take 92% of the revenues. So the oil companies say, we can't do it. They came to see me. Is there anything you can do? I want Europe to do great. I want UK to do great. sitting on one of the greatest energy sources in the world, and they don't use it. In fact, their electricity prices have soared 139%. There are windmills all over Europe. There are windmills all over the place, and they are losers. One thing I've noticed is that the more windmills a country has, the more money that country loses and the worse that country is doing. China makes almost all of the windmills, and yet I haven't been able to find any wind farms in China. Did you ever think of that?
So this is obviously completely incorrect. This might come as a surprise to chatters, but he's once again talking out of his ass. Not only is China the leader in manufacturing renewable energy products, but it's also the leader around the globe in renewable energy infrastructure inside of China. Not only do they have a ton of wind turbines, not windmills, right? But they're also experimenting with new ways of developing wind turbines, like this new Zeppelin thing. I don't know if you guys saw this, but it's completely ridiculous. Photos capture the breathtaking scale of China's wind and solar build out. This is a major wind farm, but it's not just windmills either. It's not just wind turbines either. They're also experimenting with new technology. Here's another article. There it is. China's building 2/3 of the world's wind and solar projects. Country on track to reach 1,200 gigawatts of installed wind and solar capacity by end of 2024, 6 years ahead of Beijing's target. Almost 2/3 of global wind and solar projects under construction are in China. Solar and wind power projects under construction by gigawatts. So yeah, they are massively ahead. And not only that, but they're now doing this insane thing that I saw that's like, that literally feels like it just feels like something out of Cyberpunk. World's most powerful flying wind turbine launched in Western China. This is a gigantic gliding power bank that could help communities cut off from the grid during blackouts and cement China's leading role in green energy. I don't know how safe this is. When I see Zeppelins, I get fearful, but that is what they are doing. The world's first megawatt class high altitude wind power system for urban use, the S2000 SAWES, has successfully completed a test flight in Yibin, southwest China's Sichuan province on January 5th. After a 30-minute ascent to 2,000 meters, it generated 385 kilowatt hours of electricity and completed grid-connected power generation. 1 hour of operation can generate enough electricity to fully... What are you doing? What's happening over there? You want to go outside? Hold on. You don't mind dogs, right? Hey, sit. Okay. Oh, damn, she's not even going to you. I don't know where she's going. Okay. Anyway, here it is. This is what it looks like. It's f***ing insane, okay? 1 hour operation can generate enough electricity to fully charge approximately 30 top-spec electric vehicles from zero. It's meant to be rapidly deployed to natural disasters to restore areas' basic power. Yeah. When I look at this stuff, I understand how people must have felt when, you know, I understand how the horse buggy and carriage industry must have felt when, like, cars were being mass-produced, right? The assembly line kicks in, there's cars, it's becoming increasingly cheaper or more affordable to own a car. And while that is happening, this new frontier is unfolding in front of your eyes, you're still maintaining the old guard where you're like, no, you don't understand. This is a profitable industry. Horses are much better. Horses are much better than cars, dude. You're so dumb. Don't move into the car stuff. What do you mean an automobile? It's a dangerous thing. It's scary. It's weird. Horses are much less likely to trample you to death. It's just a fad. It'll go away. Let's just focus on horses.
So the other week, I sat down with Andrew Callahan in Channel 5 to do a sit-down podcast-style interview for his channel. And when he goes and posts the video, I see he just posted an hour-long interview. I said, well, that's weird, because we actually spoke for around 2.5 hours. And then I go and watch the interview, and I'm saying, well, what is this? This is not what happened.
All right, let's see this Nick Shirtley.
So normally and
response.
historically, my policy for whenever somebody is saying some factually inaccurate stuff about me online is to turn the other cheek, keep my head down, and get back to grinding. But in this case, with Mr. Nick Shirtley, who is now falsely accusing me of conducting an unfairly edited interview, I think I'm going to pick option 2 and let people know what went down. Journalistic integrity is something that I kind of take a little bit seriously, and I can see a future wherein access is limited to prominent people, especially conservatives, if I don't dispel this false narrative immediately in its entirety right the heck now. So to do this right, I'll have to show you a couple of things. including text messages between him and I, and actual footage of the working Premiere sequence that I used to edit the interview, so you can see what was cut and why. So let's begin with an editing lesson. So when we're dealing with a long-form interview of somebody who talks very slowly and circles back to repetitive talking points, one of the first things that we do in post-production is cutting what's called dead air, which means long pauses between words or sentences, or fixable verbal stammers that slow down the conversation and risk boring the viewer. So in this raw interview with Nick, which had a total runtime of 2 hours and 2 minutes, we had to cut nearly half an hour of dead air to make it listenable. Many people like to choose their words carefully, so I get it, but there was a couple points in the interview that even in person we had to have Nick repeat himself because the crew felt that no amount of corrective editing would possibly be able to make him sound normal.
It's been an interesting few days, past 72 hours. My video on the expose of the fraud in Minnesota is the most viewed video ever, longer than 10 minutes, other than Mr. Beast.
Can you say the fraud in Minnesota again? Because you kind of stuttered.
Yeah. Oh, wait, are there going to be cuts in this, or just going to be one take?
Which will make it perfect. So if we ask for to say it again, it's just to make sure you say it perfectly.
Oh, okay, yeah. So, so my video on the fraud in Minnesota is the most viewed video ever by a creator, longer than 10 minutes, expose style, than anybody other than the name of Mr. Beast.
So bear with me here. I'm going to show you the raw footage, and we'll see how, with the magic of editing, we were able to make Nick sound actually smarter and faster than he was in person. Check this out. How does that make you feel, like, gratification-wise as an independent journalist?
Well, I think it's the first video you've seen in a long time where a journalist actually went and created a video that created a change instantaneously. For instance, you had the HHS, Health and Human Services. They froze all funding to childcare inside of Minnesota and then they're asking for businesses to prove that they are legit businesses before they give tax dollars to these businesses that are not really businesses.
How does that make you feel, like, gratification-wise as an independent journalist?
Well, I think it's the first video you've seen in a long time where a journalist actually went and created a video that created a change instantaneously. For instance, you had the Health and Human Services. They froze all funding to childcare inside of Minnesota, and then they're asking for businesses to prove that they are legit businesses before they give tax dollars to these businesses.
Why did this guy literally come out and say, "You slandered my good reputation"? Oh my Lord, dude. I mean, I assumed it was even dumber, but I didn't. God, he is so stupid. It truly is ableist to offer him a platform where he will make a fool of himself. Like, I think it is unironically ableist to make fun of Nick Shirtley.
So in that interview, we probably did that same thing as far as trimming dead air and splicing B-roll. No joke. Probably 30 times, as you can see here on the timeline, and it was never to take him out of context, but to help him get his point across. We do this for every good faith interview or 5-cast we've conducted so far, from Hunter Biden, which had a raw runtime of 5 hours before being cut to 3:24, to Hunter Kozak, to Alex Jones, to Hamilton Morris, Jan DeSanti, to pretty much everybody we've ever talked to.
Exactly. 100% not. Is that and there's this conflation that people have. I mean, I think they're opening up an investigation to cocaine that was found in a cubby outside the West Wing of the White House.
We aren't live streamers or live podcasters, and we like to package our interviews for efficiency and entertainment value, so that's just something that we do. So the other cuts in the Nick Shirley interview that weren't dead air related were conversational beats that I personally found either boring.
That one tweet was right. He's the only Mormon born with Faz. Brother, I think there's more than one Mormon born with Faz. Like, I'm going to be honest. But yeah, Fast Baby is correct. You're not wrong about that assessment, I think.
Repetitive or so off topic to the point that they derailed the conversation away from its intended focus, which was fraud in Minnesota and Shirley's personal background. We cut probably 20...
said, yikes. Fast, fetal alcohol syndrome.
5 minutes of unproductive, redundant banter about Portland, Mormonism, gay marriage, his new crypto coin. I heard you also made a coin of some kind?
I did not. Well, I didn't make a coin. I just joined a platform where you can monetize your content. And so yeah, it is a coin. You can then monetize your content, just similar to like how you upload on TikTok. You can upload your stuff on there. It's just based off Coinbase.
The history and ethics of welfare in America, and 6 whole, nearly identical back and forths about his 89% statistic that he falls back on unchallenged.
89% of the fraud is being committed by Somalians, and 89% of the fraud being committed inside Minnesota is by the Somalian population. 89% of the fraud.
This is such a inappropriate way to game out statistics for the record. 89% comes from a total fabrication. One, it's one of the very few federal cases that the state of Minnesota has had. And because there are 94 co-defendants, 94 Somali co-defendants saying, as the Republican that came out with the statistic on Fox News falsely presented, saying that like, oh, Somalis are responsible for 89% of all crimes committed since like 2020 is ridiculous. Yes, post 2020, the major COVID fraud that was prosecuted was the Amy Bach, white woman, by the way, led Feeding the Children charity scandal.
Now to a CBS News exclusive interview with the woman prosecutors say was the mastermind of Minnesota's biggest COVID-era fraud scheme. 44-year-old Amy Bach is not part of the Somali community. Last year, she was convicted of orchestrating a $250 million pot to defraud a government program to feed hungry children.
And a lot of the co-defendants in that case that got charged and convicted were Somali. That's since 2020. Do you know how many federal fraud investigations have been conducted in the state since 2020? Not that many.
Happening by people who were brought into our country and then committing fraud. So 89% of the fraud happening in Minnesota is from the Somalian population.
Right, but 95% of Somali Americans in Minnesota are legal.
Yeah, 89% of Somalians are committing fraud.
Since we ended up including an extensive dialogue about that stat around the 50-minute mark of the final cut, I personally didn't feel the need to torture.
The 89% number specifically refers to a claim made in independent journal's viral video with Somali American woman and blah, 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 they commit. In summary, while the Somali American communities have been disproportionately represented among the defendants in a few massive high-profile federal fraud cases, the total fraud, this figure relates to specific high-profile cases, but there's no official data. Yeah, I know where that came from. This is like an AI summarization. I'm explaining to you what the actual summarization is.
For all of you guys.
I don't know what this AI summarization is, but the 89% number basically comes from what I just described to you. One guy on Fox News randomly says, oh, since 2020, Somalis are responsible for 89% of all the fraud that was committed in the state of Minnesota. This is not correct.
Of the fraud being committed in Minnesota.
Okay, we get it. He says it a lot.
With them in 4K when I got back from Greenland, you will see exactly what I mean. This is not a Sacha Baron Cohen style ambush edit or a Jim Jeffries Avi Yemeni situation where I primed him, by saying crazy shit to get his guard down and then Shanghai him with post-production. I was trying to help Nick Shirley, which it seems up until yesterday he really appreciated. So after the interview came out about a week ago, he texted me right after saying the backdrop of this interview is hilarious. It was filmed in his uncle's upscale game room in Farmington, Utah, in front of several taxidermied bears that were presumably killed by the Shirley family. He goes on to say, fun watching the reaction from both sides. Appreciate you coming out.
I don't think you have fun watching the reaction from both sides.
To which I replied kindly. But then the Clippers started doing the thing that they do Hunter Biden, finding the most outrageous or dumb soundbite in the entire piece and memeing it into oblivion while missing the entire point of the dialogue, which was to try to find common ground on issues like affordability and the collapse of the mainstream media. I mean, I fundamentally hope that everything you're saying is true, just so you know.
Yeah, I hope so too.
Yeah,
I hope we all have the best interest in society and for our people because...
Yeah.
Andrew's too charitable, dude. Look. I think he revealed what his reason for making this video was in the beginning when he said, if people consider me to be a dangerous, left propagandist, then I'm not going to be able to get sound bites off of people. Okay, that's the reason why he's doing this video. That's the reason why he's saying, "Oh God,
the affordability
I need to be charitable to everybody."
Can't buy houses, and if we're talking about creating change, we need to let innovation prosper inside the United States.
Yeah,
and you're not seeing it.
If he didn't operate like the way that he does currently, you wouldn't get the sound bites that you're getting. It's not access journalism at all. You're wrong. It's not access journalism at all.
We're not seeing innovation. In fact, we're seeing fraudsters take our money.
If you guys saw, the clip that did the most rounds was when Nick tried and failed to pronounce the word benevolent. Who do you think are the 3 most benevolent billionaires?
What do you mean by the word benevolent?
Just well-intentioned, positive billionaires who you think are creating, net positive societal progress.
Trump? Our president?
Because he never said it right and said benevolent twice, there was no way to cut the dead air or trim the stammer. So we left it in, and personally, I don't think it's that big of a deal to not know that word. I mean, he is wearing a hoodie that is making fun of immigrants for their spelling errors, but benevolent has more syllables than learning, so I get it. But the comments on this clip were brutal, like actually genuinely mean, and it couldn't have felt good from his perspective to read these things. We're talking tens of thousands of
He
people.
doesn't know how to read, big dog. Don't worry. I don't think he's reading any of that. His mommy is probably sheltering him from all the negative commentary surrounding his video. So I don't think he saw any of that. And even if he did, I don't think he knows how to read. So he's going to be fine.
Declaring this guy is retarded, which he's not. But there are some moments in the interview that even
okay, maybe he's laying it on a little too thick here, okay?
Even with dead air trimmed for speed, Nick does not give his best performance, particularly when blaming immigrants for rising rent prices.
It's just simple supply and demand. If you have 20 million people who need to come and buy a house or rent an apartment, and you have other people who need it, you're going to raise the prices.
Suggesting that Muslim Americans keep multiple wives in private while dismissing the association with his own religion, Mormonism, and polygamy as just a harmful stereotype.
As far as the wives go, that's not a thing in Utah.
It's not a thing in Utah.
That's a negative stereotype.
Negative stereotype.
And also confronting me about staying silent on the death of Charlie Kirk, while admitting that he consciously chose to not watch the video that I made in the immediate aftermath of it.
And so I thought that was kind of messed up of you to not publicly denounce what happened to Charlie Kirk.
I did.
And I didn't even watch the interview because I didn't want to watch that.
Well, you should watch it.
I don't want to.
Well, you should watch the video.
No! No! I don't want to. You made me feel bad. Because I imagine you didn't say anything. And I'm still mad about how I felt. That's a perfect demonstration of how right-wingers operate, dude. I mean, come on. Come on.
Say some stuff in it.
Okay, cool.
None of these moments were a very good look for Nick, but I did not engineer them that way. And if I was a betting man, I would suggest that much of the hostility displayed toward him in the comments is because his reporting, which was signal boosted by Trump and his cronies, has been a driving factor in ICE's decision to escalate their presence in Minneapolis. You know,
bro, that's someone's son. Dog, I have just as much smoke for her demon mother, too. That hellspawn was developed somewhere. You mean? Yeah, f them both. Him and his dumbass mom who drives him around everywhere and went to prom with him. The f
kidnapping kids from local high schools, terrorizing U.S. citizens in their own communities, shooting people in the streets, and hiding behind masks like the goddamn cowards they are. However, that's just my personal opinion. I don't like ICE. I don't like Trump, which is something that I made clear to Nick in the interview.
What do you think about Trump?
I don't like him.
There was no deception anywhere. But sometimes, and I'm not sure what the word is for this in the journalism field, the person that you interview views your fans as an extension of you. So if your fans are dicks to them, they kind of feel like that's you shading them. And that's definitely what happened. Right after the benevolent clip went micro-viral, Nick began to send texts to me that alluded to the footage being manipulated, writing, "Greenland will be epic and cold. Let me know if you need any locals. I still have some contacts there. Just curious though, why didn't you post a full 2+ hour interview instead of the selected 1 hour of the interview?" Notice the word selected. Nick suggests that I cherry-picked his worst moments, which is concerning because we consciously did the opposite. But as you can see from these texts, I explained our entire editing process.
Yeah, by the way, this is not him talking to Nick. This is him talking to Nick's mom. Just so we're clear. I am still going with Nick Shirtley does not know how to read or write. He is illiterate. I think this is Nick's mom.
Him, as I did to all of you, and as I mentioned, even offered to send him all of the raw video files when I get home from Greenland, which I'm doing now, and gave him full permission to clip any and all moments of the piece for his own socials. Fast forward to 2 days later. I wake up in Nuuk, Greenland to see that Nick has posted a video filmed on a side camera, captioned something like, "In case you guys want to know how the interview really went, here's this." Nick's bullshit crybaby video here points to 2 pieces of damning evidence. Exhibit A. Nick grills me here about Democrat cities being catastrophic failures after failing to understand that I am not a supporter of the Democrat Party. I am from Seattle, a failed blue city, and then asks me to name thriving blue cities. So I named Austin, Nashville, El Paso, and then while smirking, I mentioned Denver because as shown in Nick's angle, I didn't actually know if Denver was doing well because I don't spend much time in Colorado.
Like, when have you seen an American city? What American city is prospering right now?
Austin.
Austin. Name another one.
El Paso, Texas.
Name another one. You know so many city good. You name city names so good. Name more city. Are you God? Why do you know so many city name? Can you name another city name? I need mommy tell me city names when I go to sleep.
Texas.
El Paso, Texas is prospering.
Yeah, I think.
Why you think?
It's doing better. New bars and restaurants have opened, but I can probably think of some better examples.
Like what?
Nashville's doing good. Austin's doing good. Phoenix is doing good. Basically, any place with low state tax is getting a lot of.
In any place that's not Democrat.
I don't know about that. I mean,
name a Democrat city that's prospering right now.
Well, it would have to be one that's affordable.
Name one.
A city.
It's ironic, but it's Minneapolis. Like literally, Minneapolis is, before this last round of like federal punishments, is straight up one of the best cities in America, one of the most thriving cities in the United States of America. Isn't that fucking crazy? Like, Donald Trump is punishing a blue city in a blue state for not voting for him, and they were doing fine. They were doing great, as a matter of fact. They were doing much better than major blue metros that are not doing fine because of the fucking insane influence of the real estate lobby, making it impossible to live there. So much so that while we were talking about the mayoral race that was going on, shouts out to Omar Fateh, there were conversations in this chat between me and another chatter saying, well, affordability is not as big as a problem in Minneapolis because Minneapolis has actually been pretty on the ball under the leadership of Jacob Fry, regardless of all the other problems, and they've built quite a bit. They've built quite a bit of housing and keeping prices relatively affordable in comparison to other major metropolitan areas.
Inside of a blue state that is prospering. Denver.
Why are you smirking?
Because I don't know if it's prospering or not.
Because it's not. See, you can't even answer the question, dude.
I don't.
Why is he getting so mad?
It's not prospering. Denver's not prospering either.
But in post-production, I did some research and found out that my intuition was correct. Denver.
Did you make that face because you think Seattle is not a failed blue city? Yes, I don't. I think people grossly over-exaggerate how poorly blue cities are doing in this country, especially when they're some of the best places to live, which is part of the problem, ironically enough. It's gross, and it pisses me off. Have you been to one of these, like, forgotten towns in this goddamn country? What the fuck are you talking about? Go to Springfield, Ohio. The reason why I'm bringing up Springfield, Ohio is because it's one of those forgotten towns, and it got a high amount of Haitian migrants that came into the town and actually helped it grow by quite a bit. Springfield, Ohio is one of these forgotten towns. If you go to any number of different cities around this country that were basically abandoned, you will understand, in comparison to like these major metropolitan areas, they're in a far worse condition overall. What's to make matters worse, like people talk about Chinese tier 1 cities and go, oh, why don't you go to a rural area to see what it's like? It's like, bitch, I've been to rural areas in America too. Let me tell you, their tier 1 cities are better than our major metropolitan cities, and their rural areas are also developing at a rapid clip. Every city, large or small, in the United States of America, every town, large or small, in the United States of America is on a downtrend. Do you understand? So yes, while major metropolitan areas are in a state of dire disrepair, so are many rural towns. Also, what is that old saying? Yeah, thank God for Mississippi. Exactly.
Is currently experiencing a decline in violence and property crime, a large influx in population, job growth in the aerospace, tech, and healthcare sectors, and a number of other great things. So I chose to trim a brief section after I mentioned Denver that indicates a bit of self-doubt, given that I ended up being correct. I also trimmed a soundbite where I said that many Democrat cities will run poorly because it was redundant.
Name one. Name one. Philadelphia, Boston, New York City, Los Angeles. These are great cities to live in. What the fuck are you talking about? Minneapolis, as I already mentioned. Chicago. Chicago's fucking beautiful. New York City is shit. Boston is trash. Okay, guys. There's good and the bad. I was just in Detroit. Detroit is fucking awesome too. The thing is, a lot of these places could be more livable. They could be much nicer. They could be more livable. A lot of that stems from the corrosive influence of the real estate lobby, where they keep the inventory low so that the homeowners, which oftentimes comprise like 60% of the population and certainly are overrepresented in the voter eligible population, the ones that do actually go out and vote, homeowners, want all of their net worth to be associated with their housing, because housing is no longer just shelter, but instead people's livelihood. They take mortgages out, or they used to, not anymore. Now the interest rates are crazy, but they used to take mortgages out, and it's their leverage. For many of these people, they only know the price of housing going up. Their entire lives revolve around the price of housing going up. So if the price of housing goes down because there's now, more readily available inventory, for example, then all of a sudden, a lot of these people who perceive themselves to be like upper middle class individuals, people with a nest egg or whatever, are going to be poor in comparison. This is the major problem. I say crash the housing market, for the record. I think, or not crash the housing market, but like burst the housing bubble and let 1 million houses bloom. Let 1 million units bloom. Make all different types of affordable housing. Make government housing to change the housing market in this country. It'd be fucking awesome. Decommodify housing.
After our conversation about Denver, I then launched into a tirade about how I am not a Democrat, don't believe in the capacity of the two-party system to enact meaningful change, believe that Gavin Newsom has misappropriated California's tax revenue through NGOs, reinforce my belief in voting on the local level, and then give Nick the benefit of the doubt and say that I hope he's right about Trump and the GOP's ability to mitigate the affordability crisis that's made many places like my hometown, Seattle, unlivable for those who grew up there. So I support...
Featuring Erica Kirk, confirmed speaker, Make Heaven Crowded. Bro, why do they call it Make Heaven Crowded? It almost feels like a cult, like they're all going to drink the Kool-Aid and die. Isn't that weird? That's a weird-ass fucking name for a tour. Oh, that's what he said too. Do we set up a big-ass Kool-Aid stand outside the venue?
We're voting on a local level for sure. I also suggest if you're watching this and you want to see videos that I've made about dysfunctional blue cities, watch San Francisco.
Wait. Did you just say, wouldn't you not go to heaven if you commit suicide? Brother, you think any Republican that's a part of Turning Point USA is going to heaven? Are you out of your fucking mind? I don't think suicide is the least of their worries, okay? If heaven and hell is real, let me fucking tell you something. Ain't no Republican is going to heaven. Are you kidding me? They're all going to fucking hell, big dog. Their entire political output is about harming others. Why the fuck do you think they're going to heaven anyway? They're going to hell. They're going to super hell. If heaven and hell are real, they're going to hell forever, permanently.
Streets, Albuquerque streets, Las Vegas tunnels, and Philly streets. So the second clip that Nick posted really makes my blood boil because it is so disingenuous. As I mentioned, 6 or 7 times in this interview, Nick references the stat that 89% of fraud in Minnesota is committed by Somalis. We aired the version where we asked him to show us the data on his phone, which he found using Google search results powered by ChatGPT. So in the video he posted, we can see me look in the camera after he shows it to me and saying something like, all right, damn, I guess he's right then. Let's put that on screen.
Here, right here, the figure 89% does not represent the total percentage of all fraud in Minnesota. Instead, it refers to the percentage of individuals charged in connection with specific high-profile federal fraud cases. Somalians.
89% of those charged in connection with major... Wow.
Identified as Somalian Americans.
Well, looks like it looks like
I'm interested to see what you put in this interview, because
looks like there is a problem with fraud.
He is kind of right. However, the stat refers specifically to the already litigated Feeding Our Future case, which resulted in over 60 fraud convictions in Minnesota. The ringleader of the nonprofit behind the scam, Amy Bach, is white, but it is true that 89% of convicted defendants in that case were Somali. And that's what makes me so pissed.
Federally, I think that's the only federal fraud case they've prosecuted in the state of Minnesota. That's why this stat is irrelevant. It's one singular case. Like, saying 89% of Somalis commit fraud is a psychotic extrapolation from this number. It's just not even... That's not how anything works. That's not how stats work. It's like taking a snapshot of this the Southern District of New York court cases and saying, like, Donald Trump is 100% of the fraud cases that were committed on that day, or charged on that day. It's like, okay, sure. That's not how this works at all. Yeah, it's like saying 100% of the people who murdered OJ's wife were not convicted.
Particular piece of evidence that Nick presents. The exact thing that he is showing me on his phone in the video is what I put.
Like, there are 20 cases or 20,000 cases. How many 89 is those? It's one. It's one. It's the only one. That's the only fucking major case that the federal government prosecuted. The Department of Justice prosecuted.
On screen on the final cut, I did exactly what I said I would. He frames my decision to put that on screen as some kind of like liberal ball-busting fact check, but it's actually supplemental context for something he is literally showing me, which is why it pisses me off. So that's all I have to say. I'm just in a phase in my life where I've been doing this for so long, and I care about this so much, so I don't want to play these kind of games.
That's such a terrible way to twist statistics. I mean, this not even, you can't even consider that to be statistics at that point. This is New Age 1350 shit, the same misrepresenting a statistic for racist propaganda. Yes, Sean, you are right. However, it's even dumber because we have become dumber as a country. Because at least with the 1350 shit, the twisting of statistics is, it comes from misunderstanding what conviction and clearance rates look like, and you're just presenting arrest rates or arrest numbers without factoring any of that other stuff to make it seem like it's something different. With 89%, you're just looking at one case, dude. One case. Like, it's crazy. Our races are getting dumber, is what I'm saying. This is kind of what I was talking about with Nick Shirley's commentary in general, where, like, back in the day, at least, like, James O'Keefe would put a little bit of effort, right? Can you explain the 1350 thing? Yes, 13% of the population is black, and racists will always channel this their racist sentiment by saying 13% of the population is black, but they make up 50% of the crime. This is not true. Number one, black communities are over-policed. Black communities not only are over-policed, but as a consequence of being over-policed, black communities end up getting arrested at higher rates. Not only that, but also the number that we're looking at, the 50% number, is from FBI stats from, I forget exactly when, but FBI stats that show arrest numbers. Black people are more likely to be racially profiled, more likely to receive higher sentence. There's a sentencing disparity. I saw what happened the day before MLK Day, by the way. FD did not approve. Okay, but he shocked me too, to be fair. I also got shocked. I did shock Arky a lot more. I know. It was messed up. I didn't realize how it looked. It was a bad look. It wasn't good. Yes, the statistic that we're talking about is based on arrests, not convictions. Not only are black people over prosecuted and receive much longer sentences, not only are black communities over policed, but on top of that, these are simply arrest numbers. An arrest does not mean that this person was charged or convicted. That's the reason why the 1350 number is bullshit. Having said that, this is even dumber than that, because the 89%, like, if that case did not have like 60 co-conspirators that were charged and prosecuted and arrested and convicted, and instead had 10 co-conspirators and 8 of them happen to be Somali, you could still say 80% of the people that were arrested and prosecuted were Somali. It's just ridiculous. It's one case.
Especially with people who can't take an L and want to put my credibility on the line by spinning things in a way that benefits their reputation.
He literally went out of his way to try and make me look bad, which is not cool. And I wouldn't say that's like very benevolent of him to do.
I think my policy moving forward, especially when working with people who are filming their own versions of things and lack the integrity, to be honest, with their fan base, is to either go live during every interview or upload the full raw files on Patreon the moment a Final Cut hits YouTube, so there's no room for these kinds of shenanigans.
There's Indians there. Snow Indians will take it over. Trust me. Well, bet. And they're communist. We got to take them over. Anyway, let's get to Greenland and Donald Trump. Donald Trump's latest fascination, his hyperfixation, is Greenland. And if you actually don't appreciate that, then you're being insensitive. Okay? This is his hyperfixation.
And allies who oppose a U.S. takeover of Greenland. Trump posting on Truth Social that 8 of our NATO allies, including Denmark, France, Germany, and the United Kingdom, will face 10% tariffs starting on February 1st. adding that those tariffs will jump to 25% in June until a deal is reached for the complete and total purchase of Greenland.
Pull out of NATO if it doesn't help you acquire Greenland. If it doesn't lead the
Well,
way.
we're going to see. NATO has been dealing with us on Greenland. We need Greenland for national security very badly.
The president refusing to back down from his months-long pressure campaign to control Greenland, saying anything less than that is completely unacceptable, and has not ruled out the use of military force to take the Arctic island from our NATO ally, Denmark. A bipartisan group of senators now in Denmark trying to cool tensions.
We cannot allow this to become a partisan matter.
It comes as thousands march through the street of Copenhagen today in protest, many waving Greenland's flag, holding signs reading, "Make America Smart Again" and "Hands Off." And demonstrators brave the cold in Greenland, making their message to the president clear.
We are not interested in being Americans.
Now, President Trump insists the U.S. needs Greenland.
Dude, I love that. That's like my funniest takeaway from this entire thing is when they just keep saying over and over again, this is a fate worse than death. Like whenever they keep going, we're going to die. We don't want to be American. Please don't make us American. We hate the concept of becoming American. Please, 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 please. And I get it. Like it's so real. It's so real because it's like you literally have healthcare. Like imagine having healthcare and all this other shit. Like you have at least some semblance of a social democracy. And then America comes in and is like, we're just going to take all of that away from you. And to be fair, like, I can't even blame them. I can't blame them. It's dog shit. My favorite is Kaya Kallas from the EU talking about China as Trump gets ready to annex Greenland. China and Russia must be having a field day. They are the ones who benefit from division among allies. If Greenland's security is at risk, we can address this inside of NATO. Tariffs risk making Europe and the United States poor and undermine our shared prosperity. We also cannot let our dispute distract us from our core task of helping end Russia's war against Ukraine. I don't think you understand. Trump is doing what Vladimir Putin is doing, but because it's Trump doing it, you have to still find a way to be like, no, this is not you. This is not you. It is him. Like, what do you mean? Trump is literally doing what Vladimir Putin is doing, and he's doing it to an area, like, he's doing it to your western flank. He's not even coming from the most eastern territory. Some of those territories you have historically relinquished, right? Control over. So he's doing it to the part that hasn't been done, that hasn't been done to before. Like it just, this guy's still doing it for the love of the game. Respect. China Daily EU Bureau Chief Chen Weihua. Cal is the worst diplomat the EU has ever produced. Of course, she's no diplomat and knows nothing about diplomacy. She just wants to help U.S. grab Greenland. That's why she has never condemned or even mentioned the U.S. for the threat. She considers the threat of flirtation tragic. She should be fired now. It's so funny. Like Trump every day is like, I'm gonna Greenland. I'm gonna it with my penis. I'm going to take my hands and put them all over Greenland. I'm gonna molest it. And EU leaders are like, imagine if China were to take Greenland. Think about how scary that would be. And it's like, brother, Trump is the one who's doing it. Trump is the one who's saying it, and he's doing it, and he's in the process of doing it. And you're over here imagining like, well, what if China did this? This isn't you, Trump. It's exactly him. This is what he's been doing to everyone. Jason Hickel says, it's wild that the European leaders are deploying troops to Greenland to demonstrate they're serious about ensuring the security of Greenland against China and Russia when it's blindingly obvious that the threat is emanating not from China and Russia, but from the United States. And this threat is very serious indeed, not only to Greenland, but to all of Europe and indeed to all of Eurasia and Canada too. Because like, if Trump can do this to a NATO country in Europe, why wouldn't he do this to Canada?
I can't tell you what's going to happen.
Mentioned that he could agree to change your mind on the tariff?
Well, we can always look. What I'd like to see, Canada become our 51st state.
He's just going to keep doing it. Like what is stopping him? If there is no international, if there's no international consensus, if there's no like rule abiding in this process, then he can do it to anybody else. He needs to be stopped at some point. If he gets Greenland, then Canada's next. And this threat is also very serious indeed. So what's funny about it is that at least Mark Carney seemingly is a little bit more aware of this. And therefore he just straight up went to China and was like, let's do some deals. The language coming out of Mark Carney is unironically more adult and more cognizant of the moment that is imminent than the European vassal states. because the European vassal states are running around like headless chickens, basically, acting as though what is unfolding in front of them in broad daylight is actually not happening, and that there's actually a much more dangerous, grave threat, and that grave threat is China. Canada would be bordered by the U.S. on all three sides if he takes Greenland. What would stop him from arguing that it's pointless for Canada to not become a part of the U.S.? Exactly. And it's so funny that, like, at least Canada recognizes the threat, but seemingly Europe does not recognize it at all. Is Canada going to be the Poland of World War III? Is that what's going to happen? As China tries to, like, build a coalition of the willing, like allied forces against America's axis of evil, they will just, like, piece up Canada a little bit in the same way that they did with Poland. The Molotov-Ribbentrop of 2026 is going to be over Canada as they try to drum up enough manpower and the forces to be able to combat the Amer-Israeli Nazi regime. Is that where we're at now? Because I'm going to tell you right now, guys, as an American citizen, I'm an American citizen. I say over and over again, this is my home, right? And I want to fix it. But we are the Nazis in this situation. Like, we are the bad guys in this situation. It's a hard pill to swallow. I know. New Axis, U.S., Israel, and still Japan. True. I mean, it's not even that crazy to consider that the new Axis would still be Europe while Trump is taking up pieces of Europe. Like, look at the way they're replying to Donald Trump's posturing here. I'm serious, man. This is going nowhere good. And the threat is very serious indeed, not only to Greenland, but to all of Europe and indeed all of Eurasia. European leaders need to grasp the fact that the U.S. is ultimately a hostile imperial power, which is fully ready to inflict extreme violence in pursuit of its geopolitical objectives. The primary moral question is, of course, the sovereignty of Greenland. But in purely geopolitical terms, having the U.S. control a huge chunk of land so close to Eurasia is dangerous to the whole continent. And European leaders should be working with their Eurasian neighbors to prevent this. It's crazy that they just have nothing. Like, they have no pushback. They have nothing. They can't say anything. They can't do anything. At least Canada, I think, recognizes the danger. Hear how Carney speaks. No drama, just business, and a matter-of-fact tone. A lot of people think the collapse of the rules-based international order will be a dramatic moment like World War III. In reality, it will be banal, bureaucratic-like transition from the old world to the new.
In the public remarks, Prime Minister Brian Platt with Bloomberg News. Yesterday when you met with Premier Lee, one of the things you said in the public remarks was this partnership with Canada and China, this new partnership, sets us up well for the new world order. What did you mean by that? What is the new world order?
Well, it's a great question, Brian, because I think the world is still determining what that order is going to be. And let's be clear what we're talking about first and foremost, which is what is going to govern global trade? What is the role of the WTO going to be? How important are bilateral deals such as the one we're developing, plurilateral deals, if I can use that term, Trans-Pacific Partnership, potential linkages between Trans-Pacific Partnership and the EU? Where is financial regulation, payment system regulation going to fit into that? All of these aspects, I mean, use a fancy word, like the architecture, the multilateral system that has been developing these is being eroded, to use a polite term.
Here, I'll translate it for you to understand. Donald Trump has taken his sweaty orange dick and rubbed it across every fucking previous norm and deal-making process that ran the world post-World War II. A new design was put in place post-World War II around the globe. And for that relatively brief period of time, post-World War II until now, surely there was a lot of pain, there was a lot of struggle, especially for the global South and everybody else. And no one really ever gave a shit about them, obviously. But things were quiet. Things were quiet in the home front for the countries that matter, the countries that are in the imperial core, whether it be Canada, Western Europe, Australia, Five Eyes. These countries experienced prosperity and a moment of relative quiet. Now, that moment of relative quiet, given how short the lifespan is of a human being, is actually a very long period of time for us from where we're standing. It's actually a very short period of time when you look at the greater arc of history. Donald Trump is fucking up white people's money. Donald Trump is fucking with white people. You know who else fucked with white people? Adolf Hitler. Simply put, Donald Trump is fucking with white people. There comes a time when, a country decides, actually, we don't have enough colonies in the global south. It's time to fuck with white people. For Adolf Hitler, it was other Europeans, whether they were Jewish or whether they were Slavs. And just like with Nazi Germany, it does take a while for a bunch of other white people to come to terms with that reality and to maybe try and stop that. Because, as is the case with Austria or Vichy France, like, it takes a while for white people to get there when they're like, okay, maybe we can deal with this. Maybe we can play ball. Maybe we can be united. After all, we're all white, It doesn't work out. It never works out. In his eyes, Slavs and Jews weren't white in general. I know, but it's still the European continent. Do you understand? That's why there's a difference between all of the colonial violence that took place in Africa, for example, the continent of Africa, or the global south in general, as opposed to what Adolf Hitler did in the way that the Western world receives it. This is the thing that I'm trying to get across here. Hitler wanted to be an artist and Trump wanted to be a reality TV star. There's parallels. I mean, that too, for sure. Are we officially in the code gay ass timeline? We are, by the way. And we don't even have cool ass mechs too. It's also closer to Fallout lore if you think about it, because in Fallout, the battle that is being waged is not even against the USSR, but against communist China. It literally is, and in Fallout, America does take over Canada because they want to secure the pipelines in an effort to fight over Alaska against China better.
In the 21st century, war was still waged over the resources that could be acquired. Only this time, the spoils of war were also its weapons: petroleum and uranium. For these resources, China would invade Alaska, the US would annex Canada, and the European Commonwealth would dissolve into quarreling, bickering nation-states bent on controlling the last remaining resources on Earth.
So it is actually closer to the Fallout timeline than anything else. NBC News, Donald Trump is privately ramping up his focus on another target in the Western Hemisphere, increasingly complaining to aides in recent weeks about Canada's vulnerability to the U.S. adversaries in the Arctic, according to 2 U.S. officials. It's just like, it's one of those crazy moments where, like, you have to, by force, you have to either wake up, and if you want to maintain some semblance of sovereignty, look to different security partnerships, or make the calculated risk of just being a further vassalized by the United States, right? Like, and whatever bounties that come along with that, whatever benefits that come along with that, like losing your social safety nets and having to say the Pledge of Allegiance and whatever kind of dumb shit that Americans do, you have to deal with.
Use another term. So the question is, what gets built in that place? How much of a patchwork is it? How much is it just on a bilateral basis? Or where do like-minded countries in certain areas? So like-minded countries, just to be clear, doesn't mean you agree on everything. Aspects, for example, on digital trade or agricultural trade. Climate finance as another area. To move into areas of geostrategy, geosecurity.
Appeasement doesn't work with Trump. They literally signed a trade deal with him, and it lasted a couple of months before he blew it all up. His word means nothing. That, and also, if it is might is right politics, if we're living in might makes right, then you have to lean into other great powers around the world to make it more costly for America to do this kind of stuff. Because if you roll over, they're just going to keep going. And by they, I mean, actually, we. I am an American at the end of the day.
We'll have different coalitions that are formed. So what this partnership does is in areas, for example, of clean energy, conventional energy, agriculture, as we were just talking about, and financial services, which we've talked less about, but the evolution of the global financial system, the role of the renminbi over time, the evolution of cross-border payments. I know it all sounds very dry, except for your organization, which I think takes an interest in it. These are important elements of how the system's going to work. And look, the expectation is that rather than these being developed necessarily through the IMF, WTO, and other multilateral organizations, it is going to be coalitions that develop them not for the world, but for subsectors.
Chat saying China, Omega Lol, they ain't doing Chat saying China, chat talking about nukes. Okay, listen. Let Donda is album of the decade chirp in the chat, because he's about to be vassalized entirely as a Canuck cuck. Considering that they're about to be the next state in the United States of America, let him talk his shit, you know? At least in the interim, you get to have an EV fleet and maybe some high-speed rail projects, potentially if you're lucky, but it's coming for you, you know? Enjoy your bagged milk before we get over there and decide that shit's illegal, and it's raw bagged milk only. Genuine takeover and occupation of Canada would require genocide and or mass internment that Americans have never attempted. Do you believe Americans could actually stomach that next door in a majority white country with the same language as shared online platforms? I think the Canadian takeover would probably be more akin to like a Vichy France-style structure, and then resistance networks that form in the aftermath, like you know, it would not be like a straight up hot war or like a serious battle or something like that. It would just be, there would be just an insurgency movement, an ongoing insurgency movement alongside like the Canadian government also trying to stamp it out themselves in an effort to maintain stability. Are we seriously talking about this? I mean, these are very weird times, man. I don't know. Yes, you would definitely have the Quebecois partisans as well. You would absolutely have like a Quebecois separatist movement, because if there's one thing that the Francophones don't want, like if there's one thing that they would fight against, absolutely, it would be American dominance, because it's even worse than the Anglophone Canadian dominance, you know? You would have the Alberta separatist movement that would, or the Alberta Unionists. The Alberta Unionists would be the forefront of demanding that America take over Canada. They would try to present it as like seceding from the previous union, under the banner of the British Empire. They would try to make it seem like it's a real revolutionary war, but this time against the Queen or something. And the Quebecois would be fighting aggressively against any sort of American takeover. Or not the Queen, sorry, King. You just play for extra time, buy time, keep Atlantis in the US close, and hope Trump will find something else to obsess over while you prepare. You don't decide to go, fuck it, we leave the fence. Yeah, no, that's the calculation that's happening currently. At least Mark Carney is smart enough to try and hedge his bets, though, by leaning into China a little bit. But that's what's going on here. They are hoping that, like, the problem takes care of itself or Donald Trump stops paying attention.
National security reasons, citing activity from China and Russia. But many experts and lawmakers say there's no immediate threat, pointing out the U.S. already has the ability to increase their military presence on the island through a long-standing treaty. Janae?
All right, Selena, thank you for your reporting on that.
So I think Trump doesn't know about Greenlandic people. We don't really value cash and Kardashian lips and fake boobs and stuff like that very highly. Actually, you cannot even own land in Greenland. You can get an allotment for your house and then you own the house on top of the land. But Greenlanders don't believe.
Don't tell. No, he's going to say it's communist. We got to liberate Greenland from the treacherous communism.
In the land is for one person, is for everyone. And so is the seas, like the riches that we have there. So it's a big miscalculation that he thinks that Greenlanders would be incited by cash or something like that. We're not. And even if you were to say like $100,000 per person or something like that, we wouldn't give up free health care. We wouldn't give up free education. We wouldn't give up being a part of Europe. We wouldn't give up on our sovereignty eventually. And we're a very sovereign people within the Kingdom of Denmark. We're autonomous right now. We do not want to be rich like the Americans are. See how greedy they are. They're even trying to shoot their friends or invade their friends just for greed. And we know that there's minerals and oils possibly in our underground, and that's worth so much more even than that. But even if we didn't have that, we would still not be bought. So everyone here knows about the Inuit in Alaska and all of the native tribes, Indians, American Indians who are there. Their land was taken from them and they haven't been treated that well in America. And we know that Trump is very much surrounding himself, at least with the white power people. And we are not white, as you can see. We are of color.
Bro, she's hitting all the worst notes. I swear to God. She mentioned that they have a communism in Greenland over land ownership rights. And she said they're not white. Is so, like, she's not wrong. And I totally understand what she's saying. But, like, Trump hears this, and he's gonna be like, oh, bet. Like, we gotta take it over. We gotta take it over. What do you mean there's indigenous people there? What, there's Indians there? Snow Indians will take it over. Trust me. Well, bet. That's what we did. That's what America does. Like, he's going to come in like that. And they're communist. We got to take them over. I saw they have face tattoos. Very scary stuff.
And so we know our rights probably would be taken away. And we also know that we're very good as we are together with Denmark. As mentioned before, we have free healthcare, we have free study. Whatever you want to study, you can do that for free. And actually, government will give you money to study. So while you're studying, you're getting a grant from your government. So all of that we wouldn't trade for, like the welfare state. We wouldn't trade for anything in America. But also, you have to remember.
I don't understand. Just go lay on the. I put the rugs down for you. Lay on the rug. Why must you lay right behind me? Why must you lay right underneath the wheels of my chair? Huh? Why are you looking at me like that? Come here. Guy. Come here. Lady. Go on the rug. Oh my God. Okay, whatever. Because she loves you, dumbass? Yeah, but she also loves me potentially rolling over her tail. Dogs love laying below the wheels of chairs for some reason. She just doesn't understand. I'm a regular Asman viewer, and I'm here for the first time to see myself with all the dramas about, not from the U.S., by the way. I mean, there is not really any drama. You either think America gets to take all these countries and dominate them, or you don't. I happen to be on the side of America doesn't get to do that, and it's disgusting. I am entirely in favor of the Kingdom of Denmark in their anti-imperialist endeavors. Okay, I am on the side of the kingdom. I am on the side of the Greenlanders. I wish them well. They must get nukes immediately, I think. Give Greenland nukes.
A lot of Greenlanders have family, like their mother or father or grandmother or grandfather who's Danish. We do have a 400 years history together or more in terms of being interconnected in that way. So, and we're also seeing a lot of protests in America right now that is unsettling with the ICE agents who are sort of going after a lot of people, and
no, Greenland isn't up for grabs. I agree.
He's going a lot after brown people, and we are considered brown people, as you can see. So, yeah, we would rather stay with Denmark. Thank you. America has had up to 17 bases here, and they have closed them all down except for one, the Bidufik Space Base. And America could amp up the base presence, their military presence, and even their military capabilities here all they wanted to. So that is not the argument. And of course, everyone in Greenland knows this. We may not be many, but we read, we're educated, and we know about the news of the world, right? Especially regarding our own country. So we know about the treaties that we have with America. This is very much akin to when you have a dog sledge team, when he's using that analogy, and one of the dogs all of a sudden turns around and bites you. You have to take it out of the kennel. You have to take it outside and shoot it. Of course, we're not going to shoot Americans. We're peaceful people, but you cannot trust that dog anymore forever. America has 10,000 soldiers who are for combat in Arctic society. Finland alone has 35,000. We also could impose if we wanted to escalate stuff, we could also impose like dropping all American Treasury bonds, right? That would hurt. We also have, when you look at France and Canada and all of the allies that are coming to our rush right now, a very big arsenal, actually, of soldiers.
Yeah, all this stuff is crazy. It's not happening. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. Like, it's just not. That seems the most insane thing, right? Like, I feel like if it gets to that, it's over. Like, America is just going into hot war and killing a bunch of people. The reason why I say or have been saying since Liberation Day that Europe needs to recognize what time it is because as an American citizen who is very familiar with Donald Trump, I know where we were eventually moving towards. I don't think Europe understands what time it is. You can't do this without another great power on your side, because with another great world power on your side, you could at least increase the pressure that America is experiencing to make it impossible, to make them, to force their hand into not making a dangerous move that destroys the stability that the Western world has taken advantage of for like the last, almost 100 years. It didn't even take 100 years, honestly, for all of it to collapse. Trump is a waste youth. He's in the White House and left Tiffany in the hood. Sick to my stomach, fam. Why Donnie so cheesed that Denmark won't give up the greenies? Are you dumb? Guan easy. Uncle Xi gonna take care of Big Maple baby food. He's a real Gerbert, fam. China is deezed with the EVs, and Canada gonna fend that. Brought to you from the Multicultural Toronto English Wikipedia. Wallahi, fam. Xi's about to bust out the blunderbuss. That chat is a crody. Don't listen. No shot, fam. Sick to my stomach. I'll gurk yous.
And of weapons, especially. America had to borrow Denmark's warship for Arctic seas. So, it's not a given that America would win here. We fought alongside America in a lot of other wars around the world because we wanted to adhere to the treaties that.
Brother, someone said you're gonna be banned from Toronto. I might be banned from Canada because I offended Israel. So I might be banned from Canada altogether, not just Toronto. The waste youths out there are really riding hard for Israel, fam. They're calling your mans a Gerbert.
We had gone through, but they have seen that some of the street fighting in Syria, for example, has been very, very hard on Western soldiers, right? I imagine it would probably be the same in Greenland. It would be like something else. So I wouldn't laugh it off, but of course nobody wants war and nobody wants to be invaded. Of course there are bad chapters with Denmark and Greenland because we have a 400-year history. But actually I also saw a YouTube video that kind of emerged recently that said American soldiers were very bad to some of our people here too in Oust, which is a small settlement in here. Some of the elders that remember them also said, well, those guys were really not that good. So it really doesn't matter what happened between Denmark and Greenland. We'll figure that out. Denmark and Greenland is fine as we are. We will figure it out. If we want to be independent, Greenlanders should be able to decide that, not with pressure from a superpower somewhere. And we are well aware that if we became independent tomorrow, he would just invade us because he would have no problems with NATO, Europe, everything else. So I think he's banking sort of in a very insulting way that Greenlanders are like
Bro, by the way, I just need you to understand, this is the average Greenlander's perspective here. Like, think about how well-read she is. Think about how intelligent she is. Like, this is what America wants to take away from them. She's been going on for 5 minutes and 42 seconds, and not a moment has been wasted. Now, imagine the average American, right-winger, and whether or not they could actually tie together complex geopolitical pressures and pull from historical acts of violence that America's engaged in around the globe, explain the dynamics between the previous colonial rulership and the complexities there, while also, she's a politician, to be fair. Brother, our politicians are not capable of talking like this. What do you mean?
I know the human being and fish can coexist peacefully.
Think about Lauren Boebert, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Josh Hawley, Donald Trump. Can you imagine Donald Trump doing this? Mitch McConnell, Chuck Schumer, Joe Biden, Mark Wayne Mullen, Nancy Pelosi, Randy Fine. And I suspect this is her third language that she's speaking in as well. Yeah, let's look at America. Let's look at how Americans operate. Congressman Greg Steube, this is ridiculous. Now, you might not understand what he's pointing to, but what he's pointing to is chemtrails. What he suspects is chemtrails, okay? That's what he's saying. This man is on the Congressional Intelligence Committee, man, representing Florida's 17th district. That's the average American congressperson and their level of intellect. Do you understand? Perhaps that's the reason why Greenlanders understandably don't want to be dominated by a nation state that votes for guys like this to rule over them.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets.
Stupid, uneducated people who doesn't follow the news around the world, and we're not. It's the exact opposite. We're going to be here hundreds of years after Donald Trump. Even if he invaded us, I think we would just wait him out like bad weather. Everyone here knows that the weather decides. If we get a storm, we may have to hunker down for a day or two, and we will hunker down for a year or two, or even 10 years or 20 years, and then we'll go back to Denmark as soon as Trump and his likes were gone. Everyone wants a peaceful solution. Donald Trump is the only one who seems to want to fight, and I don't even think the American military would want to fight. It just seems crazy and unhinged. It seems like he's going to pay off some of his wealthy donors so he can run for president a third time, to be honest. That's what most Greenlanders are thinking. We don't know, but that's what we're thinking. They already did a poll last year. 6% only was pro-American. I have seen a lot of videos on social media lately where they are saying, I'm sorry, I was wrong about MAGA, I was wrong about America. So I would think it would be even less percent now. So only 6% a year ago, and I think probably even fewer now. 85% overwhelmingly said no last year. As I said, I think the percentage is higher now, so no. Decisively no. Nobody wants NATO to be pitted against each other. Nobody. I mean, nobody, except maybe Donald Trump, and nobody knows why. We're thinking, is he too good friends with Putin, or what is happening here? Nobody wants Greenland to be a battleground. But we have seen a lot of nations kind of step up, and as I mentioned, they're trying to do the last friendly gesture towards America, as well as displaying we do actually have military capabilities. We still want to be friends. But as you saw today, the Canadian Prime Minister, he went to China to try and make new relations. So if Donald Trump wants a new world order, okay, then that's what he's going to get. 74% of Americans, ordinary Americans, do not want to invade Greenland. And I think...
Yeah, that's like the worst part about it, too, is that just like nobody wants this except for like genuinely a handful of pedophilic elite billionaires. And Donald Trump, who's willing to take it there for them. Like, Americans don't want this. Greenlanders don't want this. The European vassal states don't want this. No one wants it. You got like 8 pedophiles in Trump's corner being like, this is great. This is great. Mr. President, we should do this. It's going to be wonderful for you. It's going to be wonderful for me and like 4 of our other friends. We should do this. And Trump is like, all right, bet. Love it. Let's f up the entire planet. This is old, isn't it? This is an old video. This is a new video, though. Leave Greenland alone. Heckler shouts during U.S. anthem at London NBA game. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, we deserve to be spitted on, okay? We are disgusting. Like, we are such rapacious little monstrous freaks, okay? Everywhere we go, we are bringing about death and destruction for no fucking reason other than to benefit a tiny minority, a hand-selected, hand-picked a couple pedophilic billionaires. Disastrous. And before people say, oh, well, where is your sense of pride in your nation or whatever, one must remember when Nazi Germany was rising into power, when it was building momentum, when the fascists were coming to take over the German administration, there were plenty of people who were fighting back against that. I can't be proud of something when there's nothing to be proud of. It's ridiculous. UK stands firm on non-negotiable position over Greenland. Let's see.
Future of
Let's see what
Greenland.
Kit Starmer's saying. He's monitoring the situation, monitoring it closely, trying to figure out what he can say that doesn't offend the sensibilities of Big Daddy Trump.
Tearing apart the so-called special relationship and the whole transatlantic alliance. For now, Sir Keir Starmer and his European allies are standing firm against Donald Trump's threats to slap further tariffs on their goods unless he's able to buy the Danish territory.
Our position on Greenland is non-negotiable. We've made that very clear. This decision on tariffs is completely wrong. The future of Greenland is for the people of Greenland and the people of the Kingdom of Denmark to determine, and for them alone.
It's a position supported by the government's usual opponents.
The message is loud and clear. NATO is stronger when we stand together and speak with one voice against our adversaries in the world. And the point being about tariffs, we do not support tariffs, and we must not have further tariffs being applied to the United Kingdom.
It's reported the EU could retaliate with £80 billion worth of tariffs, but they'd much rather do a deal. All 8 affected countries have issued a joint statement to insist they stand united, reiterating their solidarity with Denmark and Greenland and arguing that tariff threats risk a dangerous downward spiral.
Guys, 2 more days until Donald Trump's first year is done. We're not even done with Donald Trump's first year in his second term. I need you to be so for real. How the f do we get through 3 more of these, okay? Or perhaps even longer than that. Who knows? Who knows where things might go?
But the White House seems in no mood to negotiate.
Better now, peace through strength, make it part of the United States, and there will not be a conflict because the United States right now, we are the hottest country in the world. We are the strongest.
Dude, you know what's funny about this is like, this is exactly the same mentality that America has had around the globe, whether it be Iran, whether it be Venezuela, whether it be anywhere else that we have a grand design over, like whether it be any country that is not directly under our security umbrella. We do this all the time. We say, listen, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. We set up the environment through sanctions to erode a country's economic stability. And then when that instability kicks in, and then there's further repression from the state that we are trying to destroy, we turn around and say, look, you got 2 options. You got the easy way, give us what we want, your natural resources, or in the case of Greenland, just the entire state, or we will bomb you. We will bomb you into submission. That's just how it is. The only difference here with Greenland and the rest of the countries that we've done this to is that it's a part of Europe. It's functionally a part of Europe. So because it's part of the European continent, all of a sudden, the stakes are different, which is why all of the European allies are going, wait a minute, hold on. You're treating us like we're brown people. What the f is this? But they still can't do anything about it. And in America that can do this to Greenland, will do this to Canada too. Too bad Tony DeKoppel thinks this is a good idea. Oh my God, don't even get me started on this bullshit. A lesson in bipartisanship. Democratic Senator John Fetterman and Republican Senator Dave McCormick tell Tony DeKoppel they're looking for ways to work together for the people of Pennsylvania and to set a good example. They discussed President Trump's plans for Greenland healthcare and the growing U.S. steel industry. Let's take a look.
Do you think military force is really an option from the Trump administration?
No. I think that's wrong. I mean, no, that's not an option. And for me though, it's also undeniable that one, this is not a brand new conversation. Truman and other in the past offered to buy it there. And now I also remind people it's actually closer to us geographically, North America, to Denmark and Europe, to technically that too. So it's not an absurd idea.
Not at all.
It's crazy, bro. It's crazy. Greenland, get ready. This is going to be one of your, this is going to be exactly the type of guy who rules over you, okay? Love that. Love to see it. Bernie says, if Trump seizes Greenland from Denmark, does that mean all Americans will be entitled to free health care with no deductibles, a free college education, 52 weeks of paid parental leave, 5 weeks of paid vacation, because that's what everyone in Denmark and Greenland gets? No, they won't be. We'll just take that away from them. Also, not the best message here. Obviously, he's trying to make a sarcastic quip here, but like, what if the answer is yes? Then is it appropriate to take over Greenland? I think not, but I don't think he was trying to say that anyway. He was just trying to highlight what other reasonable countries have in terms of their social safety nets. Our very own mullah, our ayatollah, our very own shah, our very own monarch, the great, glorious, golden boy, Donald Trump.
The great white hope
is doing the damn thing again. Last night, his Gestapo forces shot someone once again in Minneapolis. And of course, people were very frustrated by this because there's already a lot of protests that are taking place. And Burger Tola, Burger Shaw, all of that, our burger monarch, he's very frustrated. And he said he's going to throw in the Insurrection Act. He's going to invoke the Insurrection Act. What does that mean? Let's take a look. CNN will explain now.
Is now making a new and serious threat after protests in Minneapolis grew even.
Like, I can't understand how you go from Iranian people, rise up against your masters, you have nothing to lose but your chains, throw Molotov cocktails at the police, to like the next day be like, I will use the military to kill you dead if you rise up against me. I will use the military to kill you dead.
Joining us now, Andrew McCabe, the CNN senior law enforcement analyst and former deputy director of the FBI. Andrew, thanks so much for joining us. Last night, as you know, Minneapolis saw yet a new wave of very disturbing protests and clashes with police. 1 week ago was the ICE shooting death of Renee Good, and now the president is threatening to invoke what's called the Insurrection Act. 5 years ago, Minneapolis was rocked by violent protests after the police murder of George Floyd. Andy, is Minneapolis sitting on a powder keg right now?
Absolutely, they are, Wolf. And I think you saw that very clearly last night. I think the chaos, the escalation in violence, the overly tactical.
I think you guys are forgetting when Walt said he was going to call the National Guard. He literally said he was going to call the National Guard because he was worried the protesters would get out of hand. He never said he was going to call the National Guard to defend the citizens.
The way that law enforcement responded to that assemblage of protesters, they're all very obviously related to the fact that the law enforcement team on the ground having to deal with this situation is not one that is trained for or equipped for or experienced in dealing with large crowd control. These are federal agents. They're not police officers. There's not as many of them as you would need to handle a large crowd. Think about the way that we've seen effective law enforcement responses to large crowds, large protests, whether they be over the George Floyd death or whatever. You typically see a massive number of police officers in riot gear, not carrying shoulder-fired weapons, but rather carrying shields and sometimes batons, less than lethal weapons. And they basically move together in a very systematic.
Can't believe a cop has to correct Wolf Blitzer that ICE are not law enforcement. Yeah, because Wolf Blitzer is a agent of the regime, just as Asmongold is. You know what I mean? Like, these guys are all just repeating whatever the regime is saying. The Trump regime says jump, they say how high.
I really think this might be the most based post he's ever made.
That's the automatic position of all mainstream media. And it's also increasingly become the automatic position of many people who are doing regime media independently. And like, liberal media has no other speed. They will defend the status quo. Or even if they are like critical of what's going on, they'll still do it in a way that is like normalizing. That's why I sometimes joke and say, like, sometimes I'll joke and like cover what's happening in America in the same way that like CNN would cover what's happening in Iran, right? And if you were to do that, if you were to even it out, you would understand how ruthless and how cruel the Trump regime has been. It's just that they don't do that. Their job is to normalize the violence at the domestic level coming from the state and overemphasize the violence taking place in other states, especially foreign adversary states.
Way to regain territory and disperse the protesters. Right now, you have a much smaller force, totally focused on a tactical response. Half of them are carrying M4s and other very heavy shoulder-fired weapons, rifles. This is a powder keg, and last night you saw it just about go off.
Yeah, it's just not good all around, right? And now you have the president threatening this morning to invoke what's called the Insurrection Act. He said, quote, if the corrupt politicians of Minnesota don't obey the law and stop the professional agitators and insurrectionists from attacking the patriots of ICE who are only trying to do their job, I will institute the Insurrection Act. Let's remind everyone of what the Insurrection Act is. It allows the president to deploy the U.S. military domestically and use that force against citizens. It can only be employed if there's an insurrection or interference with state or federal law. So, Andy, as a former deputy director of the
For the record, I just want to say something. I know a lot of people misunderstood my point that I was making before, but this is precisely what I was talking about when I was saying that, like, this is, you know, what the Trump administration's goals here are to basically keep up the intensity in this pressure cooker scenario, so much so that, like, eventually someone takes matters in their own hands in an act of self-defense, you know, and then they do this, and then martial law, right? Because this is the one step. The Insurrection Act is basically a de facto martial law in the area that they're operating, but eventually it'll turn into a full-blown martial law around the country when other states also get mad and they start protesting, they start pushing for it. That's where we're at. I wasn't saying that because I was like, oh, you should stop resisting or you should stop protesting or anything like that, which is how some charlatans read what I was saying. But I said, it's clear to me that the goal here is to keep escalating until something gives and people push back and then use that as a means to implement martial law and engage in mass repression. Minnesota is a testing ground. But this is what I was talking about. You know, cancel the elections. Sorry, we have martial law. Nothing you can do about it. I think that's what the game plan is. That's why I've been saying over and over again that these guys are moving like they don't care that there is going to ever be another election. The Trump administration, the Trump regime is moving like they don't care that there is going to be another election ever again. This is what I mean.
FBI and acting director, do you see any grounds to legitimize the use of the Insurrection Act here?
No, absolutely not. I think there's a lot of indicators on the ground that point towards the need for a much better and very different law enforcement response. This is, you know, we have had, unfortunately, violent protests in this country for a number of
like low key, not to get like Maoist third worldist up in this bitch, but if America was too busy having like its own military engage in domestic repression, this could present an opportunity for every other third world nation to do a bank run in American military bases that will remain unoccupied at that point. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying. If you're deploying the American military on American soil against American citizens and there's mass chaos and mass discontent, you got 800 military bases around the world that are looking like prime real estate with a ton of weapons. That's all I'm saying. Perhaps this is something that the American government should take into consideration before they move in this weird reactionary way. Dude, it's like, hold on. What is it? I want everyone in New York. It's like this. Hold on. It's like,
if you're near a convenience store right now, any type of 24-hour store, go into the store right now and put your hand in the cash register for no reason. Their money is your money as of right now. Somebody just pushed their album back. I don't know who. Push it back. If you're near a convenience store right now.
If you're near a forward operating base right now, I want everyone to hear me in the third world. If you are near a forward operating base right now, any type of American military base, go to the base right now, put your hand in the ammunition, put your hand in the armory and grab whatever rifle you can. It's free real estate. Funk finally retired, bro. Was the OG sound effect merchant? Yeah. You will figure it out. Throw on a YouTube video. Figure out how to drive one of those Abrams tanks. It's yours now. It's free. Those rifles are yours. Those guns are your guns now. That Abrams tank is yours. All you need is a YouTube video to figure out how to drive one of those motherfuckers. Or find the most autistic guy in your village. He probably plays War Thunder. He already knows how to drive the Abrams tank. It's a fire sale. He got that downloaded.
Different reasons, different issues over the last couple of years. And in not one of them has any other president declared to bring in the United States military to take over a city under the Insurrection Act. What you have here is a the government, unlike the response to George Floyd, this is an issue in which the government could very quickly de-escalate the tension and the violence on the ground simply by conducting their business differently, right? By pulling back some of these ICE officers, by bringing a less aggressive tactical approach to this entire issue of finding people who are illegally here in this country. That's why there's violence.
Like, you can't tell me this is normal, man. What the are we doing? Here. Also, hold on.
How do I start an F-16? The question's real. I stole an F-16. Flip the master, all the lights begin to feel. I stole an F-16. Set the fuel pump, start the number 2. I stole an F-16. Engines whining as the turbines chew. I stole an F-16. Turn the RER power on bright. I stole an F-16. Horizon centered, the line set right. I stole an F-16. Oh, watch the gauges and the needles climb. I stole an F-16. Wait till 20, it will take its time. I stole an F-16.
A lot of manuals out there, I'm just saying. All I'm saying is there's opportunity everywhere, okay? There's opportunity everywhere. We'll be tanking. We'll be tanking the damage. We'll be tanking the brunt force of the American military, American empire crumbling from within. But if Donald Trump tries to do some shit, tries to do some martial law shit, brings all the troops back to U.S. soil so we can dominate everywhere from California to New York, all of those bases are going to be unoccupied. They do not have the time and the supply chains to basically take all of those weapons and bring them back to U.S. soil. They're not going to do that. They normally don't do that anyway. They melt it, right? Famously, they melt it because it's way less costly to just, destroy the stuff on the bases rather than try to ship them back. I mean, it's basically scrap metal at that point. Who gives a f, right? I'm just saying. I mean, look at the Taliban. We armed them to the fucking teeth. We armed them to the teeth when they were fighting the USSR, and then we armed them once again when we left. We were there so long, everything got outdated. That's what, outdated for us doesn't mean outdated for the Taliban, They're very industrious people. They're enterprising young individuals. They know how to use all of those weapons. They can put those weapons to good use. I'm just careful. This clip will say that this and you'll conspire against the U.S. No, I'm just saying, maybe Donald Trump shouldn't do martial law in the United States of America if he doesn't want the rest of the world to decide, oh, these are my weapons now.
Under any circumstances.
Also, this is called a joke.
Is not. But it is the government that's ratcheting up the tension and the violence here, and they could easily turn that off by simply conducting themselves differently.
Just really quickly to follow up, I mean, you had the situation with the shooting overnight, and DHS says that a Venezuelan national tried to flee and attacked the ICE officer trying to arrest him. I mean, in that situation, do you think a shooting was justified? In that case, he was shot in the leg, that Venezuelan national.
Well, it's very hard to say, Pamela, because we know almost nothing about this. And the reason is that the government's response, their comments in the media following the Renee Good shooting 1 week ago have proven to us all that we cannot take their statements for granted. We cannot accept what the government is telling us whole cloth. They have no credibility in terms of the way that they are talking about and characterizing the people involved in these events. They absolutely deliberately mischaracterized Ms. Good and her partner as terrorists. They are not terrorists. They didn't commit any act of terrorism. They haven't been alleged to have committed a crime with an indictment or anything like that. So we know that we can't trust what the government is saying about what's happening on the ground. So now you think about what happened last night, and we essentially know nothing at this point. So it's really hard to evaluate that.
We're waiting to hear from the Minnesota officials to get some more details, because right now we only have the DHS side of things.
All right, Andrew McCabe, as usual, thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Joining me now is Robin Wansley, a Democrat on the Minneapolis City
Council. I want to start with this. The president has just amped things up, saying he is threatening to use the Insurrection Act if things do not calm down there in Minneapolis, in Minnesota. What is your response to that?
Yeah, so just first want to offer clarification that I am the city's first Black Democratic Socialist city council member, minority leader. In terms of Trump threatening to use the Insurrection Act, I don't think any of us on the ground here are surprised. Essentially, what Trump has been inching to do since he first deployed ICE agents to Minneapolis about 6 weeks ago was really to build to this place where he can normalize using his administrative powers to go to war with local cities who do not fall in alignment with his administration's political goals, which is to divide.
You realize that like 80% of active duty uniformed military members are based in the U.S.? Yeah, I mean, this is I need you to understand something. I'm joking. Like, this wasn't actually a sincere thing that I was saying, that, people in Djibouti should go and storm the American military base. I don't think there's many people tuning in from the third world regardless into the Hasanabi broadcast. It's mostly just LARPers, okay? Like, I wasn't saying you can genuinely learn how to pilot an F-16 off of a TikTok AI music video.
I have a question for you on Minnesota and then also Venezuela.
Sure.
President Trump threatened invoking the Insurrection Act today in a Truth Social post. I'm wondering what his tipping point is. Like, what would it take for him to invoke the Insurrection Act?
Look, that's only a question, frankly, Reagan, the president can answer. But the Insurrection Act is a tool at the president's disposal. As you know, it has been used sparingly, but it has been used by previous presidents in American history. And I think the president's Truth Social post spoke very loud and clear to Democrats across this country, elected officials who are using their platforms to encourage violence against federal law enforcement officers, who are encouraging left-wing agitators to unlawfully obstruct legitimate law enforcement operations. And if you talk to any law enforcement officer, no matter what level they work at, they want to be working with their counterparts, whether that's at the federal level or the federal authorities wanting to work with their counterparts at the state and local level. And it's truly shameful that now for more than a year,
I hate that this is the most, like, overtly, not like covertly authoritarian, but the most overtly authoritarian government we've had in quite a while. And they're also doing like bodies and spaces ass rhetoric, like words are violence ass rhetoric, standpoint epistemology, my white feelings are hurt, all this shit. It's like, how can you simultaneously be so whiny and so dictatorial at the same time? Like, it's the worst of both worlds. It's both cringe, it's so soy, but it's also so unimaginably reactionary and so violent at the same time.
You've had
it is very Israeli coded. Yes, it is. It is exactly what modern fascism looks like. We genuinely look to Israel to be like, okay, what are the next steps here? You know, over and over again, we just cry bully our way through everything.
Elected Democrat governors and mayors who have basically held their state and local law.
Is there a baby in the room? What the fuck's going on? Wait, what?
It's truly shameful that now with their counterparts at the state and local level. And it's truly shameful that now for more than a year, you've had elected Democrat governors and mayors who have basically held their state and
They just got Goo Goo Gaga in the press pool now? What the hell? Bro, these Republican influencers are getting younger and younger, dude. Nah, that's just Nick Shirley. He's there to ask a question. But mommy didn't give a binky yet, so he's acting out.
Local law enforcement hostage and told them, you cannot cooperate with federal law enforcement. Why? They cooperated under the Biden administration. It's because these Democrats are deranged in their hatred for President Trump, and they are holding their state and local law enforcement hostage as a result. And these Democrat mayors and governors are doing...
It's her snack for later. Oh, God. Oh, brother.
This over
just a little snack on the side, you know?
What? Over the lawful and legitimate law enforcement operations to remove violent criminals from the streets of Minnesota, from the streets of California, from the streets of New York, and from the streets of every state across this country. And you don't see these riots and this vandalism taking place in states like Florida. Why? Because you have a governor in that state who has empowered federal and local authorities to work together. And it's despicable what we're seeing from these Democrat politicians, especially in sanctuary states and cities across the country.
The argument is so boring. Is always deranged. Is TDS? Is the communism? Is this and this? Yeah. What communism? Where's the communism? Can we have a little bit of communism, please? It seems to me like the only thing that is like communism is what we have decided is what communists do over there, but we have decided to do it over here. Like all the negative aspects of what we associate with communism, we're literally doing here, even though it's not communism at all, with none of the benefits. Motherfuckers talk about bread lines. We got bread lines, and we still have to pay for it. At least when they had bread lines, the government was paying for the bread. It's crazy. Oh, look at these ugly city blocks. They're so gray. They're so ugly. Look at this brutalist architecture. Look at this government. Look at these government housing units. It's like, bitch, what's better? 1 million homeless people sleeping outside tonight, or those fucking government housing blocks? Give me the government housing blocks now. So there was another moment here where Donald Trump apparently told Reuters that he might cancel the midterms. Just kidding. So there was a question that was brought up in the press briefing this morning, and Caroline Leavitt responded in the way that you expect. Let's take a look. About the president's interview with Reuters. Yeah, he had an interview with the Reuters journalist, and he was like, maybe I just cancel the midterms. Unless nobody's going to stop me. Who's going to stop me? Are you going to stop me? Everyone's telling me elections are silly. Elections are silly. It's boring. It's woke. It's woke. So yeah, this guy follows up on it.
About the president's interview with Reuters, you said that he was joking about canceling the elections, but Americans for generations have fought and died for democracy, for this democracy. Are you saying that the president finds the idea of canceling elections funny?
Andrew, were you in the room? No, you weren't. I was in the room. I heard the conversation, and only someone like you would take that so seriously and pose it as a question in that way.
Yeah, dude. Just like when President Trump, when he was, campaigning to become president, was like, Project 2025, don't know what that is. Never read it. Don't like reading. Don't know how to read. I'm illiterate, folks. What do you mean, Project 2025? What the fuck is that?
I purposely didn't even want to see it, because when somebody like you asked me a question about Project 2025, I can honestly say I've never seen it. I have nothing to do with it. I didn't read it.
And then a couple months in, he's like, actually, I love Project 2025. And also, I've been implementing it every step of the way. And also, here's the architect of Project 2025. I am going to send him as a threat during this government shutdown to blue states and f your lives up. Yeah, remember when he was just joking? Or when he was just joking, I guess, when he was talking about mass deportations taking place?
Starting on day one, I will seal the border and stop the migrant invasion into our country. We will begin the largest deportation operation in the history of the United States. Dwight Eisenhower right now has that record.
He wasn't joking. He was being serious. He doesn't joke. When he makes these sorts of jokes, it's not actually a joke. We can't be going, haha, he's just joking, right? Like when he says, like, I'm gonna take Greenland by force, because I also made the mistake of thinking, well, that's just insane. That's not gonna happen. But it turns out he very much intends to do so. And it kind of feels like no one can stop him. So let's just stop with this, like, oh, I'm just joking. He's not testing out his comedy material, okay? He's testing out his policy material. That's what he's doing when he's just joking. Like, we have the president threatening to sic the American military on people in Minneapolis, Minnesota today, while simultaneously saying maybe we canceled the elections with martial law. That's not a joke. That's just what he's saying he's going to do. White House press secretary calls reporter left-wing hack.
Thanks, Caroline. Earlier, you were just defending ICE agents generally, and earlier on, Secretary Noem spoke to the media, and she said, among other things, that they are doing everything correctly.
To be fair, this guy is a left-wing hack, okay?
2 people died in ICE custody last year. 170 U.S. citizens were detained by ICE, and Renee Good was shot in the head and killed by an ICE agent. How does that equate to them doing everything correctly?
Why was Renee Good unfortunately and tragically killed?
Are you asking?
They let him in because he said he was an Irish Republican, and they thought it meant the same thing in America. They didn't realize it means something different over there.
My opinion, because an ICE agent acted recklessly and killed it unjustifiably.
Oh, okay. So you're a biased reporter with a left-wing opinion.
What do you want me to do?
Dude, fuck you, dude. God damn, dude. What the Oh my God, they got nothing up there, man. They got nothing. It's just worms for brains. These people have like it's like a tin can up there with quarters just hitting both sides of an otherwise empty brain, empty skull.
Yeah, because you're a left-wing hack. You're not a reporter. You're posing in this room as a journalist, and it's so clear by the premise of your question. And you and the people in the media who have such biases but fake like you're a journalist, you shouldn't even be sitting in that seat. But you're pretending like you're a journalist, but you're a left-wing activist. And the question that you just raised and your answer proves your bias. You should be reporting on the facts. You should be reporting on the cases. Do you have the numbers of how many American citizens were killed at the hands of illegal aliens who ICE is trying to remove from this country? I bet you don't. I bet you didn't even read up on those stories. I bet you never even read about Laken Riley or Jocelyn Nungray or all of the innocent Americans who were killed at the hands of illegal aliens in this country. And the brave men and women of ICE are doing everything in their power to remove those heinous individuals. And
yeah, the heinous individual happens to be your barback or your landscaper or your neighbor. Like half the time, not even half the time with no, I mean, more than half the time with no criminal record whatsoever. Just a guy trying to make ends meet, you know, guy with a family of American-born U.S. citizen children. Everybody understands that at this point. It's only like the smallest minority of psychopaths that look at that and go, this is what I voted for. I mean, the mother of this person's niece was apprehended and detained and I think slated to be deported by ICE. Caroline Leavitt. So she has skin in the game. But because she is such a regime-pilled dickhead, she can't even see the humanity of her own immediate relatives. Lest we forget. It's so crazy. What are we doing? You cannot win elections on the Asmongold, based constituency. You just can't do that. I'm an ICE agent and a member of this community, by the way. Shut the up. There is 0% chance that you are.
Just over 2 hours later, the Department of Homeland Security put out a statement definitively asserting what had happened, defending the ICE agent, accusing Renee Good of domestic terrorism. That's a characterization that you reiterated in a press conference half an hour later. Why did you not wait for an investigation before making your comments?
Oh, well, everything that I've said has been proven to be factual and the truth. This administration wants to operate in transparency. I have the responsibility as the Secretary of Homeland Security to know this information as soon as possible. Had just been in Minneapolis the day before, had already had conversations with officers on the ground and supervisors and knew the facts and decided that the department and the people of this country deserve to know the truth of the situation of what had unfolded in Minneapolis.
But with all due respect, Secretary, the first thing...
The puppy murderer, Kristi Noem, that virtually every single person that comes in here to be like, Hassan, where's your dog? Did you kill him? Loves, by the way.
You said was, quote, what happened was our ICE officers were out in an enforcement action. They got stuck in the snow. Correct. Because of the adverse weather that is in Minneapolis. They were attempting to push out their vehicle, and a woman attacked them and those surrounding them and attempted to run them over and rammed them with her vehicle. That's not what happened. We all saw what happened.
It absolutely is what happened.
Oh, I mean, great. That's not what happened at all. You know damn well she killed that puppy in self-defense. True. That's what I've heard as well. I believe this. Everybody knows that puppy and the goat was asking for it. Yeah, what if guess what? What if that puppy actually commanded a vehicle and ran her over? She had to shoot it in the head. Yeah, what now, libtards? I guess you got owned.
Those officers had been out in enforcement action. A vehicle had been stuck. They had come to help get that vehicle out. That's when this individual started blocking traffic for minutes and minutes.
You said that the woman attacked them and surrounded them and attempted to run them over and ram them with their vehicle.
Blocked the road for a long time and was yelling at them and impeding a federal law enforcement investigation. And that's what you need to focus on, Jake, is they were breaking the law by impeding and obstructing a law enforcement.
Yeah, you need to focus on my totally made up assessment of the situation rather than what you can see with your own two eyes, which is literally what everyone can see too. Please, why don't you actually abide by my perspective, which is much more favorable to the propaganda that I'm trying to cut right now? Please don't focus on the state-sanctioned murder that took place against a 37-year-old mom with plushie toys in the glove compartment box in her goddamn Honda Pilot. Please stop believing your own two eyes.
They were breaking the law already, and these officers were doing their due diligence of what their training had prepared them to do to make sure they were handling it appropriately.
You said within hours of her being killed, you said that she was a domestic terrorist. How do you define domestic terrorist?
She weaponized her vehicle to conduct an act of violence against a law enforcement officer and the public. How
can you assert with certainty that she was trying to hurt the officer as opposed to she was trying to flee the scene?
If you look at what the definition of domestic terrorism is, it completely fits the situation on the ground. This individual, as you saw in the video that we released just 40...
Like, they really, I'm being honest, I think they really fucked up here. I think this is, and I said this at the day that it happened, I said this is a turning point because it is such a clear-cut, glaringly obvious instance of wrongdoing, the most obvious instance of wrongdoing, especially to a victim that most people can, like, identify as a member of their own communities because she's a white woman. And I know that Twitter was going crazy over the whole, like, oh, well, she's a lesbian and these guys actually hate, like, it's like the South African apartheid guy who's like, the first bullet we will use is against the race traders. You know, they want to kill white people that actually defend black people first, you know, that kind of attitude. But that's just Twitter fascism. In the real world, the normies, when they see that, they see exactly what we see. They see a 37-year-old mom. Doesn't matter if she's bisexual or lesbian. That doesn't matter at all. They see a 37-year-old white mother with plushies in the glove compartment, assassinated in broad daylight by a fucking dickhead ICE agent who was having an ego trip. Fucking bitch. That's what they saw. And sure, the other side's argument goes a long way on the internet, okay, especially with Elon Musk's Twitter. But I promise you, this shit looks repulsive to the average person. Repulsive to the average person. And the administration should have, in this circumstance, done what they normally do, what they've done in the past. This is a bad apple. This is an unfortunate mishap. We will make sure that we go through the proper steps, investigate it, and we will let the law decide. But they doubled down. They released the personal recording where he calls her, where he calls Renee Good a fucking bitch. Renee Good's last words were, "I'm not even mad at you, dude." His words after shooting and killing her was fucking bitch. Fucking bitch. Like, if you want to understand how this political polarization has warped the consciousness of so many people, they thought this was a defensive video. They released it to a right-wing blog thinking this would actually absolve the shooter. That's how fucking insane they are. They've lost their damn minds, brother. They're completely psychotic. They don't recognize it at all. If they had said, oh my God, this is so unfortunate, whatever, and did the normal thing that they did, people would still be upset. But there would be far less independents and normies that would be also horrified at the repulsive nature of this administration. It's the same thing that I said after Rob Reiner, and many of you didn't believe me. I said Rob Reiner was an American citizen who made a bunch of awesome movies, and when he was literally murdered by his son in the most gruesome fashion, Trump's response was going to come across as insane and repulsive. And sure, there's always that 20%, not 30, but 20% of the cult that will go, nah, that's right, Rob deserved it, he was libtarded or whatever the But most people that are in the margins, saw that and were horrified because they were like, the f do you mean? This guy's just like a regular ass dude. Sure, he was liberal, but like, who cares? I watched his movies. I loved it.
8 hours after this incident showed that this officer was hit by her vehicle. She weaponized it, and he defended his life and those colleagues around him and the public.
The question is, I don't doubt. My position is, I wasn't there. I didn't see it. Some people say that it clearly showed that she was trying to hit him and did. Some people say, no, she was clearly trying to move her car and flee and get away. I don't know. What I'm saying is, how do you know? How can you assert for a fact within hours, before any investigation, this is what happened.
The facts of the situation are that the vehicle was weaponized and it attacked the law enforcement officer. He defended himself and he defended those individuals around him. That is the definition. When there is something that is weaponized to use against the public and law enforcement, that is an act of domestic terrorism. It happened in our shores. It happened here in our country. You don't get to change the facts just because you don't like them. We will continue to look at this individual and what her motivations were. We know that there was, throughout that morning, she had harassed and impeded law enforcement operations. That raises the suspicion level with all of these law enforcement officers as far as paying attention to what her capacity is. And as you see on the videos, and they've proven out, that this law enforcement officer took the action that his training prepared him for, and he worked to make sure that he could save his own life and those around him.
How can you assert that there's no ambiguity in this before any investigation has taken place?
I had just been in Minneapolis and had been with those officers, had seen what they were facing on the streets every day, and had talked to their supervisors as soon as the incident happened and had gotten the facts and seen videos before I ever went to talk at that press conference.
Kaya status: Kirsty Noem, the Department of Homeland Security Secretary, killed Kaya in a lawful act of self-defense.
And the Trump administration and President Trump is the most transparent and open government that we've ever had. Give the public the information, give them what they need to know about a situation.
Kirsty Noem then called her ISIS after dumping her body in a ditch. Yeah. She said Kaya is a domestic terrorist.
Situations so they could have the truth as soon as possible.
So if this agents were perfectly fine, if everything he did was accurate, does that mean that other ICE agents should
He
look
wasn't
at what...
perfectly fine. He was injured. He went to the hospital.
No,
He
his
was
actions
treated.
were fine. I didn't say...
In fact, I think a lot of people and the guests and even you yourself called this situation something very different and untruthful about what it was as far as...
What did I say that was untruthful?
That this was not a correct definition of what was happening on the ground. That
I said that...
My feelings are hurt because of your accurate reporting on the events that every American saw with their own two eyes. Aw, dude. Well, tough titties, I guess. If you can't take the heat, get the out of the kitchen. You mean is hurtful.
They were attempting to push out their vehicle, and a woman attacked them and those surrounding them and attempted to run them over and ram them with her vehicle is not what we see on the videotape, and it's not.
Bro, going hyper woke, telling women to get out of the kitchen? Oh, true. I didn't even realize I was being super woke. Woke too. I was telling her to get out of the kitchen, okay? Not getting back into the kitchen. You're right. You caught me. Yeah, don't be ableist. Not everyone has two eyes. I'm going to be honest with you. I am being ableist when I talk about Kirsty Noem because she is dumber than dirt. She has nothing going on up there. It is so crazy to me how bad she is at her fucking job. What an insane administration this is, man. Trump is just like, oh, are you like, do you have a serious intellectual disability? It's fine. As long as you demonstrate absolute fealty to me, we're good. As I like to say, she is a medically stupid person, okay? Needs constant medical supervision 24/7.
Absolutely is the facts of what happened on the ground that day. They were there pushing out a vehicle earlier. They had helped each other.
But that's not what you said. That's not what you said.
Yes,
they were pushing out a vehicle.
Absolutely what I said. There's not one thing.
We all have seen the video. I don't need to relitigate it. We've all seen the video. She is blocking the street. They approach her.
You haven't seen the video of the entire morning and the previous encounters with this individual.
Oh, we have aired it. Yes, we have. On Thursday, we were airing and noting the fact that she was there for several minutes, for minutes and minutes and minutes. She was...
Obviously, if she was there for several minutes, then, you know, she deserves to be murdered, guys. I mean, case closed. I'm an apolitical guy who's no nonsense, and common sense is what I believe. And common sense in this moment dictates that anyone that ever dare disobey an ICE agent, no matter how illegal that ICE agent is behaving in, is actually worthy of the death sentence.
And then he pops her off. He shoots her right here. Yeah, there it is. You see right there. Oh, wow. And then he shoots her. Gotcha, bitch. And then he shoots her a couple more times to finish her off. Absolutely rip fucking bozo.
You know, thank God. True centrism.
Protesting without question.
And at previous locations that morning, that these vehicles had been previously down the block on video that you haven't seen. There's more information
but
that this individual was impeding law enforcement operations throughout the previous moments, and hours before this incident
The question is, what was she doing when she was moving her car?
The question
That's the question.
is why are we arguing with a president who's working to keep people safe? Why are we arguing with law enforcement operations that have gone on in this country for years, and we're working to collect murderers and rapists and drug traffickers and fraudsters off the streets of Minnesota, and we don't have local law enforcement and local elected officials that are partnering with us to help do that work? Overwhelmingly, the people in this country said they wanted America to be safe again, that they didn't want dangerous criminals on our streets. I would encourage the elected leaders in that city and in that state to work with us so that we can do our operations without the kind of opposition and people that are conducting and perpetuating the kind of violent rhetoric that we're seeing today.
DHS policy authorizes use of deadly force only, quote, when no reasonably effective, safe, and feasible alternatives appears to exist. Could he not have just gotten out of the way?
This individual...
Once again, if you think that a random migrant, documented or undocumented, is actually a criminal and not a fucking member of ICE that is storming the streets, violating the Constitution, breaking people's doors down, apprehending them with administrative warrants that give them no real legal opportunity to engage in any sort of like search and seizure operation or extraction operation, or even killing people in the streets. You're a goddamn dullard, okay? You are a fucking moron. You are a troglodyte. Who is the real criminal here? Random Guatemalan guy who's a landscaper, or the random Guatemalan American who's working at ICE who's shooting people in the head? No disrespect to the Guatemalans, but let's be real. A lot of the ICE guys are, 52% of Customs and Border Patrol is Hispanic. I think ICE are the real criminals.
This officer is a highly experienced law enforcement officer. He has years of training and specialized training for these types of situations.
Actually, it's probably higher than that. It used to be 52%. It's probably fucking higher now. Let's be real.
We're grateful that he's alive. It's a tragic situation, and we're going to continue to work on the investigation into the individual and find out what the motivation.
My cousin was Border Patrol. He's darker than me. Yeah, I mean, a literal Papers, Please society. That's where we're heading. I mean, that is where we're at. That's not where we're heading. That's where we're at.
Actions that day.
We're grateful that that he's alive too. I want to play this moment from the officer's cell phone video.
Get out of the car. Whoa! Fucking bitch.
Damn,
is that Agent Ross's voice calling Renee Good a fucking bitch?
Wait, what the it's not even censored? Wait, what the hell? What the heliante, CNN? Hey, yo, Jake Tapper. Hey, yo, what the
Can't determine which one it is, but it could be, sir.
In June of last year, Agent Ross had his arm...
Why is Jake Tapper asking real questions? I mean, he did this last time, too. When enough liberals turn on the admin, when it becomes favorable and fashionable to shit on Trump, he will do it. He did it pretty aggressively last time, too. The only difference as to why CNN didn't do it this time around from the start is because they were pivoting to the right as well. And they miscalculated, in my opinion. I think a lot of people, in my opinion, miscalculated. They thought that there was a real popular mandate for Trump because they're stupid. They didn't realize it was an economy election with a decrepit administration run by a carcass, and that people were very frustrated with that shit. And even then, Donald Trump won by marginal votes. He did not win this like Reagan-style sweep at all. But these dumbasses thought that this meant something, that this meant like a true sea change. And what did I say? What did I fucking say? The reason why a lot of young people voted for Trump was because they were too fucking young to remember all the way up until 2020. They were too young. They also, for some weird reason, decided to claim all of like the COVID lockdowns with Democrats in general. So the only like restriction of movement that they encountered at the time, even if it was for good reason, whether it be mask mandates or whether it be mass inoculation campaigns or whether it be lockdowns, was seen as like what the Democrats are doing, even though most of that shit happened under Trump, ironically enough. And they only knew Biden as the guy who fucked up the economy, who didn't actually make the necessary changes. And they were dumb enough, especially the youth, were dumb enough to take a shot in the dark with Donald Trump. That's why Donald Trump won the low propensity voters. Okay. But what did I say? The moment that they actually get into the Trump administration and realize none of these changes are coming, and it's only going to be dumb shit like, rooting out the 14 transgender high school athletes or something, and that's the only area of impact that they are going to see. And when that doesn't translate to any real difference in their lives, any material changes that they can experience, they're going to fucking experience buyer's remorse. And that's precisely what has happened. Just like I said, people who think that they wanted mass deportations because they thought every single migrant was a criminal are going to realize that their neighbors are getting deported, and they don't like that. They're going to go, these guys are the good guys. What the fuck is happening? These are the good migrants. Why are they not making this distinction between the good migrants and the bad migrants? And once again, that is what's happening as well. There's buyer's remorse in that regard as well. I told you that this is what was going to happen. Here's you saying the exact same thing in October 24th. This is another glaringly obvious example where people think they want mass deportations and concentration camps, but if it happens, they're going to be like, oh my God, this is actually kind of fucked up. This happens very frequently. Now, that's one aspect of this. Okay? People do not understand the impact of the legislation that they're advocating for. When this is October 24th, 2024, Harris Town Hall, Rishi Torres, Ben Shapiro, Jubilee, Ethan Drama, LSF. Look at that. Faced with the actual impact of the legislation that they're advocating. The only difference is I was way more fucking tan. Look at how pasty I am now. Devastating. They go, oh, that's not what's going to happen. Come on. They fantasize about a completely alternative way that this is going to unfold in a way that actually is positive for them. I don't know if this was the one. Republicans don't know anything about their party. That's very bad for American democracy. Denying people health insurance because of pre-existing conditions is both unconscionably cruel and despised by voters. As a result, Republicans will routinely lie about their position on this issue. The most outrageous instance of this is when former Senator Cory Gardner cut an ad with his mom, a cancer survivor, saying he was fighting to protect those with pre-existing conditions. There are certainly efforts to fact check, but as this result suggests, the effects of these efforts may be limited. If Republicans were full tilt, and if Republicans were unimaginably anti-immigrant, then like if they were across the board or if they were across the board like for certain policies, they would not vote against those policies when it is presented to them in clear-cut, direct ballot measures that they vote for. You have to understand this. Stealing YouTuber content again, I genuinely should just like play my older videos and run it on repeat. Like if I just went full screen right now and talked about this is the exact same commentary that works. It's the exact same commentary. Like I should just do that every now and then. Just run fucking reruns. Why am I wasting my goddamn breath? I'm willing to bet that chat would be also bringing up the same dumbass talking points anyway. Is it not shocking to you that Republicans in deep red states, even in Ohio or Kansas, Kentucky, will vote to restore abortion protections, but they vote for Republicans that end up taking away abortion access from them? I was using abortion as an example to try to get Democrats to recognize that this immigration shit is not something to run away from, is not something to be fearful of, and that the more fearful their approach is to talking about immigration, the more reluctant they are to actually offer counter talking points on immigration, the more the Republicans will dominate discourse. And when they win, they would be able to do all of these like horrifying things in relation to immigration. What is this? Illegal means illegal. They could be the best people, but the law should be enforced. I just don't get the point of enforcing immigration laws. Yeah, great question. These guys are not actually enforcing good immigration laws. You can have good immigration laws and bad immigration laws, right? I think you understand that. Good immigration laws would be the most morally just thing that you can do. I'm an ICE agent and a member of this community, by the way. Shut the up. There is 0% chance that you are literally. I had a personal altercation with Brad Lander. He was still kind to us despite being there to confront us. I would want him to get elected, even though he would make our job much harder. Brother, what could you possibly be getting out of being a part of this community? I genuinely don't understand. Quit your job right now. Quit your job right now. How do you get any satisfaction out of this? How can you get... I call you motherfuckers Gestapo every day. How is that possible? You're not enforcing immigration laws, dumbass. You're just basically harassing random people. The entire point of immigration, like if Donald Trump's presented argument was correct, that like these undocumented migrants were actually an ever-present danger to regular American citizens, then it would be justifiable to actually apprehend them as long as you follow due process. But that's not the fucking case. The people that you are literally kidnapping from their court hearings, as you have personal altercations with Brad Lander, are people who are no different than you.
Meanwhile, advocates say over a dozen people in Chicago are in ICE custody after attending what they thought was a routine immigration check-in.
They're no different than you. As a matter of fact, they actually have helpful output in general. They're a part of the productive forces. You're not. They do more for this country than you do. Like, your job is kidnapping random people who could just as easily get their paperwork done. If they had more money, then they would not even be considered illegal. Let's be real. That's the exact same thing that Nazis said, by the way. I'm just following orders. That's what they said. And that's what you're doing right now. Every day at 26 Federal Plaza, we have a list of people with criminal offenses who will get their cases dismissed. We don't take anybody. We take specific people.
A Massachusetts teenager set to go before an immigration judge this afternoon. 18-year-old Marcelo Gomez da Silva was arrested by ICE agents while he was driving to high school volleyball practice last Saturday. Authorities say the operation was targeting da Silva's father. Now his family and classmates are calling for the teen's release.
Dude, we just showed that your own ICE data shows that the largest group of immigrants that are being detained right now, the largest growth in immigrants being detained, have no criminal background whatsoever. What are you talking about? No, you don't take specific people. That's ridiculous. That is ridiculous. You think ICE is taking specific people. Maybe your unit has only taken specific people. But the reality of the matter is that's not what's going on. How can you say that? They're detaining American citizens all the goddamn time. It's ridiculous. And once again, even the specific people that you are detaining, even the specific people that you think you're detaining, are being detained and being deported because of paperwork. It is ridiculous. Deportation is a very violent process in general, being ripped away from your friends, your family, your job, everything that you know. The punishment needs to be suitable for the crime. If the crime is just, sorry, we're never going to give you the proper paperwork as we use and abuse you, knowing full well, and if you've been an ICE agent for years, you know this already, ICE agents know exactly where the undocumented migrants are because there's a handshake agreement, at least under different administrations, as to people playing ball with ICE that will never get their paperwork cleared. But everybody knows exactly where they are. Everybody knows that they're not like violating the laws in an egregious manner. At most, it's like unpaid bills or traffic violations or moving violations or whatever you're out here making it seem like you got people with criminal offenses like rapists and baby decapitators or some shit. You either are gaslighting yourself into believing that because the facts don't actually bear that out at all. The data doesn't include crimes like DUI. DUI is a big part of people we target right now. And trust me, we do take specific people. I can't talk for ERO New York. I can talk for ERO New York, but can't for the entire country. But yes, I'm not even going to get into like whether or not someone who is engaged in a DUI or at least arrested for a DUI, not convicted, arrested for a DUI is worthy of reporting from the goddamn country. Defense attorney here, ICE is literally notorious in courts here for literally just sitting in courtrooms and seeing if anyone has an immigration issue and then just fucking taking them. It's not specific people. They would literally just go to court and listen for people to deport. Exactly. Yeah, ICE be like, no, nine, you don't understand it. We are only taking the bad Jews, yeah? The bad Jews. The bad Juden, not the good Juden. Some of the Juden were doing usury. And we are taking them, not the bad ones, or not the good ones, just the bad ones. I can't speak for everyone else in the SS, but mine unit is only taking the bad Jews and not the good ones. Earlier today, when you said about 20% of the country is in complete denial about the way in which the country has become unapologetically fascist, I thought it definitely has to be more than 20%. Then I remembered I live in Missouri and I'm 100% surrounded by that 20% at any given time. Yes, that's probably what it is. Like, oh, dude, you guys had before I lose your attention, I need you to ask something. You always say we need to give amnesty to people. Even if we did, wouldn't we then have to enforce immigration laws? Yes, there is a point where immigration laws can be enforced, but that process is paperwork. You realize that you are apprehending and deporting people for paperwork problems, right? At the end of the day, that's all this is. The punishment for a DUI is a punishment for a DUI, okay? The punishment for a DUI on top of paperwork issues should not mean that someone gets lasered out and shipped off to CCOT in El Salvador into a slave labor camp. What the? It's a troll. I don't even think this is a troll because, I mean, either this is the most elaborate bit because he was in here talking about Brad Lander and he's talking about New York ERO. What I'm doing is enforcing laws that the Congress passed. How come Congress people don't get any smoke, but I get screamed at every day? Brother, because you're the one who's doing the enforcement. F the Congress people. You think we like the Congress people? If you've been in here for 4 to 5 years, who the f do you think I like in Congress? What are you, crazy? Go deport them. I think the American government, the American people would celebrate you for doing that instead of deporting random landscapers. No one who's actually worthy of any sort of serious scrutiny, serious cruelty ever gets the fucking receiving end of said punishment. It's always random vulnerable people that haven't actually done anything. And it's all just people justifying why they have to do this all the way down. Ice Agent on Twitch, I don't believe it. I do believe it. He probably got banned in a previous account. That's why he's in here in a sock account. If he's been in here for 4 to 5 years, it does make sense. Ask me specific questions if you don't believe me, but I have a different account, but I just didn't want to dox the account I always use. Oh my God, this is like, that's crazy. That's crazy. I always wondered, like, are there any cops in here? Because I shit on cops so much, but it turns out there's ICE agents, so there might as well be cops in here too. How the does that even work? Like, I get why there are veterans in this community because I do actually consistently talk about, you know, how brainwashed every American citizen is. But like maybe a former cop or something. I was shocked when there was a British cop that actually approached me and told me he was a fan. But I guess they're British, so they were just like thinking I'm only on American cops or something. I don't know. Brother, I know the job market is ass. I get it. I understand it. But there is no honor in this. If there was honor in this, you wouldn't be trying to, you know, justify it with self-soothing statements over and over again, being like, listen, I don't know. It's just a job. It's all this. He put a digital mask on by creating a second account. Because, like, at the end of the day, you know how I always say cops need to do their jobs, like, and they're not doing their jobs. And there's also like detectives and too, obviously. Like there is a valid purpose for it. But there is no valid purpose for ICE. It's not defending the American borders. It's not defending anything at all. There's a valid for customs. There's a valid for Border Patrol. There's a valid reason for Border Patrol to exist. There's a valid reason for INS to exist. But the whole point of INS is supposed to literally conduct very rarely deportation initiatives. And for the most part, recognize if someone is actually, recognize if someone's like paperwork is actually out of date or something. Is to go to them and be like, your paperwork is out of date. You have to fix this. You have to go to court. Like that's in a normal circumstance. That's how it's supposed to be. INS isn't a thing anymore. I know. I'm just saying that's what it used to be. It used to be INS. That is what it's supposed to work. That's how it's supposed to work in this situation. Bro, you have to quit your job. I'm serious. You have to quit your job and also leak all of the fucked up shit that they've done to a journalist immediately. Maybe even you can write a book about it if you want. But that's crazy. Hey, Hassan, I'm a longtime fascist community member. I agree with most of the things you say, but I just believe in a culture in-group and strong corporate control over the economy. You shouldn't join the military either. Do anything but that. Don't join the police force. Do not join the military. Do not join ICE. Definitely do not join ICE. Holy shit. Yeah, go be a fucking firefighter, guys. Come on, go be a builder. Do something worthwhile, please.
Drove away from a traffic stop. It dragged him about 100 yards. Here's what Vice President Vance said about the incident this week.
Opinion polling is out, not looking good for ICE. Do you think ICE agents should face criminal charges for shooting the woman in Minneapolis? Yes, 53%. No, 30%. Oh my God. God, Americans are cattle. We deserve everything that we're getting. Honestly, we really do. I'm sorry. Broadly, we are a cattle country, okay? We are a nation state of cackling hyenas and cattle. Are you fucking kidding me? 30% no? Holy Democrats, 90% say yes. Republicans, 63% say no. Independents, 54% say yes. 63%. Oh my God, these Republicans, man, it is crazy. Do you think I should be allowed to enter K through 12 school campuses? Should not be allowed, 64%. Should be allowed, 20%. Not sure, 16%. Even Republicans are at 39%. Should not be allowed, by the way. What is this? China's CR-450 is now the world's fastest high-speed rail. Oh, stop, dude. Stop showing me this.
Nearly had his life ended, dragged by a car.
We're watching the American fascist collapse unfold, and you're showing me China flexing on us. It's. What do you want me to kill myself, dude? What do you want me to do? Die? Do you want me to just be the first person that has died from heartache?
6 months ago, 33 stitches in his leg. So you think maybe he's a little bit sensitive about...
Oh, he was sensitive. Maybe you should get off the job then. The do you mean he was sensitive? That was the dumbest argument. The infantilization of a Gestapo officer is so crazy to me. Oh, he was sensy. Oh, dude, he was sensitive. I guess he should my mom and kill my family then. If he's sensitive, oh, wow. I didn't even think about that. Why didn't I factor the feelings of the assassination guy? Why didn't I factor in the feelings of the fucking ICE agent?
Somebody ramming him with an automobile.
If this is relevant, first of all, it's horrible that that happened. If it's relevant, which the vice president seems to think it is, do you think this understandably very traumatic event that this officer went through last June might have influenced, as the vice president is suggesting happened, how he responded?
Now, there's no indication to that, but the facts is that we've seen vehicles weaponized over 100 times in the last several months against our law enforcement officers. So they definitely know that the threat is real, that individuals who are trained by activists to go out and to impede their law enforcement operations will weaponize their vehicles and try to run them over and drag them and not stop. So they certainly go into these situations with that knowledge that that could happen, and that's what their training prepares them for.
What evidence are you looking at that so many other...
That's what their training prepares them for? What, killing people? That's not the training.
People around the country look at, and they say, it looked to me, her tires were turned to the right, she was moving her car, and they see a woman trying to flee. You say she was trying to kill the officer. No investigation has happened. Why are you so certain that your interpretation is the truth when an investigation hasn't even happened?
Jake, I'm watching the videos.
Other people
I'm talking
are watching
to officers.
the videos
I'm getting
and
the
coming
facts.
to a different conclusion.
Everything that we've stated as the Department of Homeland Security and this administration has been factual. And I wish we would talk factually about what we see every day from these protesters, what they do, what they say, how they chant over and over, kill ICE, attack law enforcement.
The officer appeared to have fired 3 shots, the first one through the front windshield, and the second and third through the side window. What is the justification for the second and third, given that the officer was out of harm's way?
You're watching the same videos that I am, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're watching the same ones. So you see how quickly the situation unfolded, how the officer was in front of the vehicle when she sped off, how she ran into him, and how he had to take quick action based on his training to defend himself and his colleagues around him.
Once he's out of harm's way.
That's very clear and factual from the videos that you can see. It's nobody's interpretation. We don't get to change it because we can see it with our eyes and we can build on the evidence that we have on the ground.
Walz just addressed the state.
ICE agents are going door to door, ordering people to point out where their neighbors of color live.
Bro, I'm gonna be honest with you. First of all, it's so crazy. It's Nazi Germany. I think, like I said this yesterday, I tweeted it out too. Like, I think the local police department has to work with the citizens if they want to stave off like any sort of decentralized violence. Because once people realize that the local administration, the local governments are not on their side, they're going to take matters of self-defense into their own hands. And from what I understand, like whenever cops are deployed, they side with ICE. So I don't know what the expectation is here. Like, I don't know how we fix it. Pretty cooked.
They're pulling over people indiscriminately, including U.S. citizens, and demanding to see their papers. And at grocery stores, at bus stops, even at our schools, they're breaking windows, dragging pregnant women down the street, just plain grabbing Minnesotans and shoving them into unmarked vans, kidnapping innocent people with no warning and no due process. Let's be very, very clear. This long ago stopped being a matter of immigration enforcement. Instead, it's a campaign of organized brutality against the people of Minnesota by our own federal government. Last week, that campaign claimed the life of Renee Nicole Good. We've all watched the video. We've all seen what happened. And yet, instead of conducting an impartial investigation so we can hold accountable the officer responsible for Renee's death, the Trump administration is devoting the full power of the federal government to finding an excuse to attack the victim and her family. Just yesterday, 6 federal prosecutors, including the longtime career prosecutor leading the charge to investigate and eliminate fraud in our state's programs, quit their jobs rather than go along with this assault on the United States Constitution. But as bad as it's been, Donald Trump intends for it to get worse. This week, he went online to promise that, quote, the day of retribution and reckoning is coming. That's a direct threat against the people of this state, who dared to vote against him 3 times and who continue to stand up for freedom with courage and empathy and profound grace. All across Minnesota, people are stepping up to help their neighbors who are being unjustly and unlawfully targeted. They're distributing care packages and walking kids to school and raising their voices in peaceful protest, even though doing so has made many of our fellow Minnesotans targets for violent retribution. Folks, I know it's scary, and I know it's absurd that we all have to be defending law and order, justice, and humanity while also caring for our families and trying to do our jobs. So tonight, let me say once again to Donald Trump and Kristi Noem, end this occupation. You've done enough. Let me say 4 critical things to the people of Minnesota. 4 things I want you to hear as you watch the news and look out for your neighbors. First, Donald Trump wants this chaos. He wants confusion. And yes, he wants more violence on our streets. We cannot give him what he wants. We must protest loudly, urgently, but also peacefully. Indeed.
Dude, this is such a funny, he just spent the first half of this video talking about how they're beating our asses. And then he's like, and we will do nothing. The state government will do nothing. And you should also do more nothing in return. I mean, I guess he's saying, he's urging people to protest, even though he keeps saying that, that protest is actually leading to violence for his constituents. Deploy the National Guard, man. Those are comprised of our neighbors, no? Deploy the fucking National Guard to protect the citizens. Make a big show of it. Be like, hey, we're bringing the National Guard, but to protect the citizens 100%. There needs to be a power posture at some point. Because if there is no power posture at all, at any given point, there's no pushback. Because, they're already exhausting the legal avenues, right? And that will inevitably come. The legal avenues are already being exhausted. The courts are probably going to find all this inappropriate, unlawful, and then Trump is eventually going to scale back, as he did in all these other places where he deployed the federal law enforcement or the National Guard. So, before Donald Trump federalizes the National Guard, you fucking bring them in. You're the governor. It's good that they're pursuing legal avenues. Bro out here still thinks that there are still laws. No, this is what has happened already, but it takes too long. Courts don't move fast enough to stop constituents from getting their asses beat, from being detained, from being harassed, from door-to-door operations today and tomorrow. The courts have actually ruled against Donald Trump on numerous occasions, and Donald Trump has had to back away. The problem is, before the courts are actually ruling, if you want to stop the bleeding, you want to stop the hemorrhaging, you have to take action. Forceful action, And if your local police department is not going to defend your constituents, your citizens, which they should, by the way, which is crazy that they're not cooperating with the, Jacob Frey must be the biggest cuck of all time. And American police are so gross, honestly, if they're straight up saying they're not going to protect their neighbors. Someone at some point has to deploy a forceful response because the dam will not break on its own. You need to make it break. You need to show that these guys can't get away with this bully behavior. This is stuff that you teach to children. You know what I mean? You have to sometimes forcefully stand up and defend yourself. You have to forcefully defend those who are vulnerable around you. If there's a big bully in the playground, that you are united in numbers. You have more power when you have more people by your side. We have the numbers. This administration does not. They don't have the mandate. They don't have the numbers.
Hey, ICE.
What is this? Lip talk on Dems not doing anything?
Stop. Get the out. Yeah, I said the F word. Someone has to do something. It's not gonna be me. What we need to do is we need to come together as a community. So let's get together, sisters. Did that do it? As someone who can do something about this, I promise you, I am working towards.
Don't be the drunk girlfriend that gets their boyfriend in a fight. Go to Minnesota. I want to. I have a pretty slam schedule coming up, which is why I haven't been able to manage travel. But I do want to go to Minnesota. I've been talking to people on the ground as well. What do you mean, don't be the drunk girlfriend that gets their boyfriend in a fight? Brother, this is the state government versus the federal government. You and I, as American citizens, as regular ass civilians, are already in the fight. We are already getting our asses beat. This is me saying, please do something. Someone in a position of power, please do something. What the
having some conversations with people and figuring out how socialism is evil. I posted not just on Instagram, but also Twitter. Rest assured, I am sending a message to the president. This is that message. Vote for me for my upcoming re-election campaign, link in bio. Hey, ICE!
True.
As hard as we will fight in the courts and at the ballot box, we cannot and will not let violence prevail. You're angry, I'm angry. Angry's not a strong enough word, but we must remain peaceful. Second, you are not powerless. You are not helpless, and you are certainly not alone. All across Minnesota, people are learning about opportunities, not just to resist, but to help people who are in danger. Thousands upon thousands of our fellow Minnesotans are going to be relying on mutual aid in the days and weeks to come, and they need our support. Tonight, I want to share another way you can help. Witness. Help us establish a record of exactly what's happening in our communities. You have an absolute right to peacefully film ICE agents as they conduct these activities. So carry your phone with you at all times.
It's crazy. He's just like, y'all are on your own, bitch. Yeah, just film stuff. If you get your ass beat, sorry. It is what it is, you know what I mean? It's all good, you know? If ICE beats your ass, yeah, it happens sometimes.
And if you see these ICE agents in your neighborhood, take out that phone and hit record. Help us create a database of the atrocities against Minnesotans, not just to establish a record for posterity, but to bank evidence for future prosecution. The third thing I want to say to you tonight is we will not have to live like this forever. Accountability is coming at the voting booth and in court. We will reclaim our communities from Donald Trump. We will reestablish a sense of safety for our neighbors. And we will bring an end to this moment of chaos, confusion, and trauma. We will find a way to move forward, and we'll do it together. And we'll not be alone. Every day, we are working with business leaders, faith leaders, legal experts, and elected officials from across this country. They've all seen what Donald Trump is trying to do to our state, and they know their states could be next. And that brings me to the fourth thing I want to say tonight, Minnesota. How incredibly proud I am of the way that you've risen to meet this unbearable moment. But I'm not at all surprised, because this is who we are. Minnesotans believe in the rule of law, and Minnesotans believe in the dignity of all people. We're a place where there's room for everybody, no matter who you are, or who you love, or where you came from. A place where we feed our kids. We take care of our neighbors.
Yeah, if you get your ass beat by ICE, film it and post it on Twitter so Asmold can reply base to it. So that it can go into his jerk off compilation. I swear to God, you could get the average right winger to literally sign off on brutalizing like an ICE agent, like straight up beating on an ICE agent if you told him it was in Iran. As a matter of fact, I know that already happened because there was a video circulating in the peak of the Iranian protests against the Islamic Republic. And there was a video from, I think, Athens or Berlin, it's certainly not Iran, where like people were throwing Molotov cocktails everywhere, right? It was in Europe. And everyone was posting that video being like, hell yeah, brave warriors, keep up the good fight. The very same people that if they knew it was happening in fucking Europe would have been like, these are all probably immigrants and they need to be killed immediately. That's how it goes with these fucking dumb fucks.
And we look out for those in the shadows of life. We're an island of decency.
Oh, Border Patrol whistleblower outraged by ICE's conduct exposed over a dozen secret ICE programs and documents leaked to me. Operation Benchwarmer, Tidal Wave, Abracadabra, Dust Off, Fleur de Lis are just a few of the secret programs recently undertaken by ICE. Border Patrol official outraged by ICE's conduct is leaked to me and other documents providing an unprecedented glimpse into ICE's undeclared activities across the country. 15-page long document marked law enforcement sensitive details, 21 major ICE operations resulting, so it says, in 6,852 apprehensions since June From Operation A covert effort to develop informants among immigrants in detention, to Operation Benchwarmer, which alone spans the deployment of 2,000 intelligence assets across the country. The document gives a sense of how aggressively ICE is scouring neighborhoods and developing sources to spy on immigrants and Americans alike. Operation Abracadabra was initiated with the requirement of interviewing 100% of individuals apprehended to gather intelligence to identify follow-on targets such as stash houses and individuals conducting illegal activity, tying every individual across the border illegally to a foreign terrorist organization, a transnational criminal organization, and or utilizing the intelligence to develop targets. Wait, what? They're openly saying you have to find whatever evidence you can to tie them back to foreign terrorist organizations? Hey guys, we have a super secret operation. It's called lying. Operation Lying About Immigrants. That's what we're calling it. Like, abracadabra is such a funny way to present this, where you just know that you're like trying to find whatever you can, whatever bullshit reason you can. Operation He's Got a Gun. Every ICE officer is supposed to have an extra side piece that they have that they can drop on top of any ICE victim that they kill, you know? Operation We're Framing You as a Criminal. This one's really good. Operation Stop Resisting is a training manual to make it seem like the person that you're trying to apprehend is actually resisting arrest, and therefore you can kill them. Wow. Operation Benchwarmer. Plainclothes agents have been embedded in transport vans, sally ports, processing areas, and detention cells to gather important tactical intelligence and information. This national security colossal, over 20 years in the making, plays an intimate role in many of the ICE operations that you read about and many you don't. Yesterday, I reported on the deployment of hundreds of Border Patrol agents to Minneapolis to support ICE operations there in the wake of ICE agents' killing of Renee Good. My source's motive, in large part, pertains to the lack of big-picture public understanding of ICE's larger reward. That's by design, thanks to the lack of transparency on part of the DHS and Congress unwilling to compel transparency. Things as basic as ICE's use of force policy, its use of deadly force policy, are almost completely blacked out so the public can't see them. Opposition to ICE's conduct following Renee Good's death has spread throughout the Department of Homeland Security, as I previously reported. The discontent is also affecting the Justice Department, with several top federal prosecutors in Minnesota resigning over pressure to investigate Renee Good's widow. I need you to understand this one more time. 6 top prosecutors in the state of Minnesota resigned after the Department of Justice directed them to try to find crimes relating to Renee Good's widow. 6 prosecutors in the state of Minnesota resigned after the government killed Renee Good, and then went back to the prosecutors and was like, you have to find something that ties back Renee's wife to activist networks so we can get a big dub here. It's pretty crazy. Screenshots of documents referenced in the story are enclosed below. Oh, and if you work for the DHS, you know, you have tips. Also, part of why I get so many leaks, bigger media. Okay. Operation Los Angeles. USBP, Border Patrol, deployed to LA on June 6th to support ICE ERO with immigration enforcement and related riots and protests. At one point, USBP had 367 personnel deployed to Los Angeles to provide support for ICE in multiple areas. Total apprehensions, 474. Operation at large throughout U.S. is nationwide operation significantly increased the number of illegal alien arrests with final orders of removal. Operation Tidal Wave. Operation Fleur de Lis, New Orleans sector. Abracadabra, we already covered that one. Operation Red Card, ICRO Boston for targeted at-large criminals who have been released back into the community after being charged with criminal actions. Operation Zulu Shield nationwide is a nationwide immigration enforcement operation with multiple iterations. USBP Special Operations Group collaborates with ICE, HSI, Federal Bureau of Investigation, National Targeting Center, National Gang Unit to target illegal aliens with various levels of criminal history. Yeah, once you get to like actual criminal history having migrants, by the way, the numbers diminish dramatically, if you noticed. All right, so then the rest of the leaks are just like not ongoing programs or whatever, and just where they've deployed with how many numbers and who have actually, how many people have been apprehended. Did you see this ratio? Oh, this was very funny. Homeland Security lies so frequently, it's pretty awesome. So Laura Jadid, a journalist with bylines in Politico, Rolling Stones, The Nation, New Republic, wrote a piece of great investigative reporting for Slate.com. In the piece, a few months ago, she says, ICE hired me. I didn't sign and submit any paperwork. I'm real outspoken about my opinion of the Trump administration, and I'm extremely Googleable. And yet, there it was, in plain English. Welcome to ICE, my latest for Slate. And this, of course, shows how incredibly incompetent the hiring process looks like. And not only are they hiring whoever the wants to do it, there's no background check in the process as well. These are the people that we're arming, chat. We're making them train for 47 days, and then we're giving them weapons, and then we're sicking them on the homeland. How nutty is that, dude? Oh, here's what the Democrats are doing at a time when there's tremendous discontent towards ICE. It's illegal misconduct. It's, unsanctioned state murder, or rather sanctioned state murder, and all this stuff. You might be wondering, like, what are the Democrats doing to save the day? Well, don't worry. Richie Torres is here. He's introducing a bill that would require ICE officers to wear QR codes that you can scan to get their full name, badge number, and other identifying info. Remember when I joked about this when Joe Rogan brought it up? Yesterday when we were watching Joe Rogan bring this up in his conversation with Rand Paul, I said that sounds like a Democrat policy to be like, it's not the mass detention and mass apprehension that's the problem. Woke 2 is back, and these guys have found the liberal compromise position all on their own, Hey, it's not the mass apprehensions that are the problem. It's just that they're not doing mass deportation the right way. Okay, how about no mass deportation if it's for no real purpose? 6 prosecutors resign after pressure. Oh, I forgot to mention this. This was crazy. So, New York Times coverage from this morning. Breaking. New York Times now says 6 federal prosecutors in Minnesota have just resigned over the Justice Department's push to investigate the widow of Renee Good and the department's reluctance to investigate the ICE agent who shot Good, according to people with knowledge of their decision. And what's nutty is that one of the career federal prosecutors was the guy who literally did the investigations into the fraud. I was talking to Noah about this earlier today. Apparently, one of the prosecutors was the guy who was doing the Minnesota fraud case. And they try to get this guy to be like, investigate the wife of the person who we shot in the face. Oh my God! The federal prosecutor leading the Minnesota fraud case just quit because the Justice Department officials pressed a criminal investigation into the actions of the widow of Renee Nicole Good. The force of reaction in this country are very evil, very cruel, and they do not seem to care much about making mistakes. But take heart, many more of them than us are total idiots. I'm telling you, dude, this is rank desperation. These guys keep pressing. They keep pressing. It's over. I'm telling you right now, woke is back. Okay? Woke is back. It's insane what these guys are doing. The way that they're moving right now is so dangerous. The way that they're moving right now is like there's no tomorrow. Not a care. Not a care in the world, okay? Pissing against the wind over and over and over again. They're basically making it so that the rallying cry is abolish ICE, and maybe not even abolish ICE, but also jail every ICE agent. New Q poll, majority say the murder of Renee Good was not justified. I talked about this. I tweeted about this before as well. This is another poll. Obviously, the majority of the voters do not find it to be justified. You know who the majority of voters, you know what majority? What majority population in this country actually thinks it is, though? Care to guess which group actually thinks it's justified? Do you want to know who? The Nazis? Yep, you're getting close. But what do we call those Nazis? What do we call those Nazis? That's right, we call them Republicans. 61% of Republicans think it's okay to shoot a mom in the face if you're an ICE agent having a bad day. You do not hate the Republicans enough. I do. So don't come at me with this fucking bullshit to the liberals. To the liberals out there who try to do this song and dance about how, Hassan, oh, you let Donald Trump win the presidency. You love Donald Trump. Suck my fucking dick.
We're not stupid. Unless it is to vote for Trump, in which case I will tell you not to do it. Obviously, you didn't vote for Trump, Yeah.
You don't hate the Republicans enough. I'm willing to let bygones be bygones, but I'm not going to fucking entertain some centrist bullshit right now in this very moment when we've been here and you're just coming to the fucking table, only now with the recognition that this administration is dangerous. I took the threat of fascism seriously. You didn't. Look at this. 61% of Republicans think it's okay to shoot a mom in the face if you're an ICE agent having a bad enough time. It is ridiculous, dude. 61% of Republicans. What the are we doing? Higher number than Kent State massacre supporters, genuinely psychotic group of individuals. Even then, it's 60% of 28%. I know. I'm just saying. It's not the majority. They don't have the fucking numbers. It's just the majority of a fucking minority. It's the majority of a tiny group of people that is getting smaller and smaller every day. Just remember that. That's why I don't entertain any reactionary bullshit around these parts. Okay? None of this like, oh, we got to hug and kiss the Republicans. We got to smell them. We got to be Republicans. Suck my dick. No, Nice Bathroom is saying 28% of the country at any given moment is like self-IDing as Republicans. It's 61% of Republicans, and Republicans by and large in the broader population is representative of like about 28%, maybe even less. Now back to the American regime collapsing with unlimited cruelty. These are sites that are becoming more commonplace as we found out that ICE's internal memos have shown that they are very aware of the discontent that's brewing, but ICE agents and Customs and Border Patrol and Department of Homeland Security officers actually feel emboldened because Kirsty Noem, according to Ken Klippenstein's reporting from an anonymous Customs and Border Patrol officer, that Kirsty Noem lying her ass off, according to the reporting from Ken Klippenstein, Kirsty Noem lying her ass off to defend Renee Good's murderer has made ICE feel even more emboldened. Now they feel like if they end up killing someone, if they're having a bad day, Kirsty Noem and the Department of Homeland Security will not hold them accountable, but instead will go out to defend them and will lie to defend them.
The first thing you said was, quote, what happened was our ICE officers were out in an enforcement action. They got stuck in the snow. Correct. Because of the adverse weather that is in Minneapolis. They were attempting to push out their vehicle, and a woman attacked them and those surrounding them and attempted to run them over and rammed them with her vehicle. That's not what happened. We all saw what happened.
It absolutely is what happened.
That's how fucked up the situation is. Yesterday I showed you the Target employee that they brutalized and then dumped in a Walmart parking lot because they were annoyed. And today they're continuing this. And yesterday I showed you the administrative warrant that they used to bust down through the door of an American family with babies there. And this is where we're at. ICE agents in Minneapolis violently detained, threatened, and arrested a U.S. citizen for one reason only: he refused to prove his citizenship. In this video, agents immediately escalate to physical force. A man stands with his hands up, repeatedly saying, "I'm not doing anything," while agents shove him, force him against his car, and begin an illegal search. No crime, no warrant, no probable cause. An agent falsely claims that's assault, while they're actively assaulting a U.S. citizen who's complying and not resisting. Let's take a look.
Get the fuck on the car before you get arrested. I'm not. Get the fuck on the car before you get. Now that's fucking assault. Don't move, you're gonna get fucking tased. Don't move, or you're gonna get tased. Because you want to be an idiot. I'm not moving. Because you want to be a fucking idiot. You're a fucking pussy. You're a fucking bitch. And you're gonna learn the fucking hard way.
I just asked you for an ID. That was
I don't give a fuck what you asked me for, bitch. Shut up. You shut up.
He is absolutely in his rights here, by the way. These manlets pulling off a 3v1 Gestapo operation on a random American citizen, harassing them and power tripping in the process. None of this is appropriate. All of it is illegal. And the fact that our dumbass hog administration is basically farming the American hikikomori movement here, the Asmongold's of the fucking world, because those are the only people who are celebrating this. I promise you, normal Americans, whether they are Republican or fucking triple MAGA voters, will look at this situation and go, okay, this is getting a little out of hand. There are, however, some who go, hell yeah, keep fucking sticking it to the man. But the number that actually says, the percentage of people that actually say this is good is getting smaller and smaller. I promise you. I know that we spend every waking moment on the internet, and I know we duke it out with the roaches of the world, and we think that this is a very commonly shared, very popular perspective. It is not. This is not as popular as you think it is. Hassan has lost it, fighting a losing battle. What? Anyway, let's continue.
What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? He has a gun on him. Look at that. A fully registered firearm. Because I'm a U.S. citizen. What's wrong with y'all? Wow. Wow. Let's go. Get him in the fucking car.
Fighting a losing battle. I don't think you guys are ready for what comes next. If there is a competent administration, I don't think you guys understand. You should pray that the Democrats are the servile little cowardly babies that they are.
If we lose the midterms and we lose 2028, some in this room are going to prison, myself included.
You should hope to God that they don't actually do what's right here. Because if democracy thrived in this fucking country, if the people's wishes were actually expressed by whichever administration comes next, a lot of people will be going to fucking jail. You can keep fantasizing about how much popular support there is for this kind of activity here, where you just get to have some of the most insecure man children hopped up on fumes, ego tripping over random American citizens that they detain and apprehend unjustifiably and in an illegal manner in what is supposed to be a immigrant enforcement operation. You can all share your collective singular IQ here and decide, well, if ICE is doing it, it's all right. You can also refuse to recognize that this administration that's doing this, the random people in Minnesota, will inevitably do it to you or your loved ones as well. And you'll sit there and you'll suck the barrel of their fucking guns because you're a servile little piggy. But at the end of the day, if you personally believe that this kind of action is actually supported by broad majorities of the public, you are delusional. You are deluding yourselves. How much you want to bet that fucking piece of shit is not even American, by the way? I know that's a fucking European Asmongold supporter. I have even less respect for the Euroid LARPers who LARP as though they're fucking MAGA. It's disgusting. No laughing at idiots. Yes, we did win. The majority voted for this. The majority voted for this. We voted for this, you idiots. Yeah, no, totally. Yes, all these assholes are impeding federal officers is disgusting. Saltwater 90. I voted for this. I voted for this. You deserve what's coming next. The majority did. The majority didn't fucking vote. Shut the fuck up. And there's a reason why the Fell for it again awards is the most common thing that people slap on every single fucking moment. You want to know why? You want to know why it's so goddamn common? Because you're stupid. That's why, okay? I know I shit on the Democrats a lot, but a big part of the reason why I shit on the Democrats a lot is because they cave and capitulate to fucking right-wing reactionary framing on issues for no goddamn reason whatsoever, and they end up failing.
We need a leader with a real plan to fix the border. And that's Kamala Harris.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
But make no mistake, the amount of smoke I have for you mouth-breathing, single-digit IQ morons is endless. You are advocating for your own demise. You are not a part of the pedophilic billionaire cabal. You are not going to be spared for what comes next. You are going to be on the receiving end. What is this? He stole your take on white women? The left needs to accept and learn to weaponize white women. Oh no, I've been on this. I've been on the Karen brigade for a long time now. Weaponized Karens.
What we're dealing with on the
white women are the most powerful force in this goddamn country. Okay, this is I stand on that.
Dealing with what we're dealing with on the ground, all over. That's right. Actually, I'm very respectful, and you're not respectful at all in any way. I just want to ask. Do you believe
white women vanguard, dude? Everybody talks a big game about revolution now, okay? None of y'all have that energy. White women do. Just weaponize the white ladies.
Believe in illegal immigration? Do you think U.S. taxpayers should be funding housing for illegals and medical care?
Smart man. He is so intelligent. This man, he's got nothing to say.
That woman makes a mean-ass dessert salad. Yeah, respect.
He's got nothing to say.
I got a lot to say.
He's a big man. He's a big man.
Now I'm a Nazi.
I love the tactical Y moms, man. Holy oh, they're so amazing. They're so amazing.
What they told you. If you guys get in my way, I will arrest you.
Sir, we're just observing. Please calm down.
You can observe all you want.
I am observing. Do you see
back.
me in the way? I am back.
You had anger issues as a kid, didn't you? Were your parents present? You should be ashamed of yourself, man.
He is.
Yeah, I mean, he is. That's why he's covering his mask, covering his face, and also wearing glasses.
Thank you.
You love your job?
I can't believe I get paid for this.
Really?
I do this for free.
Really, I get $200K. I'm a physician assistant.
Fucking loser, dude. No, I do this for free.
How long did you go to school for that?
Dude, we need to arrest every single one of these motherfuckers straight up. Every single one. Every single one needs to go to jail. Come on, dude. Come on, dude. What a violation of duty. Like, this is not even theoretically a good thing, okay? At least with police, there's the theory of law enforcement being a force for good, you know, protecting and serving the people, right? It doesn't do that, but it doesn't matter. At least, like, the theory is there. These guys are just straightforward bullies with guns. They're not even trying to make it seem like they have any sort of law enforcement reason for existing like this. Philly DA Larry Krasner warns ICE agents in the wake of Minneapolis shooting. If any law enforcement agent, any ICE agent is going to come to Philly to commit crimes, then you can get the fuck out of here. I will charge you with those crimes. You will be arrested. You will stand trial. You will be convicted. Oh, that makes me excited. That makes me excited. This is why you need, like, sometimes, you know, I know it sounds oxymoronic to have like woke DAs, but low key, Larry Krasner is the method.
Enforcement agent, any ICE agent.
He's far from perfect, but as far as DAs goes, if you're rating it on a curve, like, I mean, he's got top marks.
Is going to come to Philly to commit crimes.
This is what I want to hear. This is what I wanted to hear from fucking Jacob Fry, by the way, in Minneapolis. This is what I wanted to hear from fucking Tim Waltz in Minnesota. What are we doing? What are we doing? You come into my fucking town and you fuck with my people, I will put your bitch ass in prison. There's a rule of law here. Take your nasty ass back to Florida if you want to do whatever the fuck you want to do in a goddamn red state with red mayors and red governors who don't give a fuck about their people. This is Minnesomalia, bitch. That's what I wanted to hear. Go Birds. What the fuck are we doing? This is what you need to hear. This is actually what you need to hear from every fucking, like, well, the mayor did say get the fuck out. No, I know, but like, get a DA to actually say you're gonna prosecute people. Get the police chief to come out and be like, my job first and foremost to protect the citizens of my hometown. And if there are outsiders coming here to start up trouble, we will punish them. We will hold them to account. I'm serious. This is the DA. So when he says this, there's a lot of power here.
Because if you do that here, I will charge you with those crimes. You will be arrested. You will stand trial. You will be convicted, whether it's in state or federal court. It's my office prosecuting it. That's how the law works. And you will do your time because Donald Trump cannot pardon you for a state court conviction. Do you hear me, ICE agents? Do you hear?
Bro, go Birds, go Birds, go Birds, go Birds, go Birds, go Philly.
National Guard, do you hear me, military?
Oh my God, oh my God.
You're going to jail if you commit crimes in the city of Philadelphia. You will be accountable. The law applies to all of you. And I know that there are honest, decent, moral law enforcement officers out there by the bushel, including in ICE. This is not for you.
Boom. Bro was farming Aura and had to bring it back. He was doing Aura edits, dude. He was having me say, go Birds, over and over again. God damn it. You're also against law enforcement? Buddy, this guy is a literal top cop. I'm over here talking about how much aura the goddamn Philadelphia district attorney has. What do I always say? I want cops to do their jobs. Cops are in this country. I mean, ICE agents are even worse somehow, so it's like kind of crazy. But cops are some of the biggest babies in this goddamn nation as far as any job goes. They are constantly complaining. They constantly want respect. They never do their fucking jobs. There is no other industry with the exception of like CEOs, okay? There's no other job, and CEO isn't a job. Like it's where you get to in your place of business. It's not like a specific industry, but it's just like cops and landlords and CEOs are the only people in American society that just can constantly demand more and be the biggest babies of all time, and they never have to do their jobs. They never have to do whatever the fuck they have to do. It sucks. For those of you who don't know, California State Senator Scott Weiner, is like, he's a pretty decent YIMBY style state senator. You know, there's some good, there's some bad there, right? But of course, he was also a fairly rapacious Zionist throughout this entire process for the last 2 years as Israel committed a genocide. And I mean, he was pretty aggressive. Like, he was pretty aggressive in his the way that he approached the subject matter. He was certainly very outspoken in defense of Israel. He met up with politicians from Israel, including the president. He actively, as Tyler Oakley presents here, summarizes here, tried to get pro-Palestine academics fired, led a group of California legislators to meet with the Israeli government, smeared Jewish Voice for Peace as bigots, and also co-sponsored legislation to ban teaching about Palestine in California schools. And now Scott Weiner is running for office, running for Nancy Pelosi's seat. And Scott has some good and some suspicious aspects to his run as well. But I can't tell if you're doing a bit, but it's Weiner, by the way. Oh, sorry, I wasn't. I don't believe Scott Weiner is honest in the statement, but it's encouraging that he feels the need to do this. It shows a real shift in the primary electorate that being pro-Israel is now a liability. It absolutely is. And yes, that's precisely what's going on here. So here's how it actually started. So they're all running for Nancy Pelosi's seat, right? There was this conference taking place where all the candidates, they have these paddles, yes and no paddles. And with the yes and no paddles, they're asking them a bunch of questions like, oh, do you believe this? Do you believe that? Here's the video where the question is, is Israel committing a genocide? So they're all pro-Medicare for all.
Is Israel committing genocide in Gaza?
You don't want to look like that, man. You don't want to be out there looking like that, California State Senator Scott Weiner. You don't want that sitting there looking like that. Rough. No answer is the worst answer? Yeah. In any case, I mean, he has done a lot of stuff. Yesterday, the president of Sonoma State University aligned with the campus with BDS, a movement whose goal is the destruction of Israel, home to 7 million Jews, all this stuff. Like, he has been a pretty active supporter of Israel throughout this entire process. Like, pretty vicious. Yeah, AB 715 threatens to censor Palestine in schools. AB 715 is a dangerous bill that threatens free speech and curriculum in California classrooms, championed by Jewish Legislative Caucus member Senator Scott Weiner, and Assembly Jesse Gabrielle and Rick Spoor. This bill is a coordinator to stifle any criticism of Israel and censor Palestine within California public education under the guise of combating anti-Semitism. Last week, I co-led a legislative delegation to Israel with both Jewish and non-Jewish legislators and several community organizations. This was in 2014, okay? This was in the month of February in 2014. So make no mistake, this was very deliberate. This was on purpose. He did this after Israel had, or am I saying 2014? 2024. God damn it, not 2014. I apologize. 2024. This is after October 7th. And during this devastating time of war and violence, we met with a variety of leaders, he says, and, the variety of leaders includes the president of Israel. So he gets yelled at, understandably. Cries of free Palestine can be heard, people wearing keffiyehs. And I suspect that, I'm glad, trigger warning, by the way, a heinous act of anti-Semitism took place here, of course. This is, trigger warning for everybody. Obviously, probably the most anti-Semitic thing that you've ever experienced, that you've ever seen, is taking place, unfolding right in front of your eyes, where you have someone who wants to be a representative, refusing to recognize that Israel's committing a genocide, a foreign country is committing a genocide, and then people, of course, say, free Palestine. I mean, basically, this is what happened in Nazi Germany, I think, They say, answer the question, Scott. And then they say, shame on you, which, once again, only doubling down on the unimaginable maximum anti-Semitism. Sorry that I had to put you guys through that. Obviously, this is a heinous act. An act so heinous that the entirety of the New York Democratic Party should probably come out in unison and speak out against this heinous act of anti-Semitism, even though it's happening across the nation. I mean, I suspect that there will be a coordinated statement coming any moment now, because I can't. This is traumatic. Okay, but one thing that I think is good here is that after that experience, Scott Wiener literally turned around and was like, "Hey guys, just wanted to say, actually, genocide is happening. I'm now officially recognizing the genocide. I've had an epiphany." Now, do I believe this? Not even a little bit. Not even a little bit. Okay, but bro switched up on Israel. No new friends. If I am the president of Israel, right, I'm thinking to myself, wow, I never believed in magic until all my dogs turn into snakes. I'm just saying, Scott, I thought you were a real one. I thought you were a real combatter of anti-Semitism, and now you are disseminating anti-Semitism. It's really messed up. I love Israel, bruh. Me too. 2026 is the year where I pivot. I switch up on everybody. I'm pro-Israel now. AB 715 wasn't just bad because of his content, but it was rammed through the last day of the session where they gave notice of the Senate committee hearing at like 3 a.m., 6 hours before, giving no time for the opposition to organize against it. Talking to people at the Capitol, they said they'd never seen anything so flagrant. Yeah. I mean, the way I can't even think of anything more anti-Semitic. I guess like sometimes when I think of Miss Rachel, that's like, it makes me so mad. I think children learning. So Scott has this take. Let's take a look.
For those of you who saw the debate clip from last week, I want to clarify that I do believe Israel has committed genocide in Gaza, and I want to explain why I hesitated at the debate.
This motherfucker is 6'7", by the way. Don't even meme about that. It's not even on some meme shit. Literally 6'7". What the fuck are we doing? Brother, what are you doing? What are you doing in Congress? What are you doing in California Senate? You should be out there balling. You should be hooping. Ridiculous, okay? 6'7", don't know ball. What the fuck are we doing? Okay, what a waste. What a waste. Yeah, go grab a rebound.
For the past 2 years, I have harshly opposed Israel's escalations in Gaza, and I've used phrases like total destruction, and catastrophic levels of death, and moral stain. But I haven't used the word genocide, and I want to explain why. As a Jew, I am deeply aware that the word genocide was created in the wake of the Holocaust, which was the industrial extermination of...
Wait, what? That's not even true. No, it was the Armenian genocide. Brother, what is going on, man? What is happening? No, it was the Armenian genocide. That was the initial like conceptualization of genocide and wholesale extermination. And obviously genocides had taken place before, guys. I'm just saying, yeah, the term genocide was coined by Polish Jewish lawyer Raphael Lemkin in the early 1940s. Again, shouts out to the Lemkin Institute. Guess who f***ing recognized Israel doing a genocide maybe 2 years prior to Scott Wiener? The Lemkin Institute. So what are we even talking about? Not only, like, there is nothing salvageable here. Not only is it incorrect and it's wrong, but it's ridiculous. Now that you guys learned a little bit more about Raphael Lemkin's coinage of the term genocide, shouts out to Scott for this take. The point that actually matters here is this is utterly irrelevant. The Holocaust is not like a special form of genocide. It is industrialized massacre, and it was heavily documented and studied extensively, but it's certainly not the only version of genocide that has taken place. Like the exceptionalist nature of looking at the Holocaust, especially when you even consider like what Germans did to other places even before internally committing this fascist act, colonialism turned inwards, as we like to say. That's what fascism is. There have been industrialized massacres, never to the same extent and never to the same, I guess, rapid acceleration, severity. But the reason why I'm bringing this up is not simply over semantics. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because this sort of exceptionalization of the Holocaust, especially in the direction of defending the current ongoing Israeli genocide, is disgusting. That's the reason why I'm like, this is not just like a misunderstanding or a simple disagreement. I think this is very deliberate. And it's probably not even being conducted intentionally. Like, I don't think that Scott knows what he's saying. I think this is so baked in to the consciousness of people who get a lot of Zionist indoctrination early on that he's having even when he is having a conversation about like recognizing the Israeli genocide, he just automatically drops a couple lines in there that the trained ear can pick up on. And this is one of those things.
I am deeply aware that the word genocide was created in the wake of the Holocaust, which was the industrial extermination of 6 million Jews. For many Jews, associating the word genocide with the Jewish state of Israel is deeply painful and frankly traumatic. But despite that pain,
like the gall, the audacity, you know what I mean? Like think about the like even this assessment, even this statement in and of itself betrays the severity, betrays the real death toll that Scott is supposed to recognize here, or rather the real violence that he is supposed to be taking ownership over in terms of his recognition, right? And in terms of his own actions that he is supposed to be saying, my bad, over, right? There is no other world where you can say, oh, well, like this would be akin to a German person saying like, well, you know, Germany suffered tremendous hardships in the wake of World War I. So I felt some type of way about taking ownership over the Holocaust because like we had been wronged, you know? Like, so it's just, it's very difficult for me to take ownership over this in some way, shape, or form. Like, not even a German in Germany, by the way. I'm talking about like a German in America, right? If you were to say something like that, because of the severity of the crime itself, the Holocaust, people would look at you and go, what the fuck are you saying? But here in the United States of America in 2026, because of our mutual understanding that like genocide is just a word, basically, you can kind of get away with saying something like this, where you're like, yeah, my personal feelings on this issue are far more important as a Jewish person. Like the importance of the word genocide for me and the severity of that word overrode my clear and calm assessment of what Israel was doing. Like this is not a very good way to make up for all of the advocacy that you did for the last 2 years against those who had arrived at this position far before you did. Do you guys understand what I'm trying to say here? Like, I think this is the reason why I think this is already insincere. The good and the bad is this. It's bad because it's obviously fucking insincere. He has a lot more to do in terms of making up for it, and I don't even know if he would be able to make up for it in time for the actual election. But the good thing here, the silver lining here, is that he even feels the need to come out and say that this is, a real recognition of genocide, because he understands that now, if you want to win an election, you have to say that. You have to say the truth. He has to do this. And to me, that actually is another clear indication of this massive sea change, this massive tide shift.
And that trauma, we all have eyes, and we see the absolute devastation and catastrophic death toll in Gaza inflicted by the Israeli government. And we all have ears, and we hear the genocidal statements by certain senior members of the Israeli government. And to me, the Israeli government has tried to destroy Gaza and to push Palestinians out, and that qualifies as genocide.
Performative male behavior? That's funny. True. Yeah, I mean, there's still obviously like the whole, it's just like some members of the Israeli government are doing this, and it's not like being loudly fucking cheered on or anything like that. And this is the worst of both worlds for someone like Scott, because when he comes out and says this, he's not going to get any grace from the anti-Zionists, obviously, because we all know what he was up to for the last 2 years. He's also not going to get any grace from the Zionists, because they're going to be like, how dare you betray your own your own people. Like, this is what the how dare you recognize that there is a genocide at all? There is no genocide. That's blood libel. It's utterly preposterous. And basically, you know, you're cooked, I think. I don't know. I feel like this is totally ridiculous. Like, he should have fucking slammed the yes. If he wanted to, if I was his campaign manager, I would have told him to slam that yes ASAP, and then also do a follow-up video being like, hey guys, I know I've done a lot of fucked up shit, but I just wanted to clarify certain things. This, on the other hand, is the worst possible way to deal with this. Stop Anti-Semitism replied to him and said they still support him because he believes in Zionism. I think they also see this as an opportunist statement, and he doesn't actually mean it, but in the opposite direction. Yeah, true, maybe. But like I said, the very fact that a person who is so loud and so proud in defending Israel for the last 2 years, coming out and having to do this, like, I'm really sorry for what I did moment, like, it is truly, for those who have been around, for those who are aware of Palestine, for those who are engaging in anti-Zionist, pro-Palestinian advocacy for a lot longer than, you know, post-October 7, this is a very interesting moment. It's a very interesting moment to observe, you know? Because I never in a million years would have thought that you would have a Zionist state senator from the state of California who has actively defended Israel over and over again turn around and be like, actually, Israel is doing a genocide, even if he doesn't sincerely believe it. You know what I mean? It's a huge sea change. Take the W where you can, I guess. Please be safe out there, ordering DoorDash as well as working for DoorDash. A mom trying to save another mom from being taken away. She was delivering food. That's it. Thank God for this woman's bravery. It's insanity. This is happening in America.
Because this was my DoorDash lady. I don't even know the lady. She just ran to my house.
All right.
I have a baby here. Like, I really don't know what to do. I'll open the door if the police, you know, say that I have to open the door, but, like, I don't know what to do. This lady just was shot yesterday. Now I ordered food and there's people outside my fucking house.
Cheyenne, I'm on my way, okay? All right.
What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? I'm so scared. James, come downstairs.
Cheyenne? Cheyenne.
What? I literally ordered DoorDash and now there's ICE agents around my house because the lady ran in my house and I don't know what to do because I don't know. They have no warrant. They have no warrant. They said that they were going to get one. I don't know what to do. I called the police. The police are on their way. I can't ignore it. I have a baby here and they have guns pointing everywhere in my house. I have some random lady in my house. I have my child barricaded.
They're looking at our backyard, too.
They're looking at everything.
Bro, what the f?
They're like everywhere. All because
it's like a zombie apocalypse, dude. That's crazy. Like, these are not human beings, dude.
I ordered some fucking DoorDash food. I don't know what to do. I'm gonna have a.
So I guess she ordered DoorDash, and the lady that was delivering her DoorDash might be an immigrant. And while she was in the process of doing the delivery, ICE just rolled up. And we're trying to detain her, like trying to arrest the DoorDasher. I guess she ran inside the house, like the DoorDasher ran inside the house, and she just like offered her shelter.
This is the lady's license plate. They already took someone out of her car. I called the police. The police are on their way. I asked for a warrant. I just ordered some food and then some lady ran to my house.
They grabbed her husband and kid from the car.
DoorDash lady ran in our house. This dude just has his hand on his gun, just fucking chilling.
Just husband, no kid. She did not offer shelter intentionally. She'd be guilty of harboring if she did.
I don't want them to come in my house.
Okay. But this is the thing. Even if they get the warrant, they're coming in your house. That they're not going to leave. So we need to come up with a solution to do this peacefully, right?
Oh my God.
I own this property.
I need to go. Hold on, my neighbor's calling. Hold on. Hello? Yes.
They said they're gonna get a warrant to come in here because we ordered some DoorDash and somebody ran in our house. So now we don't know.
This is why you can't wave someone in when they're running from ICE. If they come in, you don't have to open the door for ICE. Oh, got it.
I don't think the police are gonna do anything because I don't know what to do. I'm just waiting for the warrant.
You have a want of you live in your house.
I don't know what to do, man. This is scary.
It's gonna get worse, dude. Just, you don't even know her.
It's gonna get worse, dude. You don't even know her. Bro, this is literally like, you got some Jews in the floorboards or what? Like, that's straight up. Okay, Megaphonics wasn't wrong. I know Madurophonics is currently in the Brooklyn federal prison. Okay, in the federal prison inside of Brooklyn. And he sent us this, but this is straight up 1-to-1 straightforward Nazi shit, bro. What the f?
A warrant. I just want a warrant, man. I got my child in here. This shit happened yesterday and every.
If you give her to us, nothing happens. If we wait, it's gonna get worse. Our SWAT team's gonna come. We have an active warrant for this person. Why do you make it worse? We don't want to deal with nothing with you.
Do you have your ID? She said she has her ID on her.
Yeah, we already run the place. We've identified her. We saw her.
Hold on.
We're looking for her.
Okay. If you put your hand off, you take your fucking hand. Stop. Okay. If I open this door, one, you're not coming in my house. I will give you her.
Don't do it,
this
lady.
This is her ID.
They said
she is a U.S. citizen.
They said they ran her place.
This was my DoorDash. The fact that you guys are tormenting. I'm Native American. My family already died for y'all to work here. Hung by Abraham Lincoln. 38 plus 2. So the fact that y'all are on a Native American.
Damn. You say she's white, but bro, there's a difference between a white lady claiming Native American and knowing that Abraham Lincoln ordered the execution of 38 natives while offering clemency to many Confederates. That's deep lore. So I have no reason to doubt. I have no reason to doubt that she's definitely Native. Okay, like even some Native Americans might not even know that. Like, what are you talking about?
Fucking house is pissing me the fuck off. I will open this fucking door when I have the decency to open this door. Since you guys are pointing guns at me, I will open it.
Yeah. The other thing is like, they will try to sneakily get an administrative warrant rather than a judicial warrant. An administrative warrant, I think an administrative warrant is not enough to go into the house of an American citizen, like a random American citizen. Like that's not the same. But they'll float it as though it's a judicial warrant. It has to be signed by a judge.
But you guys are not coming to my house. You guys will not shoot anybody.
Bro, this is literally vampire shit. Like, they're like vampires.
You did yesterday.
And you had your hand on your gun this whole time you've been here, dude.
You had your hand on your gun the entire time.
We have it all right here.
That's true. That he should. By the way, once again, this goes back to what I was saying over and over again. The foot soldiers of white supremacy are no longer pasty. It's like, that's like a very common thing that you see, especially with Customs and Border Patrol. Customs and Border Patrol has always been 52% Hispanic. Like even before this new meta. And they love talking about that, to be like, how can you say they're racist? They're Hispanic. It's like, okay, dude, who gives a f? They're still doing white supremacy. The whole purpose of ICE is to create a white nativist, to enforce a white nativist immigration policy. Like, that is absolutely racialized. Having said that, it is pretty fucking wild how consistent this is, that like these guys are running around looking for, other dudes and ladies that are the immigrants, just like they are.
Hand on your gun this whole time you've been here, dude.
You had your hand on your gun the entire time.
We have it all right here. You're f***ing lying.
Get up.
Literally, the Jews in the ghettos would rat on. It's called capos. That's what it is. It's like
my yard, and I will open the door to let her out.
And that's a different situation than this one. That was literally during the Holocaust, and there are those who did it for immediate gain, and there's some, like, there's different accounts for it, at least. I'm not defending capos, obviously, but there's like different accounts for it because it's like a historically complex situation. These guys are not under duress to become an ICE agent. Like, oh, if you don't become an ICE agent, you go to the concentration camps. It's a little different, even then, obviously, it was completely unacceptable still.
Get off go up to the car, because I don't feel comfortable I have a 2-year-old. I have a 1.5-year-old baby. I have 3 more in school. I have 3 more in school. Hello?
Hey, Cheyenne, this is Commander Hinky with the Sheriff's Office calling you.
Yeah?
So, I understand that you're fighting right now.
I'm gonna
so,
move out.
I'm going to, but move.
Please. You have 2 options, right? So either let the paralegals come in and take you to their those are your options. But nobody from the sheriff's office is gonna show up there, because that's all I can tell you. I would just be able to tell you the same thing in person.
Okay, but what do I do?
Well, I think that choice is up to you. You have those. I mean, those are your 2 options.
Just saying they'll charge us.
You need to come with me. Come on.
I have family. I'm sorry.
You need to come with me, ma'am. Come
There's
on.
nothing we can do.
Come on.
There's nothing we can do.
Come on. Just come on. Ma'am, I am so sorry. I don't want to do this. Come on. Come on.
Oh my God.
I don't know what to do. I'm Native American. This is against everything I stand for. What the do I do, man? I just ordered I need you to come up.
I'm sorry.
Ma'am, I need you. Come on. I can't. Don't. No guns. No
guns.
Anybody. No shooting anybody.
It's okay. No guns. No guns. No nothing.
I'm so sorry. I don't know what to do. I'm so sorry. I have TikTok followers. I have this going on my TikTok. I have 11,000 followers. I will let everybody. What is your name? What is your name? What is your name? Let me see. What's your name? Okay, ma'am. The police said I have to let you go. Ma'am.
Wait, did they let her go?
I don't know what to do.
No, they won't hear you. They won't hear you.
How could you do this to your own people? That's insane. I don't fucking care. Y'all didn't have no fucking warrant.
Just give her some time.
Just give her some time. Y'all just shot someone in Minnesota. I ordered DoorDash. My fucking DoorDash. Are you fucking kidding me? I'm Native American. Get the fuck off my yard until she comes that way. You don't even have a fucking warrant. But I'm not gonna go to fucking jail because y'all pieces of shit ain't got nothing better to do because your wife still wanna suck your fucking dick.
No, watch the update video. There's layers to this, by the way. This is a situation where quite literally people treats are coming face to face with the reality of this Gestapo shit. When an American can't even order DoorDash without getting put in an Anne Frank situation, shit goes south real fast. Also worth noting, you can't work for DoorDash without a social security number. No, watch the update video. She's safe and connected with a lawyer. I mean, this woman already had the wherewithal to understand that this was like a situation. It wasn't like a totally out of touch person, right? Like ordering treats and then, you know, realizing that this is coming for her.
No, eso es mentira, ustedes lo separan de las familias. Dígame, son niñas solas.
They already took her kid. I don't know what to do. I have a baby. They were literally telling me that if I don't, the cops were even telling me that if I don't open the door, they'll literally charge.
This is the problem with cops. She doesn't have to open the door at all. They need a fucking judicial warrant to be able to come into the house to extract her if she's like genuinely a threat to public safety or whatever. They can just sit there, till the cows come home, for the record. But she doesn't know that, and she got led astray, for the record. She did not know that, but just so you know, it's not like harboring a fugitive or anything like that. If a random DoorDasher walked into your house, you didn't like wave them in or anything like that, you're not liable at all. I see a lot of chat blaming her for letting the lady go. Do you think Chad is wrong here? They had a baby. I'm so torn. I mean, I'm being very charitable to her and saying that she was in a moment of crisis and didn't realize that she was not actually, like, they were lying to her. Like, the law enforcement led her astray. The ICE agents were lying to her, and the cops were wrong. In the, you know, if you call the cops and assume that the cops would de-escalate the situation, and you don't know your rights, like, it's understandable if it's understandable to feel like you're threatened, that they're going to come in guns blazing with your children in the house. The reality is that's not the law. They need a judicial warrant signed by a judge to be able to enter your home.
Charge me with harboring. I don't know what to do. Come here, ma'am. Come here.
You and your family, okay?
I ordered DoorDash. This lady ran into my house. They don't have a warrant, but they told me I was going to be charged with harboring.
Oh, and then the neighbors come. Thank God.
They were going to break down my door. I already did. The police told me to give them up to her,
the police are saying we can't keep her in here.
Tengo mis niñas solas, por favor, aunque sea.
She's
que
from
yo me
Minnesota.
las lleve.
She has a Minnesota license.
And how are you guys
Her
going to wear
plate
the police
Minnesotan.
symbol if you guys aren't police?
You're literally talking to her in Spanish. I hope they turn on you and take your family, because that's what you're doing to people.
You're separate.
She went beast mode. Oh, okay. She went dark woke in that moment.
Police.
You're literally talking to her in Spanish. I hope they turn on you and take your family, because that's what you're doing to people.
You're separating family.
They took her kid.
Aunque sea que mi
I don't know what to do. My baby's inside. I did call the police. The police told me that
are gonna help
they
us.
told us that we have to
They
open
said
the door.
we have two
or
options: get charged with harboring or f***ing release her.
The police should be on their way, but I don't know
And
what
why
to
don't
do.
you guys have a search warrant?
Yo me voy con mis niñas.
Yeah, Chatterling this earlier. Visuals showing of the two warrants. Know the difference. Know the difference. This is a judicial search warrant. This is an ICE arrest warrant. Okay, it's issued by ICE. It's not issued by a judge. If you encounter ICE at a courtroom, contact a lawyer before your immigration court date. Never sign anything without talking to a lawyer. If your case is dismissed, you have a right. ICE arrest warrants do not allow officers to enter your home, workplace, or search your person without consent. You have a right to refuse entry or search. This is what an ICE warrant looks like. Up top, it says U.S. Department of Homeland Security. Now, the media will also oftentimes play fast and loose with the way that these administrative warrants are processed. Like, they'll say, oh, he had a warrant, right? This person has a warrant. Did that person have a judicial warrant? Was this like, were they actually avoiding, like, did they have a bench warrant? Did they actually not attend trial at the court date that was given to them? Like, or is this just, when they say this person has a warrant, are they talking about an ICE administrative warrant, an ICE arrest warrant? An ICE arrest warrant does not give the ICE agents the allowance to enter your home. They will use it, though, to lie to try and enter the home, because at that point, it's your consent that allows them entry. It has to be a judicial warrant, and it has to be signed by a judge. It has to be issued by a court, not ICE, and a signed judicial warrant allows ICE to enter your home, workplace, or search your person. This is why when they conduct like business raids, for example, if you've seen this in the past, like businesses can just like shutter their doors, lock it, and be like, no, f*** off, you can't come in here. And then the community will storm. The community will surround the ICE agents and make it impossible for them to conduct their affairs. And they have to f*** off usually. And the reason why they have to f*** off in that situation is because they do not have a judicial search warrant. If they have a judicial search warrant and you close your doors, they can break the door down. It's that simple. Also, remember, they can lie as well. They can lie. Cops lie all the time. They even lie on the stand as well. It's called test-lying. but that's illegal, for the record. The only place where you can't legally lie is the stand. Even though cops do it all the time, they do it so much that there's a term for it. It's called testifying. Everywhere else, they can legally lie.
This is our property.
I own this property.
No,
I own this property.
I told you guys multiple times, if you don't have a warrant, you're not able to access in my house. I took a law course. I know. I'm not stupid. Good. She's terrified.
You know what's funny? I think she was gonna give her up because, like, in the middle here, she's like about to give her up, but then they annoy her so much that she's like, actually, you know what? F it.
I told you guys multiple times. If you show her.
No, es mentira. Ustedes los separan de los babies. No.
I don't know what to do.
Yo me voy con mis niños, es lo único.
I called the police, but I don't know what to do. A woman was just killed in Minnesota yesterday from you guys, and you guys think that we're gonna just take this lightly? Literally, you just shot and killed someone yesterday, and you can put on your and go to work, and that shit just sits right with you? What the is wrong with you guys? You guys are modern day Nazis. My family got killed. Native Americans got killed for you guys to put on that shit. Bullshit.
I was literally there. That's my neighbor. That woman is safe at home. Wait, really? Mr. Fumduck? Yeah, I love that the community showed up, by the way.
So nowadays we can't order DoorDash without ICE showing up to our house, right?
Hassan, this is not a good example of what people should do. Just wait for the cops to arrive. Hey, first of all, chatter, I said that. I walked you through step by step what she could have done in the situation that would have even made it better, like what her rights are in this situation. But you also have to understand, she doesn't know that. Not everyone is equipped. That's why I talk about this stuff.
I have a baby! A baby! Get out! Until you guys have a warrant signed, get off my property now!
Yeah, see, she gets more. You're seeing in real time why community matters. You're seeing in real time why having numbers on your side matter, by the way, because she feels more emboldened and she gets braver. I mean, it's already maximum bravery when you got a bunch of people storming your house with guns. Many of you have never been in that situation. That is already maximum bravery. Telling a group of people with guns outside of your house to f off requires a shit ton of bravery. It's already a chaotic situation. This is a random person that she doesn't know walking into her house. A lot of you see yourselves as like, a brave, bold warriors of social justice or whatever, but she's already showing a lot more solidarity than the average person would in this circumstance. Okay, so calm down.
Now!
I want judge papers.
I want a signed paper. You don't come near my house because you're the one that has your hand on the gun the whole time.
The whole fucking time you cut their hand.
I have it all on video. I have 11.
Have you ever considered how much Michael Hastings fan? Have you ever considered how much pressure the poor cops are under? Big sad. They probably are neurodivergent and can't process any verbal input from civilians. People shrug. True. Why didn't I factor that in, dude? That's crazy. Also, shout out Michael Hastings.
1,000 TikTokers right now. 11,000 TikTok followers that I have. 11,000 followers I have on TikTok.
OG heads know. R.I.P. Michael Hastings. OG heads know. I used to work with him. My colleague, who may or may not have been assassinated by the American government for his investigative reporting on the Rolling Stones.
You guys aren't wanted here.
Off my yard until you have a judge's.
Stop saying like the 11,000 followers on TikTok is not like a flex, guys. She's not trying to say she's clouded to the fucking ICE agents. She's trying to say that I'm gonna post this and it's gonna cause you headaches.
Signature
off my property.
Yeah, notice the whistles coming in. Neighborhood watch is on it.
I hope you guys sleep real good at night. Don't ever come because I will sue you. I will sue the out of every one of you. You don't know who the I am. Remember that. You don't even deserve a police vest, mother. Where's your badge? You ain't got one.
Where's your papers? Where's your badge?
You guys are illegal on stolen land. You guys are illegal on stolen land.
Yeah, Michael Hastings won the CI Prize for Excellence in Journalism. Wait, so she didn't actually give her up. Why were chatters saying she gave up the lady?
Land. I am Midwakatin Dakota. Midwakatin Dakota. Do you know what that means? I am not illegal. Get the out of here.
I tried to tell you that. She did it in the update. Yeah. Okay, respect. She was close. She was close. She was scared. And then community came in. And once community came in, she knew she was protected. That's important. That's important to recognize. One, incredibly brave from the start. Okay? She was incredibly brave from the start. You have a random stranger walking into your home. Like, let's be real. It's an uncomfortable situation, okay? Not everyone is going to automatically recognize the humanity of that person in that moment. There's a language barrier. She doesn't know who this person is. Like, how the fuck are you supposed to? She has kids in the house. How are you supposed to make that quick snap judgment in that moment? And clearly she did make the right judgment. And now you also know what to do in a similar situation. If there's ever a similar circumstance, ever a set of similar circumstances, you now know what to do. Just because a bunch of dickheads are rolling up. Doors open. And then she does an update video here. I'll play the update video while I go bring my guests in.
And then another time when I'm actually processed what the just happened, I'll talk about it more. First and foremost, the lady is safe. There was a group of people out there helping me, and I want to say thank you so much to those bystanders that show up, because honestly, I don't know if I could have done it without them. That was a really scary situation, and all I could think about was if I don't open this door, there's a 50-50 chance that they're going to barge in here and shoot me in front of my child.
What is this? Like, this is what Israel defenders are saying now? Limit the First Amendment to defend it? Oh my God, no shot.
Time to limit the First Amendment in order to protect it. And quickly before it's too late.
What do you mean?
I mean that we need to control the platforms, all the social platforms.
And who the f do you think you are, Shlomo? Providing your 2 cents on our Constitution.
Are you kidding me, dude? I need to see the OG video. They're complaining about this whole Shlomo Kramer's clip is overtaking social media, is also going viral. Why are they so bad at timing? It is the audacity. It is the entitlement, the sheer arrogance. In many respects, it's because they're fascist. This is how it works. It's a fascist, it's a fascist, hyper arrogant way of communicating.